Content summary. In the realm of the celestial domain, a multitude of clans vie for supremacy, with the Spirit Clan, Demon Clan, and Soul Clan reigning supreme. However, a millennium ago, the human emperor fell, leading to the decline of the human race. After 1,000 years, in the Sword Continent, a mysteriously origin sword-like crystal encounters a seemingly inconspicuous boy from a humble family who has been deliberately hindered in his meridian flow. This extraordinary meeting awakens the boy's extraordinary talent. He first cultivates sword intent, then comprehends the way of the sword, ultimately achieving the sword soul, and eventually attaining the supreme sword spirit. From that moment onward, the human race once again claims its dominion over the celestial domain. Chapter 0001. Lu Xian on the Sword Continent. In the city of Lin, the sword trial hall stood proudly. Long queues of young men and women stretched from the hall and spilled into the streets beyond. At a closer glance, the applicants were mostly youthful boys and girls. These days marked the annual recruitment event for the third-year sect, the Wind Sword sect, drawing nearly every eligible youth from the surrounding areas to this bustling site. Joining the Wind Sword sect, even as an outer disciple, was akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate. Lu Xian stood patiently in line, gradually inching forward. As the last individual in front of him disappeared inside, it was finally his turn. Straightening his clothes, he nervously gazed at the examiner before him. Name, a middle-aged man asked him patiently from behind a desk, clutching a jade slip. Though his task was merely to register applicants, the sheer volume of candidates made him understandably weary after days of ceaseless entries. Lu Xian, he quickly replied upon hearing the inquiry. Age, strength, 16, body refinement level 2. As he recorded this information, the examiner glanced up at Lu Xian and privately shook his head. Given the limited number of outer disciple positions available today, even those at body refinement level 3 stood minimal chances for someone at level 2. The prospects were nearly non-existent. Very well. Your number is 828. Come back here in 15 days for the assessment. Thank you, esteemed examiner, Lu Xian replied with deep respect. The middle-aged man waved him off dismissively, lacking any interest in the mere boy standing before him. Upon receiving his identification token, Lu Xian exhaled deeply as he stepped out from the long line. After spending several hours queuing, he had finally registered. Whether he could join the Wind Sword sect hinged on the upcoming assessment in 15 days. Clutching the number tightly, he realized this was his final opportunity. Lu Xian wasn't originally from Lin City, but from the nearby town of Qingshan, the only scion of a small family. To refer to the Lu family as such was somewhat generous, for they had long fallen into decline. Aside from himself, his father, and his sister, there were hardly any servants left. Consequently, life was quite challenging for the Lu family, especially recently, as Long Tai, the third young master of the prosperous Long family, had taken an interest in Lu Xian's sister and sought to force her into marriage. In other circumstances, one might accept such a fate, for marriage is a natural progression in life. Yet, who in Qingshan town was unaware of the notorious reputation of the Long family's third young master? Lu Xian would never allow his sister to step into such a pitfall. However, as just a faltering Lu family, they had no means to resist the might of the Long family. The only hope lay in Lu Xian's potential entry into the Wind Sword sect. Even as an outer disciple, the Long family would think twice before acting against the Lu family. Thus, Lu Xian's motivation for participating in the Wind Sword sect's assessment was not solely for his own benefit, but rather for his sister's sake. This was their only chance. With 15 days remaining, he resolved to enhance his strength. Perhaps he could make further advancements, bolstering his chances. Firming his resolve, Lu Xian hastily made his way outside. However, no sooner had he exited the sword trial hall than he found his path obstructed. A few burly servants formed a barrier before him, and a flamboyant young man, wielding a fan with an air of nonchalance, stepped forward. Lu Xian, you really came to register for the Wind Sword sect assessment? Do you genuinely believe that with your meager abilities, anyone would take notice of you? Ah! The imposing figure blocking Lu Xian's way was none other than Long Yang, a junior member of the Long family. Lu Xian knew Long Yang while he frequently associated with Long Tai, and it was Long Yang who had mentioned Lu Xian's sister to Long Tai. His animosity toward Long Yang was no less intense than that directed at Long Tai. Hearing Long Yang's derisive laughter, Lu Xian coldly snorted, Long Yang, abandon your delusions. There is no way I will permit my sister to marry into the Long family. Long Yang scoffed in response. Have you ever witnessed a woman favored by my third brother escape his grasp? Your sister will be no exception. Who knows? Once my brother grows tired of her, I might even have my turn. Ha! As long as I draw breath, you will not succeed. Anguished by Long Yang's disrespectful words concerning his beloved sister, Lu Xian could no longer contain his fury. Whether I can succeed is not your prerogative to decide. I assume you're still clinging to hopes of joining the Wind Sword sect? Very well, allow me to shatter that dream. An evil grin emerged on Long Yang's face. With that, he signaled to the nearby servants, who swiftly approached Lu Xian. Seeing their malicious intent, Lu Xian instinctively took a step back. With only the strength of body refinement level 2, he stood no chance against the several servants, all of whom boasted at least body refinement level 3. Even Onion, he was no match, let alone when outnumbered. The altercation between Lu Xian and Long Yang did not go unnoticed by passers-by, but they merely observed from a distance, recognizing the familiar tale of a pampered young master bullying a commoner, preferring to avoid any complications. Meanwhile, as Lu Xian engaged the servants, the disparity in strength became glaringly clear. He managed to resist for a couple of moments before one of the servants struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. What shall we do with him, young master? Inquired the strongest of the servants, respectfully addressing Long Yang. After a swift glance around, Long Yang frowned. There were many onlookers. First, let's take him outside the city. Though he would not hesitate to kill in the streets back in Qingshan Town with Long Tai, Lin City was a different matter. He dared not be too brazen after all, compared to a powerful family in Lin City. Even the foremost clan in Qingshan was insignificant. After a hasty exit, Long Yang led the servants to a desolate area outside the city. Young master, should we dispose of him? It's remote here, no one would ever know, one of the servants suggested, looking back at Lu Xian's unconscious form. Long Yang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The heavens are sparing this kid today. Let's refrain from killing him. Let's make it so he can't get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Does he not wish to participate in the assessment? I'm curious how he plans to accomplish that now. Long Yang held a relatively low position within the Long family, often relying on Long Tai's influence. Now, without Long Tai at his side, he was cautious. He didn't dare to eliminate Lu Xian outright. Following Long Yang's orders, the servants dealt a series of punishing blows to the unconscious Lu Xian. They had performed this act numerous times before, knowing precisely where to strike to inflict maximum pain without causing death. Even unconscious, Lu Xian's face contorted in suffering as the pain coursed through him. Having completed their brutal task, Long Yang discarded Lu Xian in the wilderness and departed with his subordinates, unconcerned about whether Lu Xian would fall prey to wild beasts on his abandoned path. And he slowly regained consciousness. He was fortunate, for during these hours he had not been carried off by any passing beast that as he attempted to move his limbs, a sharp pain surged through him. Lu Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. It could have been worse. The servants of the Long family had indeed struck him with considerable force, targeting his vulnerable spots. Lu Xian understood that in the immediate future, not only would he be unable to participate in the assessment, but even normal movement would pose a significant challenge. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crossed his lips. Was it truly the will of fate? Now, with injuries so severe, even his last hope seemed to be extinguished. The night had fully enveloped the sky, and the weather appeared bleak, devoid of even a single star, lying on the cold ground and gazing up at the pitch-black expanse. Lu Xian's thoughts were in disarray. Suddenly, a glimmer of light streaked across the sky, entering his line of sight, that a shooting star. It was said that if one made a wish upon a shooting star. At that moment, Lu Xian paused, realizing something was amiss. There were no stars in the sky today. How could there possibly be a shooting star? Looking up again, he noticed that this shooting star seemed to grow larger. And it continued to expand. This object was hurtling directly towards him. A wave of panic washed over Lu Xian. At this speed, if it struck him, he would surely be pierced through, leaving no chance of survival. He wanted to evade, but at that moment, not even his little finger would obey him, making escape impossible. The shooting star approached rapidly, and in that instant, Lu Xian finally discerned its form. It was a beam of light shaped like a sword, but rather a small crystalline entity resembling a sword. What was this object? Who had sent it? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, the crystalline sword shot directly into Lu Xian's body. On the brink of death, Lu Xian had no time to savor his survival, for the sword crystal that had invaded him abruptly unleashed a fierce sword energy that dispersed through his meridians. The degree to which one's meridians are open dictates the speed and efficiency of absorbing this power, thereby determining one's cultivation talent. The process of cultivation itself is essentially the act of unblocking meridians, making the journey to higher realms almost effortless. Conversely, those with poor talent and naturally blocked meridians must painstakingly work to unblock them, leading many to spend their entire lives without success. At this moment, everyone would strive to forcibly unblock their descendants' meridians to enhance their innate talent. The immense pain consumed Lu Xian's thoughts, leaving him unable to contemplate anything else. He even felt that dying from a meridian rupture would be more bearable than this torment. Lu Xian was too engulfed in pain to focus on the state of his body. The sole word resonating in his mind was pain. Throughout his life, even during the most grueling training, he had never experienced such suffering. His cries of anguish grew fainter, not from a lack of desire to scream, but because his voice had become hoarse from the exertion. The sword energy paid no heed to Lu Xian's torment. It completed a circuit and returned to the sword crystal, bringing a sense of calm. Had it finally ended? Lu Xian gasped for breath, his disordered gaze gradually reassembling. He had no doubt that had this excruciating pain continued any longer. Large droplets of sweat trickled down his face, and to prevent them from entering his eyes, Lu Xian wearily raised his left hand to wipe his brow. However, Lu Xian soon halted his movements, slowly lifting his left hand before his eyes, staring in disbelief. Just moments ago, he could not even move a finger, yet now he could effortlessly wipe away the sweat. To confirm he wasn't mistaken, Lu Xian couldn't help but flex his hands again, moving them with surprising dexterity. That he then stood up, and to his astonishment, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Lu Xian was finally convinced that the grievous injuries inflicted by Long Yang had miraculously healed. Calling it a miracle was perhaps an understatement. Lu Xian realized that it was most likely the work of the mysterious sword-shaped crystal. After the storm, there truly is a rainbow. The ancients did not deceive me. A radiant joy spread across Lu Xian's face, as he had initially thought that heaven had severed his last hope, but unexpectedly, he had found light amidst the darkness. Though the recent torment had been unbearable, he resolved to seize the time to further strengthen his abilities. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian sat cross-legged once more, commencing his cultivation, though he felt utterly exhausted from the recent tribulation. And simultaneously, he entered a state of inner reflection. The first thing that caught his eye was the sword-shaped crystal that had so recently brought him to the brink of death. Now, this crystal slowly rotated within his dantian, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. While Lu Xian could not fathom the crystal's origins, he sensed it was extraordinary, and its miraculous healing of his grievous wounds further solidified his conviction. However, recalling the inhumane pain it had caused him sent a shiver down his spine, and he dared not provoke the crystal further. Thus, he allowed it to remain quietly in his dantian while he resumed his cultivation. The Yuan Shin power that had been drawn into his body began to circulate gently through his meridians. Such a miraculous change could only be attributed to it, as Lu Xian could conceive of no other explanation. Although he had previously endured excruciating pain, he still retained a vague awareness of what the sword crystal had been doing within him. He understood that the sword chi it emitted was relentlessly assaulting his meridians, yet he never anticipated that every single one of his meridians had been thoroughly unblocked. It was not that Lu Xian was dull-witted. The incredibility of this situation was simply overwhelming. The smoothness of the meridians determines a person's innate talent, and such talent is not easily altered. Previously, while Lu Xian's aptitude was not poor, it was by no means exceptional. However, at this moment, the meridians within him were nearly entirely unobstructed, signifying an astronomical leap in his innate talent from mediocre to extraordinary in the span of merely an hour. This monumental stroke of fortune left Lu Xian nearly euphoric, and he finally grasped the immense benefits that the mysterious sword crystal had bestowed upon him. In comparison to this boon, the healing of his injuries seemed trivial, suppressing the overwhelming joy within. This efficiency had improved by at least tenfold, underscoring the significance of innate talent. The sudden ease of cultivation left Lu Xian with an insatiable desire for more. It felt almost dreamlike, prior to acquiring the sword crystal. A new round of cultivation began anew. With his meridians unblocked, the benefits extended beyond merely the speed of absorbing primordial energy. It also significantly influenced the efficiency with which his physical body could absorb that energy. In the past, during the operation of his techniques, Lu Xian would expend a substantial portion of the primordial energy simply to clear his meridians. Now, however, he could devote all the energy he absorbed to refining his body. Engaging in a continuous cycle of breath and energy flow, he completed one great cycle after another, fully immersing himself in his cultivation and entering a rare state of ethereal tranquility. This ethereal state, often referred to as the state of no thought or distraction, is a cultivation condition that one may encounter but cannot actively seek. In this state, one becomes wholly absorbed in their practice. Should one fortuitously enter this state while attempting a breakthrough, success becomes almost inevitable. However, this state is also perilous, as it entails a complete loss of awareness of the surroundings that if danger were to arise, it could prove to be a matter of life and death. Fortunately, it seemed there were no ferocious beasts in the vicinity, and Lu Xian, in his ethereal state, remained undisturbed. Lu Xian maintained this ethereal state for several hours. Sensing the abundant strength within his body, Lu Xian could not resist delivering a powerful punch to a nearby tree. The impact resonated with a muffled thud, causing the tree to shudder violently. When he withdrew his fist, a clear imprint approximately half an inch deep was left upon the trunk. Witnessing this mark, Lu Xian's face lit up with astonishment. Just the day before, he could barely leave a mark a third of an inch deep. Yet now he had achieved an imprint of half an inch. It seemed he had, in the span of a single night, transcended from the second layer of body refinement to the third. The standard for the first layer is the ability to deliver a punch with a force of 200 pounds, while the second layer requires 500 pounds, and the third layer demands 900 pounds. Suddenly elevated to the third layer of body refinement, coupled with the enhancement of his innate talent, Lu Xian was filled with exhilaration that if he had previously harbored even a hint of apprehension about becoming an outer disciple of the Wind Sword sect. In the course of cultivation, the training of the body is equally crucial, alongside the absorption of primordial energy. Moreover, Lu Xian had resolved that he would not return to Lin City for the time being. Long Tai and Long Yang were also set to participate in the Wind Sword sex assessment, and they were likely still in Lin City. That if he returned, there was a high chance that they would discover him. Despite having advanced to the third layer of body refinement, he was still no match for Long Yang's entourage of fourth-layer body refinement henchmen. That if Long Yang were to capture him again, Lu Xian could not guarantee he would enjoy such good fortune a second time. Though the wilderness was desolate, it was fortunate that there were no large predatory beasts posing a threat to him. Thus, cultivating here was quite favorable. As for sustenance, he could easily forage for fruits and catch small game. Once he reached the fourth layer of body refinement and possessed some self-defense capabilities, he would no longer need to fear Long Yang and could return openly. A flicker of caution ignited within Lu Xian, prompting him to halt his cultivation, but he quickly rose and sought refuge behind a tree large enough for two people to embrace. As he concealed himself, the voices grew increasingly distinct, allowing Lu Xian to clearly overhear the conversation in the tranquil morning wilderness. Chapter 0004. Pursued. Damn it, these rural paths are truly arduous. I'm completely exhausted. What a miserable task to be assigned so early in the morning. It's just my luck. I must find that kid and give him a good beating. A mildly sharp voice of complaint echoed. Third brother, spare us the complaints. The young master entrusted us with this task because he values us. Once we complete the job in return, won't our rewards be plentiful? A second voice reprimanded the first in hushed tones. You're right about that if we manage to earn some extra reward, we can indulge ourselves at the Cuihong Pavilion. Listening to their conversation, Lu Xian's heart sank. If his assumptions were correct, the kid referred to by the third brother was none other than himself, while the young master mentioned by the other was likely Long Yang. To his dismay, even after beating him so mercilessly, Long Yang still did not rest easy. Before long, the two continued their discussion, and Lu Xian remained focused, quickly devising a plan that if I remember correctly, we should be nearing the spot now. Right. That kid is probably still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Yes, let's finish up quickly and return. Just don't kill that kid. Shattering his dantian will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was filled with both shock and fury. Good for you, Long Yang. You truly are untrustworthy, resorting to such cruelty. The dantian is the foundation of a warrior. Once shattered, all hope is lost. For a warrior, it is akin to death, despite his shock and anger. Lu Xian remained composed. From their dialogue, it was clear that the third brother was at the third layer of body refinement, while the other was at least at the fourth layer. That Lu Xian realized that he was no match for them alone. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He could always seek revenge later. Taking advantage of their lack of awareness, Lu Xian resolved to avoid confrontation, turning to make his escape. However, just as Lu Xian was about to withdraw, the third man shouted, "Second brother, it's that brat! Quick, pursue!" Seeing Lu Xian attempt to flee, the second brother wasted no time and unleashed his full speed to give chase. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Lu Xian dared not look back. He ran with all his might. Having just advanced to the third level of body refinement, he was certainly no match for the second brother, who was at the fourth level. Hey, a mere second-level body refinement waste dares to flee? What audacity! The third brother taunted, slowly advancing on Lu Xian. Run, if you could, I dare you to keep running. Do you believe I can crush you with a single hand? However, even as Lu Xian found himself surrounded, he remained composed, silently watching the advancing third brother, but he gradually focused his energy, channeling all his strength into his hands, mentally urging, "Come closer, just a bit closer." The two men believed Lu Xian to be merely at the second level of body refinement. Once the third brother entered his attack range, Lu Xian would strike suddenly. That if he could eliminate the third brother in one blow, he might still have a chance against the second brother at the fourth level. He had only one chance for a sneak attack and must ensure it hit its mark. The second brother scrutinized Lu Xian with suspicion. He distinctly remembered the boy had been severely injured by him the previous day. How could he appear so vigorous after just one night? "Kid, do you possess something valuable? Hand it over quickly, and I might spare your life." Otherwise, that the second brother said ominously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian remained silent. The second brother sneered, "Third brother, search him." In his eyes, Lu Xian, a mere second-level body refinement practitioner, was easily manipulated. The third brother's strength was more than sufficient to handle him, while the second brother stood guard to prevent escape. The latter's fist suddenly struck out. Channeling nearly 1,000 pounds of force, he delivered a devastating blow to the third brother's chest. Although the third brother was also at the third level of body refinement, the third brother's chest caved in as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he collapsed unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. The sudden turn of events took the second brother completely by surprise. He could only watch in disbelief as the third brother was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his fate uncertain. "Third brother!" The second brother cried out in anguish, rage boiling within him. What he had believed to be a foolproof plan had spiraled into chaos. At that moment, he no longer cared about treasures or the young master's orders. All he wanted was to tear Lu Xian apart. Having successfully executed his ambush and incapacitated the third brother, Lu Xian had no time to relish his victory. He turned to flee. Yet the second brother, consumed by fury, charged towards him like a madman. Just as Lu Xian managed to take 2 steps. The moment their fists collided, Lu Xian coughed up blood, propelled backward. The disparity between the third and fourth levels of body refinement was glaringly evident. The third level could muster only 900 pounds of force. If this blow connected, Lu Xian would not only perish but also become utterly incapacitated. In that moment, suspended in midair, Lu Xian had no leverage to counter. He could only watch helplessly as the fist, carrying immense force, descended towards his dantian. A bitter smile crept onto Lu Xian's face. Is fate truly against me? After finally grasping a significant opportunity, just as a glimmer of hope appeared, it seemed he was destined for ruin. Piercing through Lu Xian's body and shooting towards the second brother. Chapter 0005. Tai Ge Yuanju. As the second brother's fist crashed into Lu Xian's dantian, he grinned, anticipating Lu Xian's miserable fate. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. The sword energy shot forth without warning, catching him completely off guard. The sword energy emanating from the sword crystal was immensely powerful. It was beyond the capabilities of a mere fourth-level body refinement practitioner to withstand. The bright flash of the sword light struck the second brother's chest in an instant. The sudden turn of events rendered the second brother unable to react. His body was as fragile as tofu against the onslaught of the sword energy. Lu Xian clutched his head tightly, his face contorted in agony, feeling as if his skull might burst. Pain, an unbearable, overwhelming agony engulfed Lu Xian's mind. Countless unfamiliar fragments of memory flashed through his consciousness. Memories that were evidently not his own, as though they were being forcibly implanted into his mind. Yet at that moment, he could not afford to contemplate these fragments. He fought desperately against the onslaught of pain, striving to retain the last vestiges of clarity in his mind to avoid losing his sanity. Although he had endured excruciating pain the previous night, this time it was entirely different. Last night's torment stemmed from the forcible opening of his meridians. A physical pain, while this time, the agony was mental that Lu Xian felt as if countless steel needles incessantly pierced his mind, leaving him powerless to resist, forced to endure. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the pain began to subside. Lu Xian gradually emerged from a state of near unconsciousness, slowly opening his eyes and releasing his grip on his head, gasping for air. The agony had arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Yet this time, it had been far more intense than the night before. Even now, as the pain faded, he could not help but shudder at the memory. Turning to the side, he noticed that the second brother had become a lifeless corpse. Whose memories are these? Are they those of Jianjing? Or perhaps the memories of Jianjing's master? Or something else entirely? Lu Xian's mind was awash with questions, and the most straightforward method to seek answers was. They were rather chaotic, and he would need to organize them himself to comprehend their contents. Though somewhat tedious, it was fortunate that there were not many memories to sift through. Before long, Lu Xian managed to piece together a complete memory. But when he fully understood its content, he couldn't help but shudder. This memory contained, astonishingly, a cultivation technique. In the realm of cultivation, apart from innate talent, the most crucial factor is undoubtedly the technique. Why do all the martial artists near Lin City yearn to join the Fengjian sect? But now they have long since fallen into decline, unable to produce even a decent technique. The technique he had always been practicing was merely the most ordinary qi guiding technique, which only taught how to guide the primordial spirit's power into one's body. Yet now, he had obtained a technique from Jianjing's memory. How could Lu Xian not be excited? Although he was yet to ascertain the quality of this technique, the might and mystery of Jianjing had already deeply impressed him. Surely the technique contained within Jianjing's memory could not be subpar. In that moment, he could not afford to continue sorting through the remaining memories. Lu Xian swiftly absorbed the contents of this technique. The name of the technique was Tai Igui Yuanju. Just from its name, it was evidently vastly superior to the qi guiding technique he was currently utilizing. However, as Lu Xian skimmed through it, he had only just entered the third level of body refinement and had some distance to go before achieving the complete mastery of body refinement that at least for the time being. The Tai Igui Yuanju was entirely sufficient for his needs. Moreover, Lu Xian speculated that since the shard of crystal that had fallen from Jianjing contained memories, it was highly likely that the entire Jianjing was a vast, leaving Lu Xian unable to accurately determine its tier. However, even without precise classification, Lu Xian was confident that the Tai Igui Yuanju was certainly not a low-tier technique. The qi guiding technique merely outlined the path of a single meridian. After thoroughly reviewing it, the operational trajectories of the 26 meridians were firmly etched in Lu Xian's memory. However, he did not immediately commence practicing the Tai Igui Yuanju. He had merely just acquired a portion of the memories. And first, he had obtained an exceptional technique, which made Lu Xian eagerly anticipate the remaining memories. Quickly sorting through the rest of the memories, he was not disappointed. He soon uncovered a set of sword techniques. Transcending levels in battle exists only in legends. The second is the cultivation technique. The more powerful the technique, the greater its restorative and sustaining abilities. The third, and perhaps the most crucial factor in battles of the same level. Among martial techniques, speed is the unbreakable principle. This is especially true for sword techniques. They are characterized by their agility, contrasting sharply with the heavy and cumbersome nature of large weaponry, and no matter how powerful the enemy's attack. As long as you can strike them before they land a hit on you, their might becomes irrelevant. The tier of the blinking sword technique was distinctly marked in Lu Xian's memory. It was categorized as a high-grade yellow tier sword technique. to Lu Xian, who currently knew nothing of martial skills beyond basic long fist techniques. A high-grade yellow-tier sword technique was akin to a divine skill. Why could the Long family become the foremost aristocracy of Qingshan town? It was largely due to the martial skill of the Long family's patriarch, Long Zhan, known as the Dragon Capture Hand, demonstrating the rarity and potency of martial skills. However, now, with Lu Xian's aptitude, combined with the newly acquired Tai Ige Yuan Ju and blinking sword technique, given sufficient time, the so-called Long family would become nothing more than a joke. It seemed that there existed a profession on the Tianjian Continent known as an enchanter, capable of enchanting weapons and equipment to enhance their power. However, it was said that becoming an enchanter was not something just anyone could afford, and Lu Xian only had a superficial understanding of it. Although he had obtained the means of enchantment, he had no inclination to study it at present. Not only was he uncertain about his ability to master it, but more importantly, he lacked the time to spare. What he urgently needed now was to elevate his strength, even though he knew he would certainly surpass the Long family in the future. Yet he had unwittingly targeted Lu Xian's Dantian. Little did he know that due to Jinjing's presence, Lu Xian's frail Dantian had turned into his greatest asset, not only sparing him from trouble, but also triggering a protective sword aura that instantaneously countered and killed the second brother. The evidence proved that Lu Xian's fortune had not yet been exhausted. After distancing himself from the original location, Lu Xian finally halted, though he dared not venture too deeply. Who knew what formidable beasts lurked in these mountains? While the mysterious patterns on its blade emanated an enigmatic aura, Lu Xian chose to disregard it for now. At least from its current behavior, Jinjing seemed to benefit him without any drawbacks. Perhaps one day, when his strength had grown, he could unveil its mysterious veil. After sitting cross-legged, Lu Xian did not employ the qi guiding technique this time. Instead, he switched to the Tai Ge Yuan Ju he had just learned. Furthermore, since the meridians activated by the Tai Ge Yuan Ju spanned the entirety of his body, every inch was refined, resulting in an overall enhancement of his strength, even among those who had reached the third layer of body refinement, rendering their flow far from smooth. Even if they spent an entire day, they might struggle to complete a single grand cycle. Fortunately, when Lu Xian obtained the sword crystal, it forcibly cleared his meridians, allowing him to effortlessly practice the Tai Ge Yuan Ju. Indeed, the Tai Ge Yuan Ju is a genuine technique for prodigies. After completing the first grand cycle, Lu Xian grew more adept at the operational path and did not pause, once again invoking the vital force into his body, commencing the second grand cycle. Chapter 0007. Return to Lin City. Lu Xian's cultivation spanned a full 10 days. During this period, he thoroughly immersed himself in training, devoting each day to the Tai Ge Yuan Ju and honing his blink sword technique with progress that filled him with exhilaration. Thanks to his exceptional talent, in just 10 days, he reached the pinnacle of the third layer of body refinement. Without a doubt, this transformation was a direct result of the Tai Ge Yuan Ju. While the strength of a practitioner is typically gauged by the power of their punches, this only applies to ordinary martial artists. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian muttered to himself, "Cultivation is not merely a solitary endeavor. Relentless practice alone cannot lead to breakthroughs that I have encountered a bottleneck." The previous effortless leap to the third layer was aided by the sword crystal. With his current strength, comparable to the fourth layer, and the lethal blink sword technique at his disposal, he felt prepared to face Long Yang once more. After a brief period of preparation, Lu Xian embarked on his journey back to Lin City. But he had managed to scavenge some silver from the two brothers later on, so he was not entirely destitute. Aside from that, the only item he carried was a smooth bamboo pole, which he had crafted days prior for practicing the blink sword technique. After several days of use, he found it quite comfortable and was reluctant to part with it. As he hurried along, reveling in his newfound strength, Lu Xian felt exhilarated, and within half an hour, he beheld the grand gates of Lin City. After 10 days in the forest, returning to Lin City felt like stepping into a different world, especially given the multitude of changes that had transpired in such a short span. Upon arriving in Lin City, Lu Xian first sought out his lodging. Prior to his registration, he had rented a room at an inn within the city, having left a deposit for half a month, so it was likely that the room remained available. Just as he pushed open the door, a neighboring door swung open abruptly, revealing a chubby lad who appeared at the threshold. The chubby boy, named Yao Lei, who was half a year younger but significantly shorter than Lu Xian, eagerly rushed out of his room. Yao Lei was Lu Xian's close friend, while he was indeed chubby. It was more a matter of his round face, giving that impression. The Yao family was a modest clan in Qingshan town, comparable to the Lu family, and the two had come together to Lin City for the Wind Sword sex assessment. Yao Lei lamented, "I was utterly bored while you were gone. There was no one to play with. But now, let's go out and have some fun." I haven't explored the entertainment district in Lin City yet. Strolling is fine, but I refuse to visit those places. My sister would surely flay me alive if I did. Lu Xian firmly declined Yao Lei's invitation. All right, if you won't go, then we won't. Let's just wander around. Upon hearing Lu Xian agree to accompany him, Yao Lei erupted with joy, dragging Lu Xian out the door. Having known Lu Xian since childhood, Yao Lei recognized him as the town's renowned cultivation enthusiast. If there were really pills that could aid in breaking through, entering the fourth layer would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights. Of course. Do you know why the disciples of those prominent families and sects are so formidable? It's because they have the wealth to consume pills as if they were candy, causing their strength to soar. Yao Lei explained with a patronizing expression. To be honest, Lu Xian had spent most of his time immersed in cultivation and was not as well versed in these matters as Yao Lei. Those must be quite expensive, though we don't have much money. Lu Xian hesitated, recalling that all the money he had was scavenged from the two servants, totaling less than 50 taels of silver. Yao Lei waved his hand dismissively. A bustling thoroughfare dedicated to the sale of various necessities for martial artists, including an array of materials, elixirs, weapons, and enchanting scrolls. Some of the larger shops even offered advanced techniques and martial arts for sale. During Lu Xian's absence, Yao Lei had already familiarized himself with everything, and now he led Lu Xian with ease straight to Linkai Street. Chapter 0008. Enchanter Xian Yuan Dan, an elixir for the body refinement stage. Preventing them from falling into madness, priced at 20 taels of gold each. Bone cleansing pill, an elixir for the body refinement stage, assists martial artists in purging impurities from their bodies, aiding those below the 6th level of body refinement in breaking through. Priced at 100 taels of gold per piece. Lu Xian's gaze swept over the descriptions of the various elixirs. He couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in his heart. These were indeed precious items, especially the bone cleansing pill, which was exactly what he desperately needed at present. However, the prices left both Lu Xian and Yao Lei daunted. 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, meaning Lu Xian's entire fortune amounted to a mere 5 taels of gold. Insufficient even to purchase the least expensive Xian Yuan Dan, let alone the exorbitantly priced bone cleansing pill at 100 taels of gold. Yao Lei's financial situation was similar to Lu Xian's. He had started with 10 taels of gold, but nearly half had already been spent. Damn it. These items are truly for the wealthy, with 10 taels of gold. There are so many things here. It's worth a glance for bragging rights when we return. Since Yao Lei insisted on browsing, Lu Xian acquiesced, reasoning that they had already ventured out. The shop was well stocked. Clicking his tongue. Enchanting scrolls? Enchanter. Yao Lei's words instantly triggered a memory within Lu Xian's mind. During those 10 days, aside from cultivating, Lu Xian had already organized the fragments of memory from the sword crystal. Besides the Tai returning Yuan technique and the blinking sword technique, the final section concerning runes and formations was, in fact, the gateway to enchantment. Initially, Lu Xian thought those memories were of little use. Mere candies. With that thought, Lu Xian could no longer contain his excitement. He was eager to delve into the enchanting techniques stored in his mind. Lazy. I have something to attend to. I'll head back first. Yao Lei, mid-sentence in his fervent explanation, was taken aback by Lu Xian's sudden departure. As Lu Xian sprinted out of Linkai Street, he finally shouted, "Xian Gu, wait for me." As Yao Lei called out, he helplessly followed Lu Xian's lead. After carefully reviewing this segment of enchanting memory, Lu Xian was not surprised to find that it only covered the rudimentary techniques of enchantment, sufficient for enchanting weapons of the treasure grade at most. A single misstroke in the complex runes could lead to entirely different effects at that moment. Lu Xian momentarily forgot about the need to earn money and immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of enchanting techniques. Enchanting techniques are heavily reliant on talent and intuition, and Lu Xian's performance was undoubtedly a testament to his innate gift. The once obscure and challenging runes were now etched deeply in Lu Xian's memory, making comprehension far more efficient. After diligently spending 3 hours re-examining all the memories, Lu Xian had thoroughly grasped the rudimentary enchanting techniques to create an enchanting scroll. One first requires specialized blank scrolls and a special liquid for inscribing runes. Lu Xian gradually calmed himself. It was now time to practice inscribing runes that in the realm of enchantment. Both theory and practice are indispensable, even with the memory of enchanting techniques inherited from the sword crystal. The actual act of inscribing was not as simple as it seemed. Lacking sufficient materials for practice, Lu Xian had to rely on the void to inscribe runes. Void inscription is an advanced skill within the enchanting arts. The rune Lu Xian practiced was known as the Fury rune, which, when inscribed, could grant a weapon a chance to deal double or even greater damage. A powerful and practical rune indeed. Extending his index finger, Lu Xian began to channel the elemental energy within him. Soon, a glimmering wisp of energy was drawn to his fingertip. Following the memories in his mind, Lu Xian commenced his very first attempt at rune inscription. Fingers danced incessantly, and a series of glistening lines suddenly materialized before Lu Xian's eyes. As the lines gradually multiplied, the runes began to take shape, and Lu Xian's complexion grew increasingly pale. His vital energy was running low. Indeed, Lu Xian possessed formidable talent in enchantment. During his initial attempt at etching the runes, he had not made a single mistake. The failure this time was not due to his technique, but rather the insufficiency of his vital energy. For he understood that during his recent attempt, he had not managed his vital energy output effectively, resulting in significant wastage. That if he could fully harness his vital energy, completing the violent rune would pose no challenge. Repeatedly failing and continuously restoring his vital energy. Outside the window, day had transformed into night and back again in a complete cycle. Remarkably, Lu Xian had practiced for a full day and night. Although he had been awake for this duration, he remained invigorated. For him, the process of restoring his vital energy was akin to resting. The results of his relentless practice were evident. He had now grasped the output of his vital energy during etching to a considerable extent. With just a little more time, success was surely within reach. Once his vital energy had sufficiently recovered, Lu Xian embarked on a new round of etching, his focus immediately honing in on the tips of his fingers, where a thread of vital energy quietly emerged. His fingertips moved with the grace of flowing water, a sight to behold. After so much practice, Lu Xian had memorized the violent rune to perfection. During this process, strands of vital energy flowed effortlessly, leaving behind crystalline lines in the air. Without a hint of leakage, Lu Xian's fingers moved with increasing speed, and a complex rune gradually took shape in the air. His day and night of effort had finally borne fruit. Almost immediately, a series of knocking sounds echoed, followed by Yao Lei's voice. "Xinge, what is the matter? Is everything all right?" Lu Xian's abrupt departure the previous day and subsequent seclusion had caused Yao Lei considerable concern. However, since Lu Xian had requested not to be disturbed, Yao Lei dared not intrude. Now, hearing the commotion, he couldn't resist knocking. The runes in the air, having lost their vital energy support, were gradually disappearing from sight. The two made their way towards the spirit material street. Now that Lu Xian had successfully etched the violent rune, he was eager to quickly turn it into an enchantment scroll. With only 3 days remaining until the Fengjian sex assessment, Lu Xian needed not only to produce the enchantment scroll, but also to sell it, gathering enough funds to purchase medicinal pills for a breakthrough to the 4th level of body refinement. The two navigated the familiar route to the spirit material street, heading straight for the shop they had visited the previous day. This establishment, known as the Treasure Pavilion, was among the largest in the spirit material street. This time, Lu Xian approached the old shopkeeper directly. "Excuse me, does this shop sell enchantment materials?" he inquired straightforwardly. The shopkeeper, slightly taken aback by Lu Xian's question, wondered if he had misjudged the young man before him. Was he truly an enchanter? Although surprised, the shopkeeper did not display it on his face and smiled gently. "Naturally, our shop, the Treasure Pavilion, can procure anything available in the entire Lin City." That a flicker of joy crossed Lu Xian's face. It seemed he need not search elsewhere. "How much for a blank scroll and the blood of a violent wolf?" he asked. The blank scroll was essential for housing the enchantment runes, while the blood of the violent wolf was the necessary potion for etching the violent rune. Lu Xian was uncertain why his memory indicated that only pure beast blood was needed for etching runes. contrary to Yao Lei's claim that a specially concocted liquid was required. The blank scrolls come in 3 tiers. Low-grade blank scrolls are 1 tael of gold each. Mid-grade ones are 5 taels, while high-grade ones cost 10 taels each. Which type do you require? The shopkeeper's pricing left Lu Xian utterly stunned. It was exorbitant. With his current finances, he couldn't even afford a mid-grade blank scroll. If the blank scrolls were so costly, the primary material, the blood of the violent wolf, would surely be even pricier. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Lu Xian cautiously inquired, "And how much for a vial of violent wolf blood?" "Ah, the blood of the violent wolf is a low-grade enchantment material, not excessively expensive. 100 gold coins per vial, which can be used approximately 8 to 10 times, the shopkeeper replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's heart sank. He had not anticipated that such basic enchantment materials would be so exorbitant. Without starting funds, even the most skilled enchanter would find their abilities rendered useless. Lu Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. A sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. "Lu Xian, how dare you return?" The voice instantly drew the attention of Lu Xian and his companions. The group of people rushed in, led by none other than Long Yang, whose face was twisted in fury. The old shopkeeper frowned slightly, tapping the counter lightly, and said in a calm but firm tone, "Fighting and disturbances are prohibited within this establishment. Any violators will bear the consequences." Awakened by the shopkeeper's warning, Long Yang realized that fighting was strictly forbidden in the spirit material street, especially in a prominent shop like the Treasure Pavilion. His earlier anger had made him forget this rule. Despite his arrogance in Qingshan Town, he had to tread carefully in Lin City. After apologizing to the shopkeeper, he turned to Lu Xian with a dark expression. "You better confess. Was it you who dealt with Air and San?" Initially, Long Yang had only intended to teach Lu Xian a lesson. However, after mentioning it to Long Tai, the latter had casually remarked that it wouldn't matter if Lu Xian were crippled, with Long Tai backing him. Long Yang's courage swelled, prompting him to send his servants to deal with Lu Xian again. But after sending Air and San to confront Lu Xian, he was shocked when they failed to return. After a day passed, he sent someone to investigate, only to discover that the two had been dead for quite some time. The most likely culprit was Lu Xian himself, especially now that Lu Xian appeared unharmed in Lin City. He no longer regarded him with any seriousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to Lin City. Casting a glance at Long Yang, Lu Xian replied coolly, "Aaron San, what are those mere strays to me? Ah, your servants roam about like lapdogs, perhaps having offended some formidable figure who simply eliminated them. What is so surprising about that?" Lu Xian's words infuriated Long Yang's entourage of servants. To call Air and San mere strays was to insult them directly. Though they served as household servants, being part of the Long family made them feel superior and look down upon Lu Xian, a so-called young master from a declining family. Moreover, they had previously beaten Lu Xian to a pulp. How could they tolerate his audacity now? Were it not for the prohibition against fighting in the spirit material street, they would have charged at him already. Seeing Lu Xian's nonchalant demeanor and lack of fear only fueled Long Yang's fury. And Long Yang cannot fathom that Lu Xian could contend against such a formidable opponent. Moreover, he has examined the corpse of his second brother, which was slain with a single strike, the heart pierced directly by a sword. Lu Xian does not even possess a sword. How could he possibly have killed the second brother with one? Having said this, Long Yang shifted his gaze to the side and coldly remarked to Yao Lei, "Yao Lei, are you associating with Lu Xian in an attempt to oppose me? Or does your Yao family no longer wish to remain in Qingshan Town?" Faced with Long Yang's threat, Yao Lei felt a twinge of fear. After all, the Long family wields immense power in Qingshan Town, controlling numerous families, that if it were only himself, Yao Lei might boldly face the situation, but he did not wish to implicate his father. "Long Yang, what merit is there in threatening Lei Zi? If you have the ability, come at me." Lu Xian's voice rang out once more. Upon witnessing Long Yang's intimidation of Yao Lei, Lu Xian proactively stepped forward to defend his friend. Well aware of Yao Lei's concerns, as the Long family had long established dominance in Qingshan Town, and no one dared to provoke them, the old shopkeeper, gently stroking his beard, cast an approving glance at Lu Xian. In such a moment, to aid a friend and bear the brunt alone demonstrates commendable character. With his years of experience, he quickly discerned the relationships and conflicts among Lu Xian and his companions. Seeing Lu Xian daring to stand up for Yao Lei, Long Yang let out a cold laugh. "You have guts. Do you truly think you can stand up for others? Do you believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Chapter 0010. The challenge in the face of Long Yang's provocation. Lu Xian responded unusually, retorting, I do not know if you dare, but I am certain of your capability. Long Yang erupted in laughter. Haha. What a grand joke. Are you implying that you believe I cannot kill you? Indeed. Lu Xian's voice was resolute. Long Yang's laughter abruptly ceased, his piercing gaze fixated upon Lu Xian, revealing a glimmer of malice. It had been some time since anyone had directly provoked him, and today, a being he deemed insignificant dared to retort, especially in front of Yao Lei and a multitude of servants, that if he did not teach Lu Xian a lesson, where would he salvage his reputation? Excellent. It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Long Yang's cold voice echoed. Fighting is prohibited in Linkai Street. Do you dare to accompany me to the martial arena? The martial arena is a unique place within Linkai Street, the sole location where combat is permitted, and once one steps into the arena, the stakes of life and death are at play. Although martial arts are forbidden on Linkai Street, individuals from all walks of life traverse it, leading to inevitable conflicts. When martial force is required, the martial arena becomes the venue of choice. Young Master. There is no need for you to personally take action against such a minor opponent. Allow your subordinates to handle him, that if we do not leave him battered and bruised, I am willing to accept punishment. Young Master, I too am willing to fight. This wretch has insulted us and must pay in kind. Long Yang's entourage of servants eagerly sought to challenge Lu Xian, viewing this as an excellent opportunity to gain merit. Having witnessed Lu Xian's strength a few days prior, they deemed him merely a second-layer body refiner, easily subdued. Long Yang waved his fan, silencing the crowd. Silence. Today, I shall personally eliminate this ignorant fool, pointing at Lu Xian. Long Yang's eyes brimmed with disdain. That do you dare? Just moments ago, he was boasting. Why the sudden cowardice now? The young master personally intervening shows you the respect I have for you. The servants continued their clamor. Upon his utterance, all the servants fell silent, and even Long Yang refrained from acting out, let alone the others. Casting a glance at Lu Xian, the old shopkeeper advised, young man, while entering the martial arena is easy. Exiting is not to not act impulsively. His strength far surpassed that of Lu Xian and his companions, and he could tell at a glance that Lu Xian was merely a third-layer body refiner. While Long Yang had already reached the fourth layer in a confrontation, Lu Xian's chances of victory were slim. Battling beyond his level was no simple task, especially considering Long Yang appeared to be the heir of a powerful family, clearly intending to assist Lu Xian in avoiding peril. Indeed, Brother Xian, I have heard that Long Yang broke through to the fourth layer several months ago. We are not his match. Let us endure this and seek revenge later, when the time is right. Yao Lei, demonstrating loyalty, though intimidated by Long Yang, urged Lu Xian to flee, that he knew that Lu Xian would be no match for Long Yang and believed it wiser to evade death than to uphold honor and the warrior's heart. However, despite Yao Lei's insistence, Lu Xian remained resolute, looking at Yao Lei and assuring him, do not worry, I am aware of my limits. I will not take risks with uncertain outcomes. After days of rigorous training, I have already broken through to the third layer of body refinement. Yao Lei was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation, a confrontation between a third-layer body refiner and a fourth-layer body refiner. Yao Lei had no choice but to accompany Lu Xian to witness the unfolding events. Long Yang, clearly apprehensive that Lu Xian might abandon the fight midway, coldly snorted when he saw him following along and continued on his path. For entering meant engaging in a life-or-death struggle, unless absolutely necessary. No one wished to gamble with their life. They made their way to the martial arena. Long Yang's entourage of servants busily spread the word to passersby that their young master intended to fight. In their eyes, Long Yang was undoubtedly destined to triumph over Lu Xian, and by gathering a larger audience, they hoped to bolster their young master's reputation. The news of a duel at the martial arena quickly circulated, drawing the attention of wandering martial artists. For every martial arts duel on Spirit Material Street was an event of great excitement. After all, what could be more captivating than a battle for life and death? At that moment, at the entrance of Spirit Material Street, for snow-white snow dragon horses drew a luxurious carriage, which slowly made its entrance. The emblem on the carriage signified its illustrious origin, the City Lord's Mansion. For the martial artists of the entire Lin City and its surrounding areas, the City Lord's Mansion was an exalted presence, while the Long family, a mere clan from a town, was akin to the contrast between the bright moon and the twinkling stars. What's going on? Why is Spirit Material Street so bustling today? Just then, a melodious and gentle voice emerged from within the carriage. Hearing this voice was akin to being caressed by a fragrant, sweet breeze, refreshing and delightful, that a guard accompanying the carriage immediately responded with utmost respect. Please hold on. Mississippi, I will investigate at once. Before long, the guard returned with the report, Miss. It appears that someone is about to duel at the martial arena. And many martial artists have gathered to watch. Ditto. What good fortune to arrive just in time for a duel. Chensey, let us hurry and take a look. Another bright and lively voice chimed in from the carriage, indicating that there was more than one young lady aboard. Truly, you are impossible. The gentle voice spoke again, tinged with exasperation. Before addressing the guard, let us proceed to the martial arena. Yes, quickly, if we arrive late. We might miss it, the lively voice urged, clearly eager to witness the duel. The guard nodded in agreement, his mind pondering how the personalities of Miss Chensey and Miss Lin were so different. Yet they shared such a close bond, though he dared not dwell too long on the thought that he urged the coachman to hasten their pace. The carriage resumed its swift journey toward the martial arena, noticeably faster than before. Typically, carriages were not permitted on Spirit Material Street, but certain privileged individuals were exceptions, and a carriage from the city lord's mansion was certainly one of them. The rapid approach of the carriage incited dissatisfaction among the crowd. Yet upon seeing the emblem atop it, their grievances were quickly silenced. Who would dare to provoke the city lord's mansion? By the time they reached the martial arena, throngs of people had already gathered. But upon the arrival of the city lord's carriage, the crowd parted to create a pathway, albeit with a sense of curiosity about why members of the city lord's mansion were present to observe this martial duel. As the carriage came to a halt, a delicate hand emerged, and the carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing two beautiful young women descending in succession, instantly capturing the attention of the gathered martial artists. How exquisite! The first to alight was a young lady clad in a finely crafted blue dress, her shoulder-length hair flowing gracefully behind her, her charming face flushed with excitement. Following her was another young lady in a pure white dress, rendering her nearly flawless and eliciting genuine admiration that if the blue-dressed maiden was breathtaking, then the white-dressed maiden emanated an aura of sanctity. Even the most unscrupulous onlookers would feel averse to harboring any impure thoughts in her presence. The moment these two young women appeared, they became the focal point of the scene. Even those preparing to ascend the stage to face Lu Xian and Long Yang could not help but turn their heads to gaze upon such beauty. A sight worth cherishing for a long time. Xingu, what do you think? Aren't they beautiful? Yao Lei exclaimed with a grin, his small eyes squinting with delight. Upon seeing the two young women, Lu Xian nodded appreciatively and inquired, "Who are they?" Hee, you've asked the right person. While I may not match you in combat, I certainly know a thing or two about women, Yao Lei replied with a sense of pride. That white-dressed girl over there. Her name is Xia Chenxi, the beloved daughter of our city lord, truly a pearl of great value. Moreover, she is universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in Lin City. Whoever manages to marry her will not only gain a stunning bride, but also inherit the entirety of Lin City as her dowry. And don't let her gentle demeanor fool you. She has fully inherited the city lord's exceptional talent for cultivation. It is said that she has already reached the 6th layer of body refinement and is a core disciple of the Wind Sword sect. 6th layer of body refinement? Core disciple of the Wind Sword sect. Lu Xian was left speechless, utterly astonished. She appeared to be around his age, yet she had already achieved such a formidable level. Yao Lei shrugged. You're mistaken, Xingu. In fact, she is a few months younger than you. Immediately regretting his words, Yao Lei hastily added, but you mustn't let that discourage you. After all, she is the city lord's only daughter. Such treasures are naturally scarce, and she is trained in advanced techniques from a young age, supported by various elixirs, allowing her cultivation speed to far surpass ours, so we are not even on the same level. There's no need to compare. I will surpass her one day, Lu Xian declared with unwavering confidence, his gaze fixed on Xia Chenxi. Yao Lei realized his worries were unfounded. It was unlikely anyone could diminish Lu Xian's spirits. Thus, he continued to introduce the two young women. The girl in blue is named Lin Cini, and her background is also remarkable. She is the youngest daughter of the Lin family, the wealthiest family in Lin City. It is said their business spans several nearby towns, and our spirit material street belongs to the Lin family. The Lin and Xia families share a very close relationship, effectively ruling over Lin City together. After hearing Yao Lei's explanation, Lu Xian merely nodded. For now, he felt he was on a completely different playing field than them, but he was determined that one day he would surpass them. Hey, weren't we supposed to witness a martial duel? Why is there no one on the stage? Did we arrive too late? Lin Cini remarked, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. Xia Qinci smiled gently. Why the rush? There are two groups of people standing beneath the stage. Aren't they? That must be them. Following Xia Qinci's gaze, Lin Cini indeed spotted Lu Xian and Long Yang among the crowd. Upon seeing the two young ladies glance in their direction, Long Yang's heart soared with joy. Fortune had smiled upon him. He had not anticipated that his proposal for a martial duel would attract the attention of the daughters of the two most powerful families in Lin City. In comparison to the city lord's mansion and the Lin family, his Long family was but a mere speck that if he could earn the favor of either of these illustrious young women, it would be a meteoric rise. Moreover, both Xia Qinci and Lin Cini were unparalleled beauties. The mere thought of sharing a moment with either made Long Yang nearly lose his composure. What was more, his opponent in this duel was Lu Xian, and in Long Yang's eyes, victory was all but assured. What he needed now was a resounding triumph. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Long Yang trembled with excitement. He could not afford to let this golden opportunity slip away. Suppressing his fervor, Long Yang withdrew his heated gaze from Xia Qinci and Lin Cini, feigning nonchalance as he unfurled his folding fan and lightly waved it. Xianga, do your best. I'm rooting for you. Yao Lei shouted from the sidelines, his small fist raised in support. Did I end this critical moment? The plump boy remained steadfastly behind Lu Xian. Chapter 0012. Basic Long Fist Versus. Dragon capture technique. The movements of Lu Xian and Long Yang once again captured the attention of the many martial artists gathered, nearly causing them to forget their initial purpose for being there, to witness this martial duel. With two young ladies observing from the sidelines, Long Yang was eager to make an impression that he flicked his folding fan and, with an air of elegance, declared, Lu Xian, do not accuse me of taking advantage of your youth. In this battle, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall concede you victory. What do you say? 3 moves are inconsequential, but do not forget the wager we agreed upon. Should I emerge victorious, you must pay me 200 taels of gold. Lu Xian, wary of Long Yang's potential to renege on their agreement, publicly stated the stakes, ensuring that under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Yang would have no choice but to uphold his word. Lest he be scorned by the martial artists of the entire Lin City. 200 taels of gold is hardly a concern. You should focus on surviving 3 moves first, he retorted, before the two ladies. Long Yang was determined to maintain his composure, and although his own finances were lacking, he was intent on saving face. The exchange between Lu Xian and Long Yang reached the ears of the gathered martial artists, who erupted in cheers, urging the two to commence their duel. Qinci, which of these two is more formidable? Lin Cini inquired curiously. The one wielding the fan appears rather arrogant, boldly claiming he can defeat his opponent in 3 moves. Although Lin Cini practiced martial arts herself, her talent paled in comparison to that of Xia Qinci, and at her current level, she could not discern the ranks of either Lu Xian or Long Yang. Xia Qinci smiled slightly and explained, the one with the fan is at the 4th level of body refinement, while the young man opposite him has only reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. That difference doesn't seem too significant. Did I see perhaps being overly ambitious in claiming he can defeat his opponent in 3 moves? Lin Cini remained skeptical. Xia Qinci shook her head, observing Long Yang's demeanor. Reminiscent of a young master from a prominent family, he likely hailed from a distinguished lineage that if he possessed any martial techniques, it wouldn't be impossible for him to overcome Lu Xian in 3 moves. Then does that mean the one named Lu Xian is in peril? Lin Cini began to worry for Lu Xian. Despite her mischievous nature, she had a soft heart and could not bear to see others suffer. Long Yang's lavish attire contrasted sharply with Lu Xian's humble appearance, naturally eliciting her sympathy. Just as Xia Qinci was about to speak, she noticed the two contenders had already made their move, prompting her to announce, the duel has begun. Let us observe. As the two ladies conversed, the battle between Lu Xian and Long Yang commenced. Seizing the initiative, Longyang swiftly closed the distance, his legs propelling him forward with remarkable speed as he lunged towards Lu Xian. In an instant, the gap between them narrowed to less than 2 meters, and Longyang transformed his punch into a claw, aiming directly for Lu Xian's throat. Intent on showcasing his prowess, he unleashed the family's signature technique, the Dragon Grasp, determined to defeat Lu Xian in a single strike. That as a scion of the Long family, Longyang was naturally qualified to practice the Dragon Grasp, though his aptitude did not match that of Longtai. He had diligently trained in this technique for some time, and now it had reached a commendable level. The claw struck out like lightning, generating a fierce gust of wind. That a gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd below. A martial technique. It's actually a martial technique. If any had previously thought Longyang merely a spoiled rich kid, their opinions had swiftly changed. For ordinary martial artists, martial techniques were unattainable unless one could enter a prestigious sect like the Wind Sword sect to learn even a few moves. With Longyang not only possessing a higher rank than Lu Xian, but also wielding a formidable martial technique, the outcome of this battle seemed predetermined, devoid of suspense. This was not a contest of equal strength. Unless Lu Xian had a martial technique of his own, he stood little chance. Observers noted Lu Xian's humble attire, suggesting he was likely from a lesser family, and thus they doubted he could possess any martial techniques. Even Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini exchanged glances of surprise. Both hailed from noble backgrounds, and martial techniques, rare for commoners, were not so scarce in their experience, allowing them to recognize it at a glance. Lin Sini could not help but grasp Xia Chenxi's arm tightly, instinctively worried for Lu Xian. As Longyang's visage drew near, a glimmer of triumph crossed his face. As long as he could seize Lu Xian by the throat, victory would be his in an instant. The claim of 3 moves was merely a precaution. Facing Longyang's fierce assault, Lu Xian appeared solemn but unafraid. He steadied himself, adopting a foundational long fist stance, fully attuned to the approaching Dragon Grasp. While Longyang had his martial technique, Lu Xian had his own secret weapon, the blinking sword technique. Though a sword art, the principles of martial techniques were inherently interconnected. The blinking sword technique emphasized speed, precision, and ferocity, qualities equally applicable to boxing. That in a fleeting moment, Longyang's Dragon Grasp hurtled towards Lu Xian, seemingly poised to ensnare his throat, and Lin Sini's heart raced with anxiety. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Xian finally moved. He deftly stepped back with his left foot, evading Longyang's strike, while simultaneously his right fist surged with immense strength, crashing down like a thunderbolt onto Longyang's arm. Longyang's assured Dragon Grasp was instantly shattered. He cried out in pain, swiftly retreating. His right arm, now awkwardly bent, had been dislocated by Lu Xian's powerful blow, although Lu Xian remained at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of body refinement. His strength rivaled that of a 4th-level adept. With a force exceeding 1,500 pounds, Longyang, taken by surprise, could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Wow! This young man's punches are so rapid, so precise. Did I just witness correctly? Was that the foundational long fist? The crowd erupted in astonishment as Lu Xian's punch dismantled Longyang's Dragon Grasp, eliciting an even louder reaction than when Longyang had unleashed his technique. That it was expected for a martial artist with a technique to surpass one without. Yet for Lu Xian to counter a martial technique with a basic long fist was extraordinary. Moreover, it was evident to all that Longyang held a higher rank, a battle against a superior opponent. Anyone capable of fighting above their rank was considered a remarkable genius. And today, in this bustling marketplace, they had encountered such a prodigious talent, one who wielded basic moves against a martial technique. Witnessing Lu Xian's punch send Longyang staggering back, Xia Chenxi's eyes glimmered with surprise. The adage states that an outsider sees the spectacle, while the insider discerns the intricacies. Lu Xian's punch had been executed with remarkable finesse. Not only did he seize the moment exquisitely, but he also struck precisely at the flaw in Longyang's arm. His execution of speed, precision, and ferocity was nothing short of masterful. The ability to make such judgments in a fleeting moment was not a skill possessed by an average martial artist. Xia Chenxi found herself intrigued by this battle, eager to see what further surprises this Lu Xian might unveil. Lu Xian's keen perception of the weakness in Longyang's arm was undoubtedly a testament to the blinking sword technique. As a swordsman, he possessed an innate intuition for identifying vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Lin Sini could no longer contain her excitement, having transitioned from worrying about Lu Xian being bullied to witnessing him turn the tide. Not only had he evaded Long Yang's attack, but he had also managed to injure him. Given Long Yang's previous arrogance and Lu Xian's apparent disadvantage, Lin Sini now viewed Long Yang as the villain, wholeheartedly supporting Lu Xian's victory. "You are formidable. No wonder you dare to oppose me. You have hidden talents." Long Yang glared at Lu Xian, his humiliation evident. This blow had dealt a severe blow to his pride, and he could no longer maintain his composure. As he spoke, Long Yang twisted his right arm with a grunt, resetting his dislocated limb. He was indeed a tough character, capable of realigning his own bone. Yet for the time being, he would be unable to exert great force with that arm. "Even with one hand, I can still annihilate you," Long Yang roared, transferring his folding fan to his right hand, charging forward once more. With his left hand, he unleashed the dragon grasp again. However, the crowd no longer worried for Lu Xian. Instead, they eagerly anticipated how this young man would continue to counter with his foundational long fist. True to their expectations, Lu Xian did not disappoint. Faced with Long Yang's frenzied onslaught, his footing remained unshaken. Each punch embodying the essence of speed, precision, and ferocity that Long Yang's dragon grasp posed no threat to Lu Xian, as each of Long Yang's attempts was thwarted midway by Lu Xian's deft counters. Such a brilliant performance captivated the audience, who were spellbound by the realization that foundational long fists could achieve such heights, standing its ground against a martial artist equipped with a complete technique. It is worth noting that foundational long fist was the most ubiquitous form of martial art, one that nearly every martial artist had practiced. Observing Lu Xian's prowess, they all resolved to delve deeper into the fundamentals of long fist. Xia Chenxi, with her discerning eyes, recognized that Lu Xian was not merely holding his ground. He was gaining the upper hand. The reason he had not concluded the battle was that he was using Long Yang as a training partner. Perhaps even Long Yang himself was unaware that his seemingly fierce attacks were merely feeding Lu Xian opportunities to showcase his skills. Utilizing a fundamental long fist technique, Lu Xian faced an opponent possessing superior martial skills and a higher rank, yet managed to gain the upper hand, much to the astonishment of Xia Chenxi. This martial duel proved to be a worthwhile endeavor. In Chapter 0013, Ambush with Hidden Weapons. After launching dozens of attacks, Long Yang was unable to subdue Lu Xian, with each of his moves being countered. Long Yang's fury had reached its peak. The previously agreed 3-move limit was now forgotten, as he solely desired to swiftly tear Lu Xian apart. Unfortunately, the Long family's dragon capture technique was merely a low-grade yellow-level martial skill, while Lu Xian's blinking sword technique was of a superior yellow grade, 2 tiers higher. Even though Lu Xian was employing the fundamental long fist to unveil the secrets of the blinking sword technique, it was still beyond Long Yang's capacity to withstand. As he countered Long Yang's numerous strikes, Lu Xian felt his comprehension of the blinking sword technique deepen further. Throughout his martial training, no amount of arduous practice could compare to the gains achieved through actual combat, which was precisely why Lu Xian had chosen to spar with Long Yang. It was time to conclude this. With a forceful punch that pushed Long Yang back, Lu Xian spoke softly. Yet, Long Yang disregarded him and charged forward again. And this time, Lu Xian held nothing back. Previously, Lu Xian had merely forced Long Yang to retreat without launching a counterattack, but now he unleashed both fists. One shattered Long Yang's dragon capture technique, while the other struck solidly against Long Yang's chest. A dull thud resonated as Long Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body propelled backward, crashing to the ground 10 meters away. "You have lost," Lu Xian stated with a calm demeanor, though internally he was exhilarated. Just days prior, he could not have imagined defeating Long Yang so openly, especially in a battle of ranks, triumphing over a 4th-tier opponent while being a mere 3rd-tier himself. With Long Yang collapsing and bleeding, the martial duel was officially concluded. The spectators, somewhat regretful, exited the arena, having witnessed Lu Xian's exquisite fist technique. They had hoped for Long Yang to endure a little longer, so they might observe more of Lu Xian's prowess. This battle, rife with thrilling moments, had begun with Long Yang showcasing his martial skills. Who would have anticipated such an outcome, despite possessing martial techniques? Long Yang was unable to subdue Lu Xian within 3 moves. Instead, he found himself repeatedly thwarted, facing overwhelming pressure from a basic fist technique wielded by someone of lower rank. Wow, Chensi, he is incredible. Didn't you say that scoundrel had a great chance of winning? It seems you were mistaken this time, Lin Sinny exclaimed, her fist pumping in excitement, as if it were she who had emerged victorious. Xia Chensi's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Sinny was indeed correct this time. She had not anticipated such a magnificent surprise from Lu Xian. Let us go. The duel has concluded, and we still need to shop, Xia Chensi said as she turned to head back to the carriage. Though Lu Xian had amazed her, her young age and sixth-tier physique did not warrant such concern over a peer of the third tier. Wait. That scoundrel hasn't paid the wager yet. Let us watch until the end, Lin Sinny insisted, pulling Xia Chensi back. Hearing this, Xia Chensi could not help but smile. The wager proposed by Lu Xian was merely 200 taels of gold. When had she ever seen the Lin family's young lady regard such a trivial sum with such seriousness? Even if it were double that amount, Lin Sinny would hardly take it to heart. Amused, Xia Chensi teased, Sinny, you seem quite invested. Could it be that you've taken a liking to this Lu Xian? Well, he is rather handsome, Lin Sinny retorted, her cheeks reddening, playfully punching Xia Chensi's arm twice. However, after Xia Chensi's remark, she glanced back at Lu Xian on the stage and felt a flutter of unfamiliar emotions within her. You have lost. According to our previous wager, 200 taels of gold. Please, Lu Xian addressed Long Yang. Unperturbed by the presence of numerous witnesses who would ensure Long Yang could not renege on the debt point 200 taels of gold. Long Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Did I ask that all? Here you go. As he spoke, Long Yang slowly raised his right hand, seemingly reaching into his pocket. Observing that Long Yang did not appear to be shirking his responsibility, Lu Xian sighed in relief at the prospect of acquiring the 200 taels of gold to purchase the blood of the violent wolf, allowing him to concoct a fury talisman. The thought of having starting capital to become an enchanter filled him with excitement. With such resources, acquiring pills would be a trivial matter. However, amidst Lu Xian's momentary reverie, a sudden cacophony pierced the air. Be careful, despicable, shameless. Lu Xian instantly snapped back to reality, and as he glanced over, his heart raced with dread. Dozens of sharp steel needles were rapidly hurtling toward him. Noticing the ominous blue tint on the needles, he realized they were poisoned. Long Yang had no intention of retrieving money. Rather, he aimed to distract Lu Xian and unleash a hidden weapon. Those steel needles had been launched from Long Yang's folding fan, which he always kept at hand as his ultimate weapon. Even without poison, any martial artist below the 6th tier would surely perish if struck by one of those needles. After the battle with Lu Xian, Long Yang had lost all face. His hatred for him had reached a boiling point, and he could not possibly pay the wager. The stakes were trivial. His pride was paramount, that they remained on the platform. Long Yang knew that even if he killed Lu Xian, no one would hold him accountable. Even at the risk of public scorn, Long Yang was determined to eliminate Lu Xian. He had to avenge himself. Watching the needles fly, Long Yang erupted into laughter. What does it matter how strong you are? If your fists are so formidable, let us see you block these poison needles with them. The moment Long Yang released the poison needles, Xia Chensi and Lin Sinny were struck with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such shamelessness existed in the world. Despite having lost, Long Yang resorted to underhanded tactics to harm Lu Xian, intent on taking his life. The speed of the poison needles was so swift that even at a distance, Xia Chensi could not reach Lu Xian in time to intercept them. She could only watch helplessly as the needles hurtled toward him. Less than 10 meters away, Lin Sinny's face turned pale. She typically associated with genteel individuals and was unprepared for such treachery. Just moments ago, she had developed a slight fondness for Lu Xian. Yet now she could only stand by, powerless to prevent him from being struck by the poison needles. Countless martial artists closed their eyes, unable to witness the scene, lamenting the imminent downfall of a genius capable of battling above his rank. The discordant laughter of Long Yang echoed, cruel and jarring. Chapter 0014. A stunning display of skill. Just as it seemed Lu Xian was facing certain death, he sprang into action, his right hand shot back like lightning, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. Before Long Yang's mocking laughter abruptly ceased, the entire sequence transpired in less than a heartbeat. When the spectators regained their focus on the arena, the situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. Standing tall, Lu Xian held the smooth bamboo pole, the other end firmly pressed against Long Yang's throat, while not a single poison needle had struck Lu Xian. They all lay scattered nearby at that moment. Everyone was rendered speechless, including Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini, as the vicinity of the martial arena fell into an eerie silence. Although they had not witnessed the events unfold in real time, the current scenario allowed them to deduce Lu Xian's actions. In that fleeting moment, armed with nothing more than a simple bamboo pole, Lu Xian had managed to deflect every single poison needle without exception. Such skill was astonishing. To deflect dozens of steel needles in an instant required impeccable accuracy and an extraordinary speed of execution. It must be noted that Lu Xian had wielded nothing but an ordinary bamboo pole, which offered far more resistance than a sword. Had he used a sword instead, one could only imagine the terrifying velocity he would have achieved. The martial artist below the platform suddenly understood. Lu Xian's exquisite fist techniques were merely the tip of the iceberg. Had he brandished that bamboo pole from the outset, Long Yang would have had no chance to deliver even a single move. At this moment, Lu Xian's gaze bore a fierce, killing intent as he stared at Long Yang. Reflecting on the situation, Lu Xian felt a wave of trepidation. Had his reaction been even a moment slower, or if he had not carried that bamboo pole with him, he would now be lying on the ground. In that fleeting instant, Lu Xian had pushed the blinking sword technique to the utmost limit of his capabilities. His hand still trembled slightly. Should he be faced with the same scenario again, he knew he could never replicate that level of performance. It was a potential born of life and death circumstances. With the bamboo pole pressed against his throat, Long Yang's eyes were clouded with confusion. Lu Xian's earlier strike had been too swift, too unimaginable. He could not fathom how Lu Xian had become so formidable in an instant. Questioning whether such a sword technique was even humanly possible, after a considerable pause, Long Yang finally regained his senses, the brilliance in his eyes gradually coalescing. Upon encountering Lu Xian's predatory gaze, he was instantly jolted. "No, please don't kill me. I am a scion of the Long family. You cannot take my life. Yes, you desire money, do you not? I will give you gold, just spare me. Lu Xian, Lord Lu, please. I will kneel before you. I will prostrate myself." Long Yang's mental defenses crumbled completely, an inexplicable liquid escaping from him, releasing a foul odor into the air. This time, he truly had wet himself in fright, observing Long Yang's pitiful display. The murderous intent in Lu Xian's eyes morphed into disdain. He suddenly lashed out with a bamboo pole in his hand, producing a sharp crack as it struck Long Yang's face, leaving a vivid red mark. "Lazy, come here!" Lu Xian shouted, and below the stage, Yao Lei, startled from his stupor, hurriedly responded, rushing forward, but he stumbled onto the platform, and even standing beside Lu Xian, he felt a sense of unreality, just moments ago. Yao Lei resolved that from this moment forth, Lu Xian would be his idol. "Xin Ge, what do you need from me?" Yao Lei asked, his face brimming with admiration. That Lu Xian gestured toward Long Yang. "Go search him. I'll keep watch. All right." Yao Lei wasted no time, rushing to Long Yang's side and beginning to rummage through his clothing. At this point, Long Yang was already dazed from Lu Xian's blow. Utterly defenseless against Yao Lei's search, Yao Lei took the opportunity to land a couple of punches and kicks on Long Yang, remembering all the times Long Yang had bullied him. After a thorough search, Yao Lei returned to Lu Xian, indignantly relaying the news. "Damn it. This is money Xin Gu earned through hard work, and he doesn't even have sufficient stakes." Lu Xian furrowed his brow, suddenly turning to spot Long Yang's entourage below. He pointed his bamboo pole at them. "You all, come up." At Lu Xian's command, the servants' hearts raced, and they dared not resist, obediently ascending the stage to them. Lu Xian's bamboo pole appeared to be a lethal weapon. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation and had no doubt that even if they all attacked together, they would likely be skewered by Lu Xian's pole. "Hand over your money and behave yourselves. If anyone dares to hide anything," Lu Xian tapped his bamboo pole, the implication unmistakable. Yao Lei couldn't help but grin widely. Xian Ji's tactic was a textbook case of extortion. The multitude of martial artists watching Lu Xian's brazen collection of wealth likened him to a highway robber, completely contrasting with his earlier display of extraordinary swordsmanship. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Though it was good-natured, Lu Xian's earlier strike would likely be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Lin Sini, seated by the carriage, could not stifle her laughter. She found Lu Xian utterly charming, but as she recalled his previous swordplay, a flush crept across her cheeks, a mix of admiration and concern for him. Meanwhile, Xia Chenxi was oblivious to Lin Sini's reaction, her gaze fixated on Lu Xian. The image of his earlier strike replayed in her mind, and she had to concede that Lu Xian's swordsmanship was formidable. Even she would struggle to block such an attack, relying solely on her superior strength to withstand it. She recalled his name, Lu Xian, and believed she would meet him again in the future. Chapter 0015. Reunion. Though Lin Sini felt a twinge of reluctance and a keen interest in Lu Xian, she did not linger and, before boarding the carriage, cast one last glance at him. Ultimately, the martial arts duel had etched a lasting impression of him in her heart. The two women boarded their carriage, which soon resumed its journey, leaving behind a vibrant spectacle at the fighting arena. The onlookers reluctantly shifted their gaze from the departing carriage, well aware of Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini's distinguished status. Even if they harbored affection, they could only bury it deep within. The city lord's manor and the Lin family were far beyond their reach. Meanwhile, on the stage, under Lu Xian's overwhelming intimidation, the servants of the Long family dared not conceal anything, obediently surrendering all their possessions. "Hey, Xiange, we managed to gather 226 taels of gold. Who would have thought these servants had a bit of treasure on them?" Yao Lei exclaimed joyously, holding the money. For him, it was no small fortune. Though Lu Xian and Long Yang's wager had been 200 taels of gold, Long Yang's betrayal had rendered Lu Xian's mercy commendable. The additional 20-plus taels were clearly not to be returned. With sufficient wealth now in hand, a look of relief crossed Lu Xian's face as he instructed Yao Lei. "Put the money away. Let us head to the treasure pavilion." Upon hearing this, Yao Lei's expression turned sour. "Xiange, are you really going to buy that ridiculous blank scroll and the blood of the howling wolf? I think you should just buy some pills instead, like a few Xian Yuan pills and bone-cleansing pills. I believe you could make a breakthrough with those, which is far more reliable than purchasing enchanting materials." As he spoke, Yao Lei sighed and lightly slapped his mouth, lamenting, "Damn it, it's all my fault for rambling about enchanters that it's not that easy to become one. If it were, everyone would just focus on enchanting instead of cultivating." Listening to Yao Lei's incessant chatter, Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He understood that Yao Lei was genuinely concerned for him and reassured him, "Don't worry. I want to take risks with things I'm unsure about." Perhaps Xiange could indeed become an enchanter. Yao Lei was unsure if he was comforting himself or genuinely believing in Lu Xian's words. The two descended from the stage and made their way directly to the treasure pavilion. Once Lu Xian was out of sight, the Long family servants finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily carrying Long Yang away. Before long, Lu Xian and Yao Lei arrived at the treasure pavilion, only to find an opulent carriage parked outside, surrounded by a group of guards standing vigilantly. "Isn't that the carriage from the city lord's manor?" Yao Lei exclaimed in surprise that Lu Xian couldn't help but glance over. Indeed, it was the very carriage they had seen at the martial arts arena. What a coincidence. This likely meant that the two stunning women were also at the treasure pavilion. Images of Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini flashed through his mind. Lu Xian quickly shook his head, dismissing their presence, that he was well aware that he was not on the same level as Xia Chenxi at this moment. "Never mind, let's head inside," Lu Xian said, leading the way into the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, Lu Xian scanned the surroundings but did not spot Xia Chenxi or Lin Sini, feeling slightly puzzled. However, he quickly reassured himself that, given their status, they would surely have dedicated attendants. Inside the pavilion, the old manager still sat at the counter, eyes closed in meditation. The incident involving Lu Xian and Long Yang was of little concern to him. It was merely a minor episode. "Esteemed elder, I would like to request the blood of the howling wolf and the blank scroll for purchase," Lu Xian replied with a gentle smile. However, the old manager did not move, but instead asked. But since Lu Xian was now requesting to buy materials, it was evident he had acquired funds, the only explanation being that he had indeed won, and apparently with relative ease. Of course, a mere fourth-tier body refiners like Long Yang couldn't possibly be Xianji's opponent. With just one swing of his bamboo pole, he knocked that fellow out cold. Yao Lei chimed in. As if he were the victor instead of Lu Xian, Lu Xian nodded in acknowledgement, offering a soft in response to the old manager's inquiry. Very good, very good." A look of appreciation flickered in the old manager's eyes, that if he had previously helped Lu Xian out of mere convenience, Now Lu Xian had garnered his genuine attention. He did not inquire about Lu Xian's specific battle situation. Every martial artist possesses their own secrets and hidden cards. Nevertheless, it remains a fact that Lu Xian, with his strength at the 3rd level of body refinement, triumphed over Long Yang, who was at the 4th level. That is sufficient as for the blank scrolls. I have already informed you of the prices. Which type do you desire? How much wolf blood do you require? The old shopkeeper inquired leisurely. After a brief contemplation, the old shopkeeper nodded slightly and then turned to fetch the items. Shortly thereafter, 11 blank scrolls and 1 vial of wolf blood were presented before Lu Xian. One of the blank scrolls was set apart. And both in appearance and in the fluctuation of elemental power, it was evidently superior to the others. Clearly the high-grade scroll worth 10 taels of gold. The wolf blood was contained within a specially crafted jade vial. Although Lu Xian was equally taken aback by Xia Chenxi's question, he was not as infatuated as Yao Lei. He merely smiled faintly and said, I have a modest understanding. I wish to try my hand at it. Miss Xia, are you also an enchanter? The also in Xia Chenxi's earlier query clearly indicated her identity. Xia Chenxi showed no sign of surprise at Lu Xian's knowledge of her identity. In the entire Lin City, there were likely very few who did not know her. Responding to Lu Xian's inquiry, she smiled lightly. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. Upon hearing this, Lin City chimed in with a laugh as melodious as silver bells. Chenxi, you are far too modest. Who doesn't know that you are the prized disciple of the president of the Enchanters Guild in Lin City? How can you claim to have only a rudimentary understanding? Compared to a true master enchanter, my skills indeed qualify as merely rudimentary. Xia Chenxi remained unfazed by Lin City's teasing, appearing to embody a naturally calm demeanor. Glancing at the wolf blood on the table, it was evident that she possessed considerable insight. Indeed, Miss Xia, your perception is sharp. You are truly a woman of exceptional talent, Lu Xian remarked subtly. Not at all. I have been researching the Berserk rune recently, which is why I thought of it. Xia Chenxi explained. However, to inscribe the Berserk rune, wolf blood is only one of the primary ingredients. Additional materials are required to concoct the elixir and neutralize its properties. However, what puzzled him was that the memories he obtained from the sword crystal clearly stated that pure beast blood would suffice. Given that Xia Chenxi was an enchanter and, as Lin City had mentioned, a disciple of the Enchanters Guild's president, he wondered how this discrepancy could exist at that moment. Lu Xian found himself at a loss for an explanation, his thoughts racing, but he then smiled and said, This is my first attempt at crafting. I am not very familiar with the process. That Lu Xian's response left Xia Chenxi momentarily speechless. You have never crafted an enchanted scroll before? Lu Xian honestly shook his head. No, this is my first time. Xia Chenxi was at a loss for words. Attempting to inscribe a berserk rune on one's first attempt at crafting an enchanted scroll seemed either reckless or overly ambitious, perhaps a case of having money to spend without understanding the risks. The primary material for the berserk rune was wolf blood, known for its volatile properties. Even seasoned enchanters had a low success rate, and Xia Chenxi herself had yet to succeed. She could not fathom Lu Xian's audacity to attempt the task without prior experience. Could it be that he is merely drawn to the value of enchanted scrolls and wishes to learn how to craft them? A sudden thought crossed Xia Chenxi's mind, but recalling Lu Xian's astonishing sword strike, saying, This is an introductory book on enchantment, which includes some of my annotations that it may not be particularly valuable, but it might prove helpful to you. Do take a look. Seeing Xia Chenxi present a book she had personally annotated, Yao Lei's eyes widened even further. His friend seemed to be enjoying an extraordinary stroke of luck today. Not only did he engage in conversation with Lin City's most beautiful woman, but he had also received a gift from her. If word of this got out, countless individuals would be envious. Upon receiving the book from Xia Chenxi, Lu Xian's expression brightened. This was indeed a valuable resource, although he had gained some memories from the sword crystal. He lacked a systematic understanding of enchantment. This introductory book was perfectly suited for him. Without hesitation, he accepted it, saying, Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness, Miss Xia. Once I have finished, I will certainly return it. I just wonder how I might find you later. Xia Chenxi smiled gently. That it is not a precious item, so there is no need to concern yourself that if you successfully craft the enchanted scroll, you may bring it to the treasure pavilion for sale. Simply hand it to Uncle Gio. Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper, Uncle Gio, immediately chimed in. Rest assured, miss. Should there be any news, I will certainly inform you. Throughout Lu Xian's conversation with Xia Chenxi, Uncle Jiu had remained silent, yet he was inwardly astonished, wondering how Lu Xian had come to know Xia Chenxi, despite her gentle nature, as a woman of exceptional status. Xia Chenxi naturally held herself above others. Typically, she was approached by others, never the one to initiate conversation, making her proactive engagement a rarity. This unusual behavior led Uncle Jiu to regard Lu Xian with increasing admiration. Referring to him as Uncle Jiu indicated that he was no ordinary shopkeeper. However, he refrained from making any unfounded assumptions that "Yes, you say, miss, I will return it regardless of my success," Lu Xian affirmed. "Then I shall take my leave," Xia Chenxi said politely, finding it remarkable to have spent such a length of time conversing with someone she had not known before. In truth, she herself was unsure why she felt such interest in Lu Xian. Perhaps it was due to that stunning sword strike. "Uncle Jiu, we shall take our leave now," Lin Sini said to Uncle Jiu, then turned to Lu Xian with a smile. "Your name is Lu Xian, correct? I shall remember you. I am Lin Sini. Miss Xia, Miss Lin, safe travels." Lu Xian found Lin Sini's sudden introduction unexpected, but he naturally extended his courtesy. Meanwhile, Yao Lei was utterly speechless, marveling at Lu Xian's charm. When had he become so captivating that even Lady Lin remembered his name and introduced herself? Such thoughts raced through his mind as he watched the two stunning women depart, wondering if Lu Xian might indeed find himself in a position to embrace both beauties. As Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini left, Uncle Jiu cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Xian, now filled with a hint of intrigue. "In all my years, this is the first time I have seen Chenxi regard someone with such interest. Young man, you are quite impressive." After a pause, he inquired, "Is there anything else you require? I would like another Xian Yuan pill and a bone-cleansing pill." After a moment's thought, Lu Xian listed his needs. Hearing this, Yao Lei felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Lu Xian had not lost his senses entirely and still understood the importance of saving some funds for medicinal pills. However, with this order, it meant that the wealth Lu Xian had obtained from Long Yang would be entirely spent, leaving even the few silver coins he possessed to be sacrificed. With the addition of the enchanted materials and 2 pills, the total amounted to 230 taels of gold. After scouring through every available resource, Lu Xian managed to gather 226 taels of gold, and he even extracted 40 taels of silver from his own possessions. Taking all the items, along with the books gifted by Xia Chenxi, Lu Xian respectfully bowed to Uncle Jiu before bidding farewell, promising to return in a few days. Chapter 0017. Another breakthrough upon returning to his residence. Just as he was about to depart, Lu Xian called out to Yao Lei. "Lei Zi, take these 2 pills. Spend the next few days diligently cultivating. First, use the Xian Yuan pill to gather your primal energy. And then take the bone-washing pill to break through your bottleneck. Strive to reach the 3rd level of body refinement, and perhaps we can enter the Wind Sword sect together." Despite facing the provocation from Long Yang, Yao Lei was able to endure the immense pressure and support himself. Naturally, Lu Xian felt compelled to lend him a hand. These 2 pills were not for his own use, but specifically purchased for Yao Lei. However, upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yao Lei was left utterly astonished. The 2 pills were worth over 100 taels of gold, and now Lu Xian was offering them to him. Yao Lei gazed at the 2 pills in Lu Xian's hand, swallowing hard. Currently at the 2nd level of body refinement, his hopes of entering the Wind Sword sect seemed exceedingly slim. Yet if he were to consume these 2 pills, there was a possibility he could indeed reach the 3rd level. "But you must, for Sister Qiong is counting on you." The Sister Qiong Yao Lei referred to as Lu Xian's sister, Lu Qiong, and he was well aware of the matters concerning the Lu family. Lu Xian smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I am already at the peak of the 3rd level of body refinement. Once I inscribe the enchanted scroll, breaking through to the 4th level will be inevitable." Yet, Yao Lei continued to shake his head, unable to believe that Lu Xian could truly create an enchanted scroll in just a few days. Nevertheless, unable to resist Lu Xian's insistence, Yao Lei finally relented. "All right, I will take the pills for now. If Xian Gu truly manages to inscribe the enchanted scroll, I will accept them. If not, then you can use them. If you reach the 4th level of body refinement, entering the Wind Sword sect will be a certainty." With Yao Lei's agreement, Lu Xian ceased further discussion, confident in his own success, advising Yao Lei not to disturb him in the coming days. Lu Xian locked himself in his room. With only 3 days remaining until the assessment, he planned to reserve 1 day for his breakthrough, leaving him with just 2 days to create the enchanted scroll. Upon returning to his room, he did not rush to begin, but instead took out the introductory tome on enchanting that Xia Chenxi had lent him. That a faint, delicate fragrance emanated from the book, one that Lu Xian recognized from earlier encounters with Xia Chenxi, indicating that she had carried it with her, thus infusing it with her essence. Thinking of Xia Chenxi, Lu Xian could not help but smile as her exquisite visage appeared in his mind. As he opened the tome, he noticed not only the text but also numerous annotations in elegant handwriting, clearly reflecting Xia Chenxi's own thoughts as she studied. Liu Xian had acquired knowledge of enchanting primarily from the memories of the sword crystal, which, while advanced, lacked systematic coherence. This introductory tome undoubtedly provided him with a clearer understanding of enchanting. After nearly an hour of study, Lu Xian finally finished reading the tome. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to absorb the knowledge he had just gained. He grasped the general concepts well, but he was puzzled by the tome's insistence that inscribing enchanted scrolls required specially formulated liquids, whereas his memories indicated that only the purest beast blood or other materials were necessary, without any need for concoction. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lu Xian decided to trust the sword crystal's teachings. After all, the memories contained within were undoubtedly more sophisticated than those in an introductory tome, especially considering the complexities of techniques like the Tai Igui Yuan Ju and the blinking sword technique, which were not easily accessible to just anyone. Having completed his reading, Lu Xian did not immediately begin inscribing the enchanted scroll. Instead, he sat cross-legged, activating the Tai Igui Yuan Ju to calm his mind and prepare his body for the task ahead. The art of enchanting was exceedingly delicate, with even the slightest error leading to failure. He began to draw in the ambient primal energy, which silently permeated his body through every pore, circulating within his meridians. Having just engaged in battle with Long Yang, Lu Xian appeared to have emerged victorious with ease. Yet the encounter had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Were it not for the formidable nature of the Tai Igui Yuan Ju, which allowed him to maintain a level of energy far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he might not have been able to sustain such a prolonged engagement. That as he cultivated, replenishing his internal energy, Lu Xian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Time slipped away unnoticed as he completed one full cycle of energy circulation. Then began another. Energy flowed continuously through his 26 meridians, and at the same time, strands of primal energy began to seep into his flesh, transforming his physique. Gradually, Lu Xian sensed that the absorption of primal energy had reached a limit, as it began to flow more slowly. Just then, a surge of energy broke through the membrane separating his flesh from his bones, directly infiltrating into his bones. In rapid succession, countless streams of primal energy erupted forth like a geyser, all breaking through that barrier and flooding into his bones. As the energy permeated his bones, a tingling sensation swept through him, bringing immense comfort, and Lu Xian could not help but tremble with delight. The infusion of energy into his bones signified his entry into the 4th level of body refinement. The 10 levels of body refinement are as follows. The first 3 levels refine the flesh. The 4th level washes the bones. The 5th strengthens the tendons. The 6th condenses the meridians. The 7th refines the organs. The 8th replaces the blood. The 9th tempers the marrow. And the 10th opens the acupoints. Lu Xian was well aware of the manifestations of these 10 levels from the Tai Igui Yuan Ju at this moment. The infusion of primal energy into his bones indicated that he had officially stepped into the 4th level of body refinement. A glimmer of brilliance flashing within it, he felt a significant enhancement in his overall strength. At the 3rd level of body refinement, Lu Xian's strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary 4th level practitioner. And now, having reached the 4th level, his might was likely nearing 2,000 pounds. Slowly rising to his feet, Lu Xian exhaled a breath of stale air. Indeed, practical combat was the fastest way to enhance one's abilities. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Long Yang. With his advancement to the 4th level of body refinement, entering the Wind Sword sect was undoubtedly a foregone conclusion. Lu Xian could not help but mutter to himself. Initially, he had merely intended to calm his mind and adjust his state, but unexpectedly, he had directly broken through to the 4th level. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him, now that he had just achieved this breakthrough. His vitality and spirit were at their peak, an optimal moment for inscribing the enchanted scroll. Without hesitation, Lu Xian retrieved the enchanted scroll and the blood of the berserk wolf, laying them out before him. Chapter 0018. The frenzied scroll. He unfurled a low-grade blank scroll upon the table and subsequently opened the jade vial containing the blood of the berserk wolf. Instantly, a ferocious aura erupted from within the vial. Taking a deep breath, a strand of primal energy shot from Lu Xian's fingertip, drawing out a droplet of the blood of the berserk wolf. The moment he grasped the blood, Lu Xian felt a tremor in the primal energy he released, nearly causing it to dissipate. The energy within the blood of the berserk wolf was exceedingly violent and challenging to control, starkly contrasting with the tranquility of primal energy. Using such a ferocious blood to inscribe an enchanted scroll would exponentially increase the difficulty. This was precisely why Xia Chenxi had exhibited surprise when she learned that Lu Xian sought pure blood of the berserk wolf for inscribing the scroll. Not only was the blood of the berserk wolf volatile, but the same applied to other beasts' blood. Their energies were often chaotic and violent, making it nearly impossible for an enchanter to fuse them into a cohesive scroll that as a result throughout the entire Tianjian Continent. All enchanters relied on specially formulated liquids to inscribe enchanted scrolls. These concoctions were designed to neutralize the properties of other materials, rendering them as harmonious as possible. However, this approach, while facilitating the inscribing process, also diminished the potency of the primary material, resulting in enchanted scrolls that were significantly less effective. Of course, this was an unavoidable compromise. Without such measures, enchanters would be utterly incapable of creating enchanted scrolls. Had an enchanter witnessed Lu Xian's endeavor to inscribe a scroll using pure beast blood, they would undoubtedly have mocked him, deeming it nearly impossible. Every enchanter is advised from the outset that enchanted materials must be prepared with specially formulated agents. Using pure primary materials invariably leads to violent clashes, making it impossible to inscribe runes freely at this moment. Lu Xian found himself ensnared in a dire predicament that in a bid to forcibly harness the volatile blood of the violent wolf to inscribe the scroll. He was compelled to amplify his output of primordial energy. However, this decision led to an expenditure of energy that far exceeded his expectations, despite having attained the 4th level of body refining, which significantly enhanced his energy reserves compared to before. It still proved insufficient. His fingertips danced ceaselessly, guiding strands of the violent wolf's blood to trace the intricate lines of the raging symbol upon the blank scroll, whereupon complex runes began to manifest. Yet as the runes grew increasingly elaborate, his primordial energy dwindled precipitously. Before long, beads of sweat emerged on his brow, and he realized that he had barely completed half of the inscription of the raging symbol. The half-finished runes flickered with a brief radiance before severing their connection with him. The initial attempt at inscription was declared a failure, resulting in the waste of both the blank scroll and the violent wolf's blood. A pang of regret flickered in Lu Xian's eyes. After all, that amounted to a significant sum of gold. However, this was not the time for lamentation. That it was common knowledge that even seasoned enchanters, well-versed in the craft, could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Achieving a success rate of 30% was already a point of pride. That moment, Lu Xian finally grasped the distinction between practicing with primordial energy and the actual process of inscription. Primordial energy was intrinsic and effortless to wield, yet utilizing the violent wolf's blood for engraving fell short of this ease. Reflecting on the sensations from his recent attempt, he surmised that his failure was not due to the potency of the violent wolf's blood, as suggested in the introductory texts, but rather stemmed from his unfamiliarity with its properties and the excessive consumption of energy. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xian once more drew forth a thread of violent wolf's blood, closed his eyes, and meticulously attuned himself to its essence. Having interrupted the previous attempt just in time, he still had a considerable amount of blood remaining. Thus, wasting a little now was of no great consequence. Exposed to the air, the medicinal properties of the blood would gradually dissipate, prompting Lu Xian to extract thin strands repeatedly, endeavoring to ascertain how to manipulate the violent wolf's blood while minimizing his energy expenditure. After spending a considerable duration, he became quite familiar with the essence of the violent wolf's blood, that he then seated himself again and began to circulate the Tai return to origin technique to restore his primordial energy. Regardless of the circumstances, practice was essential for improvement. That a single vial of violent wolf's blood could be utilized 8 to 10 times. Although he had squandered some, there remained enough for 7 or 8 more attempts. As long as he could succeed once, it would suffice to recoup his losses. Once his energy was replenished, Lu Xian unfurled another low-grade blank scroll, deftly extracting a strand of blood from the jade vial. The blood remained volatile, yet Lu Xian was now well acquainted with its properties and no longer needed to rely on forceful restraint, allowing him to significantly reduce his energy output. As the violent wolf's blood continued to fall upon the blank scroll, the outlines of the raging symbol gradually emerged. This time, Lu Xian persevered far longer than before, managing to complete 80% of the runes before his energy was exhausted, resulting in yet another failure. However, this time he was convinced that as long as his primordial energy was sufficient, he could successfully inscribe the raging symbol, using nothing but the pure violent wolf's blood, contrary to the notion presented in the introductory text that special potions were a necessity. As for the reason behind this, Lu Xian speculated that it was likely related to the distinct nature of the runes he was employing, which he had acquired from the sword spirit, possibly rendering them of a higher caliber than those used by others. Continuing to restore his energy and resume his engraving, he encountered further failures, yet this time he managed to inscribe 90% of the runes, leaving only a small fraction remaining. These 2 unsuccessful attempts were not in vain. They provided Lu Xian with invaluable experience, insights that could not be gleaned from mere theory. After fully restoring his energy and reflecting on the prior failures, he felt he had a 70% chance of success. With a moment's thought, he resolutely picked up another blank scroll, one that appeared significantly more exquisite than the previous ones, its craftsmanship refined and undoubtedly a high-grade scroll worth 10 taels of gold. In pursuit of success, Lu Xian had truly invested heavily this time. The prior failures had only cost him low-grade scrolls, valued at merely 1 tael of gold. Should he fail again, the cumulative cost, including the violent wolf's blood, would amount to nearly 20 taels. No trifling sum. Once more, a strand of the violent wolf's blood was drawn forth by Lu Xian, his fingertips trembling slightly as a delicate rune materialized upon the blank scroll. And a single misstep would spell failure. Were it not for the memories bestowed by the sword crystal, it would have been impossible for him to master the enchanting technique with such rapidity. Primordial energy swiftly waned as the blood of the violent wolf continued to be drawn forth, crafting intricate and varied runes upon the blank scroll. Strangely, the once ferocious blood, under Lu Xian's meticulous arrangement of runes, displayed no hint of conflict. All the inherent volatility was subdued. Beads of sweat gradually formed upon Lu Xian's cheeks, his primordial energy once again nearing depletion. Yet his fingers remained steady, betraying no tremor. At this moment, his fingertips had become a blur, with runes cascading down in rapid succession. 90% of the runes had been completed, leaving only the final portion. Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his head. His concentration was beginning to wane as his mental energy approached its limits. Nevertheless, he forged ahead, bolstered by sheer willpower, for this was the closest he had ever come to success. Failure was not an option. Only 5 runes remained. His awareness began to blur, and the speed of his finger movements inevitably slowed. Yet through sheer instinct, he maintained a steady rhythm, undeterred in his engraving. 1, 2, 3, for as he approached the final rune, a slight tremor finally manifested at his fingertips. In that instant, Lu Xian bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to rally his last reserves of primordial energy. With a sudden flick of his finger, a tiny rune shot forth and landed upon the blank scroll. The 5th rune was complete. As this final rune descended, the runes of the raging symbol were finally whole. A dazzling light erupted, enveloping the entire scroll in a radiant glow. As the brilliance faded, the runes gleamed with a crystalline sheen. The raging scroll had been successfully crafted. Witnessing this final moment, a look of relief washed over Lu Xian's face. Yet he soon succumbed to exhaustion, his eyes fluttering shut as he collapsed backward. He was utterly drained. Both his primordial and mental energies had been completely expended, and the moment he relaxed, he could no longer hold on. However, even in the depths of unconsciousness, the satisfied smile lingered on his lips. At last, he had succeeded. This was the final thought that crossed Lu Xian's mind before he fell. Chapter 0019. Sail. When Lu Xian awoke once more, he discovered that his visual and auditory senses had noticeably enhanced, rendering his perception sharper. This phenomenon was familiar to him. It was evidently a sign of his mental energy's elevation. He had not anticipated that exhausting his mental energy to inscribe runes would yield such a remarkable effect. A delightful surprise indeed. Mental energy is of paramount importance to enchanters. The stronger it is, the more adept one becomes at rune inscription, with subtleties more easily perceived. The raging scroll lay before him, still emanating a crystalline glow, appearing irresistibly alluring. Not a trace of chaotic energy leaked from the scroll. The potent energy contained within the violent wolf's blood had been bound within the runes, ensuring no loss occurred. Thus, even after several hours, the scroll's efficacy remained wholly intact. Liu Xian approached, carefully stowing the crafted raging scroll. It was worth over 1,000 taels of gold, sufficient to purchase a wealth of elixirs. Reflecting on his recent endeavor, Liu Xian couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. He had never imagined the disparity between practicing runes and actual inscription could be so vast. The energy consumed by each was not even comparable. Had it not been for his battle with Long Yang, which fortuitously propelled him to the 4th level of body refining, achieving the bone-washing realm, he would not have had the requisite energy to complete the inscription. Even at the 4th level, his energy had barely met the threshold, a feat made possible by the might of the Tai return to origin technique, which endowed him with far greater reserves than the average individual. Such immense profit was enough to stir Liu Xian's heart. The creation of enchanted scrolls demanded a significant expenditure of yuan force. With each engraving, Liu Xian had to circulate the Tai Iga Yuan Ju to replenish his yuan force. Time quietly slipped away amidst the continual process of engraving and restoration. After several hours, Liu Xian finally exhausted all the frenzy wolf blood, having succeeded in engraving 5 times, but only achieving success twice. Deeply etched in his mind, mistakes could still occur. Even the most seasoned enchanters would never boast a 100% success rate. Even for low-level scrolls, that Liu Xian's initial attempt at engraving enchanted scrolls yielded 3 successes out of 8 attempts, a success rate that would surely make any self-proclaimed genius enchanter feel ashamed. Beyond the 3 frenzied scrolls, Liu Xian's most significant gain from this endeavor was a substantial enhancement of his mental and yuan energy. Each rune he inscribed drained his mental and yuan force completely. In addition to the enhancement of his mental power, Liu Xian also solidified his realm at the 4th level of body refinement, within the bone-washing stage, equivalent to Long Yang's previous level. He aimed not only to pass the assessment, but also to secure a top ranking. The assessment of the Wind Sword sect offered substantial rewards for the top 10, yet given Liu Xian's earlier abilities, he had never dared to hope for such accolades. Now, however, the situation had changed, and if he could acquire enough resources, he held every hope of advancing further and breaking into the top 10 glancing out the window. He saw that night had fallen, and he dismissed the idea of heading to the spirit material street for the time being, deciding to go the next day instead. That he then sat cross-legged once more, commencing his cultivation. With the unknown tier Tai Iga Yuan Ju, the process of cultivation was an absolute delight for Liu Xian. The sensation of rapidly increasing strength was incredibly gratifying. For the past few days, Liu Xian had been stymied by the bottleneck of the 4th level of body refinement. Now that the bottleneck had been breached, his rate of cultivation surged dramatically. Countless yuan forces were drawn to Liu Xian, circulating through his 26 meridians while continuously permeating into his bones, facilitating their cleansing. At that moment, impurities within his bones were expelled, increasing both their density and resilience. As the bone washing continued, Liu Xian's overall explosive power experienced a qualitative leap. It could be said that only upon entering the bone-washing stage did the true process of body tempering commence. After an entire night of cultivation, Liu Xian finally emerged from his practice when dawn broke outside. Rising slowly, he noticed that overnight his physique seemed to have grown slightly taller, an alteration brought about by the bone-washing. That a foul odor emanated from him. Glancing down, he realized that his clothes clung to his skin, adhered by the impurities expelled from his bones. Frowning slightly, Liu Xian knew he needed a thorough wash before stepping outside. After a brief half-hour, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, took the 3 invaluable frenzied scrolls, tucked them into his garments, and knocked on Yao Lei's door. Yao Lei opened the door promptly, and upon seeing Liu Xian, hesitated momentarily before exclaiming, "Xiange, why do you seem somewhat different today?" At this moment, Liu Xian had successfully broken through to the 4th level of body refinement in the bone-washing stage. Not only did his gaze shine brighter, but his entire aura also exhibited an indescribable transformation. Yao Lei, noticing this sudden change, could not help but be taken aback that Liu Xian smiled faintly, saying, "I broke through during last night's cultivation." Broken through? Yao Lei seemed momentarily bewildered before quickly realizing, his face lighting up with excitement. "Xian Gu, you've reached the 4th level of body refinement?" Nodding, Liu Xian affirmed, "Yes, last night's battle provided me with considerable insights, and the breakthrough came naturally. Come, let us visit the treasure pavilion once more." Yao Lei, elated by Liu Xian's breakthrough, eagerly nodded in agreement. "Right, since you've broken through, there's no need to study enchanting any further. Let's return those materials. We can purchase many more pills." Yao Lei had never anticipated Liu Xian's success. Yao Lei naturally assumed they were going to return the items. Return? Liu Xian could not help but chuckle. "I am not going to return anything. Rather, I am going to sell." Chapter 20. Longji accompanied by Yao Lei. Liu Xian made his way to the treasure pavilion with ease. Closely following behind Liu Xian, Yao Lei's mind lingered on Liu Xian's earlier statement, an enchanted scroll, successfully inscribed. Could it be that Xian Gu really managed to create one? Though Liu Xian had shown him an enchanted scroll, Yao Lei still felt as though he were dreaming. To successfully inscribe an enchanted scroll signified becoming a true enchanter, that in just 2 short days. Xian Gu had transformed into an enchanter. Enchanters were highly esteemed individuals. Yao Lei had never imagined that someone close to him would achieve such status. Even if Liu Xian could not enter the Wind Sword sect, as long as he proclaimed his identity as an enchanter, the Long family would surely hesitate to act against the Liu family, and forces seeking to recruit Liu Xian would undoubtedly come to protect them. Before long, the two entered the Spirit Material Street once again, with Liu Xian heading directly for the treasure pavilion. Upon arrival, they found that the pavilion was occupied by other patrons. The moment Liu Xian and Yao Lei appeared, the individuals present instinctively turned to look at them. "Liu Xian, how dare you show your face here?" One individual, upon spotting Liu Xian, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Long Yang. Liu Xian was slightly taken aback. He had not expected to encounter Long Yang today. However, upon noticing the scar on Long Yang's face, a remnant of their previous encounter, he recalled the scene of Long Yang kneeling and begging for mercy. A smirk creeping onto Liu Xian's face. "Long Yang, I spared your life yesterday, yet it seems you have not learned your lesson." Liu Xian's words, Long Yang's expression darkened. The humiliation of the previous day was a memory he would never forget. Having never experienced such disgrace before, he had knelt and begged for mercy in front of everyone, even so frightened that he had wet himself. With a cold snort, Long Yang chose not to respond to Liu Xian. Instead, he turned to a nearby individual, saying, "Brother, the one who attacked me yesterday was him. This scar on my face was inflicted by him, and the gold you provided for materials was also taken by this scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Liu Xian's gaze shifted from Long Yang to the individual beside him. This person was dressed extravagantly, and his features bore a resemblance to Long Yang, that he stood at the center of attention. Clearly the focal point of this gathering. The individual was also staring intently at Liu Xian. Their eyes met, and Liu Xian distinctly perceived a glimmer of arrogance in the other's gaze, an unmistakable air of superiority that suggested he regarded Liu Xian with disdain. "Xian Gu, this fellow is likely Long Yang's older brother, Long Ji. However, he rarely returns to Qingshan Town and has been living in Linsheng." Yao Lei whispered in Liu Xian's ear that he had never met Long Ji but had heard of him. "Return the gold you took yesterday, slap yourself 20 times, and kneel before my brother to apologize. Then this matter will be settled." These words, Liu Xian could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Shaking his head in dismissal, completely uninterested in Long Ji's demands, he approached the old shopkeeper and began conversing. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for the interruption once more. Here is Miss Chun Shi's journal. I have finished reading it. Kindly assist me in returning it." As he spoke, Liu Xian extended the enchanted introductory book with both hands. However, Liu Xian's dismissive attitude only served to infuriate Long Ji, who had not anticipated Liu Xian's audacious disregard for his words. "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Long Ji's tone darkened, his irritation palpable. Interrupted mid-sentence, Liu Xian frowned. Was this fellow a rabid dog? Turning to face Long Ji, Liu Xian spoke slowly, that money was a wager made by Long Yang himself. He must accept the consequences of his bets. Perhaps you should thank me for not eliminating him in the martial arena. Upon hearing this, Longji burst into hearty laughter, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. He turned to Lu Xian and remarked, "You should be grateful you didn't eliminate him. Otherwise, you would be a corpse by now. Did I dare you to act if you have the courage?" That Liu Xian merely smiled faintly, replying, "I borrow his courage. Why not ask him if he dares to step onto the martial arena?" Long Yang, standing nearby, trembled with anger at Lu Xian's blatant sarcasm. Yet, even if he were to lend his courage, he would not dare to set foot on the martial arena again. Lu Xian's sword had utterly terrified him. "All right, you two settle your affairs privately." Liu Xian, "Bring me the book. I will assist you in passing it on to the young lady." The old shopkeeper, Uncle Jiu, interjected, cutting off the conversation between Lu Xian and Long Ji. Though Long Ji felt indignant, he dared not oppose Uncle Jiu's authority, that he obediently acknowledged his transgressions and stepped aside. His gaze towards Lu Xian filled with a chilling malice. Liu Xian had not only humiliated Long Yang the previous day, but had also seized the gold that had been intended for purchasing materials. Now, he had further undermined Long Ji's dignity, igniting a deep-seated hatred within him that he thought to himself that as soon as Lu Xian left Linkai Street, it would be a simple matter for him, given his status, to deal with someone as insignificant as Lu Xian. Disregarding Long Ji, Lu Xian handed the notebook to Uncle Jiu and spoke again. "Senior, I have another matter I wish to trouble you with." Uncle Jiu glanced up at Lu Xian and then at Long Ji and his companions, slowly inquiring, "What is it?" He assumed, naturally, that Lu Xian sought his protection. Under normal circumstances, he would not concern himself with such matters. But Lu Xian was different. Yesterday, it was evident that Xia Chenxi held a particular favor for Lu Xian. Although he could not fathom why someone of Xia Chenxi's stature would be interested in Lu Xian, he felt compelled to look after him, if only for her sake. Long Ji was someone he was somewhat acquainted with. To others, he might appear to have a certain standing, but he did not command Uncle Jiu's respect. Lu Xian stated. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Long Ji and his companions, was momentarily stunned. Uncle Jiu, too, was taken aback. Liu Xian's request was far beyond his expectations, and what left him incredulous was that, based on the materials he had acquired yesterday, Lu Xian had truly succeeded in inscribing a scroll. He instinctively asked, "That frenzy symbol that you succeeded in inscribing it?" Lu Xian nodded, affirming, "Yes, it was a success." Yang, "Is he also an enchanter?" Long Ji, now somewhat surprised, inquired of Long Yang. Long Yang shook his head firmly, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could he possibly be an enchanter? You are aware of the Lu family's circumstances. They could never produce an enchanter. Just wait. It must be a hoax." Long Yang was resolute in his disbelief that Lu Xian was an enchanter. Having kept an eye on Lu Xian's sister, he was well acquainted with Lu Xian. The previous day's unexpected display of combat prowess had already astounded Long Yang. And now being told that Lu Xian was an enchanter seemed utterly far-fetched. Chapter 0021. Conveying a message to Xia Chenxi upon learning that Lu Xian had come to sell enchanted scrolls. Uncle Jiu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. For any family, an enchanter represented a potent resource, and considering that Lu Xian had inscribed a frenzy symbol, which even Xia Chenxi had yet to master, he became eager. "Dio, you have the scroll with you? I need to assess it." Uncle Jiu stated that Liu Xian understood the protocol. Unless one was a renowned enchanter, ordinary enchanters were required to have their scrolls appraised before being sold here. He nodded and retrieved a complete frenzy scroll from his garment, handing it to Uncle Jiu. Due to the potion's energy being entirely contained within the runes, the scroll appeared unremarkable at first glance. The only way to assess an enchanted scroll was through its runes. As Uncle Jiu carefully unwrapped the frenzy scroll, Long Ji couldn't help but lean in closer, curious about the situation, despite Long Yang's fervent assurances that Lu Xian could not possibly be an enchanter. A tinge of doubt lingered in his mind. Finally, the frenzy scroll was fully unfurled, laid out flat on the table, and all eyes were fixed upon it. Liu Xian remained calm, exuding confidence, while Yao lay beside him, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Although Lu Xian had assured him of his success, Yao Lei could not discern the scroll's authenticity and anxiously awaited Uncle Jiu's appraisal. If it truly succeeded, Lu Xian would find himself catapulted into fortune. Uncle Jiu's gaze traversed the frenzy scroll, his brow furrowing deeply. Having spent countless years in the treasure pavilion, he had seen innumerable enchanted scrolls, yet he found himself uncertain this time. From the construction and fluidity of each minute rune to the overall integrity of the inscription, it was undoubtedly a successful enchanted scroll. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he did not fully recognize these runes. While enchanted scroll runes are inscribed using specific techniques that render them impossible to replicate merely by observation, the Frenzy Scroll, known for its relative complexity and practicality among low-tier enchanted scrolls, was something Uncle Joe was familiar with. The fact that he could not comprehend these runes raised questions. More importantly, this Frenzy Scroll was inscribed solely with pure beast blood, which was utterly illogical. This was precisely why he felt uncertain. Ha 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 ha. Is that what you call an enchanted scroll? Do you think you can simply smear some random substance on a blank scroll and call it an enchanted scroll? Before Uncle Gio could speak, Longji erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with derision. That I heard you bought a vial of blood of the rampaging wolf here yesterday. You didn't go home and smear that blood all over this blank scroll, did you? That's truly hilarious. If being an enchanter were that easy, everyone would be one. It seems you are truly driven mad by the prospect of money. At this moment, Long Ji was entirely convinced of Long Yang's assertions. Lu Xian was indeed not an enchanter. It was worth noting that Long Ji himself was an enchanter, currently affiliated with the Enchanters Guild in Lin City, and this was his source of pride. The status of an enchanter far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist that he was aware of the Frenzy Scroll, yet at his current level, he could not inscribe it. When Lu Xian claimed to have inscribed a Frenzy Scroll, Long Ji had been skeptical. Now, seeing the entire enchanted scroll, his doubts were entirely dispelled. An enchanted scroll constructed purely from beast blood was something he had never encountered before, nor even heard of. Every enchanter knew that inscribing an enchanted scroll required specialized potions. Lu Xian paid no heed to Long Ji's ridicule, his focus fixed on Uncle Gio. After a long moment, Uncle Gio redirected his gaze from the scroll to Lu Xian, slowly stating, "This scroll is somewhat peculiar. It differs from any frenzy scroll I have encountered that I cannot hastily draw a conclusion." At these words, Lu Xian furrowed his brow, although he was aware that his enchanted scroll was somewhat distinct from ordinary ones. Correct. Though a single enchanted scroll could be worth thousands of gold pieces, Lu Xian was willing to sacrifice one to validate the efficacy of his creation. After all, he had produced 3 scrolls, leaving him with 2 after this one. That hearing Lu Xian's proposal, Long Ji erupted into laughter once more. Testing? That's a joke. Ordinary objects cannot be enchanted, and even a low-grade iron weapon is worth thousands of gold pieces. Each weapon can only be enchanted once. That if yours fails, wouldn't that be a waste? To test his enchanted scroll, the weapon must be provided by the enchanter. This was the rule. Thousands of gold pieces. Do you have that? Uncle Gio nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, to test an enchanted scroll, the weapon must be provided by the enchanter." At this juncture, Lu Xian could only manage a wry smile, realizing the intricacies involved in selling an enchanted scroll. He did not possess even a single ordinary item, let alone a piece of iron. "Brother Xian, why don't we just forget it? You've already broken through. Joining the Wind Sword sect is a certainty. You can always come back to test it later when you have the funds," Yao Lei advised from the side, though he too doubted Lu Xian's ability to successfully inscribe an enchanted scroll. It was disheartening to witness Lu Xian's current predicament. People should know their place. "How could someone like you even dream of becoming an enchanter?" Long Ji arrogantly declared, his sense of superiority restored. Observing Lu Xian's reaction brought him more satisfaction than delivering a physical beating. However, Long Ji's arrogance irked Uncle Gio, who favored Lu Xian's composure. He interjected once more, "Lu Xian, hold on a moment that I will send a message to Miss Chensi. She mentioned that if you came to sell enchanted scrolls, I should inform her. Miss Chensi is an enchanter. Perhaps she will be able to discern its authenticity." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's face momentarily brightened with joy. Expressing his gratitude to the senior, he firmly believed that there was nothing amiss with his enchanting scroll. After all, gold will always shine. Jiushu nodded in acknowledgement, producing a sound transmission talisman and whispering a few words into it. Instantly, the talisman transformed into a streak of light and vanished. However, Long Ji appeared somewhat perplexed. "Miss Chensi, could it be referring to Xia Chensi? Could it be that this bumpkin, Lu Xian, actually knew her?" The atmosphere in the room fell silent as everyone awaited Xia Chenxi's arrival, with Long Ji remaining behind, eager to witness Lu Xian's potential embarrassment. Chapter 0022. Departure. Xia Chenxi arrived with remarkable swiftness that in no time, a carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Lu Xian and the others turned to glance, only to see two elegantly dressed, strikingly beautiful women alight from the vehicle. Indeed, it was Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini, who were currently linked arm in arm, gracefully making their way towards the treasure pavilion. However, just as they entered, they were obstructed in their path. "Miss Chenxi, Miss Sini, it has been quite a while," Long Ji interjected, wearing a sycophantic grin as he stood before the two women. Suddenly confronted, Xia Chenxi frowned slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Nevertheless, with her amicable nature, she glanced at Long Ji, only to realize she did not recognize him, leading her to inquire with mild confusion, "And you are?" Caught off guard by Xia Chenxi's question, Long Ji felt his pride deflate and awkwardly chuckled as he explained, "I am Long Ji from the Enchanters Guild. We have met a few times." "Long Ji?" Xia Chenxi mused, searching her memory but finding no recollection of him. There were many from the Enchanters Guild, and given her status, she was acquainted with most of them, yet few had made a lasting impression. While Xia Chenxi could tolerate conversing with Long Ji, Lin Sini had no interest in this unfamiliar figure. She promptly disregarded Long Ji's presence, her gaze drifting past him to Lu Xian, a smile brightening her face. "Lu Xian, do you remember me? It's wonderful to see you again." "Of course I remember," Lu Xian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he nodded repeatedly, his cheeks flushing. Facing Lin Sini, a rare beauty, he experienced an unfamiliar fluttering sensation, typical of a youth awakening to feelings of affection. Upon receiving Lu Xian's response, Lin Sini's face lit up with delight, revealing her charming dimples, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Unbeknownst to her, despite having seen Lu Xian just the day before, she felt an unusual joy upon seeing him again. She was accustomed to the advances of many suitors, including someone like Long Ji, yet she found them all rather distasteful. Her feelings for Lu Xian were distinctly different. "Just remembering is enough that I heard from Jiu Shu that your enchanting scroll was successfully inscribed." Lin Sini continued, her curiosity piqued. Speaking of business, Lu Xian finally regained his composure. Nodding as he replied, "It should be successful. However, the senior mentioned he couldn't authenticate it, so he specifically requested for Miss Sini and Miss Chenxi to assist with the evaluation." Lin Sini playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, "I'm not that skilled. However, Chenxi's talent in enchantment is commendable. Also, please don't call me Miss Lin. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Sini." After saying this, Lin Sini silently added, "Others would be denied the privilege of calling me that." As the two conversed, Xia Chenxi finally extricated herself from Long Ji and approached them. First, she greeted Jiu Shu respectfully before turning to Lu Xian with a look of astonishment. "Did you successfully inscribe the Berserk Talisman Scroll?" "Yes, it has been completed. That I must thank you, Miss Chenxi, for the notes you provided. They were incredibly beneficial. However, the senior mentioned he could not authenticate it, so I specifically sought your assistance for verification. Miss, the details in the sound transmission talisman were rather vague. I cannot confirm the authenticity of this Berserk scroll either. That is why I called you here for a personal assessment," Jiu Shu interjected. Xia Chenxi nodded slightly. "Let me examine the runes first." "Miss Chenxi, there's no need to inspect the runes. I glanced at them just now, and it's clearly not an enchanting scroll. It merely appears to be smeared with beast blood." Long Ji, disregarded by Xia Chenxi. Lin Sini, or Jiu Shu, who would not genuinely regard him. Nevertheless, his incessant chatter irked Lin Sini, who arched an eyebrow and glared at him. "Who do you think you are? Is this even your place to speak? Just step aside." Lin Sini would never treat others with the same kindness she afforded Lu Xian, especially since she had a slight inclination towards him. Long Ji's disparagement of Lu Xian's enchanting scroll was akin to stepping into a trap. Lu Xian had quietly garnered the favor of the esteemed Miss Lin, and he pondered discussing this further with Lu Xian later. After all, should he win her affection, becoming a member of the Lin family would be a lucrative prospect. With Long Ji's incessant prattle finally silenced, Xia Chenxi could focus on evaluating Lu Xian's enchanting scroll. As she unfolded the entire scroll, a singular glance caused her to shudder, her mind sharpening in concentration, her gaze intensely fixed upon the scroll. The treasure pavilion fell silent, as Long Ji and his group dared not utter a word, fearful of inciting Lin Sini's ire. Meanwhile, Lu Xian anxiously observed Xia Chenxi. If she too declared her inability to verify the scroll, he feared he might be unable to sell these berserk scrolls in the near future. As for Lin Sini, her interest in Lu Xian appeared to overshadow her curiosity about the scroll. Although her eyes remained on the parchment, she occasionally tilted her head to glance at Lu Xian, smiling coyly. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Chenxi finally exhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and rubbed her temples. Unable to contain his curiosity, this was his first encounter with such an unusual, enchanting scroll. In his heart, he had already begun to believe it was successful, yet he could not voice that certainty. Xia Chenxi slowly opened her eyes, preparing to speak, when she suddenly seemed to recall something. She turned to Long Zhi's group and addressed him. "You are Long Zhi, correct?" "Yes, yes. Does Miss Chenxi have any instructions for me?" Long Zhi's eyes lit up upon hearing his name, eagerly responding. "Take your group and leave." "Huh." Long Zhi was momentarily stunned, then hastily retorted, "Well, I am also an enchanter. If Miss Chenxi wishes to conduct research, you can seek me out. Just go when told." "Why the unnecessary chatter?" Lin Sini interjected impatiently. Once Long Zhi and his companions exited, Xia Chenxi's entourage promptly surrounded the treasure pavilion, preventing outsiders from entering. "Brother, didn't you say you were on good terms with Xia Chenxi? Why does it seem otherwise now?" Long Yang inquired, puzzled. "When did I ever claim to have a close relationship with her?" Long Zhi's lie was exposed. Meanwhile, within the treasure pavilion, Xia Chenxi scrutinized Lu Xian with a serious expression. "Lu Xian, is this berserk scroll truly inscribed by you?" Chapter 0023. The Sword of Longing. "Absolutely," Lu Xian replied with unwavering confidence. "That won't do," Lu Xian quickly protested. "That I already mentioned to the senior that I would need a scroll for testing, and I am truly grateful for Miss Chenxi's offer to provide the weapon for the experiment. A piece of inferior ironware is valued at no less than 2,000 taels of gold, which is indeed a substantial sum for Lu Xian. Merely a piece of subpar iron. It is not particularly precious." I suggested, "Uncle Gio, why not simply procure a piece of medium-grade iron? You can charge it to my account." Lin Sini declared grandiosely, playfully patting her ample bosom twice with her delicate hand. Her words startled Lu Xian. He was taken aback by Lin Sini's generosity in casually offering something worth 10,000 taels of gold. When Lu Xian prepared to decline, Lin Sini shot him a reproachful glance, exclaiming, "This is a gift from me to you. If you dare refuse, I shall not permit Chenxi to authenticate it for you." Her words. Lu Xian swallowed his protest, forcing a wry smile. What kind of reasoning is this, to insist on gifting something? Nevertheless, Lu Xian felt grateful for Lin Sini's kindness. He indeed required a weapon, for ordinary equipment cannot unleash his true potential. He must wield weapons specifically designed for martial artists. However, medium-grade iron was somewhat unexpected, given that he had only recently attained the 4th level of body refinement. For someone of his level, medium-grade iron seemed rather extravagant. Most martial artists at his rank might not even have access to inferior iron. "Then I must thank Lin Sini greatly. I shall certainly repay this kindness in the future." Lu Xian initially intended to address her as Miss Lin, but recalling her previous words, he swiftly altered his title. Could only shake his head in resignation. How could her intentions escape the notice of someone as astute as him? Yet, he could not fathom how Lu Xian had garnered such fortuitous favor. Not only from Xia Chenxi, but also from the typically aloof Lin Sini, who seemed to have succumbed to his charm. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Gio presented an exquisitely crafted long sword, its ancient design captivating even when shrouded in its scabbard. Could it truly be a divine coincidence? Upon hearing Uncle Gio's words, Yao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had little interest in the intricacies of the tale, but was struck by the final price, 12,500 taels of gold. My goodness! The mere price of this sword exceeded the entirety of the Yao family's wealth. In that moment, he truly opened his eyes to the vast differences between martial artists and ordinary people. Should the enchantment fail, its worth would undoubtedly plummet. With a surge of mental energy, Xia Chenxi activated a rune on the raging scroll, and in an instant, the scroll glimmered, releasing a miniature raging rune that soared towards the blade of the Xiangxi sword. Embedding itself deeply with a flash, the imprint bore the exact likeness of the raging rune. A flicker of joy passed across Lu Xian's face. Success! The onlookers exhaled in relief, confirming that Lu Xian's enchantment scroll was indeed functional. Yao Lei was equally elated. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would become an enchanter in such a short span of 2 days. With this newfound identity, Lu Xian's status had undoubtedly soared. However, it was Xia Chenxi who felt the greatest delight. Witnessing Lu Xian's successful enchantment, her eyes sparkled with surprise, and she suddenly looked at him as if she had discovered a precious treasure. In truth, she had suspected that Lu Xian's scroll was functional all along. Her experiment was merely to validate her hypothesis, and now it was confirmed. Xia Chenxi handed the Xiangxi sword back to Lu Xian, took a deep breath, and said, "I have a few questions for you, Lu Gongzi. May I inquire if you would answer truthfully? Miss Chenxi, you have assisted me greatly, so I shall speak candidly." Upon receiving Lu Xian's response, Xia Chenxi appeared quite pleased, akin to a child receiving a cherished tea. It was at this moment that Lu Xian realized that Xia Chenxi was actually half a year younger than him. "This gentleman, I have some matters I wish to discuss with Lu Xian, but they are of significant importance. May I ask you to excuse us?" Xia Chenxi addressed Yao Lei, faced with the goddess. "Just call me Lu Xian. There's no need for formalities," Lu Xian replied with a smile, feeling quite fond of Xia Chenxi, especially since she had lent him her personal notes the previous day. The two quickly ascended the stairs, where Xia Chenxi guided Lu Xian to a seat and promptly inquired, "May I ask once more, did you truly carve this enchantment scroll yourself?" "Of course," Lu Xian replied with certainty, producing 2 untouched raging scrolls from his person. "Here are 2 more raging scrolls that I carved yesterday." Upon seeing Lu Xian produce 2 additional scrolls, even Xia Chenxi, with her usual demeanor, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yesterday, that single vial of blood from the violent wolf had enabled Lu Xian to successfully carve 3 scrolls, and hearing that this was his first attempt filled her with admiration for his talent and success rate. "Lu Xian, you truly are a prodigy," Xia Chenxi exclaimed in awe, unabashedly praising him. "May I inquire who your teacher is?" "Teacher?" Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Xia Chenxi believed someone powerful must have taught him to achieve such prowess. Indeed, Lu Xian's teacher was immensely formidable, the mysterious sword crystal, of which he still knew nothing about its origins. Noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, Xia Chenxi assumed he was reluctant to divulge, and with an apologetic smile, thus differing from those employed by modern enchanters, enabling him to utilize pure beast blood for carving enchantment scrolls. Without much contemplation, Lu Xian followed up on Xia Chenxi's words. "Yes, my enchantment techniques were indeed taught to me by it. But what are these ancient enchantment techniques?" This time, it was Xia Chenxi who appeared puzzled and responded, "Did your teacher not inform you?" Lu Xian inwardly sighed, wishing that it could communicate, but shook his head instead. The ancient enchantment techniques had long been lost to time. It is said that the methods we currently employ have evolved from them. Many contemporary enchanters are unaware of the existence of ancient techniques. I stumbled upon an old book in the Enchanters Guild that revealed the existence of these ancient methods, Xia Chenxi explained slowly. The most significant characteristic of the ancient enchantment techniques is the ability to use beast blood directly for carving enchantment scrolls. Eliminating the need for specialized potions. It is widely recognized that while using potions can neutralize their properties, making the carving process easier, it simultaneously diminishes the potency, preventing the full effect of the properties from being realized. In contrast, the ancient techniques allow for the direct use of beast blood, resulting in enchantment scrolls with effects far superior to those created using modern methods. Xia Chenxi picked up the recently enchanted Xiangxi sword, swinging it a few times as she remarked, "Even with the same raging rune, I can assure you that the critical hit probability of your rune is undoubtedly higher than that of the average." Similarly, the effects of powerful runes crafted through the ancient techniques significantly surpass those of ordinary powerful runes in enhancing weapon attack power. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's expression brightened considerably, that he had not anticipated that even a casual creation from Tianjian would be extraordinary. Even a mere enchantment technique was rooted in ancient practices. This suggests that Tianjian must at least date back to the ancient era, does it not? Just as Lu Xian was reveling in his excitement, Xia Chenxi doused him with a cold splash of reality. However, it is said that an innocent man can suffer for possessing something precious if others were to discover that you wield ancient enchantment techniques. The consequences, as you can imagine. Thus, I find it rather peculiar that your master has not cautioned you regarding this matter. But Liu Xian smiled awkwardly. It seems Xia Chenxi had assumed he possessed a fictitious master. It would only seem natural, allowing him to attribute all his advancements to that figure. Perhaps, when others harbored their thoughts, they would tread more cautiously. His esteemed master likely did not mention this out of confidence in his own prowess. But he was indeed grateful for Miss Chenxi's warning. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives were to learn of this, it could lead to significant trouble. That Liu Xian began to boast. What level of cultivation does your master possess? Xia Chenxi inquired curiously. I am not entirely sure. That my master stated that he is traversing the world and happened upon this place by chance, intending to stay only for a short while. Traveling the world implies a formidable martial artist. This indeed is your fortune, Xia Chenxi remarked with a hint of envy. Although born into privilege, she understood that fortune is often independent of one's lineage, especially since she herself was an enchantress, harboring an earnest yearning for ancient enchantment techniques. With Liu Xian having a master capable of imparting such knowledge, her envy was only natural. That Liu Xian, while you can inscribe enchantment scrolls directly using beast blood, I advise you that if you intend to sell them, it would be wiser to utilize specially concocted potions. This way, even if your technique differs, others may not discern it, Xia Chenxi reiterated. Indeed, I shall take heed of your advice. I kindly request that Miss Chenxi keep this matter confidential. Should there arise a need for my assistance in the future, I will surely give my utmost effort, Liu Xian replied. Given that Xia Chenxi had chosen to discuss these matters privately, it was unlikely she would divulge them lightly. Moreover, Liu Xian felt an inexplicable trust towards her. Of course. But I have a humble request, Chenxi said, a touch embarrassed, that I have been researching the inscription of the frenzied rune. Yet I have not succeeded. I would like to seek your guidance. Although she yearned to learn ancient enchantment techniques, she understood that such knowledge could not be carelessly shared, especially given that Liu Xian had a powerful master nearby. Thus, she only wished for his guidance. Naturally, Liu Xian readily agreed. This task was trivial for him, as ancient enchantment techniques were inherently his forte, that he could teach whomever he desired, and out of gratitude for the kindness shown by both Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini, he was more than willing to assist. Upon receiving Liu Xian's consent, Xia Chenxi was elated. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, and Liu Xian was astonished to see that a high-grade blank scroll and a vial of enchanting potion had materialized in Xia Chenxi's previously empty hand. Observing Liu Xian's astonished expression, Xia Chenxi smiled gently, extending her delicate hand to reveal a ring on her finger. This is a storage ring, which contains its own space. That it was a gift from my father on my 10th birthday. It is incredibly convenient. That Liu Xian could only marvel at such a wondrous artifact, contemplating when he might acquire one himself, though he surmised it must be quite valuable. Setting the blank scroll in place, Xia Chenxi prepared to inscribe the frenzied rune. Before commencing, she turned to Liu Xian, saying, "Please observe my technique, that I fail every time, so I would appreciate your insight on where I might be going wrong." Liu Xian nodded, and Xia Chenxi took a deep breath, adjusting her focus, extending her slender fingers to draw forth a hint of potion with her inner energy, and began the inscription. As Xia Chenxi commenced. Despite her beauty being captivating, Liu Xian's attention quickly fixated on the blank scroll. He had been entrusted with a task, and Xia Chenxi had not asked him to admire her, but rather to provide guidance. He could not help but steal glances at her stunning profile. When a man is earnest, he is at his most appealing. The same holds true for women. At this moment, Xia Chenxi exuded a charm that drew Liu Xian closer, igniting an urge to bridge the distance between them. Initially, Xia Chenxi inscribed with remarkable fluidity, suggesting she had practiced extensively. However, as the runes accumulated, she began to struggle, watching her inscribe rune after rune onto the blank scroll. Liu Xian furrowed his brow, but he finally grasped the distinction between his ancient enchantment techniques and the more common practices. In simple terms, ordinary enchantment techniques are merely simplified versions of ancient methods. Take the frenzied rune, for instance. The runes Liu Xian was aware of far exceeded those Xia Chenxi was currently inscribing. The loss of many runes over time had rendered modern enchantment techniques incomplete, unable to effectively harmonize the potion's properties. Consequently, many enchantment practitioners were forced to take alternative routes, neutralizing the potion's effects, which, while allowing for the creation of enchantments, diminished their potency. Currently, Xia Chenxi faced such a predicament. The absence of numerous runes heightened the technical demands on the enchantress that a slight misstep could significantly affect the entire rune, or even destroy it altogether. As Xiaqinsi approached 80% completion, beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, not due to a lack of inner energy, but because she was struggling to maintain control over the rune, which was inherently volatile. Oh no, I'm going to fail again, Xiaqinsi thought with a sigh. This was the moment when problems always arose. Just as she contemplated giving up, a warm hand landed on her shoulder, accompanied by an intoxicating male presence. Simultaneously, a long hand reached before her, and Lu Xian quickly conjured a droplet of liquid, skillfully constructing a rune that he inscribed onto the blank scroll, miraculously stabilizing the previously uncontrollable runes. Stay focused. Continue. Lu Xian's calm voice resonated in Xiaqinsi's ears. The hand that had rested on her shoulder was indeed his. Witnessing the frenzied rune, which was on the brink of failure, stabilized due to Lu Xian's intervention, Xiaqinsi's eyes lit up. The ancient enchantment techniques were indeed wondrous. Forgetting the intimate position they now found themselves in, she steadied her resolve, her slender fingers continuing their movements, resuming the inscription of the runes. Meanwhile, Lu Xian stood by, helping her refine the process, occasionally inscribing critical runes to ensure the entire composition remained stable. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious, and as they focused on the scroll, neither of them noticed how their proximity had diminished, creating the impression that Lu Xian was embracing Xiaqinsi. Before long, a radiant light flickered across the scroll, signifying the successful inscription of the frenzied rune. "Ah, we did it!" Xiaqinsi exclaimed joyfully. Her enthusiastic cheer startled both of them from their enchantment-induced trance. And upon realizing their current position, a blush crept onto Xiaqinsi's cheeks. Throughout her life, she had rarely experienced such intimate contact with a young man. Awakened to their situation, Lu Xian quickly withdrew his hand from Xiaqinsi's shoulder. Apologizing profusely, "I merely intended to assist with the enchantment scroll. It was not my intention to overstep. That I ask for your forgiveness." Miss Qinci, Lu Xian's words. Xiaqinsi's cheeks reddened further, and she shyly replied, "It's quite all right. I owe you my gratitude. Without your help, I would have likely failed again. This is the first time I've succeeded after so many attempts." That Lu Xian chuckled awkwardly. "I just felt that allowing it to fail would be a waste. So I acted without thinking." Although both of them retained the memory of the moment, they silently agreed to avoid mentioning it. To be by the way, the rune you used earlier, was it derived from ancient enchantment techniques? Xiaqinsi inquired. Lu Xian nodded. "Indeed, in truth, Miss Qinci, your rune inscribing technique is far more proficient than mine. The issue lies with the runes you employed. Many are missing, which is why any slight error could lead to the collapse of the rune. I merely filled in the gaps. That I see. It appears my master was correct. I still need more practice," Xiaqinsi admitted, a touch of disappointment in her voice. She had previously sought guidance from the president of the Enchantment Guild, who was also her teacher, and had been told she lacked proficiency. Now, hearing Lu Xian's words confirmed her suspicions. Mastering the runes to perfection would indeed eliminate any issues. Observing the dejected expression on Xiaqinsi's face, Lu Xian could not help but feel a surge of compassion, prompting him to speak. "In truth, I could teach you those few runes. As you know, the ancient art of enchanting excels in fusion and stability. If you can proficiently utilize those runes, it will greatly assist you in engraving runes in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiaqinsi immediately lifted her gaze to Lu Xian, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Is that really possible? Your master won't mind, will he?" Xiaqinsi had longed to learn those runes, yet had hesitated to voice her desire, for many things today were merely secrets passed down. Now that Lu Xian offered to teach her, her joy was immeasurable. "And no worries. My master is quite lenient and has not imposed any restrictions on me. It's merely a few runes, so it's no trouble at all," Lu Xian replied with a smile. With a flick of his hand, a surge of elemental power coalesced at his fingertips. "Miss Qinci, allow me to demonstrate these runes for you. Please observe closely." Lu Xian's fingers danced gracefully. A series of glimmering rune lines were skillfully drawn. Since he aimed to demonstrate for Xiaqinsi, he deliberately slowed his pace to ensure she could see every detail clearly. Could this be the art of void rune carving? "Lu Xian, your talent is truly astonishing," Xiaqinsi exclaimed, her voice tinged with admiration. In response, Lu Xian merely smiled softly. continuing to inscribe his runes in the air, while Xia Chenxi suppressed her astonishment and began to observe his movements intently. This was a precious opportunity for learning that she could not afford to miss. Indeed, Xia Chenxi possessed considerable talent. After Lu Xian demonstrated several times, she firmly committed the knowledge to memory, with only practice and application remaining to master the skill. Lu Xian, you mentioned you carved 2 Fury Scrolls, correct? I wonder if you could sell them to me. I wish to study them further. Xia Chenxi inquired that if Miss Chenxi desires them, you may have them. Lu Xian replied straightforwardly, producing the 2 scrolls and handing them to her. This time, he not only acquired a mid-grade iron weapon worth over 10,000 taels of gold, but also received a valuable reminder about ancient enchanting techniques from Xia Chenxi. Compared to these, the 2 Fury Scrolls were trivial. Lu Xian was not one to overlook the bigger picture. Xia Chenxi smiled and gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. That won't do. The Xiangxi sword was a gift from Cini to you, and I cannot take advantage of her generosity. As for reminding you, you just taught me runes, so it seems I have benefited more. Although Lu Xian insisted on gifting the scrolls to Xia Chenxi, she ultimately paid 1,500 taels of gold for each, totaling 3,000 taels for the 2 Fury Scrolls that in truth, scrolls inscribed using ancient enchanting techniques were likely unique in the entire Lin City. Had Lu Xian chosen to sell them publicly, they would fetch an astronomical price. However, that would also place him under scrutiny, making selling to Xia Chenxi a prudent choice. As Chapter 0026, Intersect Disciples, unfolds. When Lu Xian and Xia Chenxi descended from the upper floor, Lin Cini was conversing with Yao Lei, inquiring about Lu Xian's past, evidently intrigued by him. Upon spotting Lu Xian, Lin Cini hurriedly approached. Her small steps quickening. Lu Xian, I heard you and Lei Zi are also participating in the Feng Jian sex assessment. Is that true? Yes, indeed. Both Lei Zi and I will be attending. Lu Xian nodded in affirmation. That's wonderful. Chenxi and I will also be joining the Feng Jian sect this time. It seems we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Lin Cini's eyes sparkled with delight, forming crescent shapes as she smiled, revealing a charming dimple that tempted one to approach and savor the moment. After exchanging a few words, Lin Cini and Xia Chenxi departed. Seated in the carriage, Xia Chenxi found herself reminiscing about their earlier encounter, gently brushing her fingers over the shoulder Lu Xian had previously touched. Initially, she had thought little of it, but now, with the memory fresh, it evoked a peculiar sensation. The intoxicating aura of masculinity seemed to linger nearby. Contemplating this, Xia Chenxi retrieved the Fury Scroll crafted by Lu Xian from her storage ring, idly toying with it in her hands. Chenxi, what is that? Lin Cini inquired curiously, abruptly pulled from her reverie. Xia Chenxi's face flushed red with embarrassment as she hurriedly explained, this is another Fury Scroll made by Lu Xian, which I purchased to study further. Upon learning it was Lu Xian's creation, Lin Cini's interest peaked. Chenxi, could you possibly give me one? That I only bought one. I don't have any extras. Xia Chenxi instinctively told a small fib, as she was aware of another scroll in her storage ring, but, for reasons unknown, felt reluctant to produce it. Yes, I'm keeping it secret to protect Lu Xian, as the ancient enchanting techniques are better kept from too many people, Xia Chenxi rationalized internally, though whether she truly believed it was uncertain. Meanwhile, in the treasure pavilion, Lu Xian began making final preparations for the assessment. Senior, I wish to purchase some more medicinal pills, Lu Xian stated. After Xia Chenxi acquired the 2 scrolls, she left him with 3 gold tickets worth 1,000 taels each. Ample for his expenditures, and no need for formalities. Just call me Uncle Gio. The jovial Uncle Gio replied that if his initial impression of Lu Xian was one of admiration, it had now evolved into a sense of regard. With his discerning eye, he could easily perceive that just yesterday, Lu Xian was at the 3rd level of body refinement. Yet today he had stabilized at the 4th level and embarked on the process of bone washing. Such rapid progress spoke volumes of his innate talent. Moreover, Lu Xian was now an enchanter. Though Uncle Gio was unaware of the details of Xia Chenxi's conversation with Lu Xian on the 2nd floor, he could tell from her expression that Lu Xian was certainly extraordinary. Observing Lu Xian, Uncle Gio continued, in 2 days, the Feng Jian sex assessment will commence. I am eager to see how far you can go. Strive to become an intersect disciple of the Feng Jian sect. Intersect disciple? I thought this assessment was solely for recruiting outer sect disciples. Lu Xian inquired, his thoughts racing, for the treatment of outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples was vastly different, a chasm separating the two. Outer sect disciples were relegated to menial tasks, running errands and the like. Their primary duty was not cultivation, but serving the Fengjian sect, with training only permitted after fulfilling their obligations. In contrast, inner sect disciples represented the core strength of the Fengjian sect, requiring no such toil. Their sole focus was cultivation, with all trivial matters managed by others. Furthermore, they received monthly distributions of resources, including medicinal pills and funds. Becoming an inner sect disciple was akin to ascending to a higher echelon. Within Lin City, they could command respect, even from the city lord's estate, that of course, the threshold for inner sect disciples was exceptionally high. The Fengjian sect would not squander resources on the inept.in response. Uncle Joe smiled knowingly. Indeed, the assessment is primarily for outer sect disciples, but there are also spots available for inner sect disciples. If you can place in the top 10 this time, you will directly become an inner sect disciple without further assessment. Top 10, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. Upon receiving this news, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. Inner sect disciples, in terms of status and identity, far surpassed those of the outer sect, that he had initially worried that even as an outer sect disciple, he might still fail to alleviate his sister's predicament. However, should he become an inner sect disciple, even Long Tai would think twice before acting recklessly. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Joe. I will give it my all. I will secure my place within the top 10. Lu Xian declared resolutely, though he held a silent ambition to claim the top spot. Chuckling in response, Uncle Joe said, I admire your spirit. A young man should strive forward with determination. However, do not celebrate too soon. Considering your current strength, you are indeed impressive among your peers, but there are undoubtedly those stronger than you. As far as I know, there are several participants in this assessment who have reached the 5th level of body refinement, as well as those at the peak of the 4th level. Do not underestimate them. Lu Xian's heart raced. There were participants at the 5th level of body refinement. The Fengjian sect's assessment only targeted martial artists under 20 years of age, and reaching the 5th level before that age indicated exceptional talent. Yet he quickly regained his composure, as Xia Chenzi had already attained the 6th level before turning 16. Comparatively, those at the 5th level by 20 years old seemed trivial, especially since Lu Xian was confident he would surpass them in due time. Regardless of how formidable my adversaries may be, I will undoubtedly trample them beneath my feet. Lu Xian silently resolved. He could not afford to lose, nor would he. Now, do not be overly anxious. The assessment will test not only strength but also insight and talent. Take these next 2 days to rest well. What medicinal pills do you require? 10 bone washing pills and 10 bottles of Xian Yuan pills. Lu Xian replied without hesitation that a single bone cleansing pill is worth 100 taels of gold. Cultivation, indeed, is not a burden that ordinary individuals can bear. Chapter 0027. The day of examination. After spending 2 1,000 tael gold notes, Lu Xian, equipped with the purchased elixirs and the Xiangxi sword gifted by Lin City, departed from the treasure pavilion alongside Yao Lei. However, the Xiangxi sword was wrapped in a piece of black cloth by Lu Xian. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to guilt. Given Lu Xian's current strength at the 4th level of body refinement, parading a mid-grade iron weapon worth 10,000 taels of gold would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He was well aware of the principle of not revealing wealth. The Xian Yuan pills enhance a warrior's ability to absorb elemental energy, but with the Tai Guiyuan technique, Lu Xian had no need for them, that he had already reached the 4th level of body refinement. And the bone-cleansing pill was far more suited to his needs. Yao Lei looked at Lu Xian with gratitude and nodded heavily, although he initially had little hope of entering the Wind Sword sect. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? With so many Xian Yuan pills and a bone-cleansing pill, it was sufficient for Yao Lei to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Lu Xian said no more and turned to enter the room, as he too needed to make final preparations for the examination. The strength of a person correlates with their ambition. Lu Xian's current goal was to secure first place in this examination. However, after hearing Uncle Joe's words, he dared not be complacent, that he had only just entered the 4th level of body refinement, and compared to those at the 5th level, there was a significant disparity, one entire level. Indeed, though he possessed the blinking sword technique as his trump card, the other signs surely had their own means as well. After sitting down to meditate for a moment and calming his mind, Lu Xian took a bone-cleansing pill. As it entered his stomach, a wave of warmth surged from his chest and abdomen, swiftly spreading to his limbs. The medicinal properties of the bone-cleansing pill had begun to take effect. Without hesitation, Lu Xian swiftly activated the Tai Guyuan technique, rapidly absorbing the surrounding elemental energy into his body, which began to permeate his bones alongside the medicinal properties of the bone-cleansing pill. The purpose of the bone-cleansing pill is to assist warriors in purging impurities from their bones, while the activation of the technique serves to temper the bones. Both work in tandem. A fine stream of foul impurities continuously expelled from Lu Xian's body, yet he paid them no mind, focusing solely on circulating his technique, expending the potency of the bone-cleansing pill, valued at 100 taels of gold. He could not afford to waste it. After several hours of cultivation, Lu Xian sensed that the potency of the bone-cleansing pill had nearly been exhausted, and his body was now covered in a thick layer of gray impurities. Emitting an extremely unpleasant odor, at this point, Lu Xian began to gradually halt his technique, preparing to cleanse himself before consuming another bone-cleansing pill. However, at the very moment he ceased his technique, the sword crystal within his dantian, which had been stable, suddenly underwent a transformation. Countless minuscule sword energies erupted forth, instantly washing through Lu Xian's body, that a wave of pain surged, causing Lu Xian to involuntarily grunt. Though fortunately, this time it was not as intense as before. Moreover, having gained experience from previous occurrences, he was gradually able to withstand it. Clenching his teeth in silence, Lu Xian allowed the sword energies to traverse within him. Lu Xian entered a state of internal observation, eager to discern what the sword crystal had accomplished within his body. Upon inspection, his expression brightened with delight. The remnants of the bone-cleansing pill within him had been entirely cleared away by the sword crystal, which not only hinders a warrior's cultivation, but can also cause regression or even death. For this reason, even disciples from prominent families and sects dare not recklessly use elixirs, only resorting to them during crucial moments of breakthroughs to enhance their success rates. Both his strength and resilience to impacts saw a substantial enhancement. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Lu Xian seized every opportunity to cultivate, and his progress was astonishingly rapid. The power of the elixirs was indeed formidable. With 10 bone-cleansing pills, Lu Xian saved a considerable amount of time. Even with the assistance of the Tai Guyuan technique, relying solely on elemental energy to cleanse his bones would have taken him at least half a month. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle, he was not far from it. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Lu Xian was brimming with confidence that at that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. It was Yao Lei's voice. Xingo, are you awake?" Lu Xian stepped forward to open the door, his gaze landing on Yao Lei, who was beaming with joy. "Did you break through?" "Yes, I did," Yao Lei replied exuberantly. "Last night, with the help of that bone-cleansing pill, I finally reached the 3rd level of body refinement. The feeling of breaking through is incredibly satisfying, even more so than that other thing. I feel my strength has increased significantly, and I bet my stamina is even better. I'll have to test it out with Xiaohong later." He did. As Yao Lei rambled on, his tone took on a lewd twist that Lu Xian could only shake his head, choosing not to engage with his comments. With nothing else to do, Lu Xian listened in on their dialogue. "Brother Feng, this time, entering the Wind Sword sect should be a sure thing, right?" A warrior bearing a large axe laughed heartily as he spoke to his companion, who also carried a long sword on his back, and felt a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing the swordsman's words, the warrior expressed surprise. "That's not possible. I heard Brother Feng has already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of body refinement. Is the threshold for the Wind Sword sect really that high? This is my first time participating in the examination. I hope Brother Feng can offer some guidance that I've indeed reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of body refinement. But I will soon turn 20. That the Wind Sword sect examination not only assesses strength, but also considers age, that if I were just a year younger, I would be confident in my chances with my current strength. Unfortunately, during last year's examination, I had only just reached the 3rd level and was eliminated." The swordsman named Feng appeared somewhat melancholy as he recounted this, that he had begun participating in the examination since he was 16. Surely, they need numerous outer disciples. With such strict standards, even if all the young warriors in the Lin City participated, they might not recruit many. The warrior expressed disbelief. The swordsman named Feng chuckled derisively. "You are mistaken. While the Wind Sword sect indeed requires many outer disciples, the number of warriors participating in the examination is not limited to just Lin City. Pausing for a moment, he continued. You must understand that Lin City is but a mere city within the Tianwu Empire. There are no fewer than 10 cities like Lin City throughout the entire empire. Furthermore, as far as I know, the Eastern Beacon Empire and the Southern Crimson Flame Empire fall within the territory of the Wind Sword sect. Beyond that, I am unaware of what lies further afield. Just think about it. With so many young talents from various regions participating in the Wind Sword sect's assessment. It was the first time he realized just how vast the Tianjian Continent truly was. Moreover, this was merely what the Wind surnamed swordsman was aware of. How extensive must the areas he was unaware of be? Contemplating this, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. Might there come a day when, with sufficient strength, he could traverse the entirety of the Tianjian Continent? Nevertheless, regardless of the possibilities, one must take each step deliberately. His foremost objective was to become an inner disciple of the Wind Sword sect. If he could not even achieve that, how could he dream of traversing the entire continent? Xin Ge, if that person at the peak of the third level of body refinement might not even pass the assessment. Doesn't that render my hopes even more tenuous? Beside him, Yao Lei spoke, a hint of trepidation in his voice that Liu Xian offered a slight smile and replied, Do not worry. Did you not hear him say that the assessment considers not only strength but also age? He is nearly 20, while you are still a few months shy of 16. That it cannot be generalized. That as Lu Xian reassured Yao Lei. The martial artist regained his composure from the shock and bowed respectfully to the Wind surnamed swordsman, saying, I never imagined the world to be so vast. I am indeed a bit ignorant. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Feng, that I am now 18 years old and have just entered the third level of body refinement. What do you think? Can I enter the Wind Sword sect? With 18 years of age and at the third level of body refinement, the hope remains considerable. Just perform well during the assessment. It is not solely a test of strength, but also of temperament and comprehension, all of which will be evaluated. You will soon see. Following this, the Wind surnamed swordsman shared several key points and amusing anecdotes from previous assessments, which Lu Xian and Yao Lei listened to with rapt attention. That as the two followed closely behind, it wasn't long before Lu Xian caught sight of the sword trial hall in the distance. By this time, the area surrounding the hall was already densely packed with martial artists. All those participating in the assessment and those who would participate in the future had congregated here, making for a rare spectacle. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the first round of assessments was set to take place in the square outside the sword trial hall, as the hall itself could not accommodate everyone. As Lu Xian navigated through the throngs, he noticed several force-testing stones positioned in the square. The content of the Wind Sword sect's assessment was no secret. A casual inquiry would yield the information. Arriving quite early, Lu Xian and his companion found themselves waiting, as the assessment was set to begin at the hour of the snake, and it was not yet past the hour of the rat. Thus, Lu Xian stood quietly by, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, while Yao Lei's eyes roamed in search of beautiful maidens. Before long, Yao Lei suddenly nudged Lu Xian, excitement evident in his voice. Hey, Xin Ge, look! The sisters have arrived. At this, Lu Xian opened his eyes in confusion. Sisters? Which sisters? Following Yao Lei's pointing finger, Lu Xian was taken aback, realizing that it was not merely sisters but rather Xia Chenxi and Lin City who had arrived. However, they did not walk over, but rather alighted from a carriage belonging to the city lord's residence, heading directly to the judge's area instead of the waiting area designated for Lu Xian. Upon noticing the direction Yao Lei indicated, a number of martial artists nearby cast disdainful glances at Lu Xian and Yao Lei, expressing their derision. Everyone in Lin City knew of Xia Chenxi and Lin City. While they were considered goddesses in the hearts of nearly all martial artists present, there were few who would unabashedly refer to them as sisters like Yao Lei did, unfazed by the scornful looks from others. The old manager of the treasure pavilion. It appeared that Xia Chenxi and Lin City were merely accompanying Uncle Zhen, who was the true focus of attention. What could this mean? Lu Xian pondered, bewildered. Though he had long suspected that Uncle Zhen's identity extended beyond that of a mere manager, he had not anticipated that he would hold a position of such standing in this context, worthy of a seat among the judges. Chapter 29. Uncle Zhen's identity. Chenxi. Look! Lu Xian is indeed here, Lin City exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting Lu Xian. Fortunately, he had arrived early and stood in a prominent position. Otherwise, amid the multitude of martial artists, it would not have been an easy task to locate him. Following Lin Sini's gaze, Xia Chenxi also noticed Lu Xian, who was looking back at her. Their eyes met, and Lu Xian offered a slight nod and smile. Xia Chenxi's face flushed a shade of crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, responding to Lin Sini. He is here to participate in the assessment. Naturally. Come on, let's go greet him, Lin Sini said with a cheerful smile, not waiting for Xia Chenxi's consent before taking her hand and leading her towards Lu Xian. Uncle Jin had initially prepared to say something, but upon seeing the two girls approach Lu Xian, he merely shook his head with a smile and chose to let them be. Miss Chenxi and Miss Sini are approaching. Is that so? Could it be that my charm has drawn the attention of these two goddesses? Get lost, with your weight, twice that of an average person. How dare you presume to possess charm? As the two moved, a stir arose among the group of martial artists surrounding Lu Xian, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, each hoping that the two ladies were coming to find them, striking poses they deemed to be suave and dashing. A bunch of fools, how self-deluded, Yao Lei scoffed, fully aware that Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini were coming for someone else. Under the eager gazes of countless martial artists, Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini decisively halted right in front of Lu Xian. With this pause, the collective breath of the martial artists was released in disappointment. Wait, they're looking for that kid? What status does he have? He doesn't seem to measure up to me at all. Wondering if what he had claimed earlier might actually hold some truth. When Yao Lei had called them sisters, they had mocked him, but now that Lin Sini had approached Lu Xian, it was clear that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Lu Xian, you came quite early, Lin Sini greeted with a smile. Indeed, I spent 2 full days in training and was eager to get out and see the world, Lu Xian replied. Did you bring the sword I gifted you? Lin Sini glanced around, seemingly not spotting the Xiangxi sword, and pouted. You did bring it, right? Of course. How could I not carry something given by Miss Sini? Lu Xian chuckled, patting the black cloth pouch slung over his back. However, I dare not flaunt my wealth openly. Seeing that Lu Xian indeed carried it with him, Lin Sini broke into a satisfied smile. By the way, are you two also here to participate in the assessment? Lu Xian inquired with curiosity. Not at all. We are already pre-selected. This time, we are just here to enjoy the spectacle with Uncle Jin. However, I am merely an inner disciple, while Chenxi is a core disciple. We will have to part ways from here, Lin Sini explained, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Given that Xia Chenxi had achieved the 6th level of body refinement before turning 16, her selection as a core disciple was a foregone conclusion. Although Lin Sini was commendable in her own right, being only at the 4th level of body refinement meant she had no path to the core discipleship and could only rely on her true strength. Having grown close to Xia Chenxi, the prospect of parting ways was understandably disheartening. Xia Chenxi gently patted the back of Lin Sini's hand and smiled. What is there to be upset about? It's not as if we can never be together again. I can still come to visit you often. After a moment, she continued, besides, I believe Lu Xian will also manage to become an inner disciple this time. It's not as if you will be without company. Lin Sini's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, will you also be entering the inner sect this time? Lu Xian smiled wryly. I would like to join the inner sect, but it all depends on my performance in the assessment. That I have faith in you, Xia Chenxi said, looking into Lu Xian's eyes. Although there are many strong individuals this time, just based on that sword of yours, you are more than qualified to enter the inner sect. Xia Chenxi remembered that sword from that day, and she was well aware that Lu Xian had an enigmatic master behind him. Being chosen by such a powerful figure naturally indicated exceptional talent, that Lu Xian laughed heartily, but chose not to comment further. While he shared her confidence, voicing it might come across as arrogance. Shifting the conversation, he asked, by the way, what exactly is Uncle Jin's status? How did he come to be on the judging panel this time? Lin Sini chuckled. You don't really believe Uncle Jin is just the manager of the treasure pavilion, do you? Xia Chenxi couldn't help but laugh as well. Uncle Jin is actually an elder of the Wind Sword sect. However, he suffered severe injuries during a critical moment and was saved at great cost by my father and Sini's father. To repay that life-saving grace, Uncle Jin chose to remain in Lin City. It was no wonder that he had felt an air of inscrutability about his 9th uncle. He had not anticipated such formidable strength. Just then, a resounding drumbeat echoed, signaling that the time had come for the assessment to officially commence. Without further delay, Xia Chenxi and her companion began to turn back. Before departing, Lin Sini did not forget to remind Lu Xian, "You absolutely must become an inner sect disciple. Otherwise, I shall be dreadfully bored." Observing the close camaraderie between Lu Xian and the two young ladies, the surrounding martial artists were consumed with envy, each speculating about Lu Xian's identity. Meanwhile, Yao Lei exuded confidence, as if he were the one being envied, exclaiming, "I told you all that she is my sister-in-law. How could you not believe it? Serves you right to be envious and resentful." As the drumbeats continued to reverberate, the multitude of martial artists gradually fell silent. Their gazes fixated upon the judging panel, that on the panel sat 4 elderly figures, one of whom was naturally the 9th uncle, while the other 3 remained unfamiliar to Lu Xian, presumably other elders of the Wind Sword sect. Noticing the collective focus of the martial artists, one elder seated beside the 9th uncle stood up, extending his hands and gently pressing them downward, causing the drumbeats to abruptly cease. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the chief examiner for this assessment in Lin City, and I also hold the esteemed position of intersect elder within the Wind Sword sect. You may refer to me as Elder Sun." Elder Sun spoke with a voice that, though not particularly loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all the martial artists, showcasing his formidable power. Upon his declaration, the crowd of martial artists erupted into hushed excitement. For to become an outer sect disciple was already a commendable achievement, and the prestige of an inner sect elder was evident. Silence. Elder Sun commanded with an air of authority that we shall now proceed with the first round of the assessment. I hereby announce the rules. In Chapter 30, titled Long Tai, the first round involved a strength assessment. Before you are 4 strength testing stone tablets, which I believe you have already seen. When I call out a number, the martial artist holding that numbered token shall step forward for the evaluation. Those who exceed 1,000 pounds in strength will pass. Those who fall below will be eliminated. However, this merely signifies passing the first round. There will be further evaluations, and the final ranking will be determined by the cumulative results of all assessments. Upon hearing Elder Sun's announcement, the martial artists were once again astounded, as a requirement of 1,000 pounds of strength was indeed a tall order. Aside from those with unique physiques, one would need to be at least at the 3rd level of body refinement to achieve such a feat that in previous assessments, the first round merely demanded a strength of 700 to 800 pounds, allowing even some 2nd-level body refinement practitioners a chance to compete. Now, it seemed that the hope of 2nd-level practitioners had been utterly extinguished. Many faces in the crowd fell, as it became apparent that most were at the 2nd level of body refinement. Nonetheless, Elder Sun remained indifferent to their sentiments, continuing, "The rewards for this assessment are equally generous. All who successfully pass and become outer sect disciples of the Wind Sword sect will each receive a bone-cleansing pill. The top 20 martial artists will each receive an additional muscle transformation pill. The top 10 will be directly admitted into the inner sect, with the top 3 receiving further accolades." Upon hearing Elder Sun's declaration of rewards, the eyes of the martial artists sparkled with excitement. Despite the unprecedented difficulty of this assessment, the rewards were also the most substantial in history. While they dared not aspire for too much, simply becoming an outer sect disciple and receiving a bone-cleansing pill was a prospect that greatly increased their chances of advancing to the 4th level of body refinement. After surveying the eager crowd, Elder Sun nodded slightly and announced, "Let the assessment begin." At that moment, by each of the 4 strength testing stone tablets stood an examiner responsible for the evaluations. These individuals, all stewards of the Wind Sword sect, immediately commenced the assessments upon receiving Elder Sun's command. Each wielding a ledger to record names, the AS numbers were called. Martial artists stepped forward to the corresponding stone tablets, eagerly preparing for their evaluations. Lu Xian's attention was drawn to the first martial artist taking the stage, who, after a slight warm-up, delivered a powerful punch to the stone tablet that as the punch landed, a crystal column on the tablet rapidly ascended, ultimately halting just below 1,000 pounds. The examiner beside him glanced at the result and stated, 950 pounds, disqualified. "You have 2 more attempts." The martial artist's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly gathered his energy for another strike. 900 pounds, disqualified. 1 last chance. 900 pounds, disqualified. Elimination. Next, the examiner swiftly marked the martial artist's information off the ledger, sealing his fate for the first round. After 3 consecutive failures, the martial artist could only leave in disappointment. The martial artist let out an exuberant shout. Though he had only barely met the standard, he was far more accomplished than those who had failed to even pass the first round. Observing the evaluations of the others, Lu Xian also recognized a few familiar faces, including the axe-wielding martial artist and the swordsman with the surname Feng, both of whom had successfully passed, striking 1,300 and 1,400 pounds, respectively. The swordsman from the Feng family, at the peak of the third level of body refinement, achieving 1,400 pounds was hardly surprising. However, the axe-wielding martial artist had only recently entered the third level, yet managed to strike 1,300 pounds, which took Lu Xian by surprise. That it seemed he possessed an extraordinary natural physique, as evidenced by the massive axe he bore. Number 332, Xia Yi. The examiner called out another number, causing a stir among the crowd. Xia Yi. Is he not the genius reputed to be second only to Miss Chenxi in Lin City? Indeed, he is only 18 years old, and I heard he entered the 5th level of body refinement just 2 months ago. An 18-year-old at the 5th level of body refinement is truly extraordinary. I believe he is the frontrunner in this assessment. Alas, comparing ourselves to others can be disheartening. His family background is exceptional, and his talent is remarkable that I would be content to simply become an outer sect disciple. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Xian discerned Xia Yi's identity. An 18-year-old at the 5th level of body refinement certainly categorized him as a prominent figure in Lin City. And he had also heard of the Xia family's reputation. Before long, a youth clad in splendid attire, with a long sword slung across his back and possessing strikingly handsome features, emerged from the throng. Clearly the famed Xia Yi at that moment, the examiner for another strength-testing stone tablet called out another number. Number 650, Long Tai. Lu Xian's heart raced upon hearing the name Long Tai. The moment he was about to step forward for his assessment, Xia Yi also paused, turning his gaze toward the crowd. Once again, the crowd erupted in commotion, as Long Tai, the young master of the Long family, whom Lu Xian had been obsessively contemplating, finally appeared before him. Long Tai was similarly garbed in fine clothing, but bore no weapons, his demeanor exuding calmness, not resembling a typical spoiled heir. However, his actions in Tianjian town had certainly been anything but commendable. Lu Xian fixed his gaze on him, vowing that one day he would trample Long Tai beneath his feet. Long Tai, I never expected we would be testing together. How delightful. Let us show everyone who truly deserves the title of Lin City's #1 genius, whether it shall be you, Long Tai, or I, Xia Yi. Xia Yi declared, locking eyes with Long Tai. In response to Xia Yi's provocation, Long Tai remained unperturbed, moving forward steadily and calmly stating, the title of Lin City's #1 genius belongs neither to you nor to me. It rightfully belongs to Miss Chenxi. With that, Long Tai humbly cupped his fist towards Xia Chenxi at the judging panel. Were it not for Lu Xian's prior knowledge of Long Tai's true character, one might be easily deceived by such a display of humility. Who is this Long Tai? I don't believe I've heard of him before. Someone remarked that I know. He hails from the noble Long family of Tianjian town and is rumored to have also reached the 5th level of body refinement. He is indeed a formidable contender. This time, the battle for first place will likely be between him and Xia Yi. Bah! As if he could ever vie for Miss Chenxi's attention. He should take a good look in the mirror. Yao Lei spat disdainfully. Brother Xian, you must decisively trample this fellow. The title of first place is undoubtedly yours. In Chapter 31, titled The Contest of Geniuses, as Long Tai expressed goodwill towards Xia Chenxi, Lin Cini wrinkled her delicate nose and remarked, Chenxi, do not be deceived by this fellow's facade. He is quite insidious. Xia Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Cini let out a soft scoff and remarked, do not be deceived by his seemingly polite demeanor. In truth, he is a tyrant in Tianjian town. Yao Lei has informed me that he frequently abducts young women and sullies many innocent girls. This time, he even intends to forcefully marry Lu Xian's sister. Left with no other options, Lu Xian has come to participate in the Fengjian sex assessment, hoping to leverage the sex influence to protect his sister. Xia Chenxi expressed her astonishment. Is it truly so? I was completely unaware of this, and Lu Xian has never mentioned it to me. If I had known, I could have implored my father to intervene and ensure his sister's safety. Given Lu Xian's character, he likely despises being indebted to others. Moreover, as you mentioned, with his current prowess, gaining entry into the inner sect of the Fengjian sect should pose little difficulty. Xiaoqinci nodded thoughtfully, yet her gaze towards Long Tai was filled with disdain. As a woman, she found Long Tai's treatment of women utterly abhorrent. Long Tai, taken aback by Xiaoqinci's look, was aware that in the entire Lin city, her lineage, beauty, and strength were unmatched. He had initially intended to curry favor with her. But it seemed he had unwittingly offended her, as she clearly held him in low regard. That as he contemplated this, Xia Ye's voice rang out once more. Long Tai, let us dispense with idle chatter. Let our abilities speak for themselves. Redirecting his focus to Xia Yi, Long Tai snorted derisively that if it's a contest you seek, then so be it. That am I to be intimidated by you? Others may regard you as the foremost genius beneath Xiaoqinci. But today I, Long Tai, shall reclaim my rightful honor before all the martial artists of Lin City. With a glance at Xiaoqinci, he silently vowed, I will make you aware that in Lin City, only I, Long Tai, am worthy of you. Soon, the two stood before their respective strength-measuring stone tablets, drawing the gaze of countless martial artists who were eager to witness who would emerge victorious. Xia Yi unsheathed the long sword he had slung across his back and handed it to a subordinate. Addressing Long Tai, who shall go first? Since you wish to compete, then please, I invite you to take the lead. Long Tai appeared composed, having resolved to make a striking impression, without Xia Yi's performance to gauge against. How could he showcase his own strength? If you want me to go first, I shall oblige, Xia Yi replied, his tone unyielding. With that, he began to loosen his body, gradually gathering his energy until it surged to its peak. With a mighty roar, he delivered a powerful punch to the strength-measuring stone tablet. Upon impact, the crystal column shot upward rapidly. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, that IT finally stabilized at 2,600. As Xia Ye's score was announced, the crowd of martial artists gasped in a no wonder he is hailed as Lin City's top genius beneath Xiaoqinci. This score is the highest among those newly participating in the assessment. Previously, the best score was merely 1,800, not even breaching the 2,000 mark. Despite having set a new record with a strength of 2,600, Xia Yi appeared somewhat dissatisfied. He struck the stone tablet twice more, achieving scores of 2,005 and 2,505, though he regrettably failed to surpass his earlier peak. Xia Yi, highest score, 2,600. The Fengjin sect steward announced the score, his heart stirred with surprise. He had not anticipated such promising talent from Lin City. Your performance was mediocre, allowing me to gain the upper hand, Xia Yi declared with a hint of pride. With a score of 2,600, he felt reasonably content, especially considering that some newly ascended martial artists at the 5th level could barely reach 2,000 to Brother Xian. This fellow is quite formidable. 2,600. If that were to land on me, I would be utterly incapacitated. Yao Lei marveled. Liu Xian concurred. That was merely a standard punch, without employing any martial techniques. The strength assessment prohibits the use of techniques. Had he employed them, the destructive power would have been even more astonishing. Given that Xia Yi has challenged Long Tai, it appears Long Tai's strength is not vastly different. Though Liu Xian had always regarded Long Tai as a formidable adversary, he was only just beginning to grasp the true extent of Long Tai's abilities. Today unveiled that Long Tai was indeed quite powerful. Nevertheless, Liu Xian felt no trepidation, no matter Long Tai's strength. He was determined to surpass him. The greater the enemy's strength, the higher Liu Xian's resolve soared. Upon witnessing Xia Yi's score, Long Tai could not help but raise an eyebrow. He had not expected Xia Yi to possess such strength. His fist struck the stone tablet. All eyes were riveted on the crystal column, which swiftly surpassed 2,000, then 2,005, 2,006. That Xia Yi's expression darkened. His score was 2,006. And Long Tai's punch had already eclipsed his record. Ultimately, the column ceased at 2,008, that although merely 200 pounds above Xia Yi, it was a definitive triumph over him. Long Tai exhaled. How arrogant. This is merely the first round of assessments. True genius cannot be measured solely by brute strength, that I shall see who ultimately claims the title of first in this assessment, Xia Yi retorted, humiliated by his unexpected defeat to Long Tai. Then I eagerly await your response. I shall ensure you concede wholeheartedly. The title of first in this assessment is mine, Long Tai declared defiantly. Xia Yi dismissed him with a cold snort, turning away in indignation. His pride had been severely wounded. After delivering his punch, Long Tai opted not to make any further attempts, as he had already exerted his maximum strength to surpass Xia Yi. He doubted he could even reach 2,500 again. Long Tai, 2,800, passed. The steward responsible for the assessment called out Long Tai's score. This fellow has quite a bit of strength. He has even surpassed Xia Yi. Is it possible that he will seize the first place this time? Lin Sini muttered, her lips pressed together in frustration. She harbored disdain for Long Tai, viewing him as an enemy since he was Lu Xian's rival. Xia Chenxi gently shook her head. That is not necessarily the case. Achieving 2,800 signifies he has reached his limit, that if Xia Yi performs slightly better, they are closely matched. Besides, there are still other assessments to come, including temperament, comprehension, and practical combat. Xia Yi may not necessarily lose to him. After pondering, Lin Sini smiled and inquired, Chenxi, do you think Lu Xian can surpass him? Well, that it may prove challenging for Lu Xian to exceed him in strength. He is still only at the 4th level of physical cultivation, which is quite a distance from the 5th level. Xia Chenxi offered her assessment, acknowledging the disparity in their strengths. However, she continued, nonetheless, in the upcoming assessments. Yet in just a few short days, he had advanced to the 4th level. Though she was unaware of the means he employed, his aptitude and understanding were truly remarkable. Lin Sini grinned playfully. So, you're saying Lu Xian still has a chance to claim first? I must say, I find that quite exciting. After all, who wouldn't desire their beloved to be the most outstanding? She felt a burgeoning affection for Lu Xian, which only fueled her enthusiasm. Just as Xia Chenxi was about to respond with a smile, a steward's voice rang out. Number 828, Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Xia Chenxi paused, falling silent as her and Lin Sini's eyes turned in unison towards the stage. Lin Sini felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. How well could Lu Xian perform? Although he might not match Long Tai's strength, he should not fall too far behind, right? Meanwhile, Long Tai, having just returned to the crowd, halted upon hearing Lu Xian's name, that he slowly turned to look. This unexpected reaction piqued Xia Yi's curiosity as well. Lu Xian. It seemed he had not heard of this individual before. Could he be a hidden genius worthy of Long Tai's attention? Brother Xian, it's your turn. Give it your all and trample them beneath your feet. Yao Lei called out, waving his fist at Lu Xian. That Lu Xian smiled slightly, saying nothing further as he strode confidently toward the arena. Long Yang, did you not say you sent someone to deal with him? How is he here now? Long Tai coldly questioned his companion. Long Yang, suddenly sweating profusely, had kept the recent events from Long Tai. However, confronted with the inquiry, he dared not hide the truth and recounted the fate of the 2nd and 3rd brothers. You can't even handle a trivial matter. How can I trust you with important tasks in the future? Long Tai reprimanded Long Yang and then cast a glance at Lu Xuan, remarking, this lad seems to have a fortunate fate. However, he is not worthy to oppose me. In Long Tai's eyes, Lu Xuan was akin to a mere insect, easily squashed and not deserving of his attention. He merely found him bothersome. As Lu Xuan approached, the steward glanced at the roster. Upon noticing Lu Xuan's 2nd-level body refinement strength, couldn't help but express disdain. Who impatiently urged, hurry up, it's not like you're going to pass. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xuan sprang into action. With taut legs, he propelled himself forward like a sharp arrow, his fist striking the power-testing stone tablet with blinding speed. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as the crystal column atop the stone tablet shot skyward. 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds, 2,500 pounds. The crystal column swiftly shattered one mark after another, finally trembling to a halt at the 3,000-pound mark. 3,000 pounds. With this single punch, Lu Xuan had not only set a new record, but had also surpassed Long Tai and Xia Yi by a considerable margin. No wonder he has attracted the attention of 2 of Lin City's most esteemed beauties. It seems his strength is indeed extraordinary. As Lu Xuan's results were revealed, the crowd erupted once more, clamoring to learn about his background. Wow, 3,000 pounds. Chenxi, Lu Xuan's score is higher than both Xia Yi and Long Tai. Lin Sini exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. In that moment, Summer Chenxi could not contain her astonishment either. Catapulting to first place. Responding to the inquiry, Lu Xuan simply smiled and said, I mistakenly reported my previous information that he had no intention of disclosing that his strength had surged in just over 10 days. Even if he were to tell the truth, no one would believe him. It was better to weave a little lie. I see. The steward seemed to breathe a sigh of relief before his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. may I inquire? What is your actual strength? Second level of body refinement. Have I passed the assessment? Lushuan reminded him. Oh yes. The steward quickly realized, exclaiming, Lushuan, 3,000 pounds. Passed. At that moment, Longtai gazed at Lushuan, descending from the testing area, with disbelief etched across his face. Impossible! How could Lushuan achieve 3,000 pounds? How can this be the wasteful scion of the Lu family? His score exceeds mine by 200 pounds in this first trial. Despite his disbelief, he had to accept the reality. The crystal column on the power testing tablet, indicating 3,000 pounds, was a stark reminder that everything that had just occurred was indeed real. Chapter 33. The bet, and the stakes equally astonished was Xie, who had been drawn to Lushuan only after noticing Longtai's reaction, but he had not anticipated such a terrifying score from Lushuan. 3,000 pounds. 400 pounds more than his own strength. While he had always prided himself on being second best in Lin City, how could he accept that a newcomer could achieve such a feat? Longtai managed to suppress his shock and, with a grim expression, inquired, Long Yang, did you find the culprits responsible for the deaths of the second and third brothers while chasing after Lushuan? Initially, Longtai had dismissed Lushuan entirely, but the display of strength he had just witnessed far exceeded his expectations. Now he began to suspect Lushuan, believing that with such prowess, Lushuan could indeed have eliminated the second and third brothers. No, when I arrived, I only saw their corpses. Brother, do you suspect Lushuan? Long Yang replied honestly. Indeed, such coincidences are rare. The second and third brothers pursued him, yet he emerged unscathed while they perished. It seems improbable, Long Yang countered. With a cold smirk, Longtai retorted, if I say he is the murderer, then he is the murderer. Anyone who dares harm my Long family shall meet a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Long Yang understood Longtai's intentions. It was clear that Longtai was preparing to frame Lushuan and use it as an excuse to target him. Laughing heartily, Long Yang added, brother is correct. The second and third brothers were indeed eliminated by Lushuan. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. While the crowd was still reeling from Lushuan's impressive score, at the judging panel, Summer Chincy was engaged in conversation with Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, if I am not mistaken, Lushuan should be at the second level of body refinement. How could he possibly achieve 3,000 pounds of strength? Uncle Gio smiled gently and replied, for an ordinary person, it is indeed impossible. However, some individuals are born with extraordinary strength and unique physiques, naturally endowed with immense power. Lushuan appears to belong to this category, that he was not wrong. Indeed, some individuals possessed innate strength far surpassing that of others. However, Lushuan was not one of them. His ability to strike 3,000 pounds with second-level body refinement stemmed from the Tai Guyuan technique. This technique, with its 26 meridian pathways, allowed Lushuan to refine his body, enhancing his physical capabilities beyond that of an ordinary person, resulting in an explosive force that far exceeded the norm. As Uncle Gio conversed with Summer Chincy, elder son suddenly turned to him and asked, Yin Gio, do you seem to know this lad? Yin Gio, Uncle Gio's original name, nodded in acknowledgement that we have crossed paths a few times. Elder son chuckled, it seems you have found some remarkable talents in Lin City. Elder son replied matter-of-factly, you know this lad, while I am acquainted with Longtai. Why not wager on whether Lushuan or Longtai will take the top spot? Uncle Gio pondered for a moment, then replied with a faint smile. Longtai is at the 5th level of body refinement, while Lushuan is merely at the 4th level. Don't you think I might be at a disadvantage? Ha! How about this, since you are at a disadvantage in strength? I will wager double your stake. What do you think? Elder son seemed determined to engage Uncle Gio in a bet. Before Uncle Gio could respond, a soft voice interjected, Elder son, what if I were to wager with you instead? All eyes turned to the speaker, who was none other than Summer Chincy, seated behind Uncle Gio. Oh, does my niece Chincy wish to participate as well? Elder son asked, uncharacteristically dropping his elder demeanor that a 16-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement was a rare talent. I wonder what elder son's wager entails. Although my family's wealth is not vast, I can still manage a modest stake. With her statement, she effectively accepted elder son's wager and inquired about the stakes. Haha, I had my eye on Uncle Gio's low-grade treasure, the Shadow Claw, which is why I proposed the bet that if you can present a low-grade treasure-level claw-type weapon, I would be willing to wager this match with you. She could certainly procure one, however, elder son's insistence on a claw-type weapon posed a challenge. This moment, the usually silent Jiu Shu finally spoke up, that if I am not mistaken, the martial arts that Long Tai has cultivated are indeed the techniques associated with his weapon. Correct? This weapon you possess was also sought for him, was it not? It seems that Elder Sun and Long Tai share a significant bond. Jiu Shu's keen insight allowed him to immediately discern the crux of the matter. Elder Sun merely chuckled, offering no explanation, and instead observed Jiu Shu and Xia Chenxi, patiently awaiting their words. Just as Xia Chenxi prepared to speak, Jiu Shu raised a hand to halt her, smiling gently as he said, "Since Elder Sun has shown interest, I, old Jiu, shall indulge in this game. Chenxi, why don't you take this Shadow Claw and wager it against Elder Sun? After all, I plan to settle down in Lin City, and I doubt I will have much use for it." Seeing that Jiu Shu was willing to part with his cherished weapon, Xia Chenxi was immediately overjoyed. Rest assured, Jiu Shu, Lu Xian will undoubtedly prevail. She then turned to Elder Sun and asked, "Elder Sun, now that the Shadow Claw is on the table, what shall your wager be?" Upon hearing that Jiu Shu truly intended to wager the Shadow Claw, a flicker of delight crossed Elder Sun's face as he responded, "My dear Chenxi, feel free to express your desires. I have accumulated some wealth during my years at the Wind Sword sect." Since Elder Sun encouraged her to speak freely, Xia Chenxi refrained from pretense and thoughtfully replied, "The Shadow Claw has accompanied Jiu Shu for nearly half his life. Although it is a low-grade treasure, it has been refined to an exceptional level, far exceeding the average low-grade treasure. Since Elder Sun has promised a double wager, I will not be modest. I desire a storage ring along with a Hunyuan pill. How does that sound?" Chapter 0034. The wager is all yours. Upon hearing Xia Chenxi's proposed items, Elder Sun's lips twitched slightly. The Hunyuan pill is a medicinal concoction suitable for those at the 8th level of body refinement and above. Capable of providing a comprehensive enhancement to martial artists, it not only solidifies the foundation of the body refinement stage, but also increases the likelihood of breakthrough, its value incomparable to the bone-washing pill previously utilized by Lu Xian. The Wind Sword sect produces very few Hunyuan pills, and in the secular world, even an abundance of gold would not suffice to procure one for the storage ring. It too is exceedingly precious. Ordinary martial artists in the body refinement stage would be hard-pressed to obtain one, that only individuals of Xia Chenxi's distinguished lineage could acquire such a treasure. Together, the value of these two items is not far from that of two low-grade treasures. Xia Chenxi is indeed not at a loss. That he chuckled dryly and remarked, My dear Chenxi, you are certainly not at a disadvantage. What is Elder Sun perhaps hesitant to wager?" Xia Chenxi smiled slightly, subtly provoking him. "Of course, I shall wager. I am not one to go back on my word. Although the storage ring and Hunyuan pill are invaluable, I happen to possess exactly those items." Elder Sun steeled himself and declared, "After all, this is merely a wager. Should he win, he would not need to part with them. Moreover, he has great confidence in Long Tai. Although he was overshadowed by Lu Xian in the strength assessment, he believed Lu Xian merely relied on innate strength. The gap between the 5th and 4th levels of body refinement is not easily bridged. Aside from the temperament and comprehension assessments, there remains the crucial test of actual combat." Upon Elder Sun's agreement, Xia Chenxi smiled and bowed to the other elders at the judging table, saying, "If that is the case, I would like to request Jiu Shu and the esteemed elders to act as witnesses for this wager between myself and Elder Sunday." Well said. However, it will not be easy for Lu Xian to win. Watching without participation is rather dull. Let us add some excitement to this that I shall bear witness. The other two elders at the judging table chimed in, clearly favoring Long Tai due to the evident disparity in strength. Xia Chenxi, however, paid little heed to their opinions, as she did not believe Lu Xian's strength was merely superficial. While the elders conversed at the judging table, the assessment in the arena continued. Lu Xian caused a sensation by securing first place with a strength of 3,000 pounds, which piqued the interest of the other martial artists in the subsequent assessments. Unfortunately, none of the following contestants managed to achieve results as remarkable as those of Lu Xian, Long Tai, and Xia Yi. Another martial artist of the 5th level of body refinement appeared, but he was merely an ordinary one. Having reached the maximum age of 20 for participation, he ultimately recorded a score of 2,200 pounds, disappointing the eager crowd. The remaining peak 4th level martial artists also recorded scores ranging from 1,800 to 2,000 pounds. Far inferior to Xia Ye's 2,600 pounds, let alone Lu Xian's 3,000. that in the eyes of many martial artists, the top three in this assessment would undoubtedly be Lu Xian and his companions. But there remained uncertainty as to who would claim first place. Although Lu Xian ranked first in the strength assessment, the subsequent evaluations were fraught with variables. Yao Lei also took to the stage during this time, ultimately passing with a score of 1,050 pounds, a commendable achievement considering he had just broken through to the third level of body refinement. Meanwhile, after completing his assessment, Lu Xian found a secluded spot to sit and await the conclusion of the first round, taking the opportunity to practice his techniques. Now that the impurities in his bones had been completely cleansed, he merely needed to continuously circulate his energy to forge his bones further. Upon learning that Long Tai had reached the fifth level of body refinement, Lu Xian felt an increased sense of urgency. Every bit of strength would enhance his chances of securing first place. ASA drum sounded. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes to see Elder Sun standing once more, clearly indicating that the first round of assessments had concluded. The first round of strength assessments is officially over. All participants who passed, follow me into the sword trial hall. The next evaluations will take place there. With that, Elder Sun led the way down from the judging table, making his way to the sword trial hall at a leisurely pace. Xian Ge, let us go. The second round of assessments is about to begin. Yao Lei exclaimed with excitement, having successfully passed the first round. However, seeing Lu Xian in deep concentration, he refrained from disturbing him. That I just inquired and learned that as long as one passes the first round, the success rate for the subsequent assessments is around 80%, that if I can enter the Wind Sword sect, my father will surely be overjoyed. Yao Lei chattered animatedly in Lu Xian's ear. The next assessment is the temperament test. With your temperament, be careful not to stumble, Lu Xian teased. Upon hearing this, Yao Lei's face flushed with embarrassment. Truth be told, the temperament assessment was indeed the one he worried about most. The others were manageable, but he could not guarantee his performance in the trial of desire. That moment, a soft voice called out, Lu Xian. Hearing this, Lu Xian halted and turned to see it was Xia Chenxi. She had not entered the sword trial hall with Jiu Shu, but had intentionally waited for him. Miss Chenxi, why have you not gone in? Lu Xian inquired, puzzled. Xia Chenxi smiled gently. Please do not call me Miss Chenxi. Just call me Chenxi. I specifically awaited you here, because I have a few things to discuss. Please go ahead. Walking alongside Lu Xian, Xia Chenxi began. Do you have confidence in securing first place this time? Confidence that I place greater faith in my strength. Although Lu Xian did not respond directly, he clearly conveyed his ambitions. Seeing Lu Xian brimming with determination, Xia Chenxi smiled radiantly. That is wonderful. This time, you must secure first place. Otherwise, Jiu Shu's treasured weapon will be lost. Liu Xian was taken aback, uncertain how his potential first-place finish was connected to Jiu Shu's weapon, and he promptly asked, What do you mean? Elder Sun wagered with Jiu Shu that if Long Tai claims first place, then Jiu Shu's weapon, the low-grade treasure Shadow Claw, will belong to Elder Sunday. Conversely, if you secure first place, Elder Sun will offer a storage ring and a Hunyuan pill as his stake. After gazing deeply at Lu Xian, Xia Chenxi continued, If you win, then these two wagers, the storage ring and the Hunyuan pill, will be entirely yours. It turned out that Xia Chenxi had sought the wager from Elder Sun specifically for Lu Xian. When she had presented the storage ring, she had noted the glimmer of envy in Lu Xian's eyes. Seizing this opportunity, she was determined to assist him, though whether she would succeed depended solely on Lu Xian's capabilities. Yet, to secure this bet, Jiu Shu had risked his cherished weapon as a wager, which made Xia Chenxi feel slightly guilty. However, with the resources of the city lord's mansion and the Lin family, it would only take some time to find Jiu Shu another fine weapon. Moreover, Lu Xian may yet emerge victorious. As for the Hunyuan pill, it would provide substantial support to Lu Xian. Recalling the benefits of the bone-washing pill made it evident. As a core disciple, Xia Chenxi would have access to superior medicinal resources, while Lu Xian, even if he achieved first place, would merely be an inner-sect disciple. Inner-sect disciples were numerous, and acquiring a Hunyuan pill was no simple feat. The betting agreement has already been established, and the elders in the judging seat are witnesses that if you do not wish for Uncle Jiu to lose his weapon because of this, then strive to secure first place. As she spoke, the two had arrived at the sword testing hall. Glancing around, Xia Chenxi remarked, Without further ado, I shall take my leave. That I believe in you. Do not let down the trust that Uncle Jiu and I have placed in you. Watching Xia Chenxi float away, Lu Xian could only manage a wry smile. Now, Xiaoqinsi had indeed placed considerable pressure on him. Although his previous goal was also first place, he now had a compelling reason to achieve it, not for the sake of the so-called wager, but to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Very well. All those who passed the first round are now gathered. Let us commence the second round of assessments. Elder Sun stood atop a high stone platform. Surveying the multitude of martial artists below, that Liu Xian scanned the audience, noting the dense crowd of martial artists, roughly estimating around 1,000, but the young martial artists who had come to compete near Lin City numbered at least 10,000, of which 90% had been eliminated in the first round. The difficulty of entering the Wind Sword sect was evident. However, this was also due to the elevated standards of this assessment. The majority of those who passed the first round were at least at the third level of body refinement, with only a few stragglers at the second level who barely managed to qualify through their innate strength. Reaching 1,000 pounds. The content of the second round's assessment is the examination of one's character. For a martial artist, while strength is undoubtedly important, character holds equal significance on the path of martial arts. One inevitably encounters setbacks and temptations. Those whose character is not strong enough may stray from the right path, losing their martial heart, and in severe cases, could even fall into the demonic path, leading to irredeemable consequences. You have likely noticed the stone platform upon which I stand. Originally, it served as the testing ground for the sword testing hall, but I have now set up an illusion formation upon it. Once activated, the assessment begins. Unless you pass the assessment or deactivate the illusion, your strength will not allow you to forcibly escape. The criteria for passing this round involves successfully navigating all trials of character, and those who fail midway will be eliminated. As Elder Sun concluded his announcement of the passing criteria, a wave of astonishment swept through the martial artists below. Are you joking? How can anyone possibly pass all trials of character? Wasn't it sufficient to only pass 50% before? To achieve full passage, it seems unlikely that even half of us here would succeed, that it's over. Xinge, I'm certain I have no chance. Yao Lei began to fidget anxiously, as character was a significant weakness for him, and now facing the requirement to pass all trials, he felt utterly disheartened. What are you afraid of? Lu Xian clapped his shoulder, encouraging him to, as long as you maintain your martial heart. This mere character assessment should be no trouble at all. Yao Lei managed a bitter smile, replying, it's easy for you to say. I don't possess your kind of martial heart. I might as well return to Qingshan Town to find Xiao Hong. Liu Xian was at a loss for words, but after a moment's thought, he smiled and said, I'll share a method with you. The higher the level of a martial artist, the stronger their physical qualities become. Ahem, their endurance naturally improves as well, and they have longer lifespans. Thus, you will have more time to enjoy life. Just keep this in mind, and you'll be fine upon hearing this. Yao Lei's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clever approach that AS expected of Xiango. He was quick to come up with ideas that moment. Elder Sun's voice rang out once more. Now, all participating martial artists, ascend the stone platform. The assessment will begin after the incense burns for a while. Those who do not ascend shall be deemed to have forfeited. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists began to ascend the platform one after another. Despite their continuous complaints about the assessment standards, no one was willing to give up easily. Participating in the assessment still offered a glimmer of hope. To forfeit would mean utterly losing any chance. They could only hope to endure to Liu Xian, and Yao Lei also began to climb the platform. Along the way, Lu Xian caught a glance at Xiaoqinsi and Lin City, both of whom were watching him intently. The former gave him an encouraging look, while the latter flashed a sweet smile. Returning their smiles, Lu Xian turned his attention back to prepare for the second round of assessment, that he reassured himself that his martial heart was unwavering. Thus he had no fear regarding the character examination. The sword testing platform was quite spacious. Although over 1,000 people were present at once, it did not feel crowded at all. Rather, it seemed expansive that Liu Xian casually found a spot to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to gradually regulate his breathing. Awaiting the start of the assessment, Yao Lei sat closely behind him, mimicking Lu Xian's posture, though what thoughts occupied his mind remained unknown. Before long, the martial artists had all taken their positions, and the entire sword testing hall fell into silence. In front of the judging seat, a stick of incense burned slowly. As it neared its end, Elder Sun nodded to an attendant beside the sword testing platform, signaling that they could begin. The attendant activated a switch, and the illusion formation enveloping the entire sword testing platform was suddenly set in motion. While Lu Xian was meditating, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a forest that seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized this was the very wilderness where he had once secluded himself while being pursued by Long Yang. Just as the realization dawned on him, a wolf's howl pierced the air. Lu Xian turned abruptly to see a gigantic, savage wolf appearing not far from him. The savage wolf was a 6th-tier ferocious beast, its strength equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th level of body refinement. The blood of the savage wolf had been used by Lu Xian to inscribe the frenzied scroll. Faced with this sudden appearance of a formidable foe, Lu Xian did not dare to underestimate it. His current strength had reached the 4th level of body refinement, yet the disparity in power with the savage wolf was still considerable. At that moment, the wolf had also noticed Lu Xian. Its green eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity, and with a growl, it lunged toward him. However, Lu Xian remained unperturbed, calmly adopting the stance of the basic long fist that as the wolf pounced, he swiftly stepped back to evade the attack. Delivering a powerful punch to the wolf's flank, to his astonishment, the punch struck nothing but air. Just as Lu Xian was taken aback, the savage wolf's form shattered into fragments and vanished without a trace. Followed by the complete dissolution of the scene before him, that Lu Xian suddenly understood that everything he had just experienced was an illusion, albeit an extraordinarily lifelike one that when the wolf had lunged at him. He had even felt the force and impact of its charge, indistinguishable from reality. The illusion formation was typically paired with the killing formation. However, this time, the Windsword sect had only intended to assess. Thus, no killing formation had been added. Had a killing formation been in place, if Lu Xian had been unable to withstand the savage wolf's attack, he would have faced death in reality as well. As Lu Xian successfully passed this trial, many martial artists on the sword testing platform turned pale, their faces contorted with terror. Although their eyes remained tightly shut, their limbs flailed as if encountering something exceedingly frightening. Those exhibiting such symptoms were promptly transported off the sword testing platform and appeared below it. Once freed from the illusion, these martial artists slowly opened their eyes, initially bewildered, only to soon realize they were no longer on the platform, their faces betraying a hint of despair. It was clear they had failed, unable to endure even the first trial of character. Just moments ago, they had encountered various powerful beasts within the illusion. Yet they had not dared to fight back, instead seeking only to flee, helplessly watching as the beasts tore into their flesh. The fear they experienced was indescribable. These fellows have no guts at all. They couldn't even withstand the first trial, Lin Sinny scoffed. The first trial of the character examination was a test of courage, assessing the martial artist's bravery, as long as they could muster the courage to confront those beasts. They would pass. It was arguably the simplest trial in the character assessment. However, those eliminated martial artists had not even possessed the courage to fight back against their foes, rendering their training futile. Strength mattered little without bravery. Yet dares to compete with martial artists at the 4th level in the arena. There is nothing he fears that in the courage trial. The greater the bravery displayed by the martial artist, the easier it was to pass. Lu Xian, unwavering and bold, naturally achieved success instantly with a decisive punch that in contrast, those who hesitated would find themselves trapped for a time, even if they were not eliminated at this moment on the sword testing platform. Many martial artists still wore twisted expressions, their brows furrowed, clearly still ensnared in the first trial, battling with those ferocious beasts. Yao Lei was no exception. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, engaged in a struggle of his own. However, not only Lu Xian managed to pass the courage trial effortlessly, Long Tai and Xia Yi also succeeded. Both held lofty views of themselves and, when faced with mere beasts, were naturally unafraid. 3 individuals nearly simultaneously entered the second trial, instantly gaining a considerable lead over the others. Observing Long Tai's commendable performance, Elder Sun could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. The scene shifted once more, and the forest before Lu Xian vanished, transporting him abruptly to a brutal battlefield. The sky was shrouded in ominous darkness, and at his feet lay a multitude of corpses, scattered limbs, and severed arms littering the ground, aptly described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Beside him were numerous surviving warriors, and in that moment his identity appeared to be that of a mere foot soldier engaged in a monumental battle. That instant, a deafening battle cry erupted. Lu Xian lifted his gaze to see countless adversaries brandishing their weapons, their expressions twisted with ferocity as they charged toward him, dust swirling in immense clouds, the momentum overwhelmingly formidable. "Kill!" echoed the multitude of war cries, this time emanating from Lu Xian's side. The battle reignited as countless comrades surged past him, rushing toward the opposing army. Witnessing such a blood-soaked scene ignited a primal urge within Lu Xian, an overwhelming desire to slay indiscriminately. But he quickly closed his eyes, steadfastly grounding himself, forcefully suppressing that sanguinary impulse. As clarity restored within his mind, the tumultuous armies engaged in combat vanished without a trace, and the entire realm shattered once more. He had astonishingly conquered this trial. Observing Lu Xian merely frowning momentarily before relaxing, Jiu Shu and the others erupted in a hearty laughter. This lad has managed to breach the second trial so swiftly, displaying no bloodlust whatsoever. Quite impressive. However, upon witnessing Lu Xian's instantaneous success, Elder Sun's countenance darkened, for Long Tai appeared ferocious, evidently still engrossed in the throes of slaughter, seemingly unable to extricate himself for the time being. Long Tai's murderous intent is substantial, Jiu Shu remarked with a casual glance. Stung by Jiu Shu's observation, Elder Sun retorted indignantly, as a powerful warrior, one must naturally possess a certain level of killing intent. Yet Elder Sun's assertion was misguided. It had little to do with the presence or absence of bloodlust. Knowing full well it is an illusion, yet still indulging in slaughter speaks to a lack of self-control. One must guard against the potential for becoming possessed in the course of cultivation, Xia Chenxi pointedly noted. Her incisive critique left Elder Sun speechless, and he could only inwardly chastise Long Tai for his lack of fortitude. Oblivious to the external discourse, Lu Xian had seamlessly breached 2 trials in succession, now entering the third. The scene in the third trial was strikingly distinct from the previous 2, devoid of the harshness and ironclad brutality. There were a dozen or so scantily clad young maidens engaged in melodic dance. Each maiden was a vision of grace and beauty, their movements tantalizingly seductive, revealing delicate arms and alluring legs. An invitation to transgression that Lu Xian, having never encountered such an intoxicating scene, found himself momentarily entranced, a surge of primal desire coursing through him. Noticing Lu Xian's apparent indifference, the maidens grew bolder, their garments shedding one by one until they stood completely bare. Their voluptuous forms on full display, the atmosphere within the chamber becoming thick with sensuality. Overcome with heat, Lu Xian felt his blood quicken, his heart racing uncontrollably, and he instinctively shut his eyes tightly, striving to banish the visions that had just invaded his mind. Yet it was not over. As he closed his eyes, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and soft hands began to caress his body, teasing him unrelentingly. The maidens had approached him. Unable to endure any longer, he bellowed. "Leave!" At the utterance of that single word, the enchanting figure surrounding him disintegrated into nothingness. Slowly opening his eyes, he found that indeed, all the maidens had vanished, and he exhaled deeply, as if that one shout had drained him of all his strength. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Why was he still here? Just then, from behind a delicate screen in the warm chamber, a figure emerged, partially obscured by sheer fabric, yet discernibly possessing a captivating physique. Stepping closer to Lu Xian, before he could utter a word, Xia Chenxi continued, "I have spoken with my father, and he has consented to our relationship. From this moment forth, you must devote yourself entirely to me." With that, she gently embraced Lu Xian, resting her head against his chest, a look of contentment gracing her features. For a moment, Lu Xian was taken aback, instinctively wrapping his arms around her, feeling an irresistible urge to hold on to such a breathtaking beauty. Xia Chenxi looked up in surprise, her expression one of confusion as she met Lu Xian's resolute gaze. As if she comprehended something, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. "What is it?" Lu Xian remained steadfast, undeterred. "No, I do not want you to leave me. I refuse to believe you do not care for me," she declared, suddenly lifting her head as though having made a momentous decision. To Lu Xian's astonishment, she began to shed her clothing. In an instant, an almost flawless, naked form materialized before him, leaving him utterly speechless. That moment, Xia Chenxi rushed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Feeling the heat and softness of her body, Lu Xian's heart raced uncontrollably. While he had managed to resist the previous maidens, facing Xiaoqinci was an entirely different challenge to know. This is an illusion. It is all a deception. He firmly closed his eyes, disregarding the alluring presence of Xiaoqinci, resolutely maintaining his focus and clarity of mind, remaining indifferent to the world around him. Old Jiu, the young man you favor. Lu Xian performed admirably in the first two trials, but he has lingered far too long in this trial of desire. Elder Sun chuckled. Having witnessed Long Tai's defeat in the second trial, Elder Sun's expression had soured. However, seeing Lu Xian entrapped in this trial of desire brought a smile to his face. Meanwhile, Long Tai had just passed the second trial and entered the trial of desire, rejoining Lu Xian at the same starting point. If Long Tai could navigate this trial swiftly, he might regain an advantage, which buoyed Elder Sun's spirits. Jiu smiled faintly, remarking, historically, heroes often falter at the hands of beauty. It is entirely natural for a young man to harbor affections for a lady. A martial artist with emotions and loyalties is far superior to one consumed solely by bloodshed. His comments subtly countered Elder Sun's earlier assertions regarding Long Tai's prolonged indulgence in the trial of slaughter. At that moment, Xiaoqinci and Lin Sini were not focused on Jiu words. Both wore faint blushes, each lost in her thoughts, curious and eager to discern whom Lu Xian was truly thinking of while ensnared in the trial of desire. Observing Lu Xian remain steadfast in his resolve, Xiaoqinci, now tear-streaked, could only depart in resignation. Surely, he must have passed now. Lu Xian mused inwardly, just as he opened his eyes to find another maiden approaching him. This time, it was Lin Sini. Having witnessed Xiaoqinci's earlier attempts, Lu Xian wisely closed his eyes and activated the Tai Igui Yuanju, paying Lin Sini no mind. Faced with Lu Xian's impenetrable resolve, Lin Sini quickly retreated. When Lu Xian next opened his eyes, the warm chamber had vanished. The third trial of desire finally surmounted. Lu Xian had triumphed in the third trial. Xiaoqinci was the first to notice the change in Lu Xian. Her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "He has done it again." Seeing Lu Xian take the lead once more filled her with happiness. Jiu merely nodded with a smile, saying little, while Elder Sun's expression darkened once again, inwardly lamenting, Long Tai truly is disappointing. An opportunity for a comeback squandered. After languishing in the second trial of slaughter for so long, he had now faltered again in the third trial of desire. As Lu Xian overcame the third trial, the number of warriors on the sword-testing platform diminished further. Many had succumbed to fear after the terrifying scene of the Sea of Corpses, while others had been entirely consumed by their own murderous intent. Becoming frenzied killers, these individuals were all, without exception, eliminated. At this moment, Yao Lei still remained on stage, albeit moving at a painfully slow pace. That he had only just broken through the first level and appeared utterly exhausted. The events that transpired during that initial challenge were shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had ascended to the fourth level, a scene he was intimately familiar with, for this was Qingshan Town, the place he had called home for over a decade. Chapter 0038. The stone chamber and the stone carvings. Lu Xian stood at the entrance of the Lu residence, surrounded by several servants and maidens. Lu Qiong was captured by several of the servants, struggling desperately behind Long Tai. Xiner, flee. You are no match for Long Tai. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no fear of firewood running out. You must seek vengeance in the future. Lu Yu gasped, clutching his chest and spitting out blood, but Lu Qiong's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Lu Xian, her gaze revealing a hint of tenderness. Little Xian, don't worry about me. Quickly escape. I believe that you will one day become a powerful martial artist. Long Tai let out a hearty laugh. Run. Where do you think you can escape to? Old Lu, you have only yourself to blame. That if you had obediently handed over your daughter to me, how could things have come to this? Today, none of the Lu family will survive. Observing the scene before him, Lu Xian remained silent. This tableau had haunted his dreams on more than one occasion, that if he failed to enter the Fengjian sect, this very scene could become his reality. In the past. Faced with such a scenario, Lu Xian might have felt trapped, unable to break through this predicament. However, the emergence of the sword crystal had irrevocably altered the trajectory of his life. The once formidable Long Tai and the Long family were now inconsequential in his eyes. This was merely an illusion. As long as he was present, he would not allow his loved ones to suffer any harm. Lu Xian silently vowed. With that thought, he paid no heed to Long Tai's taunts, drawing his sword and delivering a decisive strike. The world before him shattered in an instant, everything dissolving into nothingness. This strike severed not only the challenges of this level, but also Lu Xian's inner demons. For this fourth level of the Heart's Trial was indeed the trial of the Heart's demons that as the world around him faded away. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The scene of the sword trial hall reappeared before him. He had successfully passed the second round of the Heart's Trial. He had triumphed. Lu Xian had emerged victorious. He had secured the first place in the second round. Lin Sini exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. This child is extraordinary. In less than a stick of incense's time, he has broken through 4 levels. One elder could not contain his admiration as he spoke. Even before the referee, ninth uncle, could respond. Indeed, apart from being stuck in the desire trial for half a stick of incense, he has swiftly cleared the other 3 levels. The first 2 levels were manageable. But what is truly commendable is how decisively he severed his inner demons, that if he does not perish, it seems the Feng Jian sect will witness the rise of another genius. Another elder expressed his delight. For there was nothing more gratifying than witnessing the emergence of a talent. Upon hearing the high praise from the 2 elders directed at Lu Xian, Elder Sun frowned slightly and interjected. It is still too early to celebrate. This is merely the second round, in response. Ninth uncle calmly remarked. Lu Xian has already secured first place in 2 rounds, while your Long Tai remains trapped in the desire trial. Elder Sun, it seems you may want to prepare for your wager. Rest assured, I am not the type to renege on ABET. It is premature to be hasty. The outcome has yet to be determined. Elder Sun replied, his face darkening. Long Tai's performance in the Heart's Trial had been dismal. Even now, he was still in the 3rd level while Xia Yi had already advanced to the 4th level of the Heart's Demons. Having been immersed in the slaughter trial for a while, he had now lost himself in the desire trial, his face displaying a lecherous expression that made it clear what he was currently engaged in. After clearing the trial, Lu Xian descended from the sword trial platform and began meditating nearby. Observing Lu Xian's demeanor, the 2 elders who had previously supported him nodded in approval in the path of martial arts. Diligence was as indispensable as talent as Lu Xian practiced. Numerous martial artists failed and were transported out by the illusion array. After half a stick of incense, the second martial artist to clear the trial finally emerged, without a doubt. It was Xia Yi. Once Xia Yi stood up after passing, he cast a glance at Long Tai, who remained seated with a furrowed brow, and a smug smile crept onto his face. Although Long Tai had bested him in the first trial, Xia Yi had managed to reclaim a point in the second trial. However, his eyes soon fell upon the solitary figure of Lu Xian sitting at the side, clearly having secured first place once again. This guy, he has outdone me once more. Xia Yi gritted his teeth in frustration that he had always believed that in Ling City, he was the second greatest talent after Xia Chenxi, only to be surpassed by the emergence of Long Tai. To his dismay, another previously unknown contender had now proven to be even more formidable. As more martial artists passed the trials, the third to succeed was not Long Tai, but a peak practitioner of the 4th level of body refinement. One after another, martial artists continued to clear the trials, and with each one that passed, Elder Sun's expression darkened further, as it indicated Long Tai's performance was slipping. It wasn't until the 8th martial artist cleared the trial that Long Tai finally opened his eyes and stood up, begrudgingly becoming the 9th to succeed, barely cracking the top 10, witnessing the 8 successful candidates below the sword trial platform. Long Tai's expression soured, his eyes flickering with malice, especially upon seeing Lu Xian sitting there, seemingly unfazed, which only intensified his murderous intent. However, with several elders from the Feng Jian sect present, Long Tai could only suppress his murderous thoughts, letting out a cold snort as he stepped down from the platform. After waiting for an additional 2 sticks of incense, the second round of the Heart's Trial finally concluded. Although the elimination rate in this round was not as high as the first, it still resulted in the disqualification of over 700 participants, leaving fewer than 400 remaining. The survivors were exceedingly grateful, as historically, the elimination rates for the first 2 rounds were notoriously high. Those who passed these 2 trials had an 80% chance of entering the Feng Jian sect. Naturally, Yao Lei was among the fortunate survivors. While he may have exhibited some lewd tendencies, his character was fundamentally sound, and as long as he could pass the desire trial, the remainder would not pose much difficulty. The second round of the heart's trial has concluded. Your presence here attests to your strength and character. Elder Sun's voice resonated once more. After a pause, he continued, we shall now proceed to the third round of the trial. The third round will test your comprehension. Now, follow me. With that, Elder Sun turned and walked away, prompting the martial artist to follow closely behind until they arrived at a vast stone chamber. Liu Xian surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to find numerous stone carvings, each holding a different weapon, swords, daggers, axes, and spears that at first glance. Liu Xian felt an inexplicable mystique, as if these stone carvings were alive, seemingly wielding their weapons in a set of martial techniques, suddenly closing his eyes and reopening them. He found the stone carvings unmoving, retaining their previous stances, which was truly extraordinary. Chapter 0039. Comprehending the stone carvings. As the martial artist curiously examined the stone carvings, Elder Sun declared, although our Fengjian sect is primarily a sword sect, we encompass various martial techniques. Each of these stone carvings has been crafted at great expense, containing a unique martial technique within. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, the martial artist gasped in astonishment. Martial techniques were undeniably powerful and mysterious entities for martial artists. Their desire to enter the Fengjian sect stemmed from the wealth of martial techniques and methods within. They had not expected to encounter martial techniques even during the trials. Once the trial begins, you may seek out the stone carving that suits you best for comprehension. You will have only 1 hour for this task. After 1 hour, you will demonstrate the martial techniques you have comprehended. The level of your understanding will determine your score in this round of comprehension assessment. Elder Sun explained the rules, casting a glance over the martial artist. Do any of you have questions? If not, we shall begin immediately. Elder, may I inquire about the levels of these martial techniques? Asked a peak practitioner of the 4th level of body refinement. All of the martial techniques are the low-grade yellow level. Elder Sun replied, so they are merely of the low-grade yellow level, the most basic martial techniques. Many martial artists displayed expressions of disappointment upon hearing Elder Sun's words, having expected something far superior. Their reactions did not go unnoticed by the elders present. One elder stepped forward, saying, do not underestimate low-grade yellow martial techniques. With your current strength, you can only comprehend such techniques. Even if you were presented with mid-grade yellow martial techniques, you would not grasp them at all. If you can comprehend even the slightest aspect of these techniques within an hour, it will be considered an extraordinary level of comprehension. Looking at the martial artist beside him, Long Tai sneered, thinking to himself, what a bunch of naive fools. Do they think martial techniques can be so easily learned? Since childhood, he has practiced the family's martial art, the dragon capture technique. After all these years, he has only just begun to grasp its essence, and he would never dare to claim mastery. After being reprimanded by the elder, these martial artists no longer dared to aim too high. For them, even a low-grade yellow-level martial skill was enough to stir their hearts, and a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes as they eagerly anticipated the chance to comprehend it, yearning for a moment of brilliance. Since there are no further questions, the assessment will commence now. In 1 hour, we shall evaluate the results, Elder Sun declared, then turned to leave the stone chamber, casting a meaningful glance at Long Tai as he did so. Long Tai nodded, returning a confident gaze that conveyed his assurance of success. Seeing the expression on Long Tai's face, Elder Sun smiled slightly, feeling satisfied as he exited, but he was entirely confident that Long Tai would emerge victorious in this round. As Elder Sun and his entourage departed, the martial artists became animated, each hurriedly choosing a stone sculpture that suited them, seizing the moment to delve into their comprehension. This was the closest they had ever been to martial skills in their lives, and they could not afford to squander it. Xiangu, which one do you think I should focus on? Yao Lei scratched his head, uncertain of his weapon choice amidst the plethora of stone sculptures. Just choose the one you like best, Liu Xian replied, offering no specific advice. Only he could discern what weapon was most suitable for him. Then I'll go with the sword. It's imposing. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lei made his decision and headed towards the sculpture of a sword-wielding figure, where several martial artists had already gathered, evidently those who also favored swords. Liu Xian, without hesitation, approached the sculpture of a sword as well. The number of martial artists selecting the sword sculpture was the highest, influenced by the Wind Sword sect, which meant that sword wielders were the most prevalent in the entire Lin city. Upon seeing Liu Xian approach, the martial artists immediately parted to make way for him. Although Lu Xian was relatively unknown, his performance in the previous 2 rounds had earned him the respect of the crowd. Having achieved first place in both rounds, surpassing both Xia Yi and Long Tai. Once he entered the Wind Sword sect, his status would undoubtedly be higher than theirs, making him someone not to be trifled with. In front of this stone sculpture, Lu Xian encountered 2 familiar faces. One was naturally Xia Yi, who also wielded a sword, and the other was the swordsman with the surname Foam. This time, he was fortunate enough to progress to the 3rd round, with a high likelihood of passing the final assessment. Xia Yi glanced at Lu Xian, gave a soft huff, and then immersed himself in his comprehension. He had already conceded both strength and character to Lu Xian. He could not believe he would lose in the assessment of comprehension. Watching the martial artists swiftly choose their stone sculptures, Long Tai leisurely approached a sculpture depicting claw techniques, his demeanor exuding confidence as if he were destined to win. In truth, Long Tai was indeed assured of victory, having already spent 3 days comprehending here prior. This was why both he and Elder Sun had unshakable confidence in this round. While others had only 1 hour to comprehend, he had devoted dozens of times that amount of time. If he could not secure first place under such circumstances, then he might as well abandon his aspirations. Initially, Elder Sun had prepared to bet with Jiu Shu, intending to wager on Long Tai versus Xia Yi. Although it later became about Lu Xian, it made little difference that To ensure Long Tai's victory. Elder Sun had taken the risk of bending the rules 3 days prior, quietly bringing Long Tai to the stone chamber for continuous comprehension. It was precisely because Long Tai had been here these past few days that Long Yang had not had the opportunity to inform him about Lu Xian's situation. Long Tai was convinced that no one could surpass his 3 days of comprehension in just 1 hour. He was determined to claim first place. Gradually, the stone chamber fell silent as all the martial artists entered a state of comprehension, Lu Xian included, with his mind fully absorbed in the stone sculpture. It felt as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only this sculpture before him. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of movement in front of him. The stone sculpture seemed to come alive. Thunderbolt sword technique. Without any warning, these 4 words flashed through Lu Xian's mind. Was this the name of the martial skill? At that moment, the stone sculpture transformed in Lu Xian's eyes into a martial artist, wielding a long sword and executing a series of profound sword techniques. As these sword moves unfolded, the faint sound of thunder echoed in the AI, that Lu Xian was now wholly immersed in this experience. The Thunderbolt sword technique had only 8 forms in total. The first 4 forms produced a tremendous thunderous sound, while the latter 4 forms emitted faint flashes of lightning from the sword's body, significantly enhancing their lethality. The Thunderbolt sword technique was indeed aptly named. After the first demonstration concluded, the stone sculpture did not cease, but began to perform a second round of demonstrations, repeating the cycle. Lu Xian watched intently, and with each demonstration, his understanding of the Thunderbolt sword technique deepened. However, merely memorizing the entire set of moves would not suffice. Executing them without comprehending their essence would result in a hollow imitation. Only by grasping the quintessence of this sword technique could he truly master it. The depth of his understanding would ultimately test the martial artist's perception, which was precisely the purpose of this round. The higher the comprehension, the deeper the insight, and consequently, the more formidable the executed sword technique would be. After watching 5 demonstrations, Lu Xian closed his eyes to reflect on all he had just perceived. As he contemplated, he instinctively extended his right hand, fingers poised as if forming a sword, and began to mimic the movements that as he did so, his inner energy began to circulate involuntarily through his meridians. At that moment, many other martial artists in the stone chamber were also mimicking the movements, deeply engaging with the martial skills contained within the stone sculptures. The first move, the second move, one after another. Lu Xian slowly executed the sword techniques, though it was quite a challenge. The sword forms he performed were drastically inferior to those demonstrated by the stone sculpture. To think he could master the Thunderbolt sword technique after merely 5 viewings was almost impossible. After struggling to execute all 8 forms, Lu Xian ceased his attempts. Due to his limited understanding, the sword techniques he had just performed were utterly unrecognizable, scarcely rising above mere semblances of martial arts. Realizing this, he decided to observe the stone sculpture's demonstration once more. Only through the combination of theory and practice could he better hone his skills. At that moment, many martial artists found themselves in a similar predicament. Finally grasping the elder's earlier words, Even a low-grade yellow-level martial skill was not something they could easily master. Some martial artists with lower comprehension levels had not garnered any insight at all and could only forcibly memorize the movements. Xia Yi was no exception. After attempting a few moves, he frowned deeply in concentration. While Lu Xian was watching the demonstration for the second time, a reaction occurred within the sword crystal in his dantian. A gentle sword energy began to emanate, yet Lu Xian, lost in his own comprehension, remained completely unaware. This sword energy quietly coursed through Lu Xian's meridians, simultaneously guiding the inner energy within him to flow. As Lu Xian focused on the sword techniques, the sword energy instinctively led him to manipulate the inner energy in tandem with its flow. Remarkably, the frequency of the sword energy's movement aligned perfectly with that of the thunderbolt sword technique, allowing Lu Xian to deepen his understanding without any conscious effort. The sword energy circulated repeatedly, drawing Lu Xian's inner energy into its rhythm. Continuing this cycle 5 times before the sword energy gradually melded into the sword crystal and vanished. This time, Lu Xian observed the stone sculpture perform 10 times before stopping. That as he emerged from his trance, he was suddenly taken aback. He realized that nearly half of his inner energy had been consumed. He distinctly recalled doing nothing, yet his inner energy had inexplicably dwindled, which was bewildering. Could it be that I inadvertently activated my technique during my comprehension? Lu Xian pondered to himself, confusion washing over him. However, as soon as he attempted the first move, Lu Xian was astonished. As he mimicked the movements, his inner energy began to circulate naturally, as if he had practiced this countless times before. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of his experience with the blink sword technique. However, the blink sword technique was rooted in his inheritance of the sword crystal's memory, allowing him to understand the path of inner energy's operation with clarity that as for the thunderbolt sword technique. Lu Xian was certain he had never encountered it before. His initial attempt was fraught with difficulties. Yet within such a brief period of time, he had made such remarkable progress. It was utterly unfathomable. Was it the sword crystal again? A thought surfaced in Lu Xian's mind. He was not naive. He could think of no other explanation for such a miraculous occurrence aside from the sword crystal's influence. However, at this moment, Lu Xian could no longer afford to delve into the reasons behind it. Regardless of the cause, it was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events for him. Steeling his resolve, Lu Xian once again practiced the lightning sword technique. To the demonstration given by the stone statue, moreover, he sensed that the power of his practiced lightning sword technique was even greater than that exhibited by the stone figure. Although both consisted of 8 forms, the stone statue's version was rigid and disconnected, each move standing alone with no correlation to the others. In contrast, Lu Xian felt that each of his 8 forms was intricately linked, with each strike accumulating a subtle momentum. By the time he executed the final form, all the accumulated momentum would erupt simultaneously, resulting in a significant enhancement of its power. It must be the sword crystal, Lu Xian exclaimed joyfully to himself. The enchanting magic emanating from the sword crystal was an ancient form of enchantment, far superior to contemporary techniques. Enhancing martial skills was not an incomprehensible task. With this revelation, Lu Xian no longer glanced at the stone statue. He had completely memorized the 8 movements. Instead of trying to comprehend the stone figure's demonstration, he preferred to further refine the lightning sword technique improved by the sword crystal. Time flew by swiftly. While other martial artists were still frowning in contemplation of their techniques, Lu Xian had already mastered the lightning sword technique to an impressive degree. He could now execute it to a likeness of around 80% to the stone statue's demonstration. A truly remarkable achievement. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The heavy doors of the stone chamber swung open with a resounding crash. An elder son's voice echoed, instantly rousing all the martial artists from their reverie. An hour has elapsed. All martial artists depart the stone chamber for the 3rd round of evaluation. Chapter 0041. Astonishing comprehension. As time passed so swiftly, it feels as though only an instant has gone by. This is disastrous. I have merely scratched the surface. The martial artists expressed their discontent. Their brows furrowed. That an hour was hardly sufficient to grasp anything substantial. The vast majority had only gleaned the faintest insights. And to attain even a sliver of the essence would be considered commendable comprehension. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to leave the stone chamber under Elder Sun's urging. Lu Xian exited alongside the others. his expression neutral, revealing no sign of joy or anger. However, Xia Yi wore a slight frown, clearly indicating that the brief time had hindered his ability to comprehend much. As Dragon Tai's gaze swept over Lu Xian and Xia Yi. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in his expression, and he strode forward with an air of confidence. Let us see what you all have to compare against me. Soon, everyone returned to the sword testing platform, where Elder Sun addressed them. Now, you shall each demonstrate the martial skills you have comprehended. Based on your performances, the elders and I will assess your levels of comprehension, categorizing them as exceptional. Yet he remained silent, watching intently. In contrast, Xia Yi huffed. This guy has stolen the limelight again. I shall see just how much he has comprehended. As the attention of the crowd turned to him, Dragon Tai reveled in the moment. Without hesitation, he began his demonstration, determined to make a resounding impression. The martial skill Dragon Tai had comprehended was known as the mysterious Ice Claw. Upon execution, a chilling aura emanated. If mastered to its pinnacle, it could harness inner force to condense ice, striking the enemy and directly impairing their bodily functions. Although Dragon Tai had not yet reached such heights, as he unleashed his first strike, he has truly grasped the profundity of this technique. Indeed, achieving such an effect in the span of merely 1 hour is astonishingly impressive. Hearing the praises of the two elders caused Elder Sun to chuckle heartily. Glancing at Uncle Gio beside him, he remarked, Old Gio, I recall you also have knowledge of the mysterious Ice Claw. What do you think of Dragon Tai's comprehension? Observing Dragon Tai's demonstration intently, Uncle Gio nodded slowly, acknowledging, he has indeed performed well, nearing 1/10 of my own standard. If this effect was achieved within an hour, his comprehension can be deemed astonishing. Uncle Gio's words hinted at skepticism regarding the authenticity of Dragon Tai's accomplishment. Xia Chenxi interjected. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun erupted in laughter. Does my dear niece believe that Lu Xian could surpass Dragon Tai? In my years of overseeing assessments, only Dragon Tai has achieved such a level of comprehension in just 1 hour. The most challenging aspect of mastering a martial skill lies in comprehending its core essence. Once understood, the rest is merely a matter of diligent practice. It can be said that if he continues to train diligently, this Dragon Tai should not be underestimated. Indeed, to reach such a level of comprehension in just 1 hour is truly formidable. I believe he will undoubtedly claim first place for this round. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, a flicker of joy crossed Dragon Tai's face. Being rated as astonishing is an impressive accomplishment, second only to the title of exceptional. In fact, few within the entire Wind Sword sect could claim such a title. This round's first place will certainly be his. Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, Dragon Tai returned to the group, only to find himself locking eyes with Xia Yi's frustrated glare. He chuckled heartily, saying, Xia Yi, weren't you vying for the title of genius? Why not step up and test your comprehension against me? Faced with Dragon Tai's provocation, Xia Yi clenched his fists tightly. Although he had no real confidence in surpassing Dragon Tai, he was unwilling to show any sign of weakness, retorting defiantly, Fine, I shall step up. I'm not afraid of you. With that, Xia Yi pushed through the crowd and stood before the judging panel. After inquiring about the weapon he would be using, a steward presented him with a low-grade iron long sword to facilitate his demonstration of swordplay. Xia Yi, too, had comprehended the lightning sword technique. However, when executed, it fell far short of the stone statue's demonstration. While he managed to perform all 8 forms, they lacked the finesse, let alone the ability to influence the surrounding temperature as Dragon Tai had. It was not until the final strike that he barely summoned a hint of thunder. Upon hearing the faint rumble, Elder Sun turned to Uncle Gio and the other 2 elders, remarking, Xia Yi has performed well. Though he pales in comparison to Dragon Tai, the fact that he managed to evoke thunder signals, he has grasped a hint of the technique's essence. Shall we rate his comprehension as good? However, he understood that his performance indeed fell short of Dragon Tai's. Though frustrated, he found himself at a loss for words. Xia Yi, do you really think you can compete with me for the title of genius? What does it matter if you've beaten me? Even if you claim first place, Lu Xian has already secured first in the previous 2 rounds. How do you know he won't continue to claim first this time? In the face of Dragon Tai's taunts, Xia Yi aligned himself with Lu Xian, now advocating for his superiority. Lu Xian, Dragon Tai scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at him. His success in the first 2 rounds was merely luck. These final 2 rounds will truly test one's strength at Liu Xian. Do you dare come forward and assess your comprehension? If you can surpass me, I shall promise not to trouble your Liu family. Liu Xian's eyes sparkled with determination as he solemnly asked, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Indeed, I speak the truth. With the 4 esteemed elders of the Wind Sword sect and so many martial artists as witnesses. Do you truly fear that I would renege?" Long Tai scoffed, convinced that Liu Xian could not possibly be formidable. Even if his comprehension surpassed his own, could 3 days of insight not outshine an hour of Liu Xian's? "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wish," Liu Xian replied, parting the crowd as he strode forward, instantly capturing the attention of all martial artists present. Chapter 0042. Astonishment engulfs the arena as Liu Xian approached with measured steps. The martial artists were invigorated. Long Tai's prowess was overwhelming, rendering them unable to match his might, with even Xia Yi suffering a dismal defeat that if there were to be anyone capable of contending with him, it could only be Liu Xian. Lin Sini felt a twinge of concern for Liu Xian and couldn't help but inquire, "Chenxi, do you think Liu Xian can defeat Long Tai?" Xia Chenxi bit her lip gently and replied, her trust in Liu Xian unwavering. At that moment, Jiu Shu remained silent, harboring his own doubts about Liu Xian. After all, to triumph over Long Tai, one must possess extraordinary insight, looking across the entire Wind Sword sect. It was unlikely to find many with such exceptional comprehension. For Liu Xian to achieve that was exceedingly challenging. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd, Liu Xian had already reached the forefront. "Liu Xian, what weapon do you require?" Elder Sun inquired. "A sword," Liu Xian replied succinctly. Before long, an attendant presented a long sword, the very one Xia Yi had just wielded, a low-grade iron weapon. This marked Liu Xian's inaugural use of an iron-grade weapon. Although he had previously received the Xiangxi sword from Lin Sini, he had yet to employ it. The primary distinction between iron weapons and ordinary ones lay in the former's ability to channel elemental energy, significantly enhancing a martial artist's combat prowess. With a mere thought, Liu Xian infused his elemental energy into the long sword, and as it coursed through, he felt as though the sword had come alive, merging with him seamlessly, man and sword, sword and man. This sensation brought him immense comfort, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a state of transcendent unity. Could it be he is perceiving the sword's intent? An elder murmured with uncertainty, "It is mere pretense. How could one at the 4th level of body refinement grasp such profound concepts? Within the entirety of the Wind Sword sect, not more than a handful have ever comprehended the sword's intent." Elder Sun scoffed disdainfully. Liu Xian's moment of enlightenment was fleeting, yet it represented a lifetime's pursuit for countless martial artists, a moment known as sudden realization. In that instant, Liu Xian's eyes snapped open, gleaming with brilliance as he swiftly wielded the sword. Thunder Light Sword Technique. First form. With a vigorous shake of the sword, he thrust it forward, a flickering lightning aura appearing along the blade, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder. In that instant, the 4 elders at the judges' table rose in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief. With just a single move, Liu Xian had summoned the thunder, igniting the lightning. It must be noted that even the stone carving demonstrating the Thunder Light Sword technique required the 4th form to elicit such lightning. At that moment, Liu Xian's focus was solely on the long sword in his grip, oblivious to Elder Sun and the others. As the 1st form concluded, the 2nd form seamlessly followed, without a hint of flaw. Executed with remarkable fluidity, and the thunder and lightning conjured by the 2nd form intensified once more. The 4 elders, including Elder Sun and Jiu Shu, were transfixed, their eyes glued to Liu Xian's movements. Seemingly unable to fathom the spectacle before them, that Liu Xian's actions quickened, alternating between thrusts, slashes, and cuts, flawlessly showcasing the 8 techniques of the Thunder Light Sword technique. With each execution, the thunder and lightning he conjured grew louder and more vibrant, until he was nearly enveloped in a storm of radiance, far surpassing the stone carving's demonstration. Upon reaching the 8th form, Liu Xian felt the momentum he had accumulated reach its zenith, and he could not help but unleash a long howl towards the heavens. The 8th form was unleashed in an instant, releasing the accumulated force from the previous 7 moves. As he struck with the sword, a bolt of lightning erupted from the tip, accompanied by a deafening crash as it struck the ground of the great hall. No one dared to believe their eyes. Had this stunning display truly been executed by Lu Xian? Had he genuinely grasped it in just 1 hour, rather than laboring for years? The greatest shock fell upon Xia Yi, who had only just comprehended the Thunder Light Sword technique and was acutely aware of its intricacies. Yet, even the stone carving's demonstration paled in comparison to the might Lu Xian had just displayed. Was it possible for someone to possess such terrifying comprehension? In that moment, all of Xia Yi's confidence and arrogance crumbled. He had prided himself on being the second best in Lin City, but before Lu Xian, yielding results that surpassed expectations, even eclipsing the stone carving's demonstration. Sighing deeply, Lu Xian slowly retracted the long sword and announced, "Elders, I have completed my demonstration." That Lu Xian's voice finally awakened the crowd, and in an instant, the entire sword-testing hall erupted into fervent discussion. The martial artists who had participated in the assessment were animatedly debating Lu Xian's swordplay, that if Long Tai's earlier display had astonished them, Lu Xian's performance had reached a level of reverence. A genius. Nay, genius scarcely sufficed. He was an unparalleled prodigy, a truly extraordinary talent. An elder gazed at Lu Xian, his face alight with excitement. Such talent is not merely exceptional. It is unprecedented, unmatched throughout history. Another elder could not help but exclaim. Even Jiu, now struggling to suppress his astonishment, remarked, "Lu Xian, the surprise you have given me is beyond imagination. So impressive. I knew he would win." Lin Cini exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she tugged at Xia Chenxi's sleeve. Xia Chenxi, too captivated to respond, murmured in awe, "So powerful, so powerful. Could this truly be the result of just 1 hour of comprehension? Such insight is nothing short of monstrous." At that moment, a discordant voice erupted, shouting, "Impossible! He must have cheated. He must have already known this sword technique beforehand. How could one achieve such mastery in just 1 hour? The crowd turned to see Long Tai, seemingly frenzied, bellowing his accusation. Chapter 0043. Suppression. Long Tai was adamant that Lu Xian could not have grasped the Thunder Light Sword technique to such a degree in merely 1 hour. This was beyond the realm of human capability. Reflecting on his own experiences, Long Tai naturally concluded that Lu Xian must have cheated, having learned the technique prior, allowing him to achieve such results. Hearing Long Tai's outcry, Lu Xian cast him a sidelong glance and coolly retorted. Upon hearing Long Tai's challenge, the martial artists found themselves uncertain. Indeed, they had also attempted to comprehend the stone carvings, and most had failed to grasp even a trace of the essence, let alone reach Lu Xian's level. Such a feat was unfathomable to them. At that moment, Elder Sun spoke up, his tone grave. "Lu Xian, confess honestly. When did you learn this martial skill?" "Elder Sun, what do you mean by that?" Lu Xian replied, somewhat incensed, sensing a presumption in Elder Sun's inquiry that implied he had prior knowledge of the technique. Elder Sun huffed. "What you just displayed with the Thunder Light Sword technique clearly reached the level of the stone carving's 8th form. In terms of might and presence, it far surpasses the demonstration. Are you telling me that within a mere hour, you not only mastered this technique but also improved upon it?" Elder Sun's words struck the martial artists as if awakening them from a stupor. "Indeed, I too attempted to comprehend the Thunder Light Sword technique. The demonstration by the stone carving lacked the intricacy present in Lu Xian's display. That's right. Lu Xian's final strike unleashed a bolt of lightning that was not present in the stone carving's demonstration. Thus, it stands to reason that he must have learned the Thunder Light Sword technique long before, and it is likely of a higher caliber than what the stone carving exhibited, but I cannot believe he could improve upon a martial skill on his own. It appears that you had learned it long ago, so perhaps your comprehension is not as terrifying as one might imagine." When the martial artists present learned the truth, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Very well, I shall tell you when I learned this martial skill. When, just 1 hour ago," Lu Xian declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun sneered and nodded, saying, "Excellent. It seems you are unwilling to admit it. I initially thought you possessed a decent temperament, yet I did not expect you to shy away from such a trivial matter. Thus, I cannot be held accountable. Elder Sun, you truly underestimate me, do you not?" Jiu interjected, rising to interrupt Elder Sun, a powerful aura surging forth from him, his gaze turning fierce. "Does being a chief examiner grant you the power to overshadow all?" Under Jiu piercing gaze, Elder Sun felt a chill run down his spine. That in his youth, Jiu had been a formidable figure. who had not heard of Yin Jiu's illustrious name, even after years of silence in Lin City. Yin Jiu remained Yin Jiu, elder son. This matter must not be treated lightly. At this moment, another elder spoke up, asserting, "Let us not forget that there is currently no evidence proving Lu Xian has previously learned the Thunder Light Sword technique. Even if he had, such a genius must not be overlooked by our Fengjian sect. Regardless, I, Elder Su, shall ensure Lu Xian's safety." The elder who had the most faith in Lu Xian offered his support without hesitation. It was evident that he was using it for the first time. The reason it appeared so formidable is that he has comprehended the essence of this technique thoroughly. Elder son, can you tell me how a martial artist can grasp the essence of a technique, yet execute its moves imperfectly? The only explanation is that he indeed comprehended the Thunder Light Sword technique within a mere hour, though he lacked sufficient time to practice the moves. Elder Su's argument was quite reasonable, causing both Jiu Shu and the other elder to nod in agreement as they recalled the earlier events, which indeed aligned with Elder Su's assertions. Observing the four elders on the judging panel arguing over Lu Xian, the martial artists below expressed their admiration. Only a talent like Lu Xian could receive such treatment. Whether Lu Xian had long mastered the Thunder Light Sword technique or had only recently comprehended it, he was undeniably powerful, worthy of their respect. Under the scrutiny of the three elders, Elder Sun began to feel somewhat embarrassed. Despite being the chief examiner, it was impossible for him to dominate entirely. Very well, since we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xian has previously learned the Thunder Light Sword technique, let us tentatively classify his comprehension as remarkable, placing him on par with Long Tai, Elder Sun said with a sullen expression. It would be impossible for Elder Sun to concede a ranking above Long Tai for Lu Xian, as this would crown Lu Xian the first in the third round, likely securing him the overall first place. Elder Sun would not agree to this for the sake of his wager. Currently, Lu Xian and Long Tai were tied, but if Long Tai performed exceptionally in the next round, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. With Elder Sun's concession, Jiu Shu ceased to speak further, retracting his powerful aura and reverting to the demeanor of the old steward of the treasure pavilion, Lu Xian. Your comprehension level is classified as remarkable. You pass, Elder Sun reluctantly announced. Casting a cold glance at Elder Sun, Lu Xian etched his image firmly in his mind, returning silently to the crowd. The oppression he faced today would one day be repaid in full. As Lu Xian walked back, the martial artists parted ways, for the image of his demonstration of the Thunder Light Sword technique remained vividly imprinted in their minds. His overwhelming presence commanded their utmost respect. After calming himself, Lu Xian sought a tranquil spot to sit, intending to thoroughly organize his recent insights and the revelations garnered from demonstrating the Thunder Light Sword technique, all of which constituted invaluable treasures. Just as Lu Xian settled down, a figure approached him. Upon looking up, he saw it was Xia Yi. Did you truly not learn the Thunder Light Sword technique before? Xia Yi inquired. Lu Xian smiled wryly. If I say no, will you believe me? Surprisingly, Xia Yi looked into Lu Xian's eyes and sincerely nodded. I believe you. Chapter 44. Outer sect disciples. Although Xia Yi possessed a certain pride, her character was not ill-natured. This pride stemmed from her extraordinary lineage and a life of privilege. However, as a swordsman, Xia Yi felt that Lu Xian might be somewhat akin to herself. Even in defeat, he would conduct himself with dignity, eschewing any underhanded tactics that a swordsman, after all, is inherently proud. Seeing Xia Yi's unwavering belief in him, Lu Xian was taken aback, exchanged a glance with her, then smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent and close his eyes once more to reflect on his recent realizations. After a brief hesitation, Xia Yi sat beside Lu Xian, engaging in her own form of meditation. This moment, Lu Xian was entirely immersed in his own realm, meticulously savoring the profound sensation he had experienced earlier. At that instant, he felt as if he had transformed into a sword itself. His head as the hilt and his body as the blade, where sword and self became one. That this fleeting moment of enlightenment deepened Lu Xian's understanding of both the blinking sword technique and the Thunder Light Sword technique, illuminating many aspects that had previously eluded him. In this ethereal state, he could not help but demonstrate the Thunder Light Sword technique once more. This iteration of the technique was far more powerful than the one he had practiced in the stone chamber. As previously, Lu Xian had merely understood the moves and how to execute them, without infusing them with his own comprehension. However, this recent display of swordsmanship was imbued with his personal understanding of the sword, transforming what had been a lifeless technique into something vibrant, enhancing its power significantly to this the essence of the sword. Truly formidable. Lu Xian mused silently, yet he quickly dismissed this notion to no, this is not true sword intent. It merely signifies that I have grazed the threshold of sword intent. Elder Su's earlier conjecture was indeed accurate. Lu Xian was in the process of grasping sword intent, yet he had not fully achieved it. He had merely opened the door and needed to step through it to attain genuine comprehension of sword intent. However, grasping sword intent is exceedingly arduous. Every swordsman who has achieved it is undoubtedly a genius. Among the disciples of Fengjian sect, those who have grasped sword intent number no more than a handful, despite the fact that the sect encompasses young martial artists from the three great empires surrounding it. The challenge is evident. A significant portion of aspirants find themselves stalled at this threshold. While they may have touched the brink of sword intent, they struggle to cross the threshold. Someday, I will comprehend true sword intent, Lu Xian resolutely declared within his heart. While Lu Xian was immersed in his insights, the assessments continued unabated. However, with the three strongest candidates having completed their assessments, the remainder lacked any significant intrigue. The comprehension levels of the remaining martial artists appeared utterly mediocre. The martial skills they displayed were not only far inferior to Lu Xian's, but also paled in comparison to Xia Ye's, rendering them almost unbearable to witness. Summer Chenxi and Lin Sini could no longer bear to watch, opting instead to close their eyes and rest on the judging panel. Ultimately, aside from a martial artist at the third level of body refinement who achieved a comprehension level of good, following customary protocol, those who passed the assessments of strength, temperament, and this round of comprehension were generally on the path to becoming outer disciples of the Fengjian sect, for the fourth round of assessment would focus on practical combat abilities, a skill that could be developed through practice, hence lacking any stringent requirements to this moment. Lu Xian finally concluded his meditation, opening his eyes to reveal a fleeting glimmer of sword light that vanished as quickly as it appeared. He exhaled a breath of stale air and stood up. Xia Yi had already ceased her meditation, and upon witnessing Lu Xian rise, a look of astonishment crossed her features, compelling her to ask, Lu Xian, why do you seem different from before? After glancing at Xia Yi, Lu Xian smiled faintly and replied, I have gained some insights. Having thoroughly digested his recent epiphanies, Lu Xian's understanding of the sword had deepened, naturally endowing him with a unique aura that any discerning eye could easily recognize. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi could not help but exclaim in admiration. To attain such understanding is truly commendable. Your perceptiveness leaves me in deep reverence to this moment. Facing Lu Xian, Xia Yi had shed any remnants of arrogance. His pride was only directed towards those he deemed inferior. For Lu Xian, he held genuine admiration, which eroded any sense of superiority and instead fostered a hint of camaraderie. Yao Lei cast a puzzled glance at Xia Yi, bewildered by the sudden familiarity he displayed towards Lu Xian. However, knowing Xia Yi was not someone he could provoke, he refrained from questioning further, attributing the change to Lu Xian's charismatic presence, which seemed to charm both genders alike. Just then, as the sound of a gong resonated, the attention of the martial artists returned to the judging panel, where Elder Sun reappeared. With the conclusion of the third round of the comprehension assessment, I hereby declare that all present martial artists are officially welcomed as outer disciples of my Fengjian sect. Was akin to a commoner leaping over the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, they would be relegated to a life as mere commoners or as servants within prestigious families like the Long or Lin clans, with no prospects for advancement for the rest of their lives. Haha, Brother Xian, I've joined the Fengjian sect. I am now an outer disciple. Yao Lei shouted exuberantly, his round face flushed with excitement. Initially, he had approached the assessment with a nonchalant attitude. Yet now he found himself realizing his goal, which felt surreal. Seeing Yao Lei's animated demeanor, Lu Xian couldn't help but share in his joy, smiling as he encouraged, keep striving. The world beyond is vast. And your father will undoubtedly take pride in you. Yes. Yao Lei nodded vigorously. Brother Xian, I truly owe you my gratitude. Without your support, I wouldn't have even passed the first round. Gazing into Yao Lei's sincere eyes, unable to reach his current standing, let alone pass the Fengjian sex assessment, instinctively, he touched his dantian, his gaze hardening with resolve. Since the sword crystal had bestowed upon him a second chance, enabling him to pursue higher realms. He must forge ahead. The pinnacle of martial arts was his ultimate goal. Chapter 0045. The Sword Tower Silence. Elder Sun bellowed. To emerge from the multitude of martial artists. Your abilities are commendable. To affirm your accomplishments. Upon the conclusion of the assessment, each of you will receive a bone-cleansing pill as a reward. However, the assessment is not yet complete. Following the conclusion, your performances will be ranked. The top 20 martial artists will receive an additional muscle transformation pill alongside the bone-cleansing pill. The top 10 will earn the qualification to enter the inner sect, along with 2 muscle transformation pills. The top 3 will be awarded 5 muscle transformation pills, and the first place will receive a low-grade iron weapon, a yellow-grade low-tier martial technique, or a choice of any elixir below the 7th level of body refinement. Elder Sun's announcement of the rewards ignited a fervor among the crowd. The martial artist's eyes gleamed with unmasked greed. The rewards were too enticing for anyone to resist. While they would receive a bone-cleansing pill as a reward, its value paled in comparison to the muscle transformation pill, which was intended for the 5th level of body refinement, making it 10 times more valuable. Being among the top 10 would not only grant them entry into the inner sect with far greater potential for advancement than outer disciples, but also 2 muscle transformation pills as an added incentive. At this moment, several martial artists at the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement eagerly rubbed their fists, setting their sights on the top TEN.AS for the rewards for the top 3. Although they were even more lavish, they dared not indulge in such aspirations. For with Lu Xian, Long Tai, and Xia Yi present, the selections for the top 3 seemed almost predetermined. Xia Yi and Long Tai could not help but reveal a glimmer of fervor in their eyes, their goal being first place. However, upon contemplating the prospect of first place, Xia Yi's thoughts drifted to Lu Xian, and a wave of despair washed over him. Lu Xian's momentum was overwhelmingly strong. He had secured first place in the first 2 rounds and was tied for first in the 3rd round with Long Tai. Furthermore, judging by his demeanor, his combat prowess could not be underestimated. Perhaps only Long Tai held a slender chance of contending for first place, considering Long Tai had secured 2nd in the strength assessment and was tied with Lu Xian in the comprehension assessment. Turning to glance at Lu Xian, Xia Yi noticed that Lu Xian's expression remained calm, showing no signs of being swayed by the bountiful rewards announced by Elder Sunday. Hey, Lu Xian, aren't you tempted? Xia Yi realized that the proudest among them was neither himself nor Long Tai, but Lu Xian. Their arrogance was outwardly displayed, while Lu Xian's pride resided within, embodying true self-assurance, observing the excited expressions of the martial artists. And this round will carry the most weight in your overall scores. Even if your performance in the earlier rounds was lacking, should you shine in this 4th round, your final ranking may not be low. Elder Sun's words were clearly pointed. Xia Yi whispered a warning. Lu Xian, be cautious. Judging by Elder Sun's demeanor, should you falter against Long Tai in the 4th round, he will undoubtedly force Long Tai into first place. Lu Xian nodded, fully aware of Elder Sun's apparent bias towards Long Tai. But what did it matter? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes would crumble. The location for the 4th round of the practical assessment was not within the Sword Trial Hall, but rather inside a towering structure known as the Sword Tower. Within the 3 great empires under the jurisdiction of the Fengjian sect, a sword tower was constructed in every city, serving the purpose of the annual entry assessments for the sect. Soon, under the guidance of Jushu and Elder Sun, all the martial artists arrived before the Sword Tower. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed upon the imposing structure. Although nearly everyone was aware of the existence of the Sword Tower in Lin City, few had ever ventured inside, as it only opened during assessments. This Sword Tower will serve as the venue for your 4th round of assessment. Elder Sun's voice resonated. The Sword Tower consists of 10 levels, each housing both an illusionary array and a lethal array. Only by breaking through these arrays can one proceed to the next level. Each level corresponds to a rank. The first level represents the first stage of body refinement, while the 10th level corresponds to the 10th stage. The higher the level one can reach, the better their performance will be ranked. That if 2 individuals reach the same level, their rankings will be determined by the extent to which they breach the arrays. As they beheld the towering sword tower, Lu Xian felt a surge of anticipation that he yearned to test his current strength and discern where he stood. The other martial artists exhibited an eagerness to prove themselves. After all, they were now outer disciples of the Fengjian sect, free from any pressure. ready to give their all and see how far they could go. At this moment, everyone gathered to receive their jade tokens, which would ensure their safety during the trial. Should they find themselves in peril, they could shatter the token at any time, and the sword tower would automatically teleport them out. However, those who wished to endure and resist would bear the consequences themselves. As Elder Sun spoke, the sex attendants had already prepared numerous jade tokens for distribution. Inside the sword tower, the combination of illusionary and lethal arrays meant that every foe conjured would possess real strength. Injuries sustained within the tower would be genuine, and should one be killed, it would be a true death. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, the martial artists hurriedly approached to claim their jade tokens. As no one wished to gamble with their lives, and Lu Xian was no exception. After all had received their tokens, Elder Sun commanded, "Now, enter the tower. Lu Xian, I'll show you what true strength is. Don't think that your victories in the first 2 rounds guarantee your supremacy. Strength is the foundation of all." Long Tai scoffed as he gazed at Lu Xian. "Did I ask that so? That is precisely what I wish to convey to you." "Very well. It seems you are determined to learn the hard way. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us." Long Tai snorted derisively and turned to enter the tower, that Lu Xian followed closely behind. The moment he stepped into the sword tower, the world around him dimmed, as if he had entered a completely dark space, and the martial artists who had entered before him vanished without a trace. Chapter 0046. Like a breakthrough through bamboo, just then, a voice devoid of emotion suddenly echoed from the void. "Please select the weapon you require. Sword." As soon as Lu Xian's voice fell, an exceedingly ordinary low-grade iron long sword materialized in his hand. With the sword in hand, Lu Xian's confidence soared, and his aura surged instantaneously, creating a perfect harmony between man and sword. The moment he grasped the long sword, the darkness before him dissipated, revealing a figure standing in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xian discerned that this figure was indeed a warrior wielding a long blade, though obscured by a mask that concealed his features. However, Lu Xian could clearly perceive the warrior's strength, which was merely at the first level of body refinement. That it seemed this was the enemy conjured by the illusion array within the sword tower. That as Lu Xian contemplated this, the warrior charged forward without a word. Swinging his blade down at him, Lu Xian let out a cold snort, channeling his energy into the long sword, and executed the thunder light sword technique. A faint rumble of thunder rang out as a flash of lightning danced along the sword, colliding with the warrior's long blade. That a tremendous force surged through the long sword, and the warrior found himself unable to maintain his grip, the long blade slipping from his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian darted forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a devastating strike to the warrior's chest, slaying him instantly. That a mere first-level body refinement warrior stood no chance against Lu Xian, even without employing martial techniques, let alone with the thunder light sword technique in play. With the warrior's demise, Lu Xian was promptly transported to the second level. This time, however, 2 warriors appeared before him, one wielding a staff and the other a sword, both at the second level of body refinement. With each ascent, not only did the strength of the warriors increase, but their numbers did as well, undoubtedly amplifying the difficulty. Glancing at the 2 warriors, armed with the experience from the first level, Lu Xian wasted no time in assessing them. He surged forward with sudden acceleration. The speed of a 4th-level body refinement warrior was beyond the reach of mere 2nd-level warriors. And in an instant, Lu Xian found himself before them. The 2 warriors hastily brandished their weapons in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Yet, Lu Xian's sword was swifter and more precise. In a flash, he struck at the warrior armed with the sword, his attack deftly slipping through the gaps in the warrior's defense, piercing directly through his heart. One enemy down. The staff-wielding warrior reacted quickly, upon seeing Lu Xian's focus on his companion. He swung his staff down towards Lu Xian, the force behind it immense enough to inflict serious injury if it connected. However, Lu Xian had anticipated this assault. As soon as the strike was launched, he leapt aside, narrowly evading the blow, while simultaneously slashing down with his sword. That if the warrior did not relinquish his grip, he would surely lose at least 7 fingers, if not worse. Left with no choice, he was compelled to let go of the staff. With his weapon stripped away, Lu Xian closed in once more, delivering a swift cut across the warrior's neck, causing a profuse spurt of blood that marked the end of his life. The second challenge was once more conquered. In this round, Lu Xian relied solely on his combat skills to prevail, refraining from using any martial techniques. Utilizing techniques consumes energy, and Lu Xian was uncertain how many enemies lay ahead. Thus, it was prudent to conserve his energy to reach even greater heights. A flash of brilliance marked Lu Xian's arrival at the third level. Meanwhile, outside the sword tower, Jiu Shu and the others were intently observing. Suddenly, the lights of the third level illuminated, signaling that someone had breached it. An elder remarked. Quite the speed. In merely 2 breaths, they have surpassed both the first and second levels. Elder Su commented while stroking his beard. Jiu Shu smiled slightly. The warriors of the first and second levels are far too weak. They are easily dispatched by Lu Xian and others, thus consuming little time. Let us observe further. It is only at the 4th level and beyond that we shall discern more. Elder Sun spoke in a solemn tone. Presently, Elder Sun's mood was less than favorable. Lu Xian's performance was exceedingly remarkable. Should Long Tai fail to overshadow him this round, he would owe a storage ring and a Hunyuan Dan, both of which would be a painful loss for him at this moment. Lu Xian stood within the 3rd level, vigilantly watching the enemies before him. That as expected, the number and strength of the warriors had indeed escalated yet again. Noticing Lu Xian's inaction, the 3 warriors proceeded without hesitation, charging towards him in unison. 2 of them wielded weapons, a spear and a halberd, while the third approached unarmed, likely specializing in hand-to-hand combat. The 2 armed warriors struck first, their weapons clashing as they advanced toward Lu Xian. Meanwhile, the unarmed warrior circled around to Lu Xian's rear, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, with a glint of determination in his eyes. Lu Xian swung his long sword fiercely, unleashing the Thunder Light Sword technique, that a blade infused with the power of thunder surged forth, its might far surpassing that of the combined assault of the 2 armed warriors. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the 2 warriors staggered backward, propelled by the force of Lu Xian's Thunder Light Sword technique. In that instant, Lu Xian sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. In the blink of an eye, an instantaneous kill. With the warrior collapsing to the ground, Lu Xian spared him a glance before turning back to pursue the remaining 2 with the threat neutralized. The 2 third-level body refinement warriors posed little challenge for Lu Xian. In just 3 breaths of time, both warriors lay defeated. The 3rd level was conquered. The light of the 4th level flared brightly. Another breakthrough in the 3rd level. What remarkable speed! In merely 10 breaths, they have reached the 4th level. Yet it remains uncertain whether it is Long Tai or Lu Xian. I firmly believe it to be Lu Xian. Chapter 0047. The 5th level. While Elder Sun and the others conversed, Long Tai had just eliminated the last warrior in the 3rd level, his speed barely trailing Lu Xian's. The disparity between a 5th level body refinement warrior and a 3rd level warrior was glaringly apparent. However, while Long Tai's strikes were swift and filled with martial techniques, his stamina could not match Lu Xian's endurance. Xia Yi too was not slow, nearly synchronously clearing the 3rd level alongside Long Tai. In the 4th level, this time, Lu Xian faced adversaries that differed from those in the previous 3 challenges. While the earlier levels consisted solely of warriors, this level introduced not only warriors but also ferocious beasts. Before him stood 2 4th-level body refinement warriors and 2 4th-tier ferocious beasts, iron-backed rhinos. Compared to warriors, beasts were undeniably more formidable, as their physical prowess greatly surpassed that of warriors. Indeed, Lu Xian realized that eliminating them in an instant would be quite challenging. With a thunderous roar, the 2 iron-backed rhinos charged at Lu Xian from either side, creating a tremendous tremor with each powerful stride. Despite being within an illusion array, Lu Xian could distinctly feel the ground shaking beneath him. Faced with 2 warriors and 2 beasts, Lu Xian dared not display any carelessness. He was currently at the 4th level of body refinement, and none of the 4 adversaries before him was inferior in rank. Though the iron-backed rhinos were massive, they exhibited speed that belied their size. Swiftly closing the distance between them and Lu Xian, their hardened horns aimed directly at him. Should he be struck, even a 5th-level body refinement warrior would likely be impaled. With its vision impaired, the rhino let out a furious bellow, thrashing in pain and charging wildly at Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, propelled by the force of his sword against the rhino, leapt high into the air, evading the onslaught of the 2 ferocious beasts. Just then, the 2 warriors surged forward, Leaping into the air to strike at Lu Xian with sword and blade in midair, Lu Xian found himself with no means to brace for their attack. However, he remained resolute, undeterred by fear. With a powerful roar, he channeled his energy into the long sword, activating the 8th form of the Thunder Light sword technique. A dazzling arc of lightning erupted forth, tracing a grand arc through the air as Lu Xian's sword moved. The sweeping strike collided with the attacks of the two warriors, setting the stage for an epic confrontation. Although Lu Xian was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, they were no match for him. Swiftly falling to the ground after being struck by his sword as they landed, Lu Xian offered them no respite, pursuing his advantage relentlessly. Upon touching down, he unleashed another strike of the Thunder Light sword technique, the dazzling lightning illuminating the surroundings and blinding the eye. Instantly, both martial artists found themselves enveloped in its brilliance. Channeling a surge of elemental energy, Lu Xian lunged forward with astonishing speed, darting into the fray like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, his sword technique reappeared. In that fleeting moment, 2 sword strikes were unleashed, so swift that one could hardly perceive Lu Xian's movements. When the sword light faded, the 2 martial artists lay motionless on the ground, their breath shallow, with gaping wounds in their throats, blood gushing forth. With 2 strikes, one severing their throats, both 4th-level body refinement martial artists were obliterated by Lu Xian. Having grasped the threshold of sword intent, Lu Xian's comprehension of sword techniques had undoubtedly deepened. The same blink-of-an-eye sword technique, now wielded by him, possessed a power far surpassing that of his earlier assessments. Lu Xian snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating, brandishing his sword as he faced them head-on. They were merely 2 brutish beasts, posing little threat. After a fierce entanglement with the iron-backed rhinoceroses, Lu Xian seized his moment. Thrusting his sword into the neck of the unharmed rhinoceros, delivering a vicious slash that opened a massive wound, blood flowing freely. Death was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, in the open area outside the sword tower, a sudden flash of light heralded the arrival of a martial artist, his jade token shattered, evidently unable to withstand the pressure any longer, thus summoning his exit. However, he was just the beginning. Shortly thereafter, 5 more flashes followed, and 5 additional martial artists could no longer endure and exited the assessment that a significant portion of the martial artists participating in this examination possessed only the strength of the 3rd level of body refinement. Yet on the 3rd floor, they faced assaults from 3 opponents of equal strength. For these relatively weak combatants, passing the assessment proved exceedingly challenging. Some, possessing abysmal combat abilities, could not even advance past the 2nd layer. As this group emerged, several stewards from the Wind Sword sect approached, reclaiming the shattered jade tokens. Although broken, they recorded the martial artist performances for final ranking evaluations. The elders cast merely a cursory glance at these martial artists before redirecting their attention back to the sword tower. At that moment, the light on the 5th floor flickered and then brightened, indicating someone had ascended to the 5th level. The spectacle was about to commence. Elder Su exhaled slowly, expressing his thoughts. Although he held high hopes for Lu Xian, it was an undeniable fact that Long Tai possessed greater strength. Thus, the outcome of this round remained uncertain. Both Uncle Jiao and Elder Sun wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixated on the sword tower. The atmosphere thick with tension. Even the recently eliminated martial artists fell silent, equally engrossed in the unfolding events of the sword tower at this juncture. Within the 5th layer, Lu Xian stood proudly, having been the first to break through to this level. He was now seizing the moment to recover his energy. Although he had pushed through with unyielding momentum, the toll had been considerable, especially in dealing with the 2 iron-backed rhinoceroses in the 4th layer, which had consumed nearly 30% of his elemental energy. These beasts, with their tough hides and dense flesh, were indeed more bothersome than martial artists. Perhaps this was precisely the intent of the sword tower. Not only to test the martial artist's combat prowess, but also to evaluate their endurance in prolonged battles. Chapter 0048. The Contest for Champion. The 5th layer posed a difficulty several-fold greater than the 4th. Before him stood 3 5th-level body refinement martial artists and 2 5th-tier ferocious beasts, the bloodthirsty tigers. Even Lu Xian could not help but feel a tingle of apprehension at the sight. Currently, his strength was merely that of a fully realized 4th-level practitioner. Based purely on tier Any single opponent present could easily overpower him, let alone having to contend with 5 at once. Once again, Lu Xian opted for a preemptive strike. With utmost focus, his speed surged to its zenith, plunging into the throng of enemies. Even before his arrival, his sword was already in motion. Thunder Light Sword Technique. First form, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder. A dazzling bolt of lightning coursed along the blade as he cleaved towards the foremost axe-wielding martial artist. Faced with Lu Xian's strike, the warrior did not flinch or evade. Instead, he swung his axe in response. The clash of metal rang out. Clang! Lu Xian felt an overwhelming force push back against him, his strike having been solidly parried. Since entering the sword tower, this was the first time Lu Xian's attack had been met with such resistance. However, this was to be expected. Although formidable, Lu Xian's strength was ultimately limited to the 4th level of body refinement. Even with the Tai Igui Yuanju, overpowering a 5th-level martial artist in sheer strength remained a challenge, particularly since the opponent wielded an axe, a weapon typically favored by those with greater physical might. Undeterred by the setback of his initial strike, Lu Xian swiftly executed the second form of the Thunder Light Sword Technique, this time targeting the opponent's vulnerabilities rather than engaging in a brute force confrontation. Regrettably, however, he faced more than one adversary. After forcing the axe wielder back with 2 strikes, the other 2 martial artists and the 2 ferocious beasts surged forward, encircling Lu Xian. Caught in the encirclement, Lu Xian's eyes gleamed with determination. His gaze sharpened, and he suddenly pivoted, unleashing both the 3rd and 4th forms of the Thunder Light Sword Technique, targeting the 2 martial artists and the 2 beasts. Each form of the Thunder Light Sword Technique, enhanced by the sword crystal, accumulated sword momentum, increasing in power with each consecutive strike. At this moment, the 3rd and 4th forms wielded far greater force than the initial one, that should the elders and martial artists outside the sword tower witness one individual battling 5 foes of a higher tier, it would surely astonish them. While utilizing martial skills against unskilled opponents is not uncommon, taking on 5 at once would certainly elicit a W. The number of martial artists being expelled from the sword tower continued to rise. Nearly every moment saw another eliminated, with most being stuck on the 3rd layer. A few had managed to reach the 4th layer, such as several 4th-level practitioners, but ultimately they could not break through. Facing 4 opponents was simply too daunting. There are still 4 remaining, Elder Su remarked. Uncle Jia nodded. Lu Xian, Long Tai, Xia Yi, and another 5th-level martial artist. They spoke. The light on the 4th layer flickered and extinguished, signifying that no one remained there. The 4 survivors had all ascended to the 5th layer. Among them, all but Lu Xian were 5th-level practitioners, making their entry into the 5th layer unproblematic. As for Lu Xian, though his tier was slightly lower, no one doubted his combat prowess. His prior demonstration of the Thunder Light Sword Technique had made that abundantly clear. Just then, another flash of light illuminated the open area. Someone was emerging, Elder Sun thought, silently praying that it was Lu Xian. The brilliance faded. The figure became clear, and Elder Sun's hopes were dashed. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiao and Xia Chenxi breathed a sigh of relief. The person emerging was neither Lu Xian, Long Tai, nor Xia Yi, but rather another 5th-level martial artist. This individual had been the last to enter the 5th layer, yet was the first to exit. Lacking the unique martial skills that the others possessed, he had expended significant energy in the earlier layers, especially in the 4th layer, and could not withstand the onslaught of 5 enemies on the 5th layer for even a breath. Now, only 3 remained within the sword tower. It could be said that the top 3 spots in this assessment were no longer in doubt. The only remaining question was who would claim the first place. After another brief span of time, yet another flash of light drew everyone's attention. The 3rd place had emerged. To everyone's astonishment, it was Xia Yi. Upon his arrival, his weary eyes swiftly scanned the area, failing to spot Lu Xian or Long Tai, a flicker of despondency crossing his features, clearly having been bested by the 2 in the practical assessment. However, recalling Lu Xian's astonishing insight, Xia Yi felt somewhat comforted. Beginning to recover his elemental energy that he had fought until the very last moment in the sword tower, having taken down 3 adversaries in the 5th layer before succumbing to exhaustion. Now, every last vestige of his elemental energy had been depleted, and he could no longer sustain himself, necessitating immediate recovery. As the assessment reached a fever pitch, the final contest for the championship commenced. Jiao Shu, Xia Chenxi, and Lin Sini felt their hearts taut with anxiety, scarcely daring to breathe. Elder son, too, was fixated on the sword tower, his gaze unwavering. This was the decisive moment that would determine the victor, that he had resolved that should Long Tai triumph over Lu Xian, he would unreservedly declare Long Tai as the champion. At this juncture, on the 5th level, Lu Xian continued his battle. He unleashed the Thunder Sword technique, executing one form after another until he reached the 7th form. The accumulated sword momentum was released without restraint, and the dense lightning enveloped all his foes, its might surpassing that demonstrated by Lu Xian in the 3rd round of the assessment. Without warning, a bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of his sword, striking a bloodthirsty tiger directly. The explosion sent the beast hurtling through the air, its flesh scattered, as this formidable 5th-tier creature was instantaneously vanquished. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Lu Xian surged forward, his sword flashing as he executed 2 rapid strikes, decisively claiming the lives of 2 warriors. With 3 enemies eliminated, Lu Xian felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Before Lu Xian stood only 1 warrior and 1 beast, both severely injured. Although the primary target of the final strike from the Thunder Sword technique was the now-deceased bloodthirsty tiger, the remaining foes had also been affected, particularly the last devastating blow. However, the lull lasted but a mere 2 breaths before combat erupted once more. The bloodthirsty tiger was the first to attack, lunging at Lu Xian with its massive claws, delivering a force comparable to 3,000 pounds. In tandem with the tiger's assault, the remaining warrior also swung his sword in a flurry of attacks. This time, Lu Xian opted not to clash head-on, but chose to evade. For his remaining energy was below 30%, and the 6th level awaited him. Channeling his remaining energy, Lu Xian deftly sidestepped the dual strikes, swiftly retaliating with a powerful slash that carved a deep gash into the tiger's abdomen. Blood gushing forth, the bloodthirsty tiger let out a roar of agony, leaping into the air as its iron-like tail swept menacingly through the air, creating a fierce gust that Lu Xian retreated again, narrowly avoiding this strike. Then thrust his sword forward, piercing the beast and creating a gaping wound, determined to wear it down. At that moment, the sword-wielding warrior was effectively obstructed by the hulking form of the bloodthirsty tiger. Lu Xian thrust his sword into its neck, delivering a decisive cut that severed its windpipe, causing it to collapse lifelessly. The swordsman finally found his chance to strike at Lu Xian, but alas, a mere 5th-tier warrior was no match for Lu Xian. Without delay, Lu Xian executed another of his rapid sword techniques, dispatching the warrior in an instant. The 6th level illuminated outside the sword tower. A multitude of warriors erupted in exclamations. With the emergence of the 6th level's light, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The 6th level's illumination signified that someone had successfully ascended beyond the 5th level, a feat thought unimaginable by many present, as they had been stymied at the 3rd level. An even more pressing question arose. Who among the 2 remaining contenders, Long Tai and Lu Xian, had breached the 6th level? I am certain it must be Long Tai. His 5th-tier prowess makes such a breakthrough feasible, mused one. Indeed, I share that sentiment. While Lu Xian is formidable, he is at a distinct disadvantage with his 4th-tier strength against 5 5th-tier opponents. Another remarked, perhaps it is Lu Xian. That Thunder Sword technique he demonstrated was astonishing, suggested another to DOU jest. Utilizing martial skills requires energy. How many times can a 4th-tier warrior sustain such exertion? The crowd buzzed with speculation, most favoring Long Tai due to his 5th-tier strength, which they believed surpassed Lu Xian's endurance. Amidst the commotion, Xia Yi could no longer remain seated. He stood, eyes fixed intently on the 6th level. Who could it be? The image of Lu Xian's serene smile surfaced in his mind, a smile brimming with confidence that instinctively led him to believe it was Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu and the others wore grim expressions. Their brows furrowed as they stared at the 6th level to ascend to the 6th level. One had first vanquished the 5 adversaries on the 5th level, while Lu Xian possessed the ability to fight above his level. Could he truly accomplish this with his 4th-tier strength? Even Xia Chenxi, who had unwavering faith in him, felt a twinge of concern. She had initially anticipated that the final outcome would be determined by who eliminated the most enemies on the 5th level. But now that someone had breached the 6th level, the variables had multiplied. Chenxi, when you entered the sword tower, you too were halted at the 6th level, correct? Elder Sun inquired with a beaming smile. He was practically jubilant, having nearly concluded that the one who ascended to the 6th level was Long Tai. Yes, my combat skills are lacking, much to Elder Sun's amusement, Xia Chenxi replied with a strained smile. As a core disciple of the Fengjian sect, she had been granted a rare opportunity to enter the tower, where she had, with her 6th-tier strength, eliminated 2 6th-tier opponents before being stopped at the 6th level. Elder Sun chuckled heartily. The higher one ascends, the greater the number of enemies faced. For you to have eliminated 2 under siege by 6 is quite impressive. Generally, a warrior's strength dictates the level they can reach. Given that even Xia Chenxi, with her 6th-tier prowess, had been stopped there, let us not celebrate prematurely. The results are not yet in, Jiu Shu remarked, easing his furrowed brow. Elder Sun gazed at Jiu Shu with a knowing smile. Oh, have you ever witnessed a 4th-tier warrior ascend to the 6th level of the sword tower? Jiu Shu fell silent. Indeed, no 4th-tier warrior had ever achieved such a feat in the history of the Tianwu Empire. And even 5th-tier ascensions to the 6th level were exceedingly rare. The atmosphere grew quiet, each person holding their breath in anticipation of the impending revelation. Suddenly, the light of the 6th level flickered and extinguished, revealing a figure standing before the sword tower. The individual who had ascended to the 6th level emerged. The 4 elders at the judging table, along with Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini, sprang to their feet. As Lu Xian's presence became apparent, the arena erupted in astonishment. It was indeed Lu Xian. This revelation defied all expectations. My heavens! He has truly penetrated the 6th level with his 4th-tier strength. This is utterly inconceivable. A genius, an absolute genius. I am thoroughly impressed. The warriors murmured in disbelief, particularly those who had doubted Lu Xian. They were now rendered completely speechless. To eliminate 5 5th-tier foes and ascend to the 6th level with 4th-tier strength was beyond their comprehension. Such combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. It truly is Lu Xian. Xia Chenxi found herself at a loss for words, repeatedly uttering Lu Xian's name, her emotions surging with unprecedented fervor. As if struck by a sudden inspiration, he swiftly turned to Jiu Shu with excitement. With the strength of the 4th level of body refinement, he has breached the 6th level. There has been no precedent in the entire Tianwu Empire for nearly a decade. Elder Su laughed heartily. What was there to celebrate? He had merely reached the 6th level, only to be expelled almost instantly, undoubtedly defeated in mere moments. Long Tai could very well surpass him, Elder Sun declared with a hint of indignation. Jiu Shu chuckled and replied, regardless of the circumstances, the 6th level is the 6th level. Even if he was expelled in an instant, he has still set foot upon the 6th level. Just then, the attendant who had received Lu Xian's jade token stepped forward, his voice trembling as he announced Lu Xian's achievement, incredulity lacing his tone. Lu Xian, 6th level, 3 kills, as this declaration echoed through the arena. The clamor fell silent, replaced by a collective intake of breath. The 6th level, 3 kills. Did this not imply that Lu Xian had not only entered the 6th level, but had also managed to slay 3 warriors of the 6th level of body refinement in such a brief span of time? Each of Lu Xian's extraordinary feats a stinging slap to his face. Elder Sun, as the chief examiner, you cannot arbitrarily dismiss a candidate's achievements. Surely, the jade token would not lie. Jiu Shu shot him a cold glance and said, merely entering the 6th level was already sufficient to leave them speechless. Yet Lu Xian had not only entered, but had also slain 3 6th level body refinement warriors in under 2 breaths of time. In the face of the awe and admiration from the crowd, Lu Xian appeared remarkably unfazed. After handing the jade token to the attendant, he strode directly back to Yao Lei and Xia Yi. When he first stepped into the 6th level, he had known he could not possibly contend with 6 6th level body refinement warriors, especially since his own energy was barely at 30%. Thus, he had not intended to break through the 6th level. Therefore, upon entering, Lu Xian had acted without hesitation, accelerating to his utmost speed, plunging into the midst of the 6 warriors, unleashing all his energy in an explosive manner. In the blink of an eye, his swordsmanship was unleashed. At that moment, Lu Xian infused his comprehension of the sword path entirely into his technique, manifesting his most formidable prowess. His long sword transformed into a shadow, unleashing a flurry of strikes, not only disrupting the combined assault of the 6 warriors, but also swiftly eliminating 3 of them with precision. However, this had drained all his energy completely, leaving him with no possibility of further combat. After executing his final strike, he voluntarily shattered the jade token, thereby being transported out. Yet even so, with the strength of the 4th level of body refinement, being able to kill 3 6th level body refinement warriors amidst overwhelming odds was enough to instill a sense of pride. Calming his somewhat agitated heart, spoke, "Elder Son, I wonder if the storage rings and Hunyuan Dan are ready." It is still too early to say. Long Tai has yet to emerge, and the victor is undetermined. Clearly indicating that Long Tai had halted at the 5th level. Emerging from the sword tower, Long Tai noticed all eyes were fixed upon him. Initially taken aback, he turned back to see the light of the sword tower had completely dimmed. Perhaps in your next life. The echo of Long Tai's maniacal laughter reverberated around the empty sword tower, sounding exceedingly grating. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Long Tai began to sense something was amiss. It seemed he was the only one laughing. Why were the gazes of those warriors not filled with admiration? It felt more like that mockery, or perhaps pity. After a few awkward chuckles, Long Tai's voice gradually faded as he looked around. Perplexed by the strange atmosphere, that moment, an attendant stepped forward to receive his jade token, glanced at it, and then, with a blank expression, announced Long Tai's results. Long Tai, 5th level, for kills, upon hearing this score. A flicker of pride crossed Long Tai's face. To have slain 4 foes amidst an assault from 5 was significantly more challenging than taking them down in a one-on-one confrontation, but he had anticipated that this achievement would elicit gasps of astonishment from the gathered warriors. Yet the arena remained silent, devoid of the reaction Long Tai had envisioned, but he couldn't help but glance at Elder Son, seeking clarification on the situation. However, what he saw was Elder Son's stern expression, who was currently refusing to even glance in his direction. Elder Son, as the chief examiner, can you announce the results now? Jiushu coolly prompted that I end the 4 rounds of assessments: strength, temperament, and practical combat. Lu Xian secured first place in all. Even in the 3rd round's comprehension evaluation, he was tied for first with Long Tai, making him undeniably the overall champion. Faced with such irrefutable results, Elder Son had no opportunity to employ any tricks. He immediately shouted, "Wait! Why is Lu Xian the first? I was the last to emerge. I am the true first. So what if you were the last to emerge? Are we measuring the assessment by who takes the longest?" Lu Xian not only resolved his battle ahead of you, but also utterly outshone you in results. How dare you even claim to be first? It's downright laughable, Xia Yi retorted, her face brimming with derision. While others may have feared Long Tai, she was unafraid, especially after witnessing his recent embarrassment, which filled her with secret delight. Hearing Xia Yi's words, Long Tai's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Who? Lu Xian. His results eclipsed mine. Absolutely impossible. Xia Yi could not help but burst into laughter, saying Lu Xian's achievement is 3 kills of 6th level body refinement warriors at the 6th level, while you, with your 4 kills at the 5th level, should really refrain from boasting. It's simply hysterical. Moreover, Lu Xian is merely 16 years old this year, while you are already 18, 2 years a senior. Yet you still lag behind in performance and dare to claim first place. It undoubtedly reflected poorly on him as well. However, Long Tai disregarded Elder Son's admonition, continuing to shout, "Impossible! How could a 4th level body refinement warrior kill 3 6th level warriors? I refuse to believe it. Elder, I demand a duel with him. Unless he can defeat me, I will not accept this outcome." Upon hearing Long Tai's demand, Elder Son's mind raced. Since he had already lost, it would be better to let Long Tai create a commotion, as there might still be a chance for a reversal. Furthermore, he harbored doubts about Lu Xian being able to slay 3 6th level warriors with the strength of a 4th level body refinement warrior. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder Son addressed Jiushu, Elder Su, and another elder, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on the candidate who, dissatisfied with the results, demands a duel? This seems somewhat irregular, does it not? A test is a test." Elder Son promptly disregarded the first elder's comments and proclaimed loudly, "Lu Xian, Long Tai questions your results and wishes to duel you. Do you consent?" Lu Xian smiled faintly. "My results speak for themselves. What stakes could you possibly require? I fear you may not even survive to collect as Long Tai accepted the challenge." The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually faded as he pronounced each word with weight. "Your life." The previously lively gathering of martial artists fell into an abrupt silence upon hearing Lu Xian's declaration. That it became evident that Lu Xian and Long Tai harbored deep-seated animosity. and this was no mere gamble. Lu Xian sought to eliminate Long Tai in this clash, a life-and-death battle. Long Tai's gaze sharpened. Lu Xian's demand had taken him by surprise, yet it aligned with his own desire, for he too wished to claim Lu Xian's life. Setting aside the grievances between the Long and Lu families, ever since the assessment began, Lu Xian had overshadowed him, repeatedly bringing him shame. With Long Tai's vengeful nature, how could he not seek to reclaim his honor? They were now witnessing the true climax, that a battle for life and death was indeed exhilarating. All present had passed the test of courage, and thus feared not the prospect of bloodshed. Casting a glance at Long Tai, Lu Xian remained silent, settling into a meditative position to recuperate his energy. Ignoring Lu Xian's indifference, Long Tai snorted coldly and began his own recovery. The atmosphere grew still. Who was at the fourth level? Lu Xian. Come forth to meet your demise. Long Tai bellowed. Stepping steadily from the crowd, Lu Xian's eyes flashed with determination. It was time to settle the score with Long Tai. Heaven may forgive sins of fate, but self-made calamities are inexcusable. To dare lay hands upon a member of the Lu family is to seal your own fate, Lu Xian declared, fixing his gaze upon Long Tai. Long Tai laughed uproariously. Save those words for yourself. Rest assured, once you are gone, I shall take good care of your sister. Who knows, perhaps in a moment of joy, I might even send her to accompany you. With a low growl, he retaliated with a punch of his own, leading to a fierce collision between their blows. The impact echoed with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air, and both combatants were momentarily staggered. The clash of raw power yielded no clear victor. Long Tai, being at the fifth level of body refinement, held a slight advantage over Lu Xian, yet their strength remained evenly matched, after being momentarily pushed back. And Long Tai began to feel the strain in his fist that Lu Xian must not be spared. If a fourth-level practitioner is this formidable, should he advance further, I may not stand a chance. Long Tai thought, narrowing his gaze at Lu Xian. Your strength truly surpasses my expectations, but this is where it ends. With that, Long Tai unwrapped the parcel on his back, revealing a pair of iron claws that gleamed ominously. He had resolved to employ a weapon. These claws, named Chuan Yun, were of superior quality. Had he possessed them during his time in the Sword Tower, the sixth level would have posed no challenge. Long Tai proclaimed with pride, brandishing the claws, his confidence swelling. Previously, he had only been able to wield inferior iron weapons conjured by illusion. Now, with the Chuan Yun claws in hand, he felt invincible. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Murmurs of awe filled the an upper-grade iron weapon. What a fortune! I have yet to even possess a lower-grade iron weapon. Lu Xian was now in a predicament, with an upper-grade iron weapon. Long Tai's combat capabilities would nearly double. Let us see how Lu Xian responds. Surely, he will not concede so easily. Long Tai unveiled the superior weapon. The judges momentarily paused in surprise. Elder Su, pondering deeply, turned to Elder Sun. If I recall correctly, those Chuan Yun claws were once a prized trophy of yours. Were they not? I never imagined you would part with them, especially to Long Tai. Elder Sun chuckled heartily. The future belongs to the youth. I have no use for them. I am curious to see how Lu Xian will contend with this, with Long Tai now wielding the Chuan Yun claws. Elder Sun's spirits lifted. For a martial artist, a weapon was an essential aspect of their combat strength. Observing Lu Xian's demeanor, he doubted he possessed anything of equal merit. Talent and comprehension mean little without the support of resources. All eyes were drawn to Lu Xian, who finally unwrapped the black package from his back. Removing the dark cloth, the exquisite Xiangxi sword was revealed, capturing the attention of all. A weapon? I too possess one, an upper-grade iron weapon. The previously skeptical martial artists who had doubted his capabilities instantly shifted their attitudes. Although medium-grade iron weapons still fell short of high-grade ones, they were no longer considered unattainable. This was quite a spectacle. I recognized the Xiangxi sword as one of the few medium-grade treasures from the Treasure Pavilion, reputedly only a hair's breadth away from high-grade weaponry. Haha, this is truly captivating that Lu Xian is a prodigy in the sword arts. And I shall observe his technique closely. Upon seeing Lu Xian draw a medium-grade iron weapon, Long Tai was momentarily astonished. He was acutely aware of the Lu family's circumstances. How could they possibly afford a medium-grade weapon? Infuriating. Yet, What did a medium-grade weapon matter? My rank surpasses yours, and my weapon outmatches yours. I shall see what you can use to prevail. With a furious roar, Long Tai's speed surged, and his Tianjian claw morphed into a fleeting shadow. With a flick of his wrist, the Shaanxi sword transformed into a fleeting apparition. The sounds of clashing echoed as each strike accurately struck a claw shadow, obliterating them all in an instant, rendering them non-existent. Although Lu Xian did not employ any martial techniques with this strike, he utilized the essence of the blinking sword technique, which relied solely on swiftness and precision. While this may seem simple, achieving it was far from easy. Having shattered Long Tai's assault, Lu Xian pressed the advantage, his speed accelerating dramatically as he lunged forward, delivering another strike that a thunderous roar erupted as a flash of lightning coursed along the blade. Unveiling the Thunderlight Sword technique, Lu Xian's approach was swift, leaving Long Tai no time to execute another move. He could only barely swing his Tianjian claw to block Lu Xian's strike. At the moment their weapons collided, Long Tai felt an overwhelming force emanating from the Shaanxi sword, nearly dislodging his Tianjian claw. Shocked, he realized the Thunderlight Sword technique, albeit a mere low-grade yellow martial skill, wielded such immense power. What Long Tai did not comprehend was that the effectiveness of a martial technique was contingent upon the wielder, that Lu Xian had already grasped the threshold of sword intent. Deeply understanding the Thunderlight Sword technique, nearly able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, the Thunderlight Sword technique he employed had been enhanced through the refinement of the sword crystal, with one strike failing to yield results. Lu Xian swiftly withdrew his sword and immediately executed a horizontal sweep, granting Long Tai no chance to react. This time, Long Tai was utterly unprepared. His previous strength had waned, and he had yet to muster new energy. He could only muster a breath, letting out a strained roar as he struggled to fend off this strike. However, he could no longer maintain his footing and was forced back 2 steps. His internal energy surging, nearly causing him to spew blood. This sudden turn of events left the gathered martial artists dumbfounded. None had anticipated the battle would unfold in such a manner. Long Tai was entirely on the back foot. Yet this was not the end. With 2 successive strikes, Long Tai had been driven to his limits, and Lu Xian unleashed his 3rd sword strike. The Thunderlight Sword technique, inherently stronger with each successive strike, reached unprecedented power with Lu Xian's 3rd attack. With a thunderous roar, Lu Xian swung the Shaanxi sword with a ferocity akin to a thunderclap. Long Tai, too, was resolute. Forcibly swallowing a mouthful of blood, he bellowed, channeling all his energy into the Tianjian claw, striking back with all his might, eager to discover who was truly superior. A sharp clang resonated as the Shaanxi sword struck the Tianjian claw, causing him to falter and spew blood, instantly being sent flying by Lu Xian. The sudden power of this strike astonished Lu Xian as well that he fully understood the might of the Thunderlight Sword technique. Had it been the 8th form after extensive practice, such power would be expected. However, to achieve such prowess with only the 3rd form was indeed astonishing. Yet, as his thoughts raced, Lu Xian quickly realized the cause. It was the effect of the enchantment. The effectiveness and explosive potential of this enchantment were heavily influenced by the strength of the inscriber. The more powerful the enchanter, the greater the results to this moment. Lu Xian had executed 4 strikes, resulting in an explosion of power that amplified his sword technique by a significant margin. Astonishing Xiaochensi, that it was worth noting that even the enchanted symbol inscribed by her teacher did not achieve half of Lu Xian's effectiveness. How could he possess such strength? Long Tai is at the 5th stage and wields the Tianjian claw. Elder Sun murmured incredulously. Even if Long Tai were to lose, Elder Sun could accept it. But witnessing Long Tai being utterly suppressed and brutally beaten by Lu Xian was beyond his capacity to fathom. Regardless of others' opinions, the battle was far from over. Lu Xian, momentarily pondering the enchantment's effects, did not immediately pursue, granting Long Tai a fleeting chance to recover. Springing to his feet, Long Tai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with fury. To be bested by someone he once regarded as an insignificant insect was unbearable for Long Tai. He felt as though he were losing his mind. Very well. You have thoroughly enraged me. Today, not only will I kill you, but I will also annihilate the Lu family after playing with your sister. I shall sell her to a brothel, where she will be at the mercy of countless men. Long Tai raged, seemingly deranged. Long Tai's words ignited an inferno of wrath within Lu Xian. Family was his Achilles heel. The dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and it shall surely rage. His eyes turned crimson, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. No one could stand in his way. He knew that if he did not slay Long Tai today, the latter's threats would become reality. You seek death. Lu Xian roared, the Tai Yuan technique surging within him, instantly mobilizing all his energy, propelling him to the peak of his speed as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Charging towards Long Tai, the sudden eruption of power left everyone present in shock. Long Tai had no time to react, his mouth agape in astonishment at the lightning-fast approach of Lu Xian. Stop! Elder Sun bellowed, dashing from the judge's table towards the battlefield. He had realized that Long Tai could not withstand this strike. Even in a fight to the death, he could not allow Long Tai to perish. To impede a life-and-death duel? The clash between the two contestants had prompted the involvement of two elders. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Xian paid no heed to their shouts. In his eyes, there was only Long Tai. And in his mind, one singular thought. Kill die. With a thunderous shout, Lu Xian's Xiangxi sword spun, its trajectory almost imperceptible. The blinking sword technique was unleashed. Long Tai barely managed to raise his Chuan Yun claw when Lu Xian's sword struck. This blow fueled by an unparalleled rage, reaching the pinnacle of his power. In that instant, Lu Xian unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one targeting a vital point: throat, heart, abdomen, dantian. Long Tai instantly bore a multitude of wounds, succumbing to death. With Long Tai's lifeless body crashing to the ground with a dull thud, Elder Sun arrived at the battlefield just in time. Gazing at the motionless Long Tai, Elder Sun stood momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his features. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to Lu Xian, his eyes radiating a fierce glint. I said stop. Did you not hear me? Who permitted you to kill him? Chapter 0054. The most difficult to bear is the beauty's favor. With one strike, Lu Xian had slain Long Tai, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. The once crimson hue of his gaze returned to normal, looking down at Long Tai, who would never awaken again. A fleeting sense of satisfaction crossed Lu Xian's mind. For his family's plight, he would repay it tenfold. At this moment, upon hearing Elder Sun's reprimand, Lu Xian slowly turned his head, his expression remarkably tranquil. Previously, during the third round of assessments, his achievements had been forcibly dismissed by Elder Sun, leaving Lu Xian with a profound dislike for him, especially after he attempted to disrupt this life-and-death battle. A flicker of derision crossed his eyes as he calmly stated, I had just made an agreement with Long Tai that the stakes of this battle are our very lives, with hundreds of witnesses present. Since I emerged victorious, I shall naturally claim his life. There's something amiss with that. Elder Sun, filled with rage, forced a laugh. Very well, very well. It has been quite some time since I have encountered someone as arrogant as you, daring to disregard my warnings. You have now met me, Lu Xian replied, his gaze unwavering as he stared directly at Elder Sun, showing no signs of retreat. In response to Lu Xian's sharp retort. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Elder Sun, one that was clearly not characteristic of someone in the body refinement stage. Lu Xian felt a tremendous pressure bearing down upon him, as if the surrounding elemental energy had been commandeered by Elder Sun, relentlessly squeezing him, making it difficult to even breathe, compelling one to kneel in submission. Yet, Lu Xian showed no inclination to yield, gritting his teeth as he stood firm, the Tai Yuan technique operating frantically to alleviate some of the pressure. Nevertheless, the bones in his body continued to crack ominously, as though they might shatter at any moment. That instant, Lu Xian suddenly sensed a relief in the surrounding pressure, allowing him to exhale deeply just as the voice of Jiu reached him. He understood that at this moment, Yanjiu was the most dangerous presence. A single misstep could result in a devastating blow. Gradually approaching Lu Xian, Jiu radiated a powerful aura, one directed solely at Elder Sun, completely neutralizing the pressure he had exerted on Lu Xian and effectively restraining him. Yanjiu, it seems you are quite protective of Lu Xian, Elder Sun said in a low voice, his expression grim. Since the beginning of the second round of mental assessments, Elder Su had held Lu Xian in high regard, and Lu Xian's subsequent performance had far exceeded his expectations. The word surprise hardly sufficed to describe it. It was simply breathtaking. His purpose for attending was to discover talent, and upon witnessing such an exceptional individual in Lu Xian, he could not bear to let him slip away. Should Elder Sun attempt to trouble Lu Xian, I shall certainly report your actions to the sect leader. Elder Su's gaze bore down on Elder Sun with intensity. Seeing Jiu Shu and Elder Su standing united against him, Elder Sun's emotions surged chaotically. He cast a deep glance at both, exhaling slowly. Very well, you both have my respect. With a cold snort, he waved his long sleeves, preparing to gather Long Tai's corpse. Wait! Lu Xian suddenly interjected. What is it? Elder Sun asked, barely containing his fury, having been forced into a corner by the combined efforts of Jiu Shu and Elder Xu. Lu Xian paid no heed to Elder Sun's tone and walked directly to Long Tai's body. Retrieving the cloud-piercing claws that my spoils of war shall naturally be collected. Impudent! Put that down! Elder Sun could no longer restrain his anger and shouted to Lu Xian, secure your spoils. I wish to see who is truly impudent. In stark contrast to Lu Xian's cloud-piercing claws, which appeared rather unremarkable by comparison, the weapons in Jiu Shu's possession were, of course, the treasured shadow claws. Ha! Splendid! Yen Jiu Su, today I, Sun, concede defeat. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. That I hope that one day that you do not fall into my hands. A hint of malice flashed in Elder Sun's eyes as he hoisted Long Tai's corpse and prepared to depart. Hold on, Jiu Shu spoke calmly. Elder Sun halted, turning his head without looking back. What is it? My wager. I intend to keep that at these words. Elder Sun's heart jolted. He had essentially lost both his dignity and his resources this time. Upon opening the jade box, a perfectly round pill emanating a rich herbal fragrance revealed itself. Undoubtedly, the Hunyuan pill. Having secured the two items, Elder Sun no longer lingered, clutching Long Tai's corpse and propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick. They turned their gazes toward Jiu Shu and Elder Su, realizing that their ability to force Elder Sun to retreat indicated that their strength was indeed formidable, that a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. To soar through the skies? One day, I too shall achieve that. With Elder Sun's departure, the assessment came to a definitive close. Jiu Shu turned, handing the storage ring and Hunyuan pill to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, the wager with Elder Sun was initiated by Qin Shi. This reward was specifically requested for you. Your potential is immense, and a remarkable future awaits you. Do not squander her goodwill. Listening to Jiu Shu's words, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. The wager had indeed originated from Qin Shi. The reward was sought specifically for him. Yet previously, Qin Shi had insinuated that it was all orchestrated by Jiu Shu. It seemed Jiu Shu had no reason to deceive him, indicating that Qin Shi had deliberately concealed this fact. With this realization, Lu Xian couldn't help but glance at Qin Shi, only to find her looking back at him. Their eyes met, and Qin Shi, flustered, quickly averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and Lu Xian felt a bit overwhelmed. Lin Sini had gifted him a mid-grade iron weapon to aid his victory. And now Qin Shi had specifically sought a storage ring and a premium pill for him. What a burden it is to receive such kindness from beautiful women. Chapter 55. Returning home, Lu Xian rejoined the other martial artists, while Jiu Shu and Elder Su returned to the judging platform. The gazes of the martial artists directed at Lu Xian had transformed completely. No one dared to question his strength any longer. They had all witnessed the decisive sword strike that had slain Long Tai, and they believed that even 10 of themselves could not withstand such a blow. Moreover, with 2 esteemed elders standing up for Lu Xian and forcing the chief examiner to retreat, it was evident just how significant his standing had become. Observing Lu Xian beside him, Xia Yi felt a sense of unreality, that he had anticipated Lu Xian's strength but had never imagined it would be to such an extent. As a fellow swordsman, he understood just how formidable that final strike had been. However, the attention on Lu Xian did not linger for long, as the focus soon shifted to Jiu Shu and the other elders. Although the assessment had concluded, the next steps required direction from the elders. Clearing his throat, Elder Su stepped forward. This time, the chief examiner was Elder Sun, while another elder served as the deputy examiner. As for Jiu Shu, he merely happened to be present in Lin City. The examination for entry into the Wind Sword sect has now concluded. All present shall henceforth be welcomed into the Wind Sword sect. Elder Su's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, the martial artists collectively exhaled in relief. excitement flashing across their faces. They had finally heard those words. The outcome was settled, and now they could proudly return home to proclaim themselves as members of the Wind Sword sect. Once the crowd had quieted, Elder Su continued, "Now, I shall announce the top 20 of this assessment. Aside from the top 20 who will receive rewards, the remaining martial artists shall only receive a bone-cleansing pill." Making further announcements unnecessary. During the duel between Lu Xian and Long Tai, the sect's attendants had already ranked the participants, and Elder Su merely needed to announce the results. First place, Lu Xian. Second place, Xia Yi. Third place, Zhao Fei. One name after another flowed from Elder Su's lips. That as for Long Tai, deceased as he was naturally omitted from the list, with the remaining names filled in automatically. To be a disciple of the inner sect is a privilege that surpasses that of outer sect disciples by a factor of 10. Furthermore, those ranked in the top 20 will also be awarded an extra gene pill. I grant you 3 days to attend to your personal matters. Gather at the sword testing hall at noon 3 days hence, where I shall escort you to the Fengjian sect. Those who fail to arrive on time will have their qualifications revoked. Is this understood? A resounding understood echoed from the crowd of martial artists. Very well. Then you may disperse. Elder Su concluded that as his words left his lips, the assembled martial artists began to depart in small groups. Their eagerness to share this good news with their families palpable, given that the time frame was limited to just 3 days. However, Lu Xian, Yao Lei, and Xia Yi remained behind, that Lu Xian intended to bid farewell to Uncle Jiao and Xia Chenxi. While Yao Lei chose to accompany Lu Xian, that do you have matters to attend to? Lu Xian inquired, looking at Xia Yi with curiosity. Xia Yi, casting a resigned glance at Lu Xian, replied, "Are you not aware that I am from the Xia family?" With that understanding, the three made their way towards the judge's platform. "Uncle Jiao, Elder Su, I sincerely thank you for standing up for me this time. Otherwise, I would not know if I could stand here today." Lu Xian expressed with a deep bow, his gratitude genuine. This bow was well-deserved. Had it not been for Uncle Jiao and Elder Su, if he had killed Long Tai today, Elder Sun would undoubtedly have sought retribution. Uncle Jiao smiled gently and said, "Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. Moreover, the reason that Surname Sun has set his sights on you is partly due to the wager." Elder Su chuckled heartily, adding, "Everyone possesses an appreciation for talent. You are quite to my taste. Your future achievements are bound to be extraordinary." Feeling the weight of their regard, Lu Xian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Should he succeed in martial arts in the future, he would undoubtedly remember the great kindness of these two today. "I have come to take my leave. I intend to return home to handle some family matters." Lu Xian announced at this moment. Xia Chenxi interjected, "Lu Xian, as far as I know, your family seems to be situated in the same area as the Long family, correct? After you killed Long Tai, the Long family will undoubtedly not let this go easily. While the two elders are still in Lin City, they might be too intimidated by the Fengjian sect to act recklessly, but once they depart, they may very well take desperate measures against your family." Observing Lu Xian's furrowed brow, Xia Chenxi softly reassured him, "You need not worry excessively. How about this? I will accompany you to Qingshan Town to bring your father and sister to Lin City, where my father can look after them. Surely the Long family will not dare to cause a ruckus in Lin City." "Indeed, Brother Xian, this is an excellent plan to in all of Lin City. Is there a place more formidable than the Lord's residence? With Miss Chenxi's father in charge, Uncle Lu and Sister Qiong will surely be safe." Yao Lei chimed in, concerned that Lu Xian might make a misguided decision to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Lu Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. He was not foolish in comparison to the safety of his father and sister. What was a significant debt of gratitude? "If that is the case, I would trouble you, Chenxi," Lu Xian said, casting a deep glance at Xia Chenxi, that he had yet to repay her earlier kindness and now found himself indebted once more, feeling somewhat helpless. Xia Chenxi smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, "It is no trouble at all. It is but a small effort." Seeing that Lu Xian and Xia Chenxi had come to an agreement, Uncle Jiao then spoke up. "In that case, Lu Xian, it has been a long time since I was last in the sect. It would be beneficial for you to discuss matters with Lu Xian." Uncle Jiao was concerned that Elder Sun maintained a close relationship with the Long family. If Elder Sun were to act in secret, both Lu Xian and Xia Chenxi could find themselves in trouble. Thus, it was prudent for him to check things out in person. Elder Su laughed heartily and readily agreed. "Very well. Let us go together. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with Lu Xian as well. The fact that both esteemed elders of the Fengjian sect would accompany him home warmed Lu Xian's heart. Turned a bid farewell to Lu Xian, and then departed. As Xia Yi walked away, Uncle Jiu spoke up. The one surnamed son has already taken Long Tai's body, and is likely headed to the Long family. We must not delay. We should set out as well. Naturally, Lu Xian had no objections. With Xia Chenxi's reminder, he was also preoccupied with thoughts of his father and sister, anxious about any potential mishaps. Qingshan town is quite a distance from Lin City, though we should travel together in my carriage. It will expedite our journey considerably, Xia Chenxi suggested. Everyone readily agreed. Although both Uncle Jiu and Elder Su were capable of flying, Lu Xian and the others had no such means. Under Xia Chenxi's direction, a guard from the Lord's residence swiftly brought forth the carriage she was using. Uncle Jiu, Elder Su, Xia Chenxi, Lin Sini, Lu Xian, and Yao Lei all boarded in succession. Liu Xian remained relatively composed, but Yao Lei was practically beside himself with excitement. This was the Lord's carriage, something he had never imagined he would ride in during his lifetime. This time, however, he was fortunate enough to hitch a ride with Lu Xian. Xia Chenxi's carriage was not only lavish and opulent in appearance, but the interior was also spacious and comfortable, with 6 individuals aboard. It did not feel crowded in the slightest. Following Xia Chenxi's command, the guard responsible for driving the carriage urged the horses forward towards Qingshan town. Once they exited the city, the pace of the carriage quickened, surpassing the speed of an ordinary carriage by more than threefold. The horses pulling the carriage were not ordinary steeds, but rather 4 snow dragon horses, remarkable both in speed and appearance. As the carriage sped towards Qingshan town, Elder Su was the first to initiate a conversation with Lu Xian. Liu Xian, your aptitude is the finest I have witnessed in many years, particularly your talent in the sword arts. He felt an innate affinity for swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not have grasped the essence of sword intent so swiftly. To squander such immense talent would indeed be foolish. Seeing Lu Xian's affirmation, Elder Su could not help but laugh heartily. In that case, it seems our sword sect is about to welcome an unparalleled genius. Heaven has shown mercy. Our sword sect finally sees hope for resurgence. Uncle Jiu interjected, has the sword sect remained as dilapidated as it was in past years? Their conversation left Lu Xian perplexed. Was the Fengjian sect not simply the Fengjian sect? What was this sword sect they referred to? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Xian finally asked, Elder Su, I know little about the Fengjian sect. Could you enlighten me? Upon hearing Lu Xian's question, both Yao Lei and Lin Sini perked up their ears, eager to listen. They too were about to join the Fengjian sect, and any insight Elder Su could provide would undoubtedly be beneficial in the future. Our sect does not solely focus on swordplay. Instead, it has branched into several subsects, each specializing in a different type of weapon. Currently, the Fengjian sect is divided into 9 major subsects, namely sword, saber, spear, axe, bow, staff, whip, fist, and the peculiar arts. These 9 subsects encompass all forms of weaponry. Upon hearing this, Lin Sini could not help but interject. The Fengjian sect was founded on swordsmanship, so one would assume that the sword sect is the most powerful. Yet it seems your words imply otherwise. Elder Su chuckled bitterly, not just less than powerful. The current sword sect has fallen to the lowest rank among the 9 sections. His statement left everyone, except Uncle Jiu, taken aback. They clearly had not anticipated the sword sect status to be so diminished, which was nothing short of astonishing. Liu Xian spoke up. As far as I know, there are more sword practitioners in Lin City than any other. So it stands to reason that the number of those entering the sword sect would also be the highest. How then has it fallen to such depths? As the crowd nodded in agreement, it was evident that Lu Xian spoke the truth at this moment within the carriage. Aside from Yao Lei, who had spontaneously decided to practice his swordsmanship, Lu Xian, Xia Chenxi, Lin Sini, and the recently departed Xia Yi were all engaged in sword training. The high proportion of practitioners was telling. Indeed, every time the sect assessment concluded, the sword sect experienced a surge in popularity. However, within 6 months, these newly admitted disciples would gradually transfer to other branches. Yet, the majority of martial artists possess merely mediocre talent. Finding one with exceptional insight is no simple task, and even when found, they may not wish to pursue swordsmanship. Consequently, many disciples newly entering the sword sect discover. Bear in mind that the resources of the sect are limited. The higher the ranking of a sect, the more resources it receives. With the sword sect relegated to the bottom, the resources allocated to us are vowing to forge a new path for the sword sect. The unwavering conviction in Lu Xian's voice resonated with everyone present, instilling a sense of immense confidence and determination. Good. Elder Su chuckled heartily. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Now allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Suda, one of the 3 great elders of the sword sect within the Wind Sword sect's 9 major branches. Upon entering the Wind Sword sect, I shall do my utmost to facilitate your journey. With your talent, should you be willing to put in the effort, our sword sect is bound to shine brightly among the 9 sects. And we shall undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 in the next sect competition. Uncle Jiu also chimed in. Lu Xian, your decision to join the sword sect is indeed the wisest choice. Given that you have offended that person named Sun, it is likely he will make things difficult for you after you enter the Wind Sword sect. However, with Elder Su's protection, he will not dare to act so recklessly. Elder Su snorted lightly. This is no exaggeration. That Sun fellow is an elder of the Fist sect, known for his short temper and vengeful nature. However, even though the sword sect has fallen, if I choose to protect someone, he would not dare to overstep his bounds. That Lu Xian nodded, feeling immensely fortunate to have encountered Elder Su. Had he not, he would have had no means of defending himself against Elder Sun's potential hostilities upon entering the Wind Sword sect. The competitions I mentioned earlier pertain to intersect disciples, while core disciples hold a rank above intersect disciples, and their numbers are limited. Only the most outstanding intersect disciples can ascend to the core. Lu Xian realized that Xia Chenxi, having reached the 6th level of body refinement before turning 16, had been directly designated as a core disciple of the Wind Sword sect, thus precluding her participation in the sect competitions Elder Su had spoken of. After hearing Elder Su's words, Lu Xian gained a deeper understanding of the complexities within the Wind Sword sect. He had not anticipated the intricate divisions among its ranks, which included 9 major branches. Elder Sun's previous attitude towards Xia Chenxi had validated this notion. For the Wind Sword sect, if outer sect disciples are the foundation, inner sect disciples are the backbone, while core disciples sit atop the true pinnacle of the hierarchy. One day, I too shall become one of them. Lu Xian's gaze hardened with determination. Persevering in martial arts was indeed the most prudent choice, with each step he took to enhance his strength. His horizons expanded immensely. His aspirations had long since transcended merely entering the Wind Sword sect. He now aimed to assist the Sword sect in rising anew, while simultaneously securing a position within the ranks of core disciples. As Lu Xian and the others conversed, the carriage sped towards Qingshan town, unhindered by any obstacles along the way, as it was the carriage of the town's lord. However, having departed earlier, Elder Sun had already reached the Dragon family estate in Qingshan town. Observing Elder Sun gently laid down Long Tai's lifeless body, Long Tai's father, Long Zhan, the head of the Dragon family, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Slowly crouching down, Long Zhan extended his right hand to check for signs of breath beneath Long Tai's nose. How could it have ended like this? Long Zhan gazed at Elder Sun, his voice trembling with emotion. Elder Sun could not help but sigh, stating, during the assessment, Tai challenged someone to a life-and-death duel. Long Tai's mother, and also Elder Sun's own daughter. As for Long Tai, he was Elder Sun's own grandson. This connection was precisely why Elder Sun had resorted to cheating during the assessment to ensure Long Tai achieved favorable results, even gambling with Uncle Jiu to procure a fine weapon for him. Rest assured, I will not let this matter slide. The one who killed Tai is someone you are likely familiar with. A resident of Qingshan town, Elder Sun replied solemnly. Long Zhan paused for a moment, then a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A resident of Qingshan town. Who is it? I will annihilate his entire family. Which allowed Long Tai to act with such arrogance, abducting maidens and brazenly committing murder in the streets. The consequences he faced today were merely the result of his previous actions, an inevitable cycle of cause and effect. His name is Lu Xian. He is indeed a resident of Qingshan town. Lu Xian. Long Zhan rapidly searched his mind for any information regarding Lu Xian, but found nothing of significance. Zhang Ge. Isn't that boy from the Lu family named Lu Xian? Long Zhan's wife suddenly interjected. With this reminder, Long Zhan's memory was jogged, but he quickly dismissed the thought. That boy, he is but a mere waste. Having only reached the 2nd level of body refinement, how could he possibly be a match for Tyre, let alone kill him? Long Zhan's disbelief was palpable. Asa father. He was well aware of Long Tai's strength. Having already attained the 5th level of body refinement and mastered their family's signature technique, the dragon capture hand, to a considerable degree, against a mere 2nd-level practitioner, defeating him would be child's play. It was inconceivable that he could be turned against. Hearing Long Zhan's words, Elder Sun also began to harbor doubts that he had seen Lu Xian and could have sworn that he was at least at the 4th level of body refinement. Just then, Elder Sun suddenly recalled a detail. During the final confrontation between Long Tai and Lu Xian, Long Tai had insulted Lu Xian's sister, which had provoked Lu Xian's fury, leading him to eliminate Long Tai without hesitation. With this thought, he immediately asked, "Is the Lu Xian you mentioned the one with a sister whom Tai also knows?" Long Zhan was somewhat unsure and turned to look at his wife. She nodded. "Indeed, he does have a sister, and she is quite beautiful. That I heard Tyre mention that he intended to bring her home. A spark of realization ignited in Elder Sun's eyes, interrupting his wife's words. Then it must be him. Having identified his nemesis, the murderous intent in Long Zhan's eyes surged. "You, Lu family, mark my words, I shall not rest until every last one of you is exterminated," he commanded. "Long Hu, gather our forces. Let us proceed to the Lu family, that I vow that not a single creature shall remain." Chapter 0058. Uncle Jiao takes action. As Long Zhan's words fell, one of his subordinates promptly set off to rally the servants of the Long family. Soon, dozens of servants gathered in the grand courtyard of the Long residence, awaiting orders. Each of these servants possessed a cultivation level above the 4th stage of body refinement, with 2 or 3 even at the 5th stage. With a face full of malice, Long Zhan addressed his gathered servants. "Follow me." At this moment, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. The young master, who was the apple of their lord's eye, had been slain by that worthless member of the Lu family. This was intolerable. If they did not raise the Lu family to the ground, the Long family would no longer be the Long family. The group surged forth, radiating an aura of vengeance, directly heading toward the Lu residence. Passers-by, witnessing the ominous procession, hurriedly retreated, for even on ordinary days, they would rather avoid the Long family, let alone now, with Long Zhan at the helm. His expression dark and foreboding. Though the Lu residence lay some distance from the Long family, the entirety of Qingshan town was not expansive. It did not take long for Long Zhan and his entourage to arrive at the gates of the Lu estate. However, the gates were firmly shut, devoid of any sign of life, as if anticipating Long Zhan's arrival. Gazing at the closed gates, Long Zhan's countenance darkened, and he scoffed, "Are you feeling guilty, Lu? Do you dare to hide? Where do you think you can escape to?" He bellowed, "Lu Yu, come out and face your demise." This cry echoed, yet it was met with an unsettling silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Without any response, Long Zhan's patience had reached its limit. He was not here for a mere visit, but for bloodshed. Without further ado, he charged forth, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the Lu estate's gate with a resounding impact. As if to vent all his pent-up fury through this singular blow, with the full force of his 7th-stage cultivation unleashed, his strength was incomparably greater than that of Lu Xian. The power behind Long Zhan's punch was nearly 7,000 pounds. The gate shattered under the force, creating a massive breach that as he prepared to deliver another blow, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from the newly created opening. A formidable force surged forth, and before Long Zhan could brace himself, it collided with him, sending him hurtling backward, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. That moment, a figure leaped forward and caught the reeling Long Zhan. It was Elder Sunday. He had sensed the impending attack just in time, though he was a moment too late to block it, and could only catch Long Zhan in midair. Just then, a calm voice resonated. "I am here enjoying tea with Mr. Lu. What audacious hound dares to disturb my tranquility?" Having regained his footing, Long Zhan was not gravely injured, despite the blood. However, the voice sent a wave of uncertainty through him. When did the Lu family become acquainted with such a formidable expert? He could discern that the one who had just launched the attack was certainly beyond the body refinement stage. Meanwhile, Elder Sun's expression darkened. He recognized the voice instantly. "Yanjiao, you have arrived rather swiftly." The one who had injured Long Zhan was none other than Uncle Jiao. Earlier in the carriage, Lu Xian had anticipated that the Long family might strike first and had thus summoned Uncle Jiao in advance. Revealing 3 figures, At the forefront stood Uncle Gio, flanked by a middle-aged man and a young lady. The young lady, though not extravagantly dressed, possessed an extraordinary beauty that captivated the eye. These two were none other than Lu Xian's father, Lu Yu, and his sister, Lu Qiong. Uncle Gio, seemingly indifferent to the gathering crowd, addressed elder son, "I trust my whereabouts do not require your report. And you, bringing so many along, are you perhaps here to join me for tea?" He lowered his voice and queried, "Father-in-law, who exactly is this person? How can he stand with the Lu family?" Elder son's brow furrowed. Uncle Gio's swift arrival had caught him off guard, and he had intended to obliterate the Lu family before Uncle Gio's arrival, avenging Long Tai in the process, and thought he could evade any repercussions afterward. However, with Uncle Gio now present, carrying out his plan would be far from simple. This man is Yin Gio, an elder of the Feng Jian sect, who once served alongside me as an elder of the Fist sect, his strength rivaling my own. Hearing this, Long Zhan felt a tremor of shock that he knew his father-in-law had already transcended the body refinement stage. "I can easily eliminate the others of the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Elder Sun's gaze sharpened. Previously, at the Sword Tower, when Uncle Gio and Elder Su had joined forces, they had kept him firmly at bay. He was eager to release the pent-up frustration within him, for if not, he feared he would never progress in his cultivation, and over time, he might even regress. "Yin Gio, it appears this matter is firmly in your hands." Elder Sun began slowly. "Liu Xian is a disciple of my Feng Jian sect. Protecting his family is our duty as elders. What of it if I take charge?" Uncle Gio retorted with a cold smirk. Elder Sun's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as a radiant set of gauntlets suddenly materialized in his hands. Donning the gauntlets, he spoke, "Since you have left the Feng Jian sect, I have not had the pleasure of sparring with you. Today, I wish to see if you have made any progress in these years." Seeing Elder Sun preparing to strike, Uncle Gio's expression grew grave. He had complete confidence in defeating Elder Sun, yet he still needed to protect Lu Yu and Lu Qiong at that moment. Lu Yu, the father of Lu Xian, recognized Uncle Gio's predicament, and his resolve solidified. Bowing deeply to Uncle Gio, he inhaled deeply and said, "Mr. Yin, it is my son's fortune to gain your favor. I would sacrifice myself without regret. I only ask that you take my daughter away. Once my son achieves greatness in martial arts, he will return to avenge me." Chapter 0059. Who dares harm my father? At this moment, several figures emerged from within the Lu residence. These were a few of the Lu family servants. "Master, the Lu family is in peril. How can we stand idly by? Indeed, our master has always treated us with respect. We cannot abandon him now." These servants, brimming with righteous indignation, glared fiercely at the throng from the Long family. Their cultivation was not robust, with the strongest among them merely at the third stage of body refinement, and they were of little assistance. Originally, Lu Yu had instructed them to disperse, yet at this critical juncture, though a woman, Lu Qiong displayed remarkable fortitude, undaunted in the face of adversity. Uncle Gio, seeing the unwavering loyalty of the Lu family, laughed heartily. Indeed, the Lu family is filled with righteous souls, truly deserving of nurturing such a talent as Lu Xian. "All of you, step back. Today, with Yin Gio present, I shall see who dares to set foot in the Lu residence." With that declaration, Uncle Gio stepped forward, exuding an aura of invincibility. Elder Sun sneered, "Such arrogance, renowned for its ferocity. Any ordinary martial artist struck by would be reduced to a mere pulp." In response, the shadow claw appeared in Uncle Gio's hand, and he unleashed a claw strike of his own. The energy morphed into a claw silhouette, ignited with a flicker of flame, and collided with Elder Sun's punch, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that dissipated both attacks into nothingness. Uncle Gio's technique, known as the fire separation claw, was also a yellow-grade mid-tier martial art, imbued with a lingering flame that, once touched, would ignite and burn unquenchably. As Elder Sun made his move, Long Zhan let out a thunderous roar. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Upon receiving the command, the servants of the Long family displayed fierce expressions, rushing forward in a frenzied assault toward the individuals behind Uncle J. Liu's strength had reached the 5th level of body refinement. However, faced with such a multitude of servants, it was inevitable that he could not protect everyone adequately. Casting a glance at the rushing servants, Uncle Gio let out a cold snort. Moths flying into the flame, utterly unaware of their own limitations. the shadowy claw in his hand whirled, and without any visible movement from Uncle Gio, the three foremost servants were instantaneously slain, each leaving behind a vivid crimson claw mark on their chests. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Sun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The shadowless claw, you have actually mastered it. Those seeking death, come forth. Uncle Gio's tone was harsh, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. In his youth, he had been a formidable figure. The moment he struck, his murderous nature was fully unleashed. The shadowless claw, a superior yellow-grade martial technique, was something he had fortuitously acquired during his adventures many years ago. He had cultivated it for years, and now he had only reached 70% mastery. However, against these body refinement stage foes, it was naturally a single strike for each. The moment he engaged, Elder Sun was left utterly astonished. Yet, Long Zhan was indifferent to this. All he harbored in his heart was the desire for vengeance. An eye for an eye. Charge. All of you advance. He bellowed madly that if the Lu family is not annihilated today. However, the Long family's strength lay in their numbers. No matter how formidable Uncle Gio's shadowless claw was, constrained by Elder Sun, how many could he kill in a single encounter? Under Long Zhan's relentless urging. The servants of the Long family, though filled with trepidation, had no choice but to brace themselves and charge forward. They knew Long Zhan's temperament well. If they did not comply today, he would not hesitate to bury them alongside their fallen comrades. The servants of the Long family surged forward once more, and Elder Sun gritted his teeth, launching another attack. Although Uncle Gio was powerful, he was not invincible. He merely needed to delay Uncle Gio as long as possible. Facing Elder Sun, Uncle Gio utilized the middle-grade yellow technique, the Fire Claw, knowing he could not defeat him in the short term, thus conserving his energy. Meanwhile, the Shadowless Claw was employed specifically to deal with the Long family servants. With each strike, a servant was guaranteed to perish. But with Long Zhan's death command echoing, they had no retreat, only the option to press forward relentlessly. After several servants fell to Uncle Gio's strikes, some of them began to exhibit a fierce tenacity, charging forward without regard for their lives. Though Uncle Gio was strong, he could not contend against the sheer number of adversaries, and eventually, one servant broke through the encirclement. One after another, more and more servants broke through Uncle Gio's blockade, and Lu Yu felt an increasing pressure. That moment, a few servants from the Lu residence also began to assist, but the situation did not significantly improve. Uncle Gio was in a state of anxiety. Lu Xian had summoned him to protect the family, and if anything were to happen to Lu Yu or Lu Qiong, he would lose face entirely. After forcing Elder Sun back with 2 claws, he prepared to turn and rescue Lu Yu and the others, only to find Elder Sun had also grown determined, tightly binding him and refusing to allow him to break free. Elder Sun knew that this was a critical moment. He was resolute in his decision to hold Uncle Gio back, even at the cost of his own injury, adopting a life-or-death fighting style. Just as it seemed Lu Yu would be unable to withstand the onslaught, a sudden roar echoed. "Who dares harm my father?" Before the words had fully escaped, 2 figures appeared in an instant. Landing beside Lu Yu without a moment's hesitation, a bright sword light swept across, instantly slaying 3 of the Long family's servants. In a moment of astonishment for the remaining servant, Lu Yu seized the opportunity to eliminate him as well. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Long Zhan's gaze sharpened. Beside Lu Yu stood 2 individuals, one merely 16 or 17 years old, the other with graying whiskers. The newcomers were none other than Lu Xian and Elder Su. Upon realizing the dire situation, Elder Su had grasped Lu Xian and leapt into the air to assist Lu Yu in overcoming the crisis. The sword he had just wielded was Lu Xian's blinking sword technique. Within the sword tower, Lu Xian could effortlessly slay 4th-level body refinement warriors even with low-grade martial techniques. Now, employing the acacia sword against these unarmed servants, there was no doubt he would dispatch them with ease. Upon seeing Lu Xian and Elder Su arrive, Elder Sun's heart sank. Chapter 60. Kill Xiner, why have you returned? Turning to see Lu Xian, Lu Yu felt a mix of joy and worry. He was glad to see Lu Xian safe, yet concerned that his return might not allow him to escape the clutches of the Long family. Beside him, Lu Qiong could not help but speak. "Little Xian, you should not have come back. With Uncle Gio and Elder Su here, I want to see if Long Zhan dares to make a move today." That he then turned to Lu Qiong. a smile breaking on his face. "Sister, I have already killed that Long Tai. As long as I am here, I will ensure no one harms you." Looking at Lu Xian's earnest expression, a tender glimmer flashed in Lu Qiong's beautiful eyes. Once, her mischievous little brother had now grown to such an extent that he no longer required her protection. Instead, he could protect her, that Lu Qiong softly replied. "I know. Mr. Yan has already informed me. However, you are still too impulsive. Now you have thoroughly offended the Long family." Hearing this, Lu Xian glanced at Long Zhan and the others outside, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. So what if I've offended them? Those who dare to lay a hand on my Lu family will one day find themselves eliminated by my own hands. With Lu Xian and Elder Su's arrival, the battle abruptly ceased. Long Zhan hesitated, his gaze darting, no longer daring to urge his servants forward, weighing the situation before him. That moment, a horse-drawn carriage slowly came to a stop nearby, and two graceful figures, Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini, alighted from it. The Long family of Qingshan Town, how imposing! In my jurisdiction of Lin City, to kill at will and annihilate clans as they please. Do they not view my city lord's manner with utter disdain? Xia Chenxi's voice rang out coolly. Hearing her words, Long Zhan suddenly realized why Xia Chenxi seemed familiar. It struck him that she was none other than the only daughter of City Lord Xia Tao. With martial artists frequently committing acts of murder and arson, Qingshan Town still fell under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's manor. The Long family, relying on Elder Sun's influence, had acted with impunity in Qingshan Town. The Long family's servants involuntarily parted to make way. Yao Lei, trembling in fear, followed closely behind. Upon reaching Lu Xian, Xia Chenxi cast a glance at Lu Qiong, breaking into a radiant smile. This must be the elder sister of the Lu family? Truly a beauty, morning sunlight greets the Lu family elder sister. With that, Xia Chenxi performed a graceful bow towards Lu Qiong, and Lin Sini followed suit, giggling. Indeed, the Lu family elder sister is exceptionally lovely. In terms of beauty, you both surpass me by a mile. With Xia Chenxi's arrival, Long Zhan dared not act recklessly, that he turned to Elder Sun and quietly asked, "What should we do now?" "Father-in-law," Elder Sun's expression darkened as he gazed at Uncle Gio and Elder Su, stating, "I fear today's matter ends here. The one who just arrived is also one of the elders from the Wind Sword sect." Long Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. Another elder from the Wind Sword sect had appeared. What exactly was the Lu family's background? Normally unassuming, they had unexpectedly revealed two elders from the Wind Sword sect as their backing today, along with the City Lord's manor supporting them. Under ordinary circumstances, Long Zhan would have sought to make amends, but this time, what about Tyros' vengeance? Would it simply be brushed aside? He felt an insatiable bitterness. Elder Sun smirked wickedly, knowing full well that this would not be the end of it. Lu Xian will still seek to enter the Wind Sword sect, once he is within its ranks, and could only concede. Then I entrust everything to you. Father-in-law. As they spoke, Elder Sun and Long Zhan prepared to lead the servants away. Yet at that moment, a figure flashed, and Uncle Jio's form abruptly blocked their path. "Sun Xing, you come and go as you please, thinking it's so simple." Uncle Gio sneered. "You have killed my people. What more do you want?" Elder Sun, outwardly imposing yet inwardly timid, replied, knowing full well that with Yin Jio's temperament, this matter would not conclude so easily. Uncle Gio scoffed dismissively. "They brought death upon themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Had I not arrived in time today, the Lu family would likely have been awash in blood. Might you truly wish to leave us all here?" Elder Sun glared at Uncle Gio, who believed he had already shown sufficient deference. Should it come to a fight, he was prepared to engage in a mutual destruction. Uncle Gio, however, remained silent, instead turning his gaze towards Lu Xian and proclaiming, "Lu Xian, what do you propose? With both Elder Su and myself present today, merely utter a word, and none shall leave this place." It was likely that all present would have already been slaughtered, to kill or not to kill. Lu Xian's gaze roamed over the members of the Long family. Every martial artist who met his eyes averted their gaze, not daring to confront him. Their very lives hinged on his decision. Should he utter the word kill, perhaps under Elder Sun's protection, Long Zhan might preserve his life, yet the others would be doomed without exception. Long Zhan himself was engulfed in terror. He could hardly fathom that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Initially, He had come with numerous servants to annihilate the family, only to find his own life now manipulated by another. However, if he chose not to kill, given Long Zhan's temperament, even if he sent his father and sister to Lin City, Lu Xian would remain unconvinced. Contemplating this, Lu Xian's gaze solidified. He had arrived at a resolution, when weighed against the safety of his family. Chapter 0061 Long Zhan's Demise. As soon as Lu Xian pronounced the word kill, a heavy dread enveloped Long Zhan's heart. Elder Sun bellowed in fury. How dare you, dare or not? Let us find out. Elder Su leapt forward, drawing his long sword with a sudden swiftness. Aiming it directly at Elder Sunday, the sword shimmered with brilliance. Unmistakably a weapon of treasure grade, that he held immense admiration for Lu Xian. He acted without hesitation. Facing Elder Su's assault, Elder Sun dared not slacken his resolve. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his entire essence, condensing it into a colossal fist that surged towards Elder Su. Both Elder Su and Elder Sun were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand in the short term, that in an instant, their duel erupted into a tempest of sword energy and fist might. Urging his many servants forward, this time he acutely sensed the threat of death. He had witnessed Uncle Jio's formidable power firsthand. His 7th level of body refinement might have allowed him to boast in Qingshan Town. But before Uncle Jio, he was no different from an ordinary person. With Long Zhan's command, his servants surged forward, roaring as they charged ahead, aware that this was likely their last stand. Humph. Utterly deluded, Uncle Jio scoffed coldly, unleashing powerful currents of essence through his shadow claw, dispatching one after another, each strike guaranteeing death to the unfortunate souls who fell within its reach. With many servants buying him time, Long Zhan turned to flee. Though he was puzzled as to why these two elders from the Wind Sword sect valued Lu Xian so highly, he recognized it as an opportunity. His only path to survival now lay in capturing Lu Xian, using him as a hostage to bargain for his own life. With this realization, Long Zhan hesitated no longer. His 7th level of body refinement surged forth in full, and his speed reached an extreme, transforming him into a blur as he charged towards Lu Xian. Seeing Long Zhan rush towards Lu Xian, Lu Yu gasped in shock and instinctively positioned himself in front of Lu Xian. Long Zhan had mastered it over many years, making its power formidable. Even from 2 meters away, Lu Xian felt a fierce wind rushing towards him. Just as Lu Xian prepared to strike, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and a graceful figure suddenly leapt from behind. Seizing the moment to intervene, that a flash of sword light cut through the air, unhesitatingly slashing towards Long Zhan with overwhelming force, rivaling his own attack. Long Zhan's expression changed. Unarmed, he dared not take the blow head-on, but he halted his strike towards Lu Xian, narrowly avoiding the sword that moment. Lu Xian finally recognized the assailant. It was none other than Xia Chenxi. Her prowess was not far behind Long Zhan's. Seeing Xia Chenxi intervene, Long Zhan's eyes flashed with malice. Do you think I fear the city lord's residence? Even if I die today, I shall take someone with me. At that, a pair of iron claws materialized in Long Zhan's hands, evidently crafted from superior iron. This time, he was fully prepared to hold nothing back that he had proclaimed. Even in death, he would drag someone along with him. With weapons in hand, Long Zhan's strength surged. His formidable 7th level of body refinement erupted forth, having remained stagnant for quite some time, just a step away from breaking into the 8th level. Although Xia Chenxi appeared to be at a slight disadvantage in realm, the actual disparity was stark. Chenxi, be careful. Let us strike together, Lu Xian declared solemnly. Facing the approaching threat of Long Zhan, whose power neared the 8th level of body refinement, Lu Xian felt an immense pressure, far surpassing that encountered during the trials in the Sword Tower. In the Sword Tower, the most formidable adversaries he faced had only reached the 6th level. I will hold him off. Lu Xian, unleash that sword, Xia Chenxi declared decisively, fully aware that Lu Xian had fallen into a passive position and that they needed to take the initiative to turn the tide. Yet he dared not underestimate her strongest strike. Clasping his claws together, he prepared to block her attack while sneering. Desperation. Have you run out of tricks? A thunderous crash echoed as Xia Chenxi's sword collided with Long Zhan's claws, releasing an immense burst of energy. Now, a glimmer sparked in Lu Xian's eyes as he summoned his essence. Accelerating to his utmost speed, the Xiangxi sword was unleashed. In a flash, the sword light dazzled. Especially with that final strike, which had come so swiftly. Chapter 0062. After refining the body, comes the refinement of the spirit. The drastic turn of events astounded everyone present, even Elder Su and Elder Sun. But Elder Su would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly closed in, his sword flashing, and forcefully restrained Elder Sun, declaring, "Your opponent is me." With Long Zhan's demise, the servants of the Long family immediately lost their will to fight. His formidable strength erupted, and a storm of claw shadows enveloped the remaining servants, eliminating them one by one. That moment, Elder Sun, who was entangled with Elder Su, gradually regained his composure. With Long Zhan dead, gritting his teeth, he unleashed two powerful punches, forcing Elder Su back, and then leaped away from the battlefield, swiftly vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, his resentful voice echoed, "Yin Jiao and Suda, remember this favor. Sun Xing will repay it 100-fold in the future." Watching Elder Sun's retreating figure, Uncle Jiao furrowed his brow. That old scoundrel had escaped at Liu Xian. You must be cautious within the Wind Sword sect from now on. He cannot find trouble with me. But he will surely target you. It must be noted that both Long Tai and Long Zhan had met their end at Liu Xian's hands. It would be unnatural for Elder Sun not to seek revenge. Yet he felt no fear. Given sufficient time, he regarded the Long family with disdain, and even Elder Sun would one day be outmatched by him. This moment, Xia Chenxi stepped forward, saying, "Now that matters are settled, we should not delay further. Guard against any remnants of the Long family seeking revenge. I implore Uncle Liu to prepare and accompany us to Lin City." Liu united, and alongside Liu Qiong, returned to their residence to gather their belongings. Liu Xian turned to Yao Lei, expressing a hint of apology. "Lei Zi, I regret that you have been embroiled in this with us. For safety's sake, please persuade Uncle Yao to accompany us to Lin City as well. This." Yao Lei grinned widely. "How can that be a burden? My father has long desired to venture to Lin City for development, but lacked the means. Now that we are aligned with the city lord's residence and the Lin family, he will surely be overjoyed." Hearing Yao Lei's words, the group couldn't help but smile. Yao Lei then took his leave to report back to his father. Liu Xian bowed deeply to everyone, stating, "This time, Elder Su, Uncle Jiao, as well as Chenxi and Sinny, your assistance has been invaluable. This gratitude cannot be expressed in mere words. I, Liu Xian, shall repay this kindness manifold in the future." Indeed, Liu Xian felt he owed a great debt of gratitude. Far beyond what a simple thank you could cover, he resolved to train diligently until he had the means to repay these favors. The group exchanged kind smiles, with Xia Chenxi adding, "We help you because of who you are, not for the sake of obligation." Liu Xian chuckled, and then couldn't resist asking, "Uncle Jiao, Elder Su, having witnessed the formidable power you both displayed during your clash, I imagine you have surpassed the realm of body refinement. What lies beyond the 10th level of body refinement?" The fierce battle between Elder Su and Elder Sun had showcased a tremendous force, their sword energies and fist radiances intertwining with immense vigor, creating an aura that kept all within a several zhang radius at bay, far exceeding the power exhibited by Liu Xian and his companions. In response, Uncle Jiao nodded slightly. "The 10th level of body refinement is indeed well understood by you. Each transition brings a significant enhancement in power, particularly the last few levels: 8th level blood exchange, 9th level marrow tempering, and the 10th level acupoint breaking, are exceedingly challenging to attain, often remaining insurmountable for ordinary martial artists throughout their lives. However, your talent is exceptional, and for you, transcending to the 10th level should not pose a great challenge." Although they had previously inquired of Uncle Jiao, he had never directly elaborated, only advising them to solidify their foundations in body refinement. After body refinement comes the refinement of the spirit. Uncle Jiao's first proclamation unveiled the overarching principle that follows body refinement. Without extraordinary fortune, further growth is arduous. Hence, the next step to enhance combat capability is to commence spirit refinement. The term spirit encompasses two meanings. It is well known that a vast amount of original spirit energy permeates our surroundings. It is merely drawn into the body and stored. In contrast, the realm of spirit refinement necessitates the complete integration of this energy into one's innate original spirit energy. Once one possesses their innate original spirit energy, consider this: how much elemental force can a martial artist's body store, and how much elemental force exists in the world? The same technique executed by a body refinement martial artist cannot compare to that wielded by a spirit refinement expert. And the final three, the late stage, with the 10th level representing the pinnacle of spirit refinement, merely a step away from the next realm. Uncle Jio's words enlightened Lu Xian and the others, clarifying why the recent clash between Elder Su and Elder Sun had exhibited such overwhelming power. They had been drawing upon the elemental force of heaven and earth that in comparison, the original spirit energy stored within Lu Xian and his companions was indeed insignificant. Uncle Jio, may I inquire as to which level of spirit refinement you currently possess? Lu Xian asked curiously. Chapter 0063, Journey to the Wind Sword Sect. Uncle Jio chuckled. It is rather embarrassing to admit. As one ages, breakthroughs become increasingly elusive, to be why the time one reaches the age of Uncle Jio and Elder Su, unless extraordinary opportunities arise, the prospect of further advancement becomes exceedingly slim to at that moment. And this spirit also refers to the mind. As the saying goes, martial arts encompass two paths, the cultivation of martial prowess and the enlightenment of the way. The former pertains to the physical realm, while the latter delves into the spiritual domain. Thus, when it comes to refining the spirit, one must not only harness the power of the primordial spirit, but also fortify one's mental faculties. However, the concept of mental power is rather elusive. Unlike the primordial spirit's energy, which can be perceived and cultivated, mental power exists within everyone, yet remains shrouded in mystery regarding its cultivation, that it can only be enhanced through auxiliary methods such as enchanting and alchemy. After hearing Elder Su's words, Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully that in essence, to enter the realm of spirit refinement, one must transform the primordial spirit's energy into one's innate primordial power while beginning to hone their mental strength. However, Lu Xian could not wholly concur with Elder Su's assertion that one need only concentrate on refining the primordial spirit's energy, that he believed that since spirit refinement bears two meanings, there must be a purpose for both. Should one cultivate both aspects, the outcomes would undoubtedly differ. Yet, as he had not yet reached the realm of spirit refinement, expressing such thoughts felt premature, and he wisely refrained from voicing any dissent. Having listened to the discussion between Uncle Jio and Elder Su, Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini also gained invaluable insights, at least identifying the direction in which to progress. While they conversed, Lu Yu and Lu Qiong had already finished packing their belongings, sharing the same round face, albeit slightly leaner. Upon arrival, Yao's father quickly approached Uncle Jio, Xia Chenxi, and Lin Sini with a beaming smile, evidently having learned of their esteemed identities from Yao Lei. For him, mingling with such prominent figures was previously unimaginable, and thus he sought to forge a favorable relationship. The Yao family brought only a few belongings, carrying their entire savings, confident that wealth would suffice in Lin City. Due to the considerable number of individuals traveling to Lin City, Uncle Jio and Elder Su opted not to accompany Lu Xian and the others. Given their strength, they could swiftly return to Lin City from Qingshan Town, far faster than a horse-drawn carriage. The group boarded the city lord's carriage and swiftly made their way back to Lin City. Upon their return, with the assistance of Xia Chenxi and Lin Sini, both the Lu and Yao families quickly settled in. During this time, Lu Xian and his companions also paid a visit to Xia Chenxi's father, the city lord of Lin City, Xia Tao. Upon meeting such a distinguished figure for the first time, Lu Yu and Yao's father felt somewhat constrained, while Lu Xian exhibited remarkable composure. Since acquiring the sword crystal, his confidence had soared. In the past, he might have felt intimidated in the presence of the illustrious city lord. As the city lord of Lin City, Xia Tao did not adopt an imposing demeanor before Lu Xian and his companions. With only one daughter, he was exceedingly amiable towards her friends, especially with the company of Uncle Jio and Elder Su, who spoke highly of Lu Xian. Occupying such a prestigious position, Xia Tao possessed discernment. Recognizing the high regard in which Uncle Jio and Elder Su held Lu Xian, suggested he possessed remarkable qualities. The mere fact that Lu Xian remained unflinching in his presence was enough to earn him a measure of respect. And soon, she arranged for both families to embark on two lucrative ventures, far superior to remaining in the modest Qingshan town, that in the ensuing days, Lu Xian paused his training to spend time with his father and sister. And after bidding farewell to his father and sister, Lu Xian, accompanied by Xia Chenxi and others, set out for the trial sword hall, as today marked the day of his official journey to the Fengjian sect. Upon their arrival at the trial sword hall, they found a multitude of martial artists already gathered, all of whom had successfully passed the examination. Each martial artist wore an expression of elation. Elder Su produced a small sword from his storage ring. Remarkably, upon its emergence, the small sword expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal blade that left all martial artists in awe, including Lu Xian, who could not help but gasp at the sight of such an enormous weapon. Observing the astonishment among the martial artists, Elder Su explained, "This is the flying magical artifact of our Fengjian sect. You will ride this sword to the Fengjian sect. Now, all martial artists, please hand your identification tokens to the attendants and board in succession." Upon Elder Su's summons, the martial artists promptly approached to present their tokens, which were verified before they boarded the massive sword-shaped flying artifact. Once all the martial artists were aboard, Elder Su activated the colossal sword, lifting it gently off the ground until it soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a pale blue light enveloped everyone, providing protection against the fierce winds. "Now, all martial artists, sit cross-legged. Do not move until we reach the Fengjian sect." Elder Su's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the martial artists hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position. After all, at such heights, a fall would spell certain doom for them. Now, I will introduce you to the structure of our Fengjian sect. We are divided into 9 major branches. The Sword Sect, the Blade Sect. During their journey to the Fengjian sect, Elder Su commenced an explanation of the 9 major branches, allowing the martial artists to gain a deeper understanding of the sect and helping them decide which branch they wished to join. Although Lu Xian had heard Elder Su's account previously, he listened attentively, viewing it as a sign of respect. "You must now make your decision. Upon our arrival at the Fengjian sect, representatives from each of the 9 branches will guide you to your respective sections. However, do not feel overly anxious. If you find your choice unsuitable, you will have an opportunity to change it 6 months later." Though Elder Su held the position of an elder in the sword sect, he did not overtly promote it. That was the pride of swordsmen. Regardless of the sword sect's decline, he held no disdain for using such tactics to attract followers that he understood that those meant to stay would naturally do so, while those wishing to leave would still find a way. With Elder Su's explanations concluded, the martial artists aboard the colossal sword began to murmur among themselves, evidently deliberating which branch to choose. Lu Xian had already resolved to pursue the path of the sword, so he needed not consider further. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. For a time, the only sounds on the giant sword were the hushed discussions of the martial artists and the rushing wind, indicative of the sword's rapid flight. While meditating, Lu Xian could not tell how long had passed when he felt the speed of the colossal sword suddenly decrease. That he opened his eyes and gazed outside, beholding a lush expanse of forest, which prompted him to silently commend the breathtaking scenery. The giant sword began to descend gradually, soon landing on a flat area, where Lu Xian noticed a number of individuals awaiting their arrival. "All disciples, disembark with me," Elder Su called out once more, prompting the martial artists to rise and follow him off the colossal sword. "Ha, Elder Su, your group has returned the latest. I've been waiting for quite some time. By the way, where is Elder Sun?" A middle-aged martial artist, wielding a long sword, approached them to greet Elder Su. He had matters to attend to. The absence of one individual to activate the giant sword meant only Elder Li and I could operate it, resulting in a delay, Elder Su casually explained. The martial artist did not probe further, but instead bypassed Elder Su to address the gathered martial artists, his gaze sweeping over them before he declared, "Who is Xia Chenxi? Come with me to the training grounds for core disciples." Upon the utterance of those words, the gazes of the assembled warriors were instantly drawn to Xia Chenxi, their eyes brimming with envy. Just moments ago, they had learned from Elder Su about the 3 tiers of disciples within the Windsword sect, with core disciples undoubtedly occupying the highest echelon. The vast majority of them were merely outer sect disciples. Upon seeing Xia Chenxi, the middle-aged warrior could not suppress a slight look of surprise, clearly taken aback by her stunning beauty. However, he quickly composed himself and nodded, saying, "I am not an elder among core disciples. Please wait a moment, instructor. I would like to bid farewell to my companions. If you would be so kind," Xia Chenxi replied apologetically. "Very well, but do not take too long," Instructor Yang conceded, not wishing to impose undue restrictions on someone of Xia Chenxi's stature within the Windsword sect. Once granted permission, Xia Chenxi approached Lu Xian and the others, first taking Lin Sini's hand and smiling. "Sini, your spirited nature is delightful. But the Wind Sword sect is different from Lin City. Do not overindulge. I was once quite worried about you, but now that Lu Xian is here, I feel reassured. Do remember to heed his advice in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Sini's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She and Xia Chenxi had been inseparable friends since childhood, making this sudden parting particularly heart-wrenching. That do not worry, Chenxi. With Lu Xian by my side, no one shall bully me. That I promise to train diligently and strive to visit you among the core disciples one day. Xia Chenxi nodded, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Lin Sini's eyes before turning her attention to Xia Yi. Cousin, although you are 2 years my senior, I must advise you, your pride is excessive. But in less than half a month, Lu Xian had quietly nestled into her heart, gently knocking on the door of her emotions. Biting her lip, Xia Chenxi simply said, I shall await you among the core disciples. Locking eyes with Xia Chenxi, Lu Xian perceived the tenderness concealed within her gaze, and his mind involuntarily conjured the image of their time together on the second floor of the treasure pavilion, where he had taught her the ancient art of enchanting. With that thought, Lu Xian could not help but smile knowingly, saying, You shall not have to wait long. Within a year, I will surely come to find you. If you have no other business, you might practice the enchanting techniques in the meantime. Xia Chenxi, fully aware of Lu Xian's intent, recalled the moment he had embraced her, and she felt her ears flush with warmth. Taking advantage of the moment when others were not paying attention, she shot Lu Xian a playful glare. That in that case, I shall take my leave now. I will certainly come to visit you all when I have the chance. With that, Xia Chenxi turned and departed. Seeing that she had concluded her farewells, Instructor Yang made no further comments. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped him and Xia Chenxi, and they swiftly ascended into the air. Chapter 0065. Provocation from the Blade Sect. As Instructor Yang led Xia Chenxi away, another middle-aged warrior stepped forward. This warrior had a fierce countenance, wielding a ghostly blade that exuded an imposing presence. Those who choose to join my Blade Sect, stand behind me and come forth. After the core disciples departed, it was now the turn of the leaders from the 9 major subsects. Following some delay, more than 30 warriors stepped forward to stand behind this warrior. Among the 300 or so warriors who had come from Lin City, witnessing only a tenth of them stepping forward brought a flicker of displeasure to the warrior's face. My Blade Sect is currently the strongest sect within the Wind Sword sect. Joining my Blade Sect means you will receive far greater resources each month compared to the other subsects. Consider this carefully. The warrior huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Elder Su, smirking coldly as he continued. I suspect you all wish to enter the Sword Sect, do you not? To speak frankly, despite its name, the Sword Sect finished last in the previous sect competition. Elder Zheng, how the Sword Sect fares is not for you to dictate. Elder Su's expression darkened, retorting to, facts are facts. Are you saying I cannot speak the truth? The sect should have long since changed its name. The name Wind Sword Sect has misled countless young warriors, who waste precious time training in swordsmanship only to find they must start anew upon entering the sect. Seeing Elder Zheng's brazen attitude as he openly disparaged the Sword Sect, Elder Su could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, If not for your Blade Sect monopolizing the majority of sect resources and relentlessly suppressing my Sword Sect, how would we have fallen to such a state? Although the Sword Sect has not produced any exceptionally brilliant prodigies in recent years, there are still many disciples with commendable talent, given sufficient resources. It would not be difficult to maintain a position within the top 3, yet your Blade Sect's relentless suppression has caused countless talents to flow away from the Sword Sect, leading to our decline. It was precisely for this reason that Elder Su yearned for the emergence of true geniuses. He needed a genuine prodigy to help the Sword Sect reclaim its rightful resources. With sufficient resources, Lu Xian would certainly lead the Sword Sect to resurgence. Elder Zheng, however, paid no heed to Elder Su's accusations, merely sneering. The facts speak for themselves. Further words are futile. Turning back to address the numerous warriors, he declared, You have all heard it. The standing of the Sword Sect is far inferior to my Blade Sect, that if you choose to join my Blade Sect now, it is not too late. However, he could not force Elder Su to erupt in anger. Having failed to witness the scene he had envisioned, he could only snort coldly, casting aside a flying artifact and leading the group of warriors who had chosen the Blade Sect away. Let the remaining 7 sects come forth. Those wishing to transfer to another sect may choose at any time. Elder Su stated coolly, seemingly devoid of any desire to retain those leaving the sword sect, was an elder from the spear sect, which shared a close relationship with the sword sect. Both sword and spear wielders exhibited a certain uprightness and resilience, fostering camaraderie between the two sections. However, the spear sect currently enjoyed a far superior status, having secured third place in the last competition. Upon hearing this, Elder Su smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Let him be strong, like the gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Let him flaunt his arrogance. Instead of squabbling over words, it is better to let our strength deliver a resounding slap to his face one day. Understanding Elder Su's intent, Du Lin's face lit up with excitement. Have you found someone? On this occasion, I have garnered some gains. After 7 days, the sect entrance examination will take place. You shall come and witness, for my sword sect shall undoubtedly make a resounding impact. Elder Su stroked his beard and smiled slightly. The Du Lin immediately burst into laughter, saying, "Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. I shall certainly come to witness what exceptional talent could instill such confidence in you." Du Lin was unperturbed. As the saying goes, a month of staff practice, a year of swordplay, a lifetime of spear training, for the spear is the most challenging to master, testing the patience of a warrior. The path to becoming a formidable spear master requires rigorous training, which is why few choose to practice the spear. As various sects departed with their chosen disciples, fewer than 30 remained, that a significant number of those intending to join the sword sect were frightened away by Elder Zheng's earlier remarks. My sword sect seeks talents such as you. As for those who waver, they are unworthy of wielding a sword. You need not worry about resources. My intention in having Elder Zheng dismiss those fickle-minded individuals was to prevent our limited resources from being squandered on them. Now that they have departed, the resources available to you shall be doubled. Even if we fall slightly short compared to other sects, it will not be by much. Elder Su's words filled the remaining warriors with joy. They indeed aspired towards the sword path, yet the issue of resources had been a concern. Now, with Elder Su's reassurances, their worries diminished significantly. Now, I shall lead you to the location of the sword sect. Further details will be explained in due course. With that, Elder Su guided the disciples, including Lu Xian, onto the colossal sword and set off once more, this time towards the sword sect's abode. Chapter 0066. Xingfeng. The distance to the sword sect was not far, as they were all situated within the Wind Sword sect. Although the 9 major sects were separated, they were not too distant from one another. Soon, Lu Xian beheld an immensely grand stone sword. "Behold that colossal sword!" Elder Su's voice resonated beside Lu Xian, that he quickly paid his respects, and Elder Su waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. "This is the main peak of my sword sect, known as Falling Sword Peak. Once, it was the principal peak of the entire Wind Sword sect. The stone sword was inscribed by the first sect master of the Wind Sword sect. It is said that the old sect master engraved all his insights onto this stone sword. Regrettably, later generations lacked the capability to comprehend even a fraction of it, and now they are unable to maintain the sword sect's standing." Elder Su's voice carried a hint of melancholy, although he seemed unfazed by Elder Zheng's mocking remarks towards the sword sect. How could it not weigh on his heart? Lu Xian longed to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss. He possessed only innate talent, and it was only when he could fully manifest the talent that he would have the grounds to speak. Thus, he remained silent for a time. The colossal sword soon descended, landing in a plaza where Lu Xian observed a dense crowd of warriors, numbering no less than 1,000. "This is the plaza of my sword sect." As they proceeded, Lu Xian soon beheld an imposing grand hall, its entrance adorned with a plaque bearing a large character for sword. This character was perfectly rounded, the final stroke executed with precision, exuding a potent sword intent that seemed to reach for the heavens, as if striving to break free from the plaque itself, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to gaze upon. "This is the council hall of my sword sect, known as the Sword Pavilion." This character sword was inscribed by the old sect master himself. Elder Su casually explained. "The newly admitted disciples and several elders are likely already inside. Let us proceed." Upon entering the Sword Pavilion alongside Elder Su, they indeed found a considerable number of individuals present, though not as many as those seen in the plaza, yet still nearing 100, leading Lu Xian and the others. Elder Su approached the forefront. "Old Cheng, Old Lin, I have returned with the disciples from Lin City. Elder Su addressed two elder figures that Liu Xian surmised that these two must be the other two elders of the sword sect. As Elder Su had mentioned, he was one of the 3.1 elder clad in gray robes glanced at Liu Xian and the others, then chuckled wryly. Only 3. It seems you were also provoked by the Blade sect. At these words, Elder Su's expression darkened slightly as he nodded. The Blade sect has grown increasingly arrogant. Over half of the disciples I brought back from Lin City were taken by them. The elder in gray sighed. The same is true elsewhere. Counting the 3 disciples you have brought, there are only 98 inner disciples entering the sword sect this time, less than a third of previous years. I encountered a promising talent in Lin City. At the next sect competition, my sword sect shall certainly gain renown. Liu Xian, come here. I shall introduce you to the other 2 elders of my sword sect. Upon hearing this, Liu Xian hurriedly approached and stood beside Elder Su. Elder Su pointed to the elder in gray and said, "This is Elder Chung, the grand elder of my sword sect, with strength at the mid-stage of spirit refinement. Slightly stronger than your uncle Yanjiao." Disciple Liu Xian, greetings to the grand elder. Liu Xian respectfully bowed to At this moment. Another elder in white approached with great interest, saying, "Yanjiao? Could it be the Yanjiao of the former Fist sect?" In the face of Elder Lin, Liu Xian naturally bowed once more. Elder Lin waved his hand, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. I was also acquainted with Yanjiao in the past. However, Yanjiao specialized in claw techniques. Why did you not follow him to learn, instead opting for the sword? I am not a direct disciple of Uncle Jiao. I merely received some of his guidance and did not study under him," Liu Xian explained. "Elder Su has discovered a remarkably gifted talent in you. Should you choose to join another sect, I would be the first to oppose it," Elder Su remarked with evident pride. Clearly pleased with having recruited Liu Xian, Dado. In the 4 rounds of the assessment, Liu Xian claimed first place in all, and in the final combat round, he successfully ascended to the 6th level of the sword tower, defeating 3 warriors with his strength at the 4th level of body refinement. Elder Su recounted with a smile to At this proclamation. Elder Lin could not help but express his astonishment. Ascending to the 6th level of the sword tower at the 4th level of body refinement was already an impressive feat. But to have slain 3 warriors at the 6th level of body refinement amidst the chaos was even more remarkable. Elder Lin nodded in agreement and smiled. "If that is the case. Indeed impressive. It appears that although the number of disciples recruited by our sword sect is small this time, the quality is commendable. During my time in the Fire Empire, I also encountered an exceptionally talented disciple." And to his surprise, Xingfeng was also looking at him, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange brimming with battle intent, as if they were eager to settle their rivalry. Chapter 0067. The reward at hand. Liu Xian rubbed his nose. As they constantly seek to prove their superiority over others. However, Liu Xian is not so trivial. The distinction of being a genius is not one that can be self-proclaimed. He gently cupped his hands toward Xingfeng and said, "I have met senior brother Xingfeng, and I hope you will take care of me in the future." Observing that Liu Xian did not accept his challenge, but instead humbly placed himself in the role of a junior disciple. "Junior brother Liu Xian, as fellow disciples of the sword sect, we must strive together to uphold its glory." Seeing the amicable interaction between the two, Elder Chung, the grand elder of the sword sect, displayed a look of satisfaction and nodded slightly before addressing all the newly inducted inner sect disciples present in the sword pavilion, proclaiming, "Now that you have chosen the sword sect, it is imperative that you place its honor above all else." Since both Liu Xian and Xia Yi ranked among the top 3, they were naturally entitled to this reward, that is for Lin City, being a pre-selected inner sect disciple who did not participate in the examination. "And I am well equipped with both the Thunder Light Sword technique and the Blink Sword technique. Thus, I lack any need for additional martial arts. However, the pills could significantly enhance my strength, and with the presence of the sword crystal, I need not worry about any potential toxicity from the pills." With this, he made his decision. "I choose the pill." Elder Su nodded, summoning forth a jade vial, which contained a pulse protection pill that safeguards the meridians from harm. Particularly useful when attempting to break through to the 6th stage of body refinement, that he then cautioned Liu Xian. Though these pills are beneficial, they can also lead to pill toxicity. Frequent usage may destabilize your foundation. Elder Su said solemnly that in previous years, the examinations and competitions had been the most humiliating times for the sword sect, often subjected to ridicule from the other sections. However, with Liu Xian participating this time, Lin Sini asked, her bright eyes fixed on him. Liu Xian smiled gently. The results will speak for themselves in due time. Xia Yi could not resist inquiring, Liu Xian, are you aiming for first place? Rather than on the surface, the three chatted and laughed. They soon arrived at their lodgings. Due to the significantly lower number of disciples entering the sword sect this year, many rooms remained unoccupied, allowing them to quickly select 3 adjoining rooms. However, at that moment, they were unexpectedly confronted by none other than Xing Feng. A hint of displeasure crossed Lin Sini and Xia Ye's faces. Liu Xian, among the newly inducted disciples of the sword sect, your performance and mine have been the best. However, a sect only requires one leader, so I believe we must determine who shall take on that role. Xing Feng stated plainly, embodying a straightforward character. May I inquire what senior brother Xing Feng suggests? Liu Xian asked that in 7 days, the entrance examination will take place. Let us use the results from this examination as the standard. But that did not mean he feared challenges, that he also possessed his own pride. Having promised Elder Su to restore the sword sect's honor, he knew he would eventually have to face off against Xing Feng. Thus, it seemed fitting to settle this matter now. Upon witnessing Liu Xian's decisive acceptance of his challenge, a glint of excitement sparkled in Xing Feng's eyes. Very well. In 7 days, I shall witness junior brother's strength. And he dares to challenge you. Liu Xian chuckled. The world is inherently unfair. When facing the disciples from other branches, they will not be concerned with your age or cultivation level. Ultimately, it is strength and results that matter. Now then, during these 7 days, I plan to enter seclusion to consolidate my gains from this period. You both should also cultivate diligently and strive for impressive results in the examination in 7 days. Liu Xian entered the room he had chosen. The decor was quite simple, yet everything appeared brand new, clearly prepared with care. After a cursory glance, he paid little attention to his surroundings, as his expectations for accommodations were modest. Containing only the Xiangxi sword, a few medicinal pills, and a handful of garments, with a thought, he summoned a jade vial, and in a flash of light, it materialized in his hand. It was one of the rewards he had recently received, the E-Gene pill. The E-Gene pill is designated for those at the 5th stage of body refinement, and given that Liu Xian had yet to reach full completion at the 4th stage, using the E-Gene pill would be somewhat wasteful. After examining it briefly, he returned it to the storage ring and calmed his mind before commencing his cultivation. With the entrance examination looming just 7 days away, Liu Xian aspired to utilize this time to break through to the 5th stage of body refinement. Making the urgency palpable, he activated the Tai Guyuan technique. He transformed into a magnet, drawing the elemental energy from the surrounding air, which began to swiftly converge towards him, permeating his body through every pore and gathering within his meridians. The 4th layer of body refinement represents the realm of bone cleansing. Utilizing 10 cleansing pills, Liu Xian has successfully expelled all impurities from his skeletal structure. What remains is the arduous task of refining his bones, a process that requires unwavering effort and cannot be hastily achieved. With all matters attended to by Lin Sini, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she has, against her usual demeanor of delicacy, taken on the role of a devoted companion, not only retrieving the attire and insignia for the sword sect disciples, but also delivering his meals to his chamber with remarkable attentiveness. On this particular afternoon, as Lin Sini prepared to bring Liu Xian his meal, she unexpectedly encountered Xia Yi on her way out. Unable to resist, she teased, Sini, the 3 of us are together, yet you only ever bring meals for Liu Xian. Besides, Liu Xian bears the significant responsibility of revitalizing the sword sect. Should you gain the elder's favor, I would be more than happy to assist you as well. Xia Yi chuckled heartily, preparing to retort. At this age, one naturally experiences growth, and coupled with the bone-cleansing phase, the continuous application of elemental force has undoubtedly contributed to his skeletal development. Liu Xian, why have you come out? Are you no longer in seclusion? Lin Sini inquired, handing him the meal. Accepting the food, Liu Xian expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your assistance these past few days. I intended to inform you that for the next 2 days, ensuring you are undisturbed. After addressing the 2, Liu Xian re-entered his room. Having refined his bones to their utmost limit over the course of 5 days, he had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of body refinement. During the sect entrance examination, he not only brushed against the threshold of sword intent, but also ascended the 6th level of the sword tower, ultimately engaging in a life-and-death duel with Long Tai.
Furthermore, back in Qingshan Town, he had teamed up with Xia Chenxi to confront the formidable Long Zhan, whose strength approached the 8th layer of body refinement. The insights gained from these encounters are invaluable. After ingesting one pill, he immediately felt a surge of warmth rising from his chest and abdomen, as the medicinal properties began to manifest. Tendons refer to the body's ligaments, tendons, and skeletal muscles that, as the ancient saying goes, the strength of flesh is reliant on tendons. This means that regardless of how powerful the physical body may be, its strength can only be exerted through the tendons. Having reached the peak of the 4th layer of body refinement, Lu Xian's physique and bones have become exceptionally robust. As the saying goes, bones and tendons are interconnected. When bones are broken, the tendons are still linked. After cleansing the bones, it is essential to forge the tendons, ensuring they are incredibly resilient to maximize the potential of the physical body. The medicinal power of the easy tendon pill took effect. Wisps of energy began to rapidly adhere to Lu Xian's tendons, continuously reinforcing them. The Tai return to origin technique circulated. Lu Xian cast aside all distractions, immersing himself in the insights he had gained during this period, feeling as though his spirit soared beyond the confines of his body. Upon digesting the 3rd easy tendon pill, Lu Xian suddenly felt a sense of clarity in his mind. All his realizations crystallized in that moment. A wave of indescribable comfort washed over him, as if every pore in his body had opened wide, greedily drawing in the elemental energy from the air. The 5th layer of body refinement. Breakthrough, when Lu Xian had completely absorbed the insights he had gathered over this period, unleashing their medicinal power once more. The formidable potency of the pills, combined with the continuous influx of elemental energy, further refined his tendons and bones, solidifying his new level of mastery. Time passed, and Lu Xian felt he had reached the limits of his refinement before gradually halting the circulation of his technique. Otherwise, countless martial artists would need only to seclude themselves and meditate ceaselessly. Rising to his feet and stretching his body, Lu Xian felt the abundance of power coursing through him, pondering whether he had surpassed the threshold of 4,000 pounds. During the sect entrance examination, he had achieved a strength of 3,000 pounds. Now, with his cultivation having advanced, he suspected he was not far from 4,000 pounds, if he had not already surpassed it. Opening the door, Lu Xian was greeted by the sight of Xia Yi seated before his entrance. A warm current surged through his heart upon witnessing this scene. Xia Yi had previously assured him that he would remain vigilant during his breakthrough, and he had indeed kept his word. Upon hearing the sounds of movement from behind him, Xia Yi ceased his meditation, turning to face Lu Xian and letting out a sigh of relief. You have finally emerged. Today marks the 7th day. If you had delayed any longer, you would have missed the sect entrance examination. Lu Xian acknowledged that his breakthrough had consumed a considerable amount of time. Saying, Lu Xian, I brought you some food, though it is cooled. Would you like me to heat it up for you? Over the past 2 days, uncertain of when Lu Xian would emerge, Lin Sini had continued to prepare meals for him. Though he had not eaten any, Lu Xian smiled slightly and replied, There's no need. I'm quite hungry now. Thank you both for your efforts these past 2 days, Ta. It's no trouble at all, if you can return with first place. Lu Xian declared, confidence glimmering in his eyes, that if he had previously refrained from boasting, now that he had successfully broken through to the 5th layer, he felt an abundance of self-assurance after this period of cultivation. He was eager to test the extent of his capabilities during the upcoming examination. Lin Sini chimed in with a smile, Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we must head to the Sword Pavilion. Within the Sword Pavilion, the 3 esteemed elders of the Sword Sect, alongside numerous newly initiated disciples, were already present. After finishing their meal, Lu Xian and his companions rushed over without delay, ultimately arriving just in time. And each disciple's results will be publicly announced. Your performance not only reflects your own honor, but also pertains to the glory of our Sword Sect. As disciples of the Sword Sect, to earn rewards, one must secure an impressive rank. I shall refrain from further idle chatter. The rules of the test will be explained in due course. For now, let us embark. With these words, the 3 esteemed elders took the lead out of the Sword Pavilion, followed closely by numerous disciples. Elder Cheng's earlier remarks had ignited a fervent fighting spirit among the disciples. Who does not wish to make a name for themselves? Who does not desire a reward? Upon boarding the colossal sword-shaped flying vessel, they soon arrived at a clearing, already bustling with a considerable number of martial artists, presumably new disciples of the inner sect of the Fengjian sect.
Gathered to partake in the test, Liu Xian counted and noted that, aside from the sword sect, there were 8 other factions present, likely representing the remaining 8 of the 9 major sections, disregarding the other disciples. Liu Xian gazed upward, where, prominently before the assembled disciples from the 9 major sects, stood a lush bamboo grove that at first glance, it appeared as though the bamboo was not merely growing, but rather, countless sharp swords were plunged into the earth, emanating an overwhelmingly sharp sword intent that seemed capable of slicing through one's gaze. At that moment, Elder Cheng's voice resonated. This grove is known as the Sword Grove, and the bamboo within is referred to as sword bamboo. Cloaked in a phantom slaughter array for years, it has nurtured an immensely powerful sword intent, razor-sharp in nature. This location shall serve as the venue for your upcoming test. Upon hearing Elder Cheng's words, the sword sect disciples could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension. From the outside, the sword grove appeared dangerously formidable. Merely entering it would be enough for them to face considerable peril from the sharp sword intent alone. The sword sect lacks strength, yet carries an air of superiority. Among the 9 major sects, you are the only ones left to contend with. A contemptuous snort echoed, drawing the attention of many. Before the test had even commenced, tensions flared between the sword and blade sects. Much to the amusement of the other major factions, in recent years, the blade sect had risen to prominence, consistently claiming the top spot in assessments and competitions, rendering the sword sect's position quite awkward. Enough noise. Now that everyone is present, let us prepare to commence. A commanding voice cut through the commotion, capturing the attention of all. The elder from the blade sect fell silent, listening intently. The speaker, adorned in a light blue robe with hair and beard as white as snow, stood before the gathered disciples of the 9 major sects, clearly of significant status. I am the vice sect leader of the Feng Jian sect. Second only to the sect leader. Elder Jean continued, I shall now elucidate the rules of the test and how the results will be assessed. At this, the crowd fell silent, attentively absorbing his words, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Before you lies the bamboo grove, known as the Sword Grove, a crucial location within the Feng Jian sect, the mysteries of which you shall come to understand in due time. The test will take place within this very Sword Grove. Elder Jean's authoritative voice echoed, clear and resonant. Upon entering the Sword Grove, with each step you take, it will conjure illusions of martial artists, their strength incrementally increasing from the first level of body refinement. The number of martial artists you defeat will determine your test scores, and all scores will be publicly disclosed. As he spoke, Elder Jean waved his hand, producing 2 objects that, like the flying vessel, rapidly expanded to an impressive height of over 10 zhang, revealing 2 enormous stone tablets. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the colossal tablets. Puzzled by Elder Jin's sudden display, Liu Xian could not help but glance over. Sweeping his gaze across the 2 tablets, he noticed that one was entirely blank, while the other was densely inscribed with names. Exactly 500 in total. The names on the tablet varied in size. Those nearer the top were inscribed in larger script, particularly the top 3, which shone brightly, easily discernible from a distance, while the names at the bottom were as small as grains of rice, requiring considerable effort to read. The first name, Su Wenyang of the Blade Sect, with a score of 26,781 points. The second, Mo Xiaochun of the Spear Sect. As Liu Xian scanned the prominent names, he discerned that each was followed by a score, deducing that these names must belong to the current inter-sect disciples of the Feng Jian sect. It was worth noting that he and his companions were merely newly initiated inter-sect disciples. Amidst a host of seasoned veterans from previous years, it seemed that this ranking reflected the disciple's strength, though he was uncertain of the criteria used for scoring. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, landing on a name, the 86th. Long Tian, the firstborn of Long Zhan and the elder brother of Long Tai. His name was indeed Long Tian. To his surprise, Long Tian's prowess had secured him a place among the top 100 intersect disciples of the Feng Jian sect. Liu Xian's feelings toward Long Tian were complicated. Not only did he harbor a grudge for the death of his brother, but also for the loss of his father, and their enmity was irreconcilable. Should an opportunity arise, Long Tian would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Liu Xian without hesitation. While Liu Xian contemplated this, Elder Jin's voice resounded once more. These 2 stone tablets serve to record your scores. The blank tablet will document the scores of all new disciples, and your respective scores will be transmitted via your nameplates to this tablet, while the inscribed tablet reflects the scores of all intersect disciples, both new and veteran. Elder Jin's words confirmed Lu Xian's earlier assumptions, and he continued. The method of scoring entails defeating enemies within the Sword Grove. Slaying a first-level body refinement martial artist earns 1 point. A second level yields 5 points. A third level, 10 points. A fourth level, 50 points. A fifth level, 100 points. And a sixth level, 500 points. The scores will be recorded on each of your nameplates. Additionally, should you feel your strength has improved and wish to challenge your rank, you may re-enter the Sword Grove at any time. The nameplate will retain your highest score, and achieving a rank on the overall leaderboard for the first time will garner certain rewards. Elder Jin elucidated the rules concerning the ranking stone tablets, clearly indicating that these rankings essentially represented the standings of all intersect disciples of the Fengjian sect, that if one possessed sufficient strength and sought to establish their reputation, challenging the rankings was undoubtedly the swiftest avenue. Tio claimed the top position would be a monumental honor, known far and wide throughout the Fengjian sect. Even now, Lu Xian and his companions had memorized the name of the current top disciple, Su Wenyang of the Blade sect. As Elder Jin concluded, a voice interrupted. Elder Jin, you mentioned that the scores only extend to the 6th level. What if one were to slay martial artists above the 6th level? This remark drew the attention of many disciples, as this individual sought to challenge the 6th level martial artist during their first test. A bold claim indeed. Lu Xian noted that the speaker stood among the Blade sect, evidently one of their own. And given his position at the forefront of the Blade sect's disciples, he was likely the strongest among them. Noticing the eyes of the crowd upon him, the individual bore a hint of pride, relishing in the attention. Observing Lu Xian's interest in the figure, Xia Yi quietly remarked, I've heard from other disciples that the Blade sect has produced a prodigy named Zheng Gang, a 17-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement, who nearly qualified for the core sect. Could this be him? Lu Xian nodded slightly, a 17-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement. He was still some distance behind Xia Chenxi, and even Lu Xian himself might not be far from catching up. Elder Jin's gaze sharpened, locking onto the speaker, his expression shifting to one of amusement. A 17-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement. Impressive, since you believe yourself capable of challenging martial artists above the 6th level. Allow me to clarify. Slaying a 7th level martial artist earns 1,000 points, an 8th level yields 5,000 points, and a 9th level awards 10,000 points. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. If the top-ranked Su Wenyang had amassed over 26,000 points, it implied that he had defeated at least 5 8th level martial artists, or perhaps even a 9th level martial artist. The overwhelming majority of the disciples present possessed strength at approximately the 4th level of body refinement. While those at the 5th level were exceedingly rare to them, the presence of such formidable beings was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Upon hearing Elder Jin's remarks, the disciples began to stir with anticipation, eager to venture into the sword forest and test their abilities to ascertain their potential scores. While they might not secure a position on the overall leaderboard, achieving a commendable rank among the new disciples would suffice to elevate their reputations. After all, who among the youth does not yearn for fame? However, Elder Jin had yet to conclude his discourse. What he had just shared were the rules of the assessment. Next, he would unveil the rewards. Within my Wind Sword sect, the most valuable currency is not wealth, but rather contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for elixirs, weapons, martial arts, and various other resources. Moreover, in order to partake in the Sword Forest assessments in the future, you will also be required to pay with contribution points. In essence, contribution points are paramount within the Wind Sword sect. They can facilitate any endeavor. Therefore, the rewards for this assessment are contribution points. He first expounded upon the significance of contribution points to ensure that the disciples grasp their importance before announcing the actual rewards. The disciple who secures first place among the new entrants will receive 2,000 contribution points. Those who rank in the top 3 will be awarded 1,000 contribution points. The top 10 will receive 500, and the top 100 will earn 100 contribution points. Furthermore, if one can break into the overall leaderboard, an additional 2,000 contribution points will be granted, and those entering the top 300 will receive 5,000 contribution points. The rewards for the overall leaderboard are cumulative. Such generous incentives caused the hearts of many disciples to race with excitement. Even Lu Xian could not help but feel a surge of envy. Chapter 0071. Xingfeng takes the stage, witnessing the enthusiasm of the disciples. Stirred by the bountiful rewards, Elder Jean revealed a hint of a smile. The rules and rewards have been laid bare before you. Now, it is time to commence the assessment. The last competition was won by the Blade sect. And this time, the Blade sect shall enter the Sword Forest first. Elder, I have something to say. Zheng Gang interjected once more. Conducting the assessment one sect at a time seems rather tedious. Why not have several sects participate simultaneously? This would undoubtedly ignite everyone's competitive spirit and allow for a comparison of strengths. Upon hearing Zheng Gang's proposal, the inter-sect disciples began to murmur among themselves. Xia Yi could not help but comment. Elder Jean stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded slightly. That is indeed a commendable idea. However, the Sword Forest has limited capacity. At most, only 100 individuals can enter at a time. That is simple enough. We can divide it accordingly. Each sect can send 10 participants, allowing all 9 major sects to compete simultaneously, thus providing a clearer representation of each sect's strength. Zheng Gang continued, clearly intent on making a name for himself during this assessment. Very well, let it be so. I end each round of the assessment. Each sect will dispatch 10 disciples to participate. Elder Jean acquiesced. Just then, Elder Cheng's voice rang out among the disciples of the Sword sect. Zheng Gang is the son of Elder Zheng from the Blade sect. His instigation of this situation is undoubtedly under his father's directive. Every disciple of the Sword sect must give their all. We cannot afford to lose face. With Elder Jin's consent, Zheng Gang appeared somewhat smug. A wicked smile creeping across his face as he turned to the Sword sect. I have heard that the Sword sect has welcomed several talented individuals, that I am an unworthy disciple. I have always enjoyed interacting with various geniuses. I wonder if the brothers and sisters of the Sword sect might indulge my humble request. Upon hearing Zheng Gang's words, the other sects understood his intentions. Clearly, Zheng Gang's actions were directed at the Sword sect, with the rest merely coincidental. What talents could the Sword sect possibly boast? Even if they did possess such talents, they would be insignificant in the presence of Zheng Gang, who had achieved the 6th level of body refinement by the age of 17. Merely a step away from becoming a core disciple. Indeed, to my mind, the only one worthy of the title genius is Zheng Gang himself. The disciples of the Blade sect began to flatter Zheng Gang, mocking the Sword sect in the process. Zheng Gang's remarkable talent and his father's status as an elder of the Blade sect naturally made him a figure of admiration among the masses. And even if the others were reluctant to engage, they had no choice but to comply. The 10 representatives from the Blade sect quickly stepped forward, with Zheng Gang standing prominently among them. Xingfeng, you shall take the stage. That I do not expect you to defeat Zheng Gang, but you must not fall too far behind. The honor of the Sword sect rests upon your shoulders. Elder Cheng spoke solemnly. Among the 2 esteemed prodigies of the Sword sect, one was Lu Xian, while the other was Xingfeng. However, 7 days prior, when Elder Cheng had seen Lu Xian, he was still at the 4th level of body refinement. In terms of strength, Elder Cheng undoubtedly had greater faith in the 5th level Xingfeng. Nevertheless, the gap between the 5th and 6th levels remained significant. Thus, he did not impose an impossible task upon Xingfeng, merely urging him to strive for commendable results. Having received personal endorsement from Elder Cheng, Xingfeng could not refuse. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, I understand that I end this battle. I shall do my utmost to uphold the honor of the Sword sect. Soon, under Elder Cheng's arrangement, the 10 disciples of the Sword sect stepped forward, with Xingfeng leading them to the forefront, standing shoulder to shoulder with representatives from the other sects that as Xingfeng approached. Zheng Gang cast a disdainful glance in his direction, sneering, Is there truly no one else from the Sword sect? You think you can challenge me? Although Xingfeng recognized his inferiority to Zheng Gang. Elder Jean spoke again. All overseers, distribute the jade tokens. The disciples listened intently as Elder Jean explained that the Sword Forest was enveloped by an illusionary killing array to achieve optimal training results. Strangely, upon their entry, all figures vanished, leaving those outside to see the Sword Forest as it had always appeared, with no sign of the disciples within. The Sword Forest was shrouded in an illusionary array, rendering its interior conditions invisible. For a time, the spectators could only speculate about the happenings inside, relying on the stone tablet to track the disciples' scores. Before long, the previously blank ranking stone tablet displayed dozens of names, listing scores from 1st to 90th place, with each disciple's results being relayed through their respective jade tokens. Unsurprisingly, Zheng Gang occupied the top position, having amassed a remarkable 26 points, indicating that within this brief moment, they had only just entered facing low-tier opponents, so the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Chapter 0072. Defeat. The rankings and scores on the stone tablet continued to fluctuate as the disciples engaged fiercely in combat within the sword forest. Zheng Gang, true to his 6th level of body refinement, led the pack without any sign of wavering in his first-place position, while Xing Feng diligently clung to his coattails, holding second place, albeit with an ever-widening gap. Of course, this did not imply that Xing Feng was merely second to Zheng Gang, as not every genius from the participating sects had chosen to compete. Aware of Zheng Gang's overwhelming superiority, the various sects were reluctant to send their best talents to serve as stepping stones for him. Rather than risk such an outcome, they preferred to secure victories in the subsequent rounds, ensuring that even if they ultimately could not claim the title of first among the new disciples, their standings would not be too embarrassing. Thus, the strategy adopted by the sects was one of pitting lesser talents against superior ones. As time passed, the rankings on the stone tablet gradually stabilized, and at that moment, a flash of light appeared at the forefront of the sword forest. The first disciple to shatter their jade token and emerge had been revealed. All eyes turned to him, eager to discern which sect had suffered this initial defeat. Upon recognizing the disciple's face, Elder Cheng's expression darkened slightly. It was none other than a disciple of the sword sect. The disciple realized that he was the first to be eliminated, and a hint of shame inevitably crossed his face. It was indeed a significant embarrassment, not only for himself, but also for the sword sect. Elder Cheng, this disciple appears to be from your sword sect, does he not? Skay, to be the first to fail the sect's entrance examination. How amusing, an elder from the Blade sect mockingly remarked. If memory served correctly, Elder Su had addressed him as Elder Zheng, suggesting he was indeed the father of Zheng Gang. Our sword sect is known for its swift lethality. A single strike can claim a life. The timing of one's exit does not necessarily correlate with their performance, Elder Cheng defended, asserting that as an elder of the sword sect, it was his duty to protect his disciples just as disciples were obliged to uphold the sect's dignity. As their conversation unfolded, several more flashes of light appeared, indicating that more disciples had shattered their jade tokens to be transported out. Disciples from various subsects began to emerge one after another. Continuing further would only result in injury. While minor wounds were manageable, sustaining severe, indelible injuries could greatly impact future cultivation. It was hardly worth the risk for the sake of a mere test. As the number of remaining disciples dwindled, the focus of attention shifted increasingly towards Zheng Gang and Xing Feng. The other subsects, eager to avoid Zheng Gang, refrained from sending their own talents into the fray. Only 2 remained within the sword forest. The rankings on the stone monument stabilized, with the scores of the top 2 still rising, yet it appeared increasingly unlikely that Xing Feng would catch up to Zheng Gang. Xing Feng's score had surpassed 700, indicating he had defeated several 5th-tier warriors, while Zheng Gang's score had already exceeded 1,000, nearing 1,300. That there was no doubt that Zheng Gang had slain a 6th-tier warrior. Otherwise, he would not have pulled so far ahead of Xing Feng. Each 6th-tier kill awarded 500 points. Just then, Xing Feng's score suddenly jumped, surging by 500 points to exceed 1,200. However, before the disciples of the sword sect could celebrate, Zheng Gang's score increased once more, adding another 500 points and leaving Xing Feng trailing behind. Zheng Gang's score continued to climb, widening the gap to 1,000 points. And Xing Feng emerged. Unlike the other warriors who appeared unscathed, Xing Feng had a wound on his left arm, with blood still flowing, indicating he had just sustained an injury in the sword forest. He had fought through the pain to defeat another 6th-tier warrior, but dared not linger, and thus was transported out. This was why spectators had seen his score spike, only to be followed by his rapid exit. Have I truly lost? Xing Feng sighed, fully aware that as a 5th-tier warrior, he was unlikely to match Zheng Gang's 6th-tier prowess, yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Dragging his injured arm, he approached Elder Cheng and said, in pursuit of a commendable performance, Xing Feng had fought through injury, and Elder Cheng would not reproach him for that. Moreover, for Xing Feng to secure 2nd place in this round was no small feat. Yet he had only killed 2 6th-tier warriors, and under injury no less, which left Lu Xian puzzled. I too initially believed that challenging beyond one's level would be a simple task. However, This sword forest is rather peculiar. Allow me to share my insights with you, Xingfeng offered. Seeing Xingfeng voluntarily share this information, Lu Xian smiled slightly. Are you not afraid that by telling me this, I might surpass your score later? Xingfeng replied without hesitation. If you can surpass me, it would not matter whether I share this or not if you cannot. Knowing will be of no use, that I simply wish to prepare you mentally so that you do not bring shame to the sword sect. Lu Xian chuckled at his words. Xingfeng, though seemingly proud, displayed a commendable character worth befriending. This sword forest is somewhat akin to the sword tower we experienced, yet with notable differences. Once you enter this sword forest, I imagine this is the essence of the sword forest that Elder Jean mentioned earlier. Indeed, this sword forest is the most suitable place for us sword cultivators to train. For others, it merely tests their will. Knowing that Lu Xian would soon enter the forest himself and would understand the experience firsthand, his intent was merely to ensure Lu Xian was prepared and not caught off guard. As they conversed, Zheng Gang remained inside the sword forest, still holding on. The duration of his endurance alone was enough to testify to his formidable strength. At this moment, Zheng Gang's score had soared to over 3,700, while Xingfeng lagged behind at just over 1,700, a gap of 2,000 points, a clear indication of their disparate levels of power. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared ahead in the sword forest, leaving him feeling humiliated. Lifting his gaze to the ranking monument, he saw his name emblazoned at the top, shining brightly and distinctly, having distanced himself from Xingfeng by a full 2,000 points. Instantly, his dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by a self-satisfied grin. Clearly, that fellow had succumbed to the oppressive sword intent, but as Zheng Gang walked back, he exclaimed, "Is this what the so-called genius disciples of the sword sect are capable of? How utterly disappointing. This is truly tiresome." The words spoken caused the faces of the disciples of the sword sect to flush with a mix of red and white. However, with the undeniable truth laid bare before them, there was naught they could retort. They could only blame Zheng Gang for his despicable actions, specifically targeting their sect. At least the sword sect had secured second place, which was preferable to other sections. As the first round of tests concluded, the results of the participating disciples were inscribed upon the stone tablet, showcasing commendable performances from all. The next phase would commence, the second round of testing. Elder Jean announced loudly. Just moments ago, Xingfeng remarked that it appeared there were still talented disciples from the sword sect yet to make their appearance. Interests align with Brother Zheng's, boldly challenging the sword sect. Upon hearing this, the gathered disciples erupted in surprise. What was happening today? Was there a concerted effort to take down the sword sect? First the sword sect, now the boxing sect, with all eyes pointed squarely at them. Following this, a subtle voice emerged from the sword sect, tinged with mockery. "Ah, you fancy challenging prodigies, yet is not Zheng Gang himself a self-proclaimed genius? Where was your challenge before?" This taunt came from none other than Lu Xian. Having just witnessed Xingfeng's defeat at the hands of Zheng Gang, he felt compelled to respond to the provocation from the boxing sect. Upon hearing this, the disciple from the boxing sect displayed a flicker of anger on his face, as if he wished to retort, but he ultimately restrained himself. Brother Zheng possesses extraordinary talent, I concede. And receiving such commendation from him brought Zheng an immense sense of contentment. Elihu continued, "Though I may not match Brother Zheng, I assure you, dealing with the so-called geniuses of your sword sect is well within my capabilities." The sword sect, long fallen from grace, had not seen a figure so audacious in ages. Was he genuinely formidable, or merely indulging in empty bravado? Upon hearing Lu Xian's retort, Li Hu's gaze sharpened. "You are Lu Xian?" His tone suggested that he was already familiar with Lu's name. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed, I am Lu Xian." With Lu Xian's confirmation, Li Hu smirked coldly. It's you. You are quite arrogant. During the entrance tests, you not only obliterated your competitor, but also annihilated their entire family. That a bloodthirsty individual like you has no right to enter the Windsword sect. Li Hu's declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered disciples. "Then come at me, Lu Xian. I shall welcome as many as you can muster." Upon hearing Lu Xian's explanation, the disciples began to understand. There was more to the story than they had initially grasped, but rather on Zheng Gang, who had claimed first place in the previous round. Having promised Elder Su to reclaim the honor that belonged to the sword sect, Lu Xian resolved to start from this entrance test. He approached Elder Chung and bowed slightly, stating, "Elder, I request to participate in this round, determined to secure first place for the sword sect." Elder Chen glanced at Lu Xian, about to speak, when he suddenly exclaimed, "In just 7 days, you have advanced to the 5th stage of body refinement." He was indeed familiar with Lu Xian, as Elder Su had specifically introduced him, heralding Lu as the hope for the rejuvenation of the sword sect. Back then, Lu Xian had only been at the 4th stage of body refinement, and Elder Chung had favored Xing Feng, who was at the 5th stage, leading to his earlier choice of fighter. Who is at the 6th stage? The gap in power is vast. To go forth in battle, defeat Li Hu, and claim first place for our sword sect. What Elder Chung did not realize was that Lu Xian's notion of first place was not merely for this round. Lu Xian nodded. They now had 3 disciples. Who else among my fellow disciples wishes to join me? I'm in. I will participate too. Instantly, several disciples from the sword sect responded, stepping forward until they had gathered a group of 10. Without delay, Lu Xian led the way towards the sword forest, with the others following closely behind. As Lu Xian approached, Li Hu stepped forward, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "Elder Son has instructed me to crush you thoroughly. Do not think that achieving first place in a small city is anything remarkable. There are many who surpass you in this world. Indeed, many are stronger than I, but regrettably, you are not among them, especially Lu Xian, a previously unknown disciple who had made such audacious claims." The gathered disciples were eager to discover whether Lu Xian truly possessed the strength he boasted, or if he was merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Upon entering the sword forest, just as Xing Feng had described, a fierce and piercing sword intent immediately bore down upon Lu Xian, compelling him to instinctively channel his energy to resist it. More significantly, this sword intent targeted not only the physical body of the martial artist, but also their very spirit, while one could utilize energy to counteract the pressure on the body. A myriad of weapons materialized around Lu Xian, reminiscent of the scenario in the sword tower. The sword forest, too, was enveloped in an illusory killing array, enabling the manifestation of weapons. Sword, as Lu Xian made his selection. All other weapons vanished, leaving only the long sword that floated directly towards him. He reached out and grasped the sword firmly. Simultaneously, a figure appeared abruptly before Lu Xian, showing no signs of hesitation as it lunged forward, weapon drawn, to attack him. The battle had commenced. Without even glancing, Lu Xian swung the long sword in his hand, swiftly dispatching the assailant. Merely a first-stage body refinement martial artist posed no threat to him. After slaying this first-stage opponent, Lu Xian did not rush forward. Instead, he remained still, deeply contemplating the sword intent emanating from the forest, while other martial artists dared not linger after entering the sword forest. Fearing the relentless pressure of the sword intent, which drained their energy with each passing moment and severely impacted their combat effectiveness, Lu Xian, however, took the opportunity to immerse himself in understanding the sword intent. Could he be immobilized by the sword intent within? Observing his demeanor, one could easily surmise that he was merely putting on a facade to appear more formidable. Li Hu, indeed, was the newly emerged prodigy of the boxing sect. But Lu Xian, who knew from where he had suddenly materialized? Not only were the disciples from the other branches engaged in speculation, but Elder Chung and Xing Feng from the sword sect also furrowed their brows. Lu Xian's score remained firmly fixed at 1 point, showing no signs of movement. Meanwhile, the other martial artists had already begun to surpass the 100-point mark. Indeed, Li Hu's prowess was impressive, his score skyrocketing as he consistently led the pack, now exceeding 300 points and evidently beginning to eliminate martial artists at the 5th level of body refinement. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Xia Ye's performance was equally remarkable, nearly neck and neck with Li Hu. Had it not been for Lu Xian and Long Tai emerging from Ling City, Xia Ye would undoubtedly have claimed the title of the city's foremost talent. Initially, many had cast their attention upon Lu Xian, but as his score showed no signs of improvement, interest waned, shifting towards Xia Ye and Li Hu, as it appeared that the contest for first place would be decided between the two. This time, our sword sect has indeed produced several competent disciples, and Xia Ye's abilities are commendable, Elder Cheng remarked, stroking his beard with a slight smile. That moment, a flash of white light pierced through the sword forest, signaling the elimination of one disciple in this round. Upon recognizing the disciple's identity, Elder Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the first elimination was not one of the sword's sex zone. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's score remained steadfast at 1 point, utterly unmoving. Disappointment towards Lu Xian swelled among the onlookers, many expressing their disdain. What had initially been grandiose declarations now lay in stark contrast to his performance, revealing him to be merely a braggart. At this moment, Lu Xian continued to stand in his original position, having not moved an inch. Within the sword forest, adversaries emerged continuously as martial artists advanced. The sword intents emanated from the multitude of sword bamboos. Each bamboo released only a faint whisper, and it was the convergence of thousands of these bamboos that birthed a formidable sword intent. However, due to this very dispersion, the sword intent, though seemingly colossal, was fundamentally fragmented. Had it been capable of consolidating into a singular entity, it could have instantaneously annihilated Lu Xian and his peers. Nonetheless, even the dispersed sword intent was undeniably real, especially for someone like Lu Xian, who had only just begun to grasp the threshold of sword intent. This scattered sword intent served as the ideal object for his understanding, allowing him to meticulously ponder without any risk. Immersed in this comprehension of sword intent, Lu Xian momentarily forgot about the test, entering a state of oblivion where self and surroundings melded into one. As the number of eliminated disciples grew, soon there were fewer than 10 remaining in the sword forest. Lin Sini was among those who had been eliminated, ultimately achieving a score exceeding 200 points after slaying 4 martial artists at the 4th level of body refinement. Ultimately, faced with the onslaught of a 5th-level martial artist, she could no longer withstand the pressure and opted to withdraw, given that her strength was only at the 4th level of body refinement. Such a result was commendable. Upon exiting, Lin Sini swiftly cast her gaze towards the ranking stone, not initially concerned with her own placement, but scanning the top ten in her estimation, with Lu Xian's capabilities. He had ample time to secure a position among the top 10, yet, to her astonishment, upon her quick scan, she found that Lu Xian's name was conspicuously absent from the ranks. Conversely, Xia Yi had already ascended to the 6th position and had yet to emerge from the sword forest. "You are looking for Lu Xian's name, aren't you? He is currently in last place." A deep voice resonated beside Lin Sini. She looked up to see Xing Feng, aware that Lin Sini had been with Lu Xian. Xing Feng naturally deduced that she was searching for his name, given the bewilderment etched on her face. Only 1 point? How is that possible? Lin Sini's brows knitted together in disbelief. I too find it rather astonishing. However, the nameplate surely cannot be mistaken. It's a pity we cannot see the events within the sword forest. Otherwise, we could ascertain his situation, Xing Feng remarked. Not only was Lin Sini bewildered, but he too felt incredulous. Xing Feng inquired, could it be that Lu Xian is suffering from some acute ailment? Perhaps he collapsed after defeating his first foe? This explanation seemed the most plausible. Lin Sini furrowed her brow and slowly shook her head. I'm not quite certain about that. Despite her favorable impression of Lu Xian, their acquaintance was brief. It was unlikely she would be privy to any hidden afflictions he might possess. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, and a glimmer of excitement crossed her face. I know. Lu Xian must be comprehending sword intent within the sword forest. After defeating his first opponent, he likely remained there, immersed in understanding sword intent. He is indeed a fervent practitioner. If he has begun to cultivate within the sword forest, he would surely lose track of external happenings. Perhaps he has even forgotten about the test altogether. Sword intent. Surely you jest. I acknowledge that Lu Xian is impressive. At 16, achieving the 5th level of body refinement, he will undoubtedly become a core disciple in due time. However, to assert that he is currently comprehending sword intent? If you choose not to believe it, so be it. Just wait and see. Lu Xian will undoubtedly surprise everyone. That fellow Zheng Gang will merely be trampled beneath his feet, Lin Sini declared with a huff, exuding unwavering confidence in Lu Xian at that moment. Only 3 individuals remained within the sword forest: Lu Xian, Li Hu, and Xia Yi. Unsurprisingly, Lu Xian was the overlooked contender, as all eyes were fixated on Xia Yi and Li Hu, eager to see who would claim the coveted top position. Just then, both their scores surged by 100 points, indicating that they had each successfully eliminated another martial artist at the 5th level of body refinement. However, immediately thereafter, a flash of white light erupted before the sword forest. All gazes were instantly drawn towards the source of the light. Who had emerged? Xia Yi? Li Hu? Or perhaps the last-placed Lu Xian? It's hard to say. Their scores are currently identical. Unless Li Hu manages to eliminate another martial artist, Xia Ye's final score exceeded 600 points, having vanquished 4 martial artists at the 5th level of body refinement, ultimately placing him in 5th. Previously, in the Sword Tower, Xia Yi had achieved the feat of slaying 3 5th-level martial artists, and now, confronted with the pressure of sword intent, he had managed to surpass that record, indicating that his efforts over the past 7 days had not been in vain, that Li Hu's current score mirrored Xia Ye's exactly. However, now that Xia Yi had exited, he remained within that if he were to eliminate one more martial artist, believing it to represent his true capabilities. Yet he was taken aback by Lu Xian's paltry score. Liu Xian may be honing his sword intent within the sword forest and has yet to unleash his full potential. It stands to reason that he would utilize this opportunity to refine it further within the sword forest. Seeing that both Xia Yi and Lin Sini appeared to believe that Lu Xian was comprehending sword intent without a hint of doubt, Xing Feng found himself engulfed in curiosity. Could it be that Lu Xian had genuinely achieved an understanding of sword intent? As their thoughts swirled, a sudden shift occurred on the ranking stone. After all, Li Hu was the foremost disciple among the newly initiated members of the boxing sect. Though Xia Yi was commendable, he simply did not measure up to Li Hu's caliber. Xia Yi, you have been surpassed by him. This round, you have lost once more. Xing Feng clenched his fist and spoke in a low voice. Who says I lost? Xia Yi resolutely replied, I am well aware of my own strength. It is entirely within expectations to be surpassed by Li Hu. However, he is not my opponent. Xing Feng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped her meaning. Are you suggesting that Lu Xian might still make a comeback, leading to significant depletion of his yuan power? How can he possibly cope with the upcoming high-intensity battles? Upon hearing this, both Xia Yi and Lin Sini fell silent. Xing Feng's assertion was indeed quite valid. Where combat typically involved swift, lethal strikes, in contrast, the Fist sect favored a more methodical style. Just then, Li Hu's score on the ranking stele surged once more, increasing by 500 points. He had begun eliminating warriors at the 6th level of body refinement. They would be tied, and if he eliminated 2 more, he would surpass him. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with everyone fixated on the names displayed on the ranking stele that AS anticipated after 10 breaths. Li Hu's score increased by another 500 points, reaching a total of 1,700 at this moment. He was tied for second place with Xing Feng, but more crucially, Li Hu still had not appeared. From this alone, it was evident that his strength surpassed that of Xing Feng. After another 15 breaths, Li Hu's score surged again, 2,300 points, propelling him ahead of Xing Feng and relegating him to 3rd place. Xing Feng's heart sank. He had been overtaken by Li Hu. Fortunately, after a few breaths, a brilliant light emerged, and Li Hu's figure appeared before the sword forest, his score solidifying at 2,300 points. Even so, he was currently ranked 2nd overall, surpassing Xing Feng, and trailing only behind Zheng Gang. Glancing at the ranking stele and seeing himself in 2nd place, Li Hu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Hu began to search for Lu Xian's name, only to find that it was entirely absent from the top 20, leaving him quite perplexed. Haha, brother Li, there's no need to look. Lu Xian is in last place. Elder Jean, I believe Lu Xian is here to sabotage this entrance examination. After deliberately eliminating one opponent, he has ceased all activity to delay time. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. I propose we disqualify him from the examination and expel him from the sect. This fellow is going too far, Lin Sini exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Let us see what Elder Jean has to say. Lu Xian can't really be stripped of his qualifications, can he? Xia Yi said, her expression turning anxious, then unable to restrain her complaints. Added, Lu Xian, too, should be more mindful of his timing. If Elder Jean truly succumbs to Zheng Gang's persuasion and expels Lu Xian from the Wind Sword sect, it would be a grave matter. Upon hearing Zheng Gang's remarks, Elder Jean pondered for a moment before turning to the sword sect, saying, Elder Cheng, what exactly is the situation with this disciple of yours, which is of immense benefit to our sword sect disciples? This Lu Xian possesses extraordinary talent and is highly likely to be comprehending the sword intent within the sword forest. Once he completes his comprehension, deliberately seeking to disrupt the examination. Seeing Zheng Gang openly slander the sword sect, Elder Cheng's brows furrowed and anger flared in his eyes as he shouted, Elder Zheng, the dignity of my sword sect is not something you can trample upon. If you continue to defame us, let us settle this right here in the sword forest. Chapter 77. Lu Xian takes action. Faced with the furious Elder Cheng, Zheng Gang swallowed his words, momentarily hesitant to act recklessly. The examination is not yet over. I implore you to allow Lu Xian to focus on comprehending in the sword forest, that if he does not emerge until the end, then let the consequences be dealt with accordingly. Elder Cheng was strenuously trying to buy time for Lu Xian, that if Lu Xian truly remained inside until the end, there would be no recourse for Elder Jean to punish him. Elder Jean nodded slightly. Since Elder Cheng had sworn on the honor of the sword sect, he felt compelled to grant him this concession. As you say, let the examination continue, that we shall now prepare for the third round. As Elder Jin's words fell, the disciples gazing at the ranking steel suddenly erupted in exclamations. Look, Lu Xian's score has changed. The rate of increase is astonishing. Most of it is instant kills. Could it be that he is truly comprehending sword intent? If a fifth-level body refinement can grasp sword intent, that would be terrifying. Lu Xian has finally made his move. I knew he had his reasons. Xia Yi laughed heartily. Just watch. He will surely take first place. Lin Sini clenched her delicate fists, her face flushed with excitement, eagerly awaiting Lu Xian's explosive performance. Finally, he has acted. Lu Xian, do not let my hopes down. Elder Cheng murmured to himself that is he really about to make a stunning revelation? A hint of intrigue flickered in Xing Feng's eyes as he spoke up. What is the use of putting on a show? So what if he makes a move? He has wasted so much yuan power in the sword forest. I do not believe he can surpass me. Li Hu sneered coldly. Beyond the sword forest, the expressions of the onlookers varied. Some were elated, others filled with anticipation, while some were dismissive. Yet, the majority were simply there to witness the spectacle. Swiftly eliminating several warriors at the fourth level of body refinement. Just moments ago, he had concluded his comprehension of sword intent, emerging from a state of transcendence. The sword forest was indeed extraordinary. Through this brief period of insight, Lu Xian's sword intent had advanced further. If previously he had merely grazed the threshold of sword intent, now he had fully pushed open half the door. With the right opportunity, he could step through entirely to AS for his yuan power. Lu Xian remained abundant. During his contemplation, the Taiga Yuanju had been operating autonomously, fully replenishing his reserves, faced with the several fourth-level body refinement warriors charging at him. Lu Xian neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he swung his sword directly. Curiously, the sword intent emanating from the surrounding sword forest seemed to respond to him, swirling around the tip of his sword and shooting toward the warriors. The sword intent from the forest was unclaimed. At this moment, Lu Xian had reached the threshold of half-step sword intent, effortlessly manipulating a portion of as this sword intent was wielded against his foes. What had previously served to pressure the warriors instantly transformed into a formidable offensive. With a single stroke, Lu Xian unleashed a fierce sword energy, accompanied by minuscule, yet lethally potent sword intent. Shadows swiftly coalesced around him. In a flurry, 5 figures appeared before Lu Xian, all fifth-level body refinement warriors, standing on equal ground with him in terms of cultivation. The 5 warriors, conjured forth from the ether, displayed not the slightest hesitation as they lunged toward Lu Xian in unison. Bereft of any emotions, their sole focus was the annihilation of their target ahead. Fear was a foreign concept to them. With his sword intent having advanced, Lu Xian's comprehension of the sword technique deepened, rendering his execution of the art increasingly fierce. In his hands, the Thunderlight sword art approached perfection. The first move of the Thunderlight sword art swept forth, releasing a visible arc of sword energy that enveloped all 5 warriors within its attack range. The arc of sword energy traveled with astonishing speed, striking the 5 warriors in an instant. Despite their utmost efforts to resist, the razor-sharp sword energy proved overwhelming, inflicting injuries upon all 5, who staggered back 2 steps. Having repelled and wounded the 5 with a single strike, Lu Xian pressed his advantage without mercy, stepping forward 2 paces to unleash the second move of the Thunderlight sword art. With the accumulation of the first move, the second's might surpassed its predecessor. This strike forced the 5 warriors to retreat 3 more steps, coalescing into countless fine threads of sword intent that charged toward the 5 warriors with immense power. Faced with this onslaught imbued with sword intent, the 5 could no longer withstand the assault. Lu Xian has caught up to Xia Yi. What astonishing speed! It seems Elder Cheng was indeed correct. Lu Xian is exceptionally gifted. Indeed, but I wonder if he can surpass Li Hu, confronted with the last remaining warrior of the fifth layer of body refinement. Lu Xian unleashed another strike, swiftly eliminating him and turning him into a dissipating shadow. That moment, Lu Xian's score had successfully surpassed Xia Ye's, Xia Ye having only vanquished 4 fifth-layer warriors. Just watch, the best is yet to come. Chapter 0078. Unparalleled Might Xing Feng could not help but nod in agreement. So swift, truly too swift, from the moment Lu Xian made his move until he surpassed Xia Ye's score. It was but a fleeting moment. He could vividly envision Lu Xian's battle within the Sword Forest, a force akin to a raging tempest, unstoppable, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Xing Feng would scarcely believe that such feats could be accomplished by a warrior of the fifth layer of body refinement. Elder Chung, witnessing Lu Xian's sudden surge, was the most elated of all. His beard trembling with excitement, he had nearly lost all hope. Yet who would have thought that in these final moments, Lu Xian would mount a remarkable counterattack, swiftly climbing into the top 10? If Lu Xian could eliminate 3 more warriors of the 6th layer of body refinement, he would level the score with Li Hu. Should he succeed in slaying 4, the first place would change hands. Within the Sword Forest, Lu Xian's combat continued unabated. After effortlessly dispatching 5 fifth-layer warriors in 3 moves, he advanced 2 more steps without hesitation. With each step forward, he sensed the sword intent emanating from the Sword Forest growing increasingly potent. This time, he faced 6 warriors of the 6th layer of body refinement. Previously, within the Sword Tower, Lu Xian had reached this juncture with his 4th-layer strength, but had been forced to retreat after swiftly eliminating 3 with the blinking sword technique. Yet this time, not only had he ascended to the 5th layer, but his sword intent had also progressed further. Even against the combined might of 6, he possessed ample strength to contend. The 6 warriors of the 6th layer. Yet the pressure they exerted was hardly worthy of Lu Xian's concern. After all, he had once faced the formidable pressure of Long Zhan, whose strength approached the 8th layer of body refinement. Channeling his energy into the long sword, dazzling flash of lightning erupted as he unleashed the 4th move. This strike was not merely a conventional martial technique. Within it lay a thread of exceptionally fierce sword intent. This sword intent was distinct from that of the Sword Forest, being the very sword intent Lu Xian had comprehended. Though still nascent, it was indeed sword intent, a rarity among sword cultivators. A crescent-shaped sword energy was unleashed. A surge of fierce momentum erupting forth, meeting the oncoming 6 with ferocity. The clash of attacks resonated with a thunderous roar, a powerful energy storm engulfing the vicinity. Upon impact, Lu Xian involuntarily took a slight step back, while the 6 warriors were similarly forced to retreat. This time, the confrontation yielded a stalemate. However, Lu Xian had faced 6 opponents while at a disadvantage in both numbers and realm, yet achieving such a balance showcased his remarkable combat prowess. Even Li Hu, when faced with the combined might of 6, dared not confront them head-on, opting instead for a strategy of evasion and opportunistic strikes. After stepping back, both sides advanced once more. This time, Lu Xian's offensive grew more ferocious. The Thunderlight Sword Art had reached its 5th move, and as the battle progressed, Lu Xian's power only intensified. With another stroke of his sword, the clash of attacks erupted once more, and the 6 warriors were again forced back. Yet this time, Lu Xian stood his ground, unwavering that as they retreated, one of the warriors stumbled, a critical opening revealing itself. A glimmer of opportunity sparked in Lu Xian's eyes. Without retracting his long sword, he executed a swift arc, unleashing a circular sword energy that enveloped the warrior. Simultaneously, the scattered sword intents within the Sword Forest were once again summoned forth, converging with the sword energy toward the warrior. Caught completely off guard, the warrior was swiftly shredded by this strike, his form dissipating in an instant. Lu Xian's score surged by 500. At that moment, his ranking on the stone tablet soared to 4th place, trailing only behind Zheng Gang, Li Hu, and Xing Feng. Yet the battle was far from over. Seizing the momentum, Lu Xian charged forward, unleashing the 6th move of the Thunderlight Sword Art. The power surged anew. At this moment, only 5 warriors of the 6th layer remained. Their combined might significantly diminished compared to before that their strength waned. They were no match for Lu Xian. With this strike, he cleaved through 2 more warriors, his score skyrocketing by 1,000. The names on the ranking stone tablet shifted once more, and in an instant, Lu Xian's name appeared in the 2nd position, tied with Li Hu. He had drawn level. Lu Xian's meteoric rise evoked gasps of astonishment from the gathered warriors, their sentiments distilled into two words: swift and fierce. The prior rumors dismissing Lu Xian as merely a braggart had been utterly dispelled. Nothing was more persuasive than the truth. Such an overwhelming offensive and rapid scoring speed had no parallel among the disciples present. Indeed, even Zheng Gang paled in comparison. Ha! Lu Xian, well done. Let the name of our sword sect ring out. Let those who belittled us open their eyes wide. Elder Chung could not contain his elation, laughing heartily for the first time in many years during an internal assessment that Lihu's countenance darkened. Now relegated to a mere backdrop as the focus shifted entirely to Lu Xian's name, in the eyes of the crowd, he had become nothing more than a stumbling block in Lu Xian's path. What is there to gloat about? He hasn't surpassed me yet. Perhaps he is merely a waning force, about to be eliminated. Li Hu growled under his breath Lihu's embarrassment and fury failed to attract attention. The disciples were now more concerned with how far Lu Xian could ascend, rather than whether he could break Li Hu's record. Do you think that Liu Xian could possibly surpass Xingang? One disciple suddenly queried. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among the crowd, causing an immediate hush. Indeed, the question arose, could Lu Xian surpass Xingang? It appeared that they had not pondered this matter before, but now it seemed to be a distinct possibility. Xinggang's score was merely over 3,000 points, achieved by eliminating all the six-stage body refinement warriors that at this moment. Lu Xian was not far behind Xingang. This very utterance reached Xinggang's ears, prompting him to turn and glare coldly at the disciple who spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The disciple, startled by Xinggang's intense gaze, shivered. He had merely spoken without any intention of provoking Xingang. Gradually averting his gaze, Xinggang's countenance darkened as he fixated on the names inscribed on the ranking stone tablet. All along, he had considered himself a genius, believing it was a given that he was the strongest among this generation of disciples, that if Lu Xian were to surpass him, where would his pride reside? Particularly in light of his earlier provocations against the sword sect, it would be tantamount to delivering a slap to his own face. Think you could surpass me? Perhaps in your next life. A mere 5-stage body refinement warrior reaching this point is already beyond my expectations. Do you truly think he can slay a 7-stage body refinement warrior within the sword forest? Ignorance. Xingang scoffed disdainfully. His words struck a chord with the other disciples, who recognized that to surpass Xingang, one would indeed need to defeat 7-stage body refinement warriors. Under normal circumstances, there might have been a sliver of hope. In fact, Elder Jean had not even announced the points awarded for slaying 7-stage warriors, as throughout the years, no new intersect disciples had ever achieved such a feat during their assessments. The score on the ranking stone tablet flickered once more, causing the hearts of the disciples to leap that Liu Xian had slain another enemy. At this moment, Lu Xian's name surged ahead of Li Hu, successfully relegating Li Hu to 3rd place. The disciples, who had just regained their composure, erupted into a clamor once more. If it had merely been a matter of surpassing Li Hu, the disciples would not have been overly astonished, as they had already deemed that outcome a foregone conclusion. However, Lu Xian had not only surpassed Li Hu. In that brief instant, his score skyrocketed by 1,500 points, not only leaving Li Hu far behind, but also tying with Xinggang's score. Far from the struggle they had imagined. Moreover, they had not anticipated that just as they were deliberating whether Lu Xian could surpass Xingang, he had once again validated their thoughts with his formidable prowess. Even if Lu Xian could not advance further, he was assuredly the first, and for the other disciples, achieving such a score was nearly impossible, given that Xinggang's 6-stage prowess had only reached this level. This fellow is truly defying the heavens, Xing Feng remarked, unable to suppress a gulp. How foolish was I to challenge him. It was a self-inflicted embarrassment that I concede, utterly concede, recalling the moment he had sought a duel with Lu Xian, as they were not on the same tier. How foolish he had been to consider himself the senior, when Lu Xian had referred to him as senior brother to Lihu. At this moment, Xingang reassured himself internally. However, he dared not voice this thought aloud, for he could not be certain whether Lu Xian truly had the strength to contend with 7-stage warriors. Indeed, it was unexpected that this generation of intersect disciples had produced another youthful genius. Lu Xian had amassed sword momentum that had reached its zenith. The final form would undoubtedly be a thunderous strike. As he stepped forward, the sword intent emanating from the forest grew increasingly intense. And even Lu Xian felt a hint of pressure. This moment was indeed ideal for comprehending sword intent. However, time was of the essence, as several dark figures rapidly coalesced before him. His 7-stage adversaries were about to appear, forcing him to contend against them with his 5-stage strength. Even with his confidence, Lu Xian would not have dared to boast of success. Yet unexpectedly, while the strength of 7-stage warriors had indeed increased, and Lu Xian could not be certain he would withstand their onslaught. Thus, the best strategy was to counterattack. With a low shout, Lu Xian unleashed the accumulated sword momentum from the 7 forms of the Thunder Light Sword technique in its entirety. The dispersed sword intent throughout the forest converged, culminating in an incredibly sharp killing intent focused at the sword's tip. The long sword descended. The sound of thunder echoed as a dazzling bolt of lightning surged forth with the swing of his sword. Under the overwhelming might of the 8th form of the Thunder Light Sword technique, the 4 warriors had no time to counter, only managing to muster their full elemental energy in a futile attempt to defend themselves. The speed of the thunder was unparalleled. One could only catch a glimpse of the lightning flash before it struck the warrior, followed by a resounding explosion that in an instant, the warrior was reduced to mere ashes. Instant kill. The first warrior at the 7th level of body refinement was dead. On the ranking stone tablet, Lu Xian's score, identical to that of Zheng Gang, suddenly surged by 1,000, reaching over 4,700 points. They had toiled to earn their place on the board. Yet Lu Xian, having just arrived and without having enjoyed any resources from the Windsword sect, had directly breached the overall ranks. This starting point was already beyond the reach of countless others. Furthermore, and perhaps more significantly, Elder Jean had previously stated that anyone who successfully broke into the top 500 of the overall rankings would receive an additional 2,000 contribution points, aside from the rewards for new disciples. Even if Lu Xian were unable to progress further, with the reward for being first among the new intersect disciples, he would still accumulate 4,000 contribution points, a substantial sum. Breaking into the top 500 of the overall rankings, that it's simply unimaginable. A prodigious talent. Truly a prodigious talent. With such a figure among us, our sect will surely reclaim its position as the premier sect within 3 years. Elder Chung could not contain his tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. He had waited far too long for this day, seeing Lu Xian seize first place and trample the arrogant Zheng Gang beneath him. Xia Yi could not resist clenching his fist in triumph. I knew this guy wouldn't let us down. Just wait, the assessment ain't over yet. I believe this is certainly not Lu Xian's final strength. Then just how powerful could he be? Chapter 0081. Crisis at this moment. Lu Xian had become the focal point of all disciples, his extraordinary achievements laid bare before them, leaving no room for dissent. As Lu Xian's accomplishments dealt a resounding slap to him and the disciples of the Sword Sect, even Elder Jean, the vice leader of the Wind Sword Sect, could not maintain his composure at this moment. The records that had stood for so many years had been broken so easily. In terms of strength, Lu Xian's current capabilities did not impress Elder Jean, even with his victory as the top new disciple, which allowed him to enter the overall rankings. It merely piqued Elder Jin's interest. For no matter how formidable Lu Xian might be, he was still merely among the inner sect disciples, and above them were the core disciples. Among the core disciples, there were many of the same age whose cultivation surpassed Lu Xian's. Take Xia Chenxi, for instance, younger than Lu Xian, yet already at the 6th level of body refinement. What truly astonished Elder Jean was that Lu Xian had entered the overall rankings with the strength of a 5th level body refinement. No matter how high one's realm, it ultimately depends on the power one can wield in battles. Opponents will not concede simply because one's realm is superior. It is ultimately combat prowess that decides everything. Now, Lu Xian at the 5th level of body refinement could kill 7th level body refinement warriors. Such combat talent genuinely commands respect. Once he raises his realm, his fighting capabilities will undoubtedly grow ever more formidable. What the Windsword sect requires is not merely a warrior with a high realm, but one with formidable combat strength. Only then can they safeguard the Windsword sect. A.S. Elder Jean contemplated Lu Xian's name. His thoughts raced that he had silently resolved to keep a close watch on this disciple named Lu Xian. If possible, he would strive to promote him to core disciple status. Core disciples enjoy far greater resources than inner sect disciples. If Lu Xian were to gain access to substantial resources, his cultivation would accelerate. And even if his realm were not as high as others, his combat strength would surely surpass that of his peers. In terms of capability, he would undoubtedly rival other core disciples. Meanwhile, as discussions about Lu Xian swirled among the crowd, he found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation within the Sword Forest. The reason he had been able to kill that 7th-level body refinement warrior with a single strike was due to the overwhelming lethality of the 8th form of the Thunder Light Sword technique, coupled with the element of surprise against the unsuspecting warriors. However, now that these warriors had regained their wits, Lu Xian's situation had instantly turned dire. The 3 7th-level body refinement warriors launched simultaneous assaults. Their combined might formidable, powerful attacks laden with elemental force surged toward Lu Xian, each blow carrying enough momentum to make him falter, leaving him no choice but to avoid their onslaught. Any mistake could lead to severe injury or worse. Now Lu Xian truly understood the disparity between realms. The gap between the 5th and 7th levels of body refinement was vast, and the amount of elemental force they wielded was not even on the same scale. The 3 warriors pressed forward relentlessly, forcing Lu Xian to retreat step by step. Attacks whizzed past him, creating an atmosphere of suspense. Had it not been for Lu Xian's nascent understanding of sword intent and his keen intuition for exploiting weaknesses, he would have surely been eliminated by now. The Jade token was tightly clutched in his left hand, ready to be crushed at a moment's notice, sweat soaking the surface of the token. Evidence of his mounting tension. Should it become untenable, he would not be foolish enough to risk severe injury by persisting uselessly. However, he had yet to reach his limit, for his most powerful killing move remained unutilized. He certainly would not concede defeat so easily. Even if he struggled immensely, he continued to strive for that fleeting opportunity to strike that if only I had a movement technique, Lu Xian mused inwardly. He could create a momentary advantageous situation to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Alas, he could only wish. Not only did he lack such a technique, but even if he had won, there was no time to learn it. In the end, he would have to rely on himself to break through this predicament. Why hasn't Lu Xian emerged yet? His score hasn't increased. Could something have happened? A disciple murmured anxiously from outside. A 5th-level body refinement facing off against a 7th level? This is no trivial matter. Surely he hasn't overstepped and met his demise in there. Impossible. His name still shines on the ranking stone, indicating he is still engaged in battle. Perhaps he is entangled with his foes, seeking a chance for victory. Listening to the murmurs of the disciples, Zheng Gang, who had initially felt despondent, suddenly found a flicker of hope. In that case, he would still retain first place among this cohort. Even if Lu Xian survived, sustaining severe injuries would certainly hinder his future cultivation path, which would be quite satisfactory. With this thought, perhaps we should proactively request to suspend this test. Lin Sini proposed with a hint of concern that Lu Xian has already achieved such a remarkable score. He is undoubtedly in first place. Continuing any further would merely be gilding the lily. And I fear he may not be able to endure that. I have faith in him. Xia Yi interjected, interrupting Lin Sini, that Lu Xian is not a reckless individual, since he has chosen not to give up. He must have his own reasons, that I believe we should support his decision. Hearing their words, Elder Cheng furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Let us wait for another half an incense stick's worth of time. Half an incense stick's time would likely see Lu Xian's energy depleted. If he did not return by then, it could truly spell disaster. Time trickled by like sand through an hourglass, and Lu Xian's name remained prominently displayed at the top of the rankings. A beacon of assurance that he was at least safe for the moment. The eyes of the crowd were fixated on the ranking stele, unblinking in anticipation of the final outcome. Meanwhile, within the Sword Forest, Lu Xian's predicament had grown increasingly dire. The combined assault of 3 7th-level body refinement warriors proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated, though he had managed to hold on thus far. He was nearing his limits. Unless he risked injury, he could not hope to break through the deadlock. Previously, Xingfeng had managed to shatter the impasse at the risk of his own safety. But Lu Xian found himself unable to do the same. Xingfeng had faced opponents of merely the 6th level, whose cultivation was only 1 tier above his own, while Lu Xian now had to withstand the onslaught of 7th-level warriors. One misstep could leave him grievously injured, jeopardizing his future cultivation, a risk he simply could not afford. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, Lu Xian gritted his teeth, showing no signs of surrender. Though he lacked martial techniques of movement, he possessed a singular advantage: his sword intent. Presently, his understanding of sword intent was still rudimentary, not yet reaching true comprehension. However, should he achieve genuine insight, the manifestation of his sword intent, he was pushed to his very limits. Under such circumstances, his grasp of sword intent accelerated at an astonishing pace, flashes of clarity surging in his mind, affirming his understanding to either explode forth in silence or perish in silence. There was no doubt that Lu Xian belonged to the former. As the cup overflows, so too does qualitative change arise from quantitative accumulation, just as Lu Xian was pushed to his limits. A sudden clarity washed over him, illuminating everything within his mind. At that moment, he understood that, this is sword intent. A whisper escaped Lu Xian's lips to comprehend the sword with the heart, to condense the heart with the sword. Having previously retreated under pressure, Lu Xian now stood his ground against the trio of adversaries, but he resolved to wield his newly attained sword intent to vanquish them. With deliberate slowness, he raised his long sword. An intangible aura emanating from him without warning that he became one with the sword in his hand. Man is the sword is man, the heart is within the sword, and the sword is within the heart. Faced with this state of Lu Xian, the three 7th-level warriors could not help but hesitate in their assault, uncertain whether the entity before them was Lu Xian, his sword, or something altogether different. As if Lu Xian had ceased to exist in that moment. And then, in an instant, Lu Xian's attack erupted forth. With sword in hand and heart guiding the blade, he lunged forward with a speed akin to lightning, vanishing without a trace. The combined assault of the three 7th-level warriors had been shattered, leaving only 2 remaining foes. Against Lu Xian, who had fully grasped sword intent, they were utterly outmatched with another stroke. The blink sword technique re-emerged, sending forth 2 razor-sharp sword energies that swiftly pierced through the air, targeting each remaining opponent. Yet within these seemingly simple sword energies lay Lu Xian's sword intent, invulnerable and unstoppable. Was he truly only at the 5th level of body refinement? It was utterly inconceivable. In silence, he had made an astonishing impact. Lu Xian was undeniably a prodigious talent. In comparison, Zheng Gang was nothing. Lu Xian's sudden outburst sent the other disciples into a frenzy of exclamations. That moment, they no longer feared offending Zheng Gang. In light of Lu Xian's achievements, Zheng Gang's accomplishments seemed utterly trivial. Reflecting on Zheng Gang's earlier brazen provocations before the sword sect, it was nothing short of a grand jest. Lu Xian had chosen not to engage him. Otherwise, had they been matched in the first round, he could have decisively overwhelmed him. In addition to the alterations on the ranking stele for the new disciples, the overall rankings also shifted, with Lu Xian's score elevation propelling him from 500th place to an impressive 380th. Well done. He had entered the top 400 overall. Could he possibly breach the top 300? Such an achievement would be unprecedented in the history of the Wind Sword sect. Chapter 0083. The Overall Rankings. Top 300 at this moment. Lu Xian's mind was as tranquil as water. The new disciple's entrance test had long since faded from his thoughts. His current battle was not for the sake of mere test scores. In comparison to such scores, his own strength was of paramount importance that he fought to hone his abilities, for combat was the most expedient means of enhancing one's prowess. Just as before, had he not been driven to his limits, he would never have attained minor success in sword intent so swiftly that the 3 7th-level warriors fell. Tranquility returned to the sword forest, yet Lu Xian did not pause. He lifted his foot and continued forward, eager to discover how far he could advance. With each step, the sword intent emanating from the forest grew increasingly potent. Had Lu Xian been in his previous state, he might have felt overwhelmed. But now, having attained minor success in sword intent, he felt no pressure at all in the face of the dispersed energies. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind heralded the arrival of a new wave of adversaries. Moreover, not all 7th-level warriors were equal. Those newly entering the 7th level could not hope to compare with those at the late stages or peak of the 7th level, despite facing foes whose cultivation and numbers vastly surpassed his own. Lu Xian harbored no fear, embodying a spirit of invincibility, as if to say, with a sword in hand, the world is mine. The 7 adversaries wasted no time, launching a simultaneous assault on Lu Xian. In an instant, 7 streams of energy surged toward him, an intimidating force that placed Lu Xian at the center of their onslaught, akin to a fragile boat amidst a raging tempest, appearing on the verge of capsizing. For it contained a hint of sword intent. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Xian's strike speed was astonishing, unleashing 3 consecutive swords in the blink of an eye, representing the first 3 forms of the Thunder Light Sword technique. Confronted by the combined assault of 7 adversaries, Lu Xian, though undaunted, refrained from any hint of negligence. Despite the formidable prowess of the Thunder Light Sword technique, it remained merely a low-grade, yellow-level martial art. He surmised that a single form of the technique would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of 7 that the 3 sword forms struck in succession, each attack surpassing the last in intensity. Drawing upon the unclaimed sword intent within the forest, infusing it into the 4th and 5th forms of the Thunder Light Sword technique, launching 2 even more potent attacks, the initial combined assault had faltered. But the 7 warriors pressed forward, unleashing yet another strike, even more formidable than before. The clash between this combined assault and Lu Xian's attack ignited a fierce storm of elemental energy, sending shockwaves in all directions. The sound of cracking echoed as several sword bamboos situated between the 2 forces were brutally severed. These bamboos, having existed for an indeterminate period, had long been enveloped in sword intent, rendering them exceptionally resilient. Yet they were obliterated by the elemental storm birthed from the collision of their attacks, underscoring the sheer might at play. Witnessing the overwhelming strength of these 7, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Xian's face. Yet his fighting spirit surged even higher. He became emboldened by the fray. "Come at me with 2 more strikes," he bellowed as the 6th and 7th forms of the Thunder Light Sword technique erupted from his long sword, dazzling lightning enveloping him entirely. Without pausing to consider the outcome after unleashing these 2 forms, Lu Xian fervently channeled a surge of elemental energy into his blade, executing the 8th form of the Thunder Light Sword technique. Under the relentless onslaught he unleashed, the 7 warriors of the 7th level of body refinement could no longer remain indifferent. The 6th form directly negated their attack, while the 7th utterly dismantled their defenses. His current realm was still insufficient to eliminate all 7 in one fell swoop, that it was more prudent to concentrate his power and eliminate one adversary first rather than risk scattering his attacks and potentially being thwarted. The targeted warrior had no time to react, his brow pierced directly, a glimmer of blood bursting forth, resulting in his immediate demise. The first enemy had fallen. Lu Xian's score surged by 1,000. His rank on the leaderboard ascended several positions, leaping from over 380 to over 350. The battle raged on. Although he had only slain a single enemy, Lu Xian had successfully disrupted the 7's combined assault, marking the optimal moment for him to attack. Regrettably, after such prolonged combat, his elemental energy began to wane. Even with the benefits of the Tai return to origin technique, which provided him with a more substantial reservoir and superior recovery speed than ordinary warriors, his foundational realm was still at the 5th level of body refinement. Swift resolution was imperative. Seizing the opportunity created by the disruption of their combined assault, Lu Xian launched yet another strike. In that moment, Lu Xian's figure reached its zenith, his long sword transforming into a mere blur, its trajectory invisible to the naked eye. Even to those warriors skilled in evasive maneuvers, evading this strike would be nearly impossible. Swish, 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 swish. 6 swords were unleashed simultaneously, targeting all 6 adversaries. Previously, in the martial arena of Lin City, Lu Xian had been able to fend off dozens of poisoned steel needles with a single sword. Thus, executing 6 strikes in an instant was effortless for him now. The first sword bore the greatest power, slicing cleanly through the neck of one enemy, the razor-sharp sword energy severing his throat dead. Lu Xian's score climbed another 1,000 points, now ranking 332. The second sword, though slightly less potent, remained formidable, claiming another enemy's life. The ranking improved to 315. The third sword's strength diminished further. Yet it was still unstoppable, taking down yet another foe. The total ranking now stood at 298. Lu Xian had successfully entered the top 300. This achievement was enough to astonish the entire arena. Without sufficient energy to sustain his sword techniques, the power of his 4th strike faltered, barely parried by his adversary, failing to achieve a kill. The 5th and 6th strikes' effectiveness waned further. Nevertheless, Lu Xian's explosive performance was sufficient to leave everyone in awe. His score had surpassed 10,000, reaching over 11,000, while the second-ranked Zheng Gang merely accumulated a little over 3,000 points. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. Zheng Gang's face now bore a pallor of despair. The blow dealt by Lu Xian had been devastating. Just moments ago, he had boasted audaciously, provoking all the talented disciples of the sword sect. Yet now, with Lu Xian's astounding results, he felt as though he might be slapped into submission. And soon, only Lu Xian remained within. Naturally, it was he who was transported out. Upon witnessing this light, the gathered disciples collectively exhaled in relief. Had it finally come to an end? Lu Xian's performance had been so dazzling that they had genuinely feared he might surge into the 8th level of body refinement. A prospect too terrifying to contemplate. Thankfully, he had emerged at last. As the radiance faded, Lu Xian's figure materialized before the onlookers. Observing his pristine attire, unmarred by battle, they could not help but nod in admiration. Achieving such remarkable results while remaining unscathed indicated that Lu Xian's strength exceeded their expectations. The decision to withdraw may have stemmed from his desire to avoid injury. Had this been a true battle, Lu Xian's relentless assault would undoubtedly have been even more fearsome. Upon exiting the sword forest, Lu Xian inhaled deeply. This assessment had been immensely rewarding. Beyond the accolades, he had finally grasped the essence of sword intent. When one's accomplishments merely surpass those of others slightly, envy might arise. However, when one's achievements far outshine those of others, admiration is the only response. "Well done. You are indeed a remarkable talent," a resonant voice exclaimed. But to see him surge into the top 300 was astonishing. Such combat talent could only be described as monstrous. Moreover, Lu Xian had reached the 5th level of body refinement by the tender age of 16, showcasing considerable cultivation aptitude. Who would have thought such a prodigy existed among this cohort of disciples? You have successfully entered the top 300, and I assure you that the reward I promised will be delivered without fail. And cumulatively, the total had reached several thousand, yet now, Lu Xian's prowess placed him among the top 300 of these thousands. Furthermore, Lu Xian had yet to benefit from the resources of the Wind Sword sect, highlighting the stark contrast between those with and without sect affiliation. Had Lu Xian been afforded greater resources, his strength would undoubtedly have advanced even further. More importantly, Lu Xian recalled that Elder Jean had previously made a promise. If anyone could enter the top 500 of the overall leaderboard, they would be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points. And should they reach the top 300, an additional 5,000 contribution points would be awarded. That it was worth noting that even achieving the title of top newcomer only garnered a reward of 2,000 contribution points, while the reward for entering the top 300 was significantly greater, illustrating the challenge involved. Although Lu Xian was currently unaware of the true value of these contribution points, it was clear that Elder Jean would not bestow such rewards lightly, especially in light of Lu Xian's exceptional performance. As his thoughts swirled, Lu Xian slightly bowed to Elder Jean, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the generous reward, Deputy Sect Leader. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to live up to your expectations." And his demeanor was marked by respect and courtesy, in stark contrast to Zheng Gang's arrogant demeanor. This comparison naturally endeared Lu Xian to Elder Jean. Alas, the entrance examination has concluded. Otherwise, I would surely have recommended you as a core disciple, given your potential. However, now that the assessment has ended, you shall remain among the inner sect disciples for another year. If you apply yourself diligently, I assure you that you will become a core disciple next year. Elder Jin's words elicited an uproar among the gathered disciples, their eyes gleaming with envy and admiration. Core disciple. This title represented the highest status among the disciples of the Wind Sword sect and was the aspiration of countless inner sect disciples. Attaining core status would afford one the privilege of standing shoulder to shoulder with the elders of the inner sect, granting access to boundless resources that if one were to venture into the secular realm, he would ensure his ascension to core disciple status. This was an honor beyond measure, effectively securing Lu Xian's qualification for core status in advance, making his ascent all but certain. Such treatment was bound to evoke envy among the other disciples. Yet this envy was not unfounded, for Lu Xian had earned it through his own merit, captivating not only Elder Jean, but also his fellow disciples with his remarkable performance, feeling the fervent gazes of his peers. Elder Jean smiled slightly and addressed them. The assessment is not yet concluded that if any of you can achieve results akin to Lu Xian's, I will not hesitate to reward you and guarantee your entry into the core." In response, the disciples could only shake their heads with wry smiles, fully aware of their own capabilities. That Liu Xian, too, was taken aback by Elder Jin's promise that he had pledged to Xia Qinzi that he would seek her out within a year. Lu Xian returned to the main formation of the Sword Sect. As Lu Xian approached, the disciples of the Sword Sect were visibly excited that as one of their own. Lu Xian's glory was not merely his alone. Now, not only had he achieved that goal, but he had also astonished the entire assembly, bringing great renown to the Sword Sect, truly exceeding expectations. Haha, well done. When you mentioned securing first place, I had assumed you were referring to this round alone. It seems I was gravely mistaken. The title of extraordinary genius is wholly befitting of you, Lu Xian. Elder Qing openly acknowledged his earlier misjudgment, while Elder Su had praised Lu Xian's remarkable talent at the time. However, it was now evident that his previous assessment had been profoundly misguided, that Liu Xian was taken aback by Elder Qing's candid admission. Frankly, Elder Qing's earlier demeanor had left him somewhat displeased, for geniuses tended to be proud, albeit Lu Xian's pride was more subdued. Yet, with Elder Qing's humble acknowledgement of his error, any lingering resentment dissipated. That it was not entirely Elder Qing's fault. After all, Lu Xian had kept his true abilities well concealed. Before the competition, not a soul had believed he could surpass Liu Xian. Elder Jin just mentioned that after a year, he will ensure your entry into the core, once you attain core disciple status. This is my request. Would you consider accepting? Elder Chung gazed earnestly at Lu Xian, his expression sincere. This was not merely a demand, but a heartfelt plea. Currently, Lu Xian was the only one capable of revitalizing the Sword Sect. Should Lu Xian accept, he would have only 1 year to accomplish this task. Liu Xian's opponents would not be the new disciples present, but rather those who had trained within the Wind Sword Sect for several years, such as the current top disciple of the overall leaderboard, Dao Zhongsu Wenyang, and the second-ranked, Chang Zhongyemo Xiao Chun. If Lu Xian wished to lead the Sword Sect to victory, a year, you say? That is ample time. Having promised Xia Qinzi that he would seek her out after a year, he had already prepared himself to remain within the inner sect for just that duration. Elder Chung, your words carry weight. That as a disciple of the Sword Sect, it is my duty to contribute to its success. Moreover, Elder Su has shown me great kindness, and for both personal and professional reasons. His excitement palpable. That Liu Xian bowed respectfully before stepping back to rejoin Lin Sini and Xia Yi. Xing Feng was also present, and upon seeing Lu Xian return, his eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. When Lu Xian had defeated Li Hu, he had already conceded defeat, yet he had never anticipated that Lu Xian would reach such unparalleled heights. You have won, and I concede my defeat with full respect, Xing Feng said to Lu Xian, hoping he would lead the Sword Sect back to its former glory. That Liu Xian smiled and shook his head, saying, "It is not solely my victory. The Sword Sect is not just mine.